Chapter 1. My friend, I urgently need assistance. Lend me 200. Thank you to the number 1 supporter for the rocket. Love you lots. Yi Winley glanced at her phone. A man named Crazy in Love messaged her. I've sent 10 rockets tonight. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Yi Winley sent her location and replied, Sure, if you can come before midnight tonight, I am yours. She attached 2 alluring selfies. Putting down her phone, Yi Winley returned to her screen with a smile, saying, Dear friends, Ming Ming isn't feeling well, so we'll end here for today. Love you all, kisses. After concluding her live stream, she looked at the responses on WeChat and dialed a number. The big fish is hooked. With that, she hung up out. I really envy those top supporters. They spend tens of thousands just to earn a smile from a beauty. He remarked as he sat on his electric bike, watching as Su Ming Ming logged off, the comments filled with lamentations. You're still too young. This matter is quite complicated. Mom Mingzhi leaned closer. The group of delivery workers had already deduced Su Ming Ming's logging off pattern. Whenever a top supporter showered her with gifts, Su Ming Ming would invariably claim to be unwell. Hey, without spending a dime, you get to enjoy so much. Just keep smiling. Old Ma, last night I saw you send a Porsche to Su Ming Ming. Not bad. Nearly $100 won't your wife kill you if she finds out? On the other side, Pan Ji Gang laughed at Ma Mingzhi. Nonsense, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Ma Mingzhi immediately denied. Pan Ji Gang pulled out his phone, flipping through it as he said, I have screenshots. Old Ma, it was you, right? You little brat, delete that. I want to delete it. I need to show it to your wife. So he watched as Old Ma and Pan were playfully tussling over the phone, when suddenly his own phone vibrated. Beep. You have a new delivery order. Please handle it promptly. He donned his helmet and called out to his companions, Brothers, they'll head out first. All right, be safe on the road. At Mingjia Community, Unit 2, Room 603, Ms. Ye.Su. He glanced at the delivery address. This Ms. Yi ordered takeout precisely at 11 every night from the same popular Sichuan restaurant. Excuse me, please make way. Sui chose a shortcut, but to his dismay, there was an accident ahead, and the crowd showed no intention of parting. He turned around and hastened his pace, picking up an order. Upon arriving, the restaurant was already cleaning up, and no one paid him any mind. He located the package delivery, loaded it into his box, and sped towards Mingjia Community. As he saw the time on his phone nearing the deadline, anxiety gripped him. Any delay could cost him 200 this month due to the station's evaluation. Hey, young man, delivery personnel need to register. The security guard leaned out. He handed over a pre-prepared coin, exited the vehicle, and swiftly collected the food, calling back as he ran, Sir, please keep an eye on my bike. This kid couldn't recognize him with that mask on. The guard scrutinized the coin before tossing it on the table and fetched a lock to secure Su's electric bike. You little rascal, trying to fool me with game tokens. Mingjia Community has 15 floors at the elevator. One was out of service and the other occupied. So Sui sprinted for the stairs. 6 floors up, still manageable. He ascended swiftly, reaching the 6th floor and clicking delivered on his phone. That was close. Sui was drenched in sweat, catching his breath as he contacted Ms. Yi. The order note read, Do not call or knock. Please text upon arrival. Thank you. If over 20 minutes, leave at the door and depart. Nearby delivery workers favored Ms. Yes orders. She was stunning and kind-hearted, always tipping 10 yuan, and if late, shed reward 20 yuan the following day. For Sui, had rather stand at the door for 20 minutes. After a few minutes, Sui started playing on his phone, opening the live streaming app, and noted that Su Ming Ming was offline, so he tuned into a channel called Charming Baby. Jummy. The comment streamed a series of big. He recognized a familiar ID, Old Ma, flooding the screen, big. Thanks to Old Ma for the roses, wishing Brother Ma a smooth career, sweet love, and a life filled with good fortune. Again, thank you, Brother Ma, for the 520 gift. Your generosity shines in every aspect. They say companionship is the longest confession of love. I've received your affection, sending love back. Ding! A WeChat message popped up. Ma Mingzhi, bro, I urgently need 200. Sui ignored it, returning to the live stream. Shortly after, a Porsche flashed by, followed by another. Thanks to Brother Ma for the grand cars with such rides. The journey is smooth, driving straight into Jumi's heart. Love you lots. Within seconds, Sui's WeChat exploded with messages and screenshots from the delivery group. Old Ma, love you. Charming baby Jumi. Ma Mingjer, this is your so-called urgent help pay me back. In the live stream, old Ma sent a comment. Host, can I add you on WeChat? Brother Ma, the old rule of the live stream. Send 10 Porsches to add the host on WeChat, a lifelong guardian of love, etching your name in my heart. How about robbing a bank instead? So he couldn't help but curse. One Porsche costs 100 yuan. 10 would total 1,000. How many deliveries would that require? Enjoying the privilege of watching without cost, so he had never gifted anything. Checking the time, it had already been 20 minutes, so he placed the delivery at the door, preparing to leave. Crash! A sound of something shattering echoed from within. Footsteps approached. He thought it best to wait at the door for Ms. Yi to personally accept her meal. The door opened, but only a crack. Hello, your delivery. He extended the meal. What the? The occupant was startled by He's sudden voice, causing the door to swing open. A man? He frowned. Many in the group had discussed Ms. Yi, claiming she was a single woman. Turns out she had a man. Water dripped from the man's face and hair as he partially closed the door, peering out suspiciously. What do you want? He held out the food, smiling. I'm the delivery person. The man glanced at the takeout bag but made no move to accept it, simply stating, no need, you can keep it. Brother, I am not hungry, all right, that's it. With that, the door shut firmly. Such urgency was understandable after all. Ms. Yi was quite beautiful. He pressed his ear against the door, hoping to glean some free insights. With a creak, the door swung open again, and He stumbled inside. What are you doing? The man, dragging a suitcase, glared at He. Casting a quick glance inside, he spotted another man lounging on the sofa. He hastily scrambled up, apologizing. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say thank you for the meal. Chapter 1. My friend, I urgently need help. Lend me 200. Thanks to the top supporter for the rocket. Love you lots. Yi Wenli glanced at her phone, where a man named Crazy in Love had messaged her. I sent 10 rockets tonight. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Yi Wenli sent her location in response, saying, sure, if you can come before midnight, they'll be yours tonight. She accompanied the message with 2 alluring selfies. Setting her phone aside, Yi Wenli returned to the screen, smiling. Dear family, Meng Meng isn't feeling well, so well into stream here. Love you lots, kisses. After concluding the live broadcast, she looked at the replies on WeChat and dialed a number. The big fish is hooked. With that, she hung up at I really envy those top supporters. They spend tens of thousands just to make a beauty smile, He said, observing as Meng Meng logged off while the comments were filled with lamentations that you are still too young. This situation is more complicated than it seems. Ma Mingjer leaned in. The delivery crew had figured out Meng Meng's pattern. Whenever a top supporter went on a gifting spree, Meng Meng would invariably claim to be unwell. Hey, why watch for free when you can enjoy it? Old Ma, I saw you sent Meng Meng a Porsche last night. That's impressive. Nearly $100. Hope your wife doesn't find out. On the other side, Pan Ji Gang chuckled at Ma Mingjer. Nonsense, it wasn't me. I didn't do that. Ma Mingjer immediately denied it. Pan Ji Gang pulled out his phone, scrolling through. I have screenshots. Isn't it you, old Ma? You brat, delete that. No way. I'm showing it to your wife. He watched as old Ma and Pan fought over the phone, chuckling, when suddenly his phone vibrated. Ding. You have a new food delivery order. Please handle it promptly. He grabbed his helmet and told the others, guys, we'll head out first. All right, drive safely. At Mingjia Community, Unit 2, Room 603, Ms. Ye.Su. He glanced at the order address. This Ms. Yi consistently ordered takeout at 11 o'clock every night from the same popular Sichuan restaurant. Excuse me, please move. He opted for a shortcut, but to his dismay, there was an accident in the middle of the night that a crowd gathered in front, showing no intent to clear the way. Turning his bike around, he had to speed up, picking up an order. Upon arrival, the restaurant was already cleaning up, and no one paid him any mind. He located the packed meal, placed it in his delivery box, and hurried towards Mingjia Community. Watching the timer on his phone approach the deadline, he was anxious. This month's site evaluation could cost him 200 if he missed just one order. Hey, young man, delivery personnel need to register. The security guard called out. He handed over a pre-prepared 1 yuan coin and swiftly completed the pickup, running while calling back, sir, please keep an eye on my bike. This kid, I almost didn't recognize him with that mask. The guard examined the coin closely, tossed it on the table, and turned to lock He's electric bike. You little rascal, try to fool me with game tokens. Mingjia Community has 15 floors. At the elevator, one was out of service and the other occupied. So he dashed the stairs. The sixth floor wasn't too high. He ascended swiftly and clicked delivered on his phone. That was close. Soo-hee, sweating profusely, contacted Ms. Yi. The order note read, "Do not call, do not knock. Please message upon arrival. Thank you. If over 20 minutes, leave at the door and depart." Nearby delivery personnel favored Ms. Yes orders as she was beautiful and kind, tipping 10 yuan each time, and if the order exceeded 20 minutes, she would tip 20 the next day. For Soo-hee, he would rather wait at the door for 20 minutes. After a few minutes, he began to play on his phone. Opening the live streaming app, he noticed Su Meng was offline, so he clicked on a stream titled "Kiss Me, Darling." The comments flooded with big. He spotted a familiar ID. Olma knows the way, spamming, big. Thank you, Olma knows the way for the roses. Wishing Brother Ma smooth sailing in his career, sweet love, and a life of happiness. Once again, thank you for the 520, Brother Ma. Your generosity is truly impressive. They say companionship is the longest confession of love. I've received your affection. Sending hearts. Love you lots. Ding. A WeChat message popped up. Mom Mingzhi, my friend, I urgently need help. Lend me 200. Soo-hee ignored it and returned to the live stream. Before long, a Porsche zipped by, followed by another. Thanks to Brother Ma for the flashy cars with such rides, there are no bumps along the road. Driving straight to Kiss Mess Heart. Love you lots. Moments later, Soo-hee's WeChat exploded with messages in the delivery group, a flurry of screenshots. Old Ma. Love you lots. Kiss me, darling. Mom Mingzhi, is this your version of urgent help? Pay me back. In a live stream, Old Ma knows the way sent a comment. Host, can I add you on WeChat? Brother Ma. The old rule in the live stream is to send 10 Porsches to add the host on WeChat. A lifelong commitment to love, engraving the brother's name in my heart. Seriously, why not rob a bank? So he couldn't help but curse. One Porsche costs $100. 10 would be 1,000. How many deliveries would that take? The joy of freeloading was genuine. Soo-hee had never sent a gift. Checking the time, it had been over 20 minutes. Soo-hee placed the food at the door, preparing to leave. Crash. A sound of something shattering came from inside. Then footsteps approached. Soo-hee thought it best to wait at the door and thank Ms. Yi personally. The door opened, but only a crack. Hello, your delivery. Soo-hee extended the food at O. The person inside was startled by Soo-hee's sudden voice, causing the door to swing open. A man? Soo-hee frowned. Many in the group had discussed Ms. Yi, claiming she was a single woman, but it appeared she had company. The man had water droplets on his face and hair, quickly shutting the door again, leaving only his head visible, suspiciously asking, "What do you want?" Soo-hee smiled, offering the meal. "I'm here to deliver." The man glanced at the takeout bag but didn't reach for it, saying brusquely, "No need. You can eat it." "Brother, I am not hungry. That's it." With that, the door closed. Such urgency was understandable after all. Ms. Yi was quite beautiful. Soo-hee pressed his ear to the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of the free entertainment. With a creak, the door swung open again, and Soo-hee stumbled inside. "What are you doing?" The man, dragging a suitcase, glared at Soo-hee. Glancing around the room, he noticed another man on the nearby sofa. Soo-hee hurriedly got up, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to say thank you for the meal." Chapter 2. I understand the rules of the road under the dim light. Soo-hee discerned that the man before him was drenched in sweat, with bloodstains adorning his clothing. Coupled with the suitcase at his feet, a chilling thought surged into his mind. "What are you looking at?" The man eyed Soo-hee warily as another man approached from within the room. Soo-hee, feeling a twinge of nervousness, waved his hand and forced a smile. "Nothing, brother. With that look in the suitcase, you seem just like a character from a crime drama. Were you perhaps slaughtering a chicken here? Such a fine outfit wasted. In the future, you should just head to the market downstairs, in an Oppo's. It's only 5 yuan a bird, quite reasonable, really. But then again, it's not convenient in the community, brother. Thank you for using Mate One Delivery. Don't forget to leave a good review." As Soo-hee spoke, he noticed the man inside the room brandishing a knife, prompting him to hurriedly excuse himself. "Stop." The man pressed a knife against Soo-hee's back, the blade piercing his skin, drawing blood. "Brother, are you filming a short video? You really look like an actor. Which platform are you on? I'd love to follow you." A sudden pain throbbed in Soo-hee's head, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Time passed, and Soo-hee awoke, his head throbbing painfully. Fortunately, A helmet had cushioned the blow. Otherwise, it might have been fatal. "Hey kid, you're Suhi, right?" A man clad in a delivery uniform, helmet, and mask kicked Suhi's side. Instantly alert, Suhi glanced down at himself. Realizing he was stripped to a t-shirt and shorts, his hands bound behind his back. "Brother, I was wrong. I won't eavesdrop again. I thought you were getting cozy with your wife. Honestly, I didn't hear a thing. I know nothing of your affairs." Suhi trembled, terrified by the scene before him. The man sat in a chair, unhurriedly stating, "Help me analyze this. Your footprints are in the room, and your fingerprints are on the knife. If I were to don your clothes and flee, when the police arrive and find your corpse, wouldn't they cease their pursuit?" Ding! The voice of a system resonated in Suhi's mind, compelling him to look around. Before him materialized three options. Option 1. Refuse to cooperate and face death with defiance. Reward: a casket crafted from sandalwood. Option 2. Assist the murderer in escaping. Reward: handcuffs made of pure silver, crafted by a master artisan. Option 3. Find a way to call the police. Reward: a brand new battery for an electric bike. Noticing Suhi's silence and his gaze flitting about, the man pressed the knife against his neck, threatening, "Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Hearing the threat of death, Suhi pleaded, "Brother, I truly know nothing. I understand the rules of the road. Once outside, I won't speak to a soul. Let us leave together. I'll cover for you. Or better yet, you escape first. The farther you go, the better. Once the door is closed, it could take 10 days or even months for the police to show up. Perhaps no one will know for months. You still haven't answered my question." The man reminded him. "What question?" "Oh, I see. That's definitely not an option, brother. Think about it. If I die, wouldn't my wife search for me? If she can't find me, she'll call the police. The police will come to our company, where my delivery records are, and they'll trace it back to this place. At most, by noon tomorrow, the police will break in, and if they find I killed that woman, who killed me? It doesn't add up." Suhi swallowed hard, anxiously watching the man. The man stood and walked to the back of the sofa, dragging a corpse behind him. "He killed that woman. You fought him, and you killed him. You both perished together. Wow, what? Brother, I think there is still a flaw in your plan. If you wear my clothes and leave, but I'm still here, what does that imply? It means someone else must have taken my clothes. If there is another person involved, that proves we couldn't have both perished together. Besides, a forensic expert would see through it immediately, and there is surveillance footage of you entering. You didn't wear a mask, did you? Even if you did, your eyes would be visible. With big data being so advanced, the police would catch up to you the moment you fled." Suhi grew anxious again, glancing at the man, fearful that his words had not resonated. "If we proceed as you suggest, how can I be sure you won't alert the authorities?" The man pondered aloud. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Suhi eagerly continued, "Brother, look. There are my footprints in the room and my fingerprints on the knife. I cannot wash away the suspicion. We are like two grasshoppers on the same string. If we wrap them in plastic, it could be months before anyone discovers anything. By then, we might be living freely abroad." The man shook his head, muttering, "I want to go abroad. That's true. It's unfamiliar territory, and the language barrier would be daunting." Suhi mused, then suggested, "Then we must clean up the scene, dispose of the body, and find a way to obtain the surveillance footage. That way, it will be as if nothing ever happened. Even if the police investigate, they will merely consider it a missing persons case. What do you think of this plan, brother?" The man remained silent for 2 minutes, then looked up. "How would you erase the surveillance footage?" "That's quite simple. The security guard is an old man. He knows nothing of computers. I'm a delivery worker who frequently comes and goes from the community. When he is not around, I'll sneak in and delete all the footage from today. The police will assume the video was overwritten." The man nodded, inquiring, "What did you do before?" Without hesitation, Suhi replied, "After graduating from vocational school, I worked at Foxconn for 2 years. Then I studied beauty and hairdressing for a year, sold street food for a year, and through my father's connections, I became a community assistant for 2 years. This year, due to layoffs, I started delivering food." The man hesitated for a long time, but finally relented, asking, "What should we do first?" Suhi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "What time is it?" The man glanced at his phone, replying, "4:35. We're out of time, brother. Handling the body will take several hours, and we lack the proper tools. Your suitcase can't carry two people. Let us come back tomorrow night instead. How do I know you want to deceive me? Brother, we just discussed this. If I were to alert the police, could I possibly clear my name? After conversing with you about how to dispose of the body and escape, I'd already be an accomplice. Why don't you trust me? Forget it, just kill me. Aim for the heart. Make it quick. End it quickly. So he closed his eyes, puffing out his chest. If you dare deceive me, I'll kill you. The man loosened Soo-hee's bindings. Brother, rest assured, I understand the rules of the road. Soo-hee rose and stretched, saying, Brother, let me find something to wear. He rummaged through the room, but found no clothing belonging to the man. Ms. Ye's wardrobe was filled with revealing outfits, none of which he could wear. With no alternatives, Soo-hee lamented, Brother, how about returning my clothes? This is my only delivery uniform. It costs 200 yuan to replace. The man removed his outer delivery clothing and pants, but he kept the helmet on, cautiously putting on his outer garment inside out. Let us go. The man pressed the knife against Soo-hee's lower back. As Soo-hee walked ahead and opened the door, he peeked outside and whispered, Brother, it's clear. Just as they stepped out, Soo-hee suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, I left my phone inside. Wait for me. I'll retrieve it. In the empty corridor, the man did not think twice. Soo-hee turned and entered the room, retrieving her phone. In a hushed voice, she murmured, Big brother, I have arrived. Upon reaching the doorway, Soo-hee acted swiftly, shutting the door and locking it with seamless precision. Leaning against the door, she finally exhaled in relief. Hello, is this the police? I wish to report a murder at Mingjia Community, Building 1, Unit 2, Room 603. Yes, I am currently safe. 2 individuals are deceased. The perpetrator? Well, I have locked them outside. I have no connection to the victims. I am merely a delivery person. What delivery worker could possibly refuse a brand new electric bike battery? At that moment, the voice echoed in her mind once more. Successfully completed option 3. Reward granted. A brand new electric bike battery. In light of the host and AMP, Oppo's successful evasion of the perpetrator and AMP, Oppo's control, an additional reward has been issued. A brand new power bank. The items have been automatically stored in the system space. Chapter 3. Borrowing 500 to repay Huabei, Soo-hee's mind was in a tumultuous state as he sat on the floor, leaning against the door. The wound on his lower back had ceased to bleed, yet he felt a significant bump on the back of his head. The room was enveloped in utter silence, with a suitcase 3 meters away, containing the lovely and kind-hearted Ms. Yi. The mere thought of the system's space conjured 2 small squares in his mind. As he considered the battery and power bank, these items inexplicably appeared in his hands. The heavy battery nearly slipped from his grasp. With a mere thought, the items vanished once again. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until the sound of police sirens shattered the tranquility of the neighborhood. Soon after, a knock echoed at the door. Soo-hee rose and peered through the peephole, confirming it was the police before opening the door. Officer, please listen to me. That guy is clearly up to no good. I waited for him for over 2 hours last night, and when he didn't emerge, I knew something was amiss, and indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. The doorman recounted to the recording officer. This is his electric bike. I sensed something was off and locked it up. Officer, does this count as acting heroically? Oh dear, it's that young girl from room 603 who's in trouble. What a lovely girl she was, both beautiful and polite. Last time, my grandson accidentally dirted her dress. Yet she was so understanding, not holding it against him. A girl alone should always protect herself. Kindness can be a double-edged sword. That delivery man must have had ulterior motives. It's such a pity for that girl. At 5 in the morning, the sudden arrival of police cars disrupted the serenity of the Jiaming community, prompting many residents to rush outside to see what was unfolding. Some even pulling out their phones to record, intent on sharing it online. Was this an instance of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Discussions proliferated across various online platforms. At the Jinan City People's Hospital, in a private room, Soo-hee lay on the hospital bed. Just as the doctor exited, 2 police officers entered. Officer Soo-hee attempted to rise, but a sharp pain shot through his lower back. There's no need to get up. You can speak while lying down. The doctor informed us you suffered a significant blow to the head, resulting in a mild concussion. We'll be brief. We have gathered your basic information and now hope you can assist us by answering a few questions, the older officer stated. Soo-hee held a deep respect for the police, especially now, as he was the sole witness to a homicide. "Hello, I am Detective Yang Lin from the Criminal Investigation Team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We are here to gather some information," he introduced. The younger officer presented his badge, adding, "This is our team's deputy leader, Won Jia." The older officer also displayed his badge. Yet Sui didn't scrutinize it closely. After all, no one would impersonate a police officer to deceive him. On the way to the hospital, "Our officers took your statement, and you mentioned that the suspect is a local, correct?" Yang Lin placed a voice recorder on the bed while reviewing the notes. "Yes." Sui replied calmly. "You stated that you did not see the suspect's face clearly. How did you determine he was indeed local?" "His accent. That man had a strong Jinan accent. As a delivery person who interacts with various individuals, I am certain he is from Jinan City. Last night, at 11:03 p.m., you received an order while located at number 26, Sanxing Street, 3 kilometers from the pickup point. The distance from the pickup location to Jiaming Community is 5 kilometers, with an estimated travel time of 19 minutes. Yet, you arrived at Jiaming Community at 11:32 p.m. Why the delay?" "After receiving the order, I intended to cut through a small alley off Mingyang Street, but unexpectedly, there was an accident at the exit, forcing me to backtrack and take an alternate route. Additionally, the restaurant had closed when I arrived, causing a 2-minute delay in finding the order." "How did you ascertain that there was a body hidden in the suitcase?" "Isn't that how it's portrayed in television dramas?" Sui did not conceal any details, including his eavesdropping at room 603. The two officers posed several more questions, all of which Sui answered truthfully. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Su. Should you recall any further details, do not hesitate to contact us. Our colleagues are outside. You can reach out to them if needed." Won Jia stood up, preparing to leave. Sui hesitated before asking, "May I use my phone? I need to request a leave of absence. Otherwise, I'll lose my bonus this month. We have already contacted your station and arranged your leave. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate, you can return to work after your discharge." Yang Lin took the voice recorder and exited with Won Jia. In the corridor, Yang Lin couldn't help but turn back and inquire, "Master, isn't Sui too composed for someone who has experienced a homicide?" Won Jia halted, scrutinizing Yang Lin. "What do you believe someone who has experienced a homicide should behave like?" "Surely, they would exhibit fear. He spent over 5 hours with the murderer, and he reported 2 deaths. Yet there are clearly 3 bodies in the room that only indicates your lack of exposure to such cases. 6 hours have passed since the report. His calm demeanor does not imply he is feigning composure. Based on his statement, he did not enter the restroom, making it reasonable for him to be unaware of the 3rd body. Master, does that mean he has been absolved of suspicion?" At that moment, Won Jia's phone rang. After answering, he turned to glare at Yang Lin. "You little rascal, don't mention that I am your mentor when we're out. With your demeanor, it would be embarrassing to admit you graduated with honors from the police academy." Yang Lin looked down, chastened. "Let us return to the station and compile all the materials. The bureau will hold a meeting in an hour." In the hospital room, Sui repeatedly called for the system in his mind, yet received no response. He descended from the bed and approached the door, only to find a uniformed officer stationed outside. "Oh no, am I being treated as a suspect?" Sui had seen enough television dramas to understand that the officer outside was not there to protect him. Rather, he was under surveillance. What to do? In 2 days, his Huabei payment of 500 yuan would be overdue, and he needed a plan to sell the old battery from his electric bike. Suddenly, 3 choices materialized before him. Option 1. Negotiate with the police to borrow 500 to repay Huabei. Completion reward. New delivery uniform. Option 2. Sneak out of the hospital while the police are distracted. Completion reward. New phone. Option 3. Inform the police that you have crucial information but require participation in the investigation. Completion reward. 10 increase in delivery acceptance rate. Without a second thought, Sui dismissed the second option. If he sneaked out, he would undoubtedly find himself in an interrogation room next time. The third option was highly tempting. Yet Sui remained composed. He had no significant leads beyond the system, which he chose to keep confidential. He had already divulged everything necessary, including the incident involving Mom Mingzher's reward for the online personality. With no other choice, Sui approached the officer, mustering his courage. "Officer, I'd like to ask if could I possibly sue. He struggled to voice his request for 500 yuan to repay Huabei, an embarrassment that left him fumbling for words. The officer looked puzzled. Could you what? I was wondering if I could borrow a cigarette. Suhi exhaled a breath of relief after speaking. Apologies, but I do not smoke. Coincidentally, I do not smoke either. Suhi returned to the ward once more. Chapter 4. I just remembered clues? What clues could there possibly be? Suhi lay on the hospital bed, meticulously reflecting on the events of the previous night. From the moment he entered, his attention was fixated on the man who opened the door and the suitcase he carried. The man on the sofa approached with a knife, and Suhi barely caught a glimpse of his face before turning away. When he regained consciousness, the man was fully armed, revealing only his eyes, even wearing shoe covers. Suddenly, Suhi bolted upright, laughing uncontrollably. The officer at the door rushed in, startled by Suhi's laughter, and asked, "What's wrong? Do you need help finding a doctor?" "Officer, I have a significant clue," Suhi exclaimed. He wasn't speaking frivolously. He had suddenly recalled that when he demanded the man return his delivery uniform, the man had worn his coat inside out to disguise himself. And Suhi had caught sight of the brand label at the collar. Hongxing Erk. There is only one specialty store in Jinan City, and recently, the company had donated 50 million in supplies to flood victims in another province. The incident had sparked a flurry of discussions online, and Suhi had even jumped on the bandwagon to purchase a hoodie. "What clue?" the officer inquired. Suhi fell silent, then said, "But I have one condition. I wish to participate in the investigation." "Impossible." The officer firmly dismissed Suhi's request, glaring at him. "You can share any clues directly with me. Withholding information is also illegal." Suhi was taken aback, lamenting the absence of a reward for his information, while also fearing the repercussions of non-disclosure. Why was it so complicated? He reclined back on the bed, stating, "The doctor mentioned I have a mild concussion, and I suddenly forgot again. Let me think a bit more." The officer quickly discerned Suhi's thoughts. "Is there any way to help you regain your memory?" Suhi pondered seriously before replying. "My condition seems to be retrograde amnesia. If I could participate in the investigation, perhaps I could recall something." The officer pressed further. "How do you know all this?" "Isn't it how they portray it in television dramas?" At the Jinan City Public Security Bureau, in the conference room, when Wen Jie entered with Yang Lin, everyone was already waiting for them. Director Fu Xingrong saw that everyone had arrived and spoke up, "Let us begin. When you start." Wen Jie presented a stack of photographs and documents, saying there are 3 victims in total. The female victim, Yi Wenli, age 25, resided in Unit 603 of Building 1 in Mingjia Community, which is also the crime scene. She purchased the property last year as a second-hand home with full payment. We contacted the previous owner, who stated that when the house was sold, Yi Wenli was accompanied by another man, who is also one of the deceased, Pan Jie, age 34, unemployed, often found in bars and KTVs, known as Cat Brother, with a history of soliciting prostitution. Through visits to various entertainment venues, we learned that they had previously been in a romantic relationship. After Pan Jie was imprisoned, Yi Wenli ceased working in entertainment and began live streaming from home. Yi Wenli had another identity. On the streaming platform, she was known as Su Meng Meng, a highly popular streamer. The other male victim, Gu Yongyin, age 42, was a senior executive in a local enterprise. His phone records indicated improper transactions with Yi Wenli or Su Meng Meng. We discovered conversations between Yi Wenli and Gu Yongyin on Yi Wenli's WeChat, revealing that Gu Yongyin had visited her home after gifting her 10 rockets during a live stream. Additionally, we found a pinhole camera in Yi Wenli's room. The memory card was new and contained intimate videos of Yi Wenli and Gu Yongyin, as well as footage of a confrontation between Pan Jie and Gu Yongyin, in which Pan Jie killed Gu Yongyin. The video revealed that Yi Wenli and Pan Jie had plotted to extort Gu Yongyin. During their altercation, Pan Jie stabbed Gu Yongyin in the neck with a screwdriver, causing a fatal arterial rupture. From the community surveillance footage, we identified the man Suhi had described, but due to his mask and the video's blurriness, we could not ascertain any useful characteristics. The technical department is currently processing this, and we have retrieved nearby surveillance footage for further investigation. After Wen Jie finished, he glanced at Director Fu. Director Fu, reviewing the documents, inquired, What do we know about the complainant, this delivery worker? Clean record, no prior offenses. He delivered to the female victim 4 times, and this was the 5th. Our inquiries revealed that Yi Winley ordered takeout every night at 11 p.m., and Soo-hye's colleagues have all delivered to her. His statements align with the scene, but we cannot rule out the possibility of accomplices yet. Director Fu nodded, turning to forensic expert Du Zhe. Have the autopsy results come in? Du Zhe replied. The preliminary autopsy results are in. The time of death for Yi Winley was between 11 p.m. and midnight last night. She had 9 wounds, with the fatal one located in her chest. The weapon was a 15 centimeters long, 2 centimeters wide dagger, which was not found at the scene. Gu Yongyin had only 1 wound to his carotid artery, inflicted by a screwdriver discovered in the suitcase, bearing only Pan Jia's fingerprints. Pan Jia's time of death was between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., with a single stab wound to the back that penetrated his heart, inflicted by the same dagger used on Yi Wenli. According to the complainant's description, the suspect wore gloves and shoe covers, making it challenging to find useful clues at the scene. Wen Jia's phone lit up. It was a message from Officer Liu, who was guarding Soo-hee in the hospital. There's a special situation now. The complainant Soo-hee is willing to provide an important clue, but he has one condition. What condition? He wishes to participate in the investigation. Director Fu stated sternly, what does he think this place is? Hasn't anyone explained the consequences of concealing case details? We did, but he claims his head injury resulted in retrograde amnesia, causing him to forget the clue. He believes that if he could participate in the investigation, he might remember. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Since he wants to come, let him. Bring him to the interrogation room. Let us see what this clever little fellow is up to. Wen Jie, perplexed, thought back to Soo-hee's previous cooperation. Why the sudden desire to partake in the investigation? Was he attempting to buy time for accomplices to escape? At the hospital, Soo-hee felt anxious and tense, uncertain whether he should immediately inform the officer about the clue. What if he was accused of concealing information? That would be disastrous. Yet the system promised a 10 increase in delivery order rates. Perhaps it was best to simply divulge the information. Surely the police wouldn't allow him to participate in the investigation. At that moment, 2 officers entered the room. Officer, I want to Soo-hee, right? Please come with us. Officer, I have an important clue to provide. I just remembered. My concussion caused retrograde amnesia. Truly, you can ask the doctor. We suspect you're a suspect in this murder case. If you have anything to confess, we'll discuss it at the bureau. It's over. I'm finished. Soo-hee lamented, Officer, oh truly, just remembered. Chapter 5. How much is the reward in the interrogation room? Soo-hee sat on the cold chair, repeatedly murmuring the Hongxing jacket. At that moment, Officer Wenjie entered. Soo-hee felt a surge of excitement and attempted to rise, only to be stopped. She hurriedly said, Officer 1, have you investigated? That man was wearing a Hongxing jacket, and there's only one specialty store in Jinan City, which has surveillance. Wenjie took a sip from his cup, unhurriedly responding, my colleagues have already looked into it. Now, let us discuss your situation. My situation? Iapos, and mifine. Just a few superficial injuries and a mild concussion. The doctor said I just need to rest for a few days, Soo-hee replied, touching the swelling on the back of her head, which had already gone down. Wenjie set down his cup and said sternly, I want you to explain why you concealed this information. Are you deliberately stalling to allow your accomplices to escape? Soo-hee sighed inwardly and replied, I've said it many times. This is something I just remembered. I told the officer at the hospital, and if you don't believe me, you can ask him. Wenjie continued, You truly do not know Ms. Yi? I do not. Well, it's not entirely accurate. I've delivered takeout to her a few times. Does that count as knowing her? Soyez cerdanistri. Then how is it that you have her photo on your phone? Impossible. Soo-hee exclaimed. Another officer produced a photograph and handed it to Soo-hee. Su Mingming? Officer, she is an online streamer. Her name is Su Mingming. Soo-hee was taken aback that the police would mistake Su Mingming for Ms. Yi. Wenjie stated, Ms. Yi is indeed the Su Mingming on your phone. How can that be? They don't even look alike. At that moment, another officer handed Soo-hee several more photos. Officer, are you sure you're not mistaken? They bear some resemblance, but they are not the same person. Soo-hee insisted. The photo of Ms. Yi depicted a gentle and refined woman, resembling a high school teacher. while Su Mingming appeared fashionable and trendy. Sui acknowledged their exquisite features, but still could not accept that Ms. Yi was Su Mingming. Yi Winley, the Ms. Yi on your takeout order, is indeed an online streamer known as Su Mingming. Upon hearing Officer Wenjia's words, Sui suddenly remembered that when she searched Ms. Yi in Oppo's home for clothes, the wardrobe was filled with outfits that Su Mingming would wear. Officer Wenjia had been observing Su He's expression. If she were indeed acting, her performance would be worthy of an Oscar. Suddenly, Su He's phone rang, and Officer Wenjia stepped outside to answer. Yang Lin, Master. The store manager of Hongxing Erk said that jacket is a new model released just last week, and they've sold 35 pieces so far. I'm currently reviewing the surveillance footage. Wenjia, show the suspect's photo to the sales clerks and see if they can help narrow down the suspects. Yang Lin, understood, Master. In less than 5 minutes, the phone rang again. Yang Lin, Master, we found him. The gym teacher at City No. 1 Middle School, named Liang Jun, is an old classmate of store clerk and a frequent customer of this store. Wenjia, bring that store clerk back to the station for a statement. I'll head to City No. 1 Middle School immediately. In the interrogation room, only a female police officer remained to take notes. Sui asked, Officer, may I ask a question? The female officer looked at Su He and replied, What is your question? If the perpetrator is caught, would I be considered a hero for providing significant clues, and would there be a reward? The female officer pondered for a moment before responding. For now, you're still a suspect. I advise you not to harbor any delusions. The law is relentless, and you cannot escape its judgment by playing tricks. Currently, there was little progress in the case. Until the actual culprit was apprehended, Su He's suspicion remained intact. She had both motive and opportunity. A photo of Yi Winley had been found on Su He's phone, which served as her motive for the crime. At City No. 1 Middle School, Wenjia struck out. Liang Jun had been suspended days prior due to issues regarding his conduct. The school had received an anonymous letter containing scandalous photos of Liang Jun with a woman, which not only reached the school but also his wife, who had caused quite a scene at the institution. Wenjia visited Liang Jun's home, where his wife stated they had divorced, and Liang Jun took nothing but a few articles of clothing. With the suspect identified, Wenjia promptly reported to Director Fu, and a citywide arrest operation was swiftly initiated. 2 hours later, Liang Jun was captured in a small hotel. In the interrogation room, Liang Jun voluntarily confessed everything. He had been watching Su Mingming's livestream for some time and had successfully added her on WeChat. Upon discovering Su Mingming lived in Jinan City, Liang Jun frequently invited her out. Initially, they merely dined together a few times and went shopping, but when Liang Jun proposed furthering their relationship, Su Mingming insisted that he send 10 rockets in her live stream as a prerequisite. Behind his wife's back, Liang Jun spent 10,000 yuan on gifts for Su Mingming, and indeed, he succeeded in sleeping with her. However, this was only the beginning of his nightmare. A man burst in, claiming to be her boyfriend. The man began threatening him, demanding money. Liang Jun sold his car, thinking he could settle the matter, but the man grew more aggressive, continuing to ask for more money and even produced intimate photos of Liang Jun and Su Mingming. He refused to comply, and the next day, both the school and his home received the photos. His life was ruined. He harbored a deep hatred for Su Mingming, preparing for everything, and went directly to Mingjia community. However, he was unprepared for the sight of Su Mingming kneeling on the ground, crying. His heart softened, but then Su Mingming handed him a screwdriver, asking for help to fix her bedroom light. Before he even stepped into the bedroom, he caught a whiff of blood. Turning around, he realized Su Mingming was attempting to push him into the room, and it dawned on him that she wanted him to take the fall. He wore gloves, leaving no fingerprints on the screwdriver. In his fury, Liang Jun drew a dagger he had prepared, violently stabbing Su Mingming. After killing her, Liang Jun turned on the bedroom light, revealing a pool of blood and a man's corpse sprawled under the bed. Suddenly, the door to the adjacent room opened, and the man who had been blackmailing him, Pan Jia, emerged. They did not engage in a fight, but instead began discussing how to dispose of the body. Pan Jia used a suitcase to transport the corpse while cleaning up the blood in the bedroom. Liang Jun dragged Su Mingming and Oppo's body to the bathroom. They agreed to handle one body each. As Pan Jie prepared to take the suitcase downstairs, he opened the door to find a delivery person standing there, startling him. Pan Jie pushed the delivery person away, but the delivery person leaned in to eavesdrop. When the door opened again, the delivery person stumbled inside. Pan Jie struck the delivery person on the head with a hammer, and Liang Jun argued with him. Unexpectedly, Pan Jie attempted to kill him as well. In the struggle, Liang Jun stabbed Pan Jie, who convulsed a few times before dying. Following this, Liang Jun donned Su He's clothes, helmet, and shoes, cleaning the scene until Su He regained consciousness. The events that followed aligned with Su He's description. In another interrogation room, Wenjie approached Su He and gently shook her arm. Sui woke. You can go home. The perpetrator has been apprehended. Su He, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Was it because of the clues I provided? Wenjie hesitated to admit it, but indeed, Su He's information had led them to the culprit swiftly. Seeing Wenjie nod, Sui grew even more animated. How much is the reward? Before the bounty notice and wanted posters were released, the case had already been solved, and no reward was available at that moment. However, there is a possibility of additional rewards in the future, at which point we will reach out to you. From a moment He reported the incident to its resolution. Merely 15 hours had elapsed. Now, the truth has come to light. Officer Wen solemnly stated, We appreciate your support for our work, and on behalf of the victim's family, I extend our gratitude to you. Yi Wenli and Oppos, as parents have arrived, struggling to accept the heartbreaking reality of their daughter's tragic fate. The police have refrained from disclosing the involvement of Yi Wenli and Pan Jie in the extortion scheme. Liang Jun will also face legal repercussions. Meanwhile, Su He, amidst the apologetic gaze of the female officer, strode confidently out of the police station. At that moment, the system and Oppos' notification echoed her mind. Successfully completed option 3, reward, 10 increase in food delivery order acceptance rate. Chapter 6. Your words are indeed reasonable. Having just exited the police station, Sui turned back and sprinted inside again, spotting the female officer from the interrogation room approaching. He stepped forward and inquired, Officer, where's my electric bike? Lu Wen paused momentarily before responding. Given the late hour, it's unlikely you can retrieve it now. I'll have someone bring it to you tomorrow. All right, thank you, Sui replied. As he walked down the street, he pulled out his power bank to charge his phone. Upon checking, he found dozens of missed calls and over 1,000 messages on WeChat. Hello, Mom. You little rascal. I was worried something happened to you and tried calling you countless times. Mom, my phone was broken and just got repaired. What do you need to talk about? This morning, Aunt Zhang mentioned that the girl from the Wu family in the neighboring village has returned and is still single. I thought you could find some time to come back and see her. She works in Jinan City, doing something related to being 80. Mom, I have a girlfriend. Su He, I warn you, break up with that Shun Yu immediately. She's in a vegetative state. Can you really commit to her for a lifetime? You're not getting any younger, and I'm counting on having grandkids. Hello, you little rascal. Why aren't you saying anything again? All right, Mom, don't worry about my affairs. I'll break up with Shun Yu once she wakes up. I have to go deliver food now. Make sure to stay safe on the road. After hanging up, Sui sat down on a bench by the street, not in a rush to return to his rented room. His mind was in disarray. An order for food had nearly cost him his life, while simultaneously granting him a system. He sighed, realizing that surviving and awakening to a system indicated his fortunate fate. He opened his phone and perused his missed calls, noting that aside from his mother, only the station master had called him earlier, likely to inquire about his absence from work. Next, he opened WeChat. Apart from a few messages in group chats, no one had reached out to him. In the private group for food delivery workers, discussions about Su He's alleged rape and murder arrest had been ongoing since 5:30 in the morning. What a disgrace to our profession. Ms. Yu was so kind. Sigh, I was reprimanded by the boss all day because of Su He. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. We food delivery workers are receiving a torrent of abuse online. Sui chose not to counter any of these claims, nor did he feel anger. By the time he had left, the police were already preparing to release a statement. He understood that no amount of his words would help at this point. Only the police announcement could restore his innocence. Fortunately, he did not see any of his close friends in the group. Opening a WeChat group titled Top Brother Group, he found only 4 members within. Ma Mingjur, have you all heard? Sui has been arrested. Pan Ji Gang. Ever since his girlfriend's accident, he has changed entirely. I knew something like this would happen eventually. Poor Ms. Yi. Dong Yong, what is going on? I took a day off for hemorrhoid surgery, and the food delivery group is in chaos. Did Suhee really kill Ms. Yi? Ma Mingjie shared a meme titled "Thanks to my roommate for not killing me," saying, "Brothers, Suhee's toothpaste and shower gel are now mine. Pan Skigunk. I'm planning to write a book titled A Murderer Roommate. Dong Yong, Ma Mingjie, Suhee's bottom bunk is now mine." Suhee couldn't help but smile, sending a location pin to the group and tagging Ma Mingjie. "Brother Ma, I escaped from the police station. Come pick me up." Startled, Ma Mingjie, who was climbing the stairs with food deliveries, dropped everything upon seeing the group chat. Group chat. Ma Mingjie has left the chat. Panji gang. Suhee, is this for real? Can I interview you? Don Young. Suhee. Is there a reward for capturing you? We could split it, and I'll take the money back to your parents. Dong Yong. Suhee, even 40-60 is fine. Suhee, feeling exasperated, sent a voice message. "You're all going to be disappointed. The real murderer has already been caught, and it's not me. I'm free now. Can someone please come pick me up?" At that moment, Ma Mingjie rejoined the group, cursing, "Suhee, I just called the police, and they said you were released. I was so startled that I spilled my delivery, and now, 36 yuan. 10 minutes later, 3 electric bikes appeared in front of Suhee. Spotting the bandage on his head, Pan Jigang dropped his bike and rushed over, concerned. "Suhee, are you all right? Are you hurt badly? If you need money, we can chip in. You can't be discharged from the hospital." Dong Yong limped over. "Suhee, the police said your injuries haven't healed. Let's go to the hospital together. Don't worry about the money." Ma Mingjie approached Suhee and helped him up. Suhee instantly broke down, his eyes reddening as he said, "Can someone lend me 500 yuan? My Huabei is about to be overdue." "Well, it seems that injury isn't a big deal after all. Let us go, brothers, and grab a beer to celebrate Suhee's safety." Ma Mingjie released Suhee and hopped onto his electric bike, calling out, "Get on. Brother Ma, I'm serious. My Huabei is about to be overdue." Suhee glanced at the other two. Panji Gang scratched his head. "I only have 85 yuan. Dong Yong pouted. "I have no money. I used Huabei to cover my hospitalization expenses." Ma Mingjie grinned. "I have 150 yuan left. Suhee, since you want to be able to pay it back, let's just go drink." "You make a valid point." At Shijin Park, the group found a table with lights. Ma Mingjie pulled out a smashed potato chicken dish from the delivery box, while Panji Gang brought over a case of beer. Both Suhee and Dong Yong were injured. Suhee rested while Dong Yong opened a beer. "All right, let us drink to this." Dong Yong raised his glass. Concerned about Dong Yong's recent surgery, Suhee remarked, "You just had hemorrhoid surgery, and you're so eager? It's fine. It's rare for Lao Ma and Gongzi to treat us. Tonight, let us drink to our heart's content and chase away the bad luck. Suhee, now that we know you're fine, we can truly relax. Stop hesitating. Let us drink." As the beer flowed, the cold sensation brought great comfort. After spending an entire night in the interrogation room, Suhee felt on the verge of madness, casting aside the pain from his head. If Dong Yong could be so bold after surgery, he wouldn't be overly sentimental. After 3 bottles, Suhee began to feel tipsy, while Dong Yong was particularly fierce, engaging in a drinking game with Panji Gang. By the riverside. "Cover your mouth. Hey, just drink. What's the harm? Why do I always suffer?" Ma Mingjie opened his phone, scrolling through a live stream, commenting, "Su Mingming hasn't logged in all day. That top brother from last night was a bit intense." Hearing this, Suhee froze, suddenly recollecting Officer Wen's words that Ms. Yi was Su Mingming. An unexpected wave of agitation washed over him, prompting him to gulp down the beer. "Welcome, Brother Ma, to Jumi's live stream." Ma Mingjie poked the screen eagerly with his finger, grinning foolishly, big. Suhee reclined on the stone bench and fell asleep. Chapter 7. Uncle Policeman. He is a murderer. What is going on with these delivery workers? Sleeping in the park? It seems they drank too much last night. The behavior of today's delivery personnel is quite outrageous. Just yesterday, I saw on the news that we have a deranged murderer in our city who is also a delivery worker. Indeed, look, it was even published in the newspaper. It happened in the Jiaming community. This young man isn't bad-looking. Why couldn't he just find a decent partner instead of harming others' daughters? It's truly a sin. Young man, wake up. If you're going to sleep, do it somewhere else. We're about to play chess. Ma Mingzhi was the first to awaken, rubbing his eyes and gazing sleepily at the elderly gentleman, cheerfully stating, "Old man, are we playing chess? I'll join you for a few rounds. Young man, you should check on your friend. His pants are soaked in blood. If I didn't TC he was male, I would think he's on his period. What the hell?" Ma Mingzhi turned to look at Dong Yong, who had just undergone a hemorrhoid operation the day before and was now covered in blood. "Sui, Gangfi, wake up." Dong Yong isn't doing well. Sui groggily awoke, feeling as if his head might explode. Squinting at the surrounding people, he exclaimed, "What are you all staring at? Hurry and take him to the hospital." "Wait, young man. You, oh my God, a murderer." An old man, holding a newspaper, glanced at the photo and then at Sui, exclaiming in shock, "Guys, he's the delivery worker who committed the murder." "Old man, you can oppose. Just say that. My buddy didn't kill anyone. The police have already issued a statement. If you don't believe me, check online." Panji Gang had also awakened and, along with Ma Mingzhi, was helping Dong Yong towards a car. As Sui sat in the vehicle, preparing to leave, the old man shouted again, "They're trying to escape." He called out to the elderly men playing chess nearby, "Hurry, he caught a murderer. These guys are his accomplices. Quick, they're about to flee." "Old man, I truly am not a murderer. The police have released me." As Sui attempted to start the car, one elderly man swiftly yanked out the keys. "Still escaped from the Public Security Bureau. Clearly not a good person. If you're not a murderer, why are you scared? Do you still want to run?" At that moment, the park had few people. Only a group of elderly men and women practicing Tai Chi and playing chess had gathered around. Sui, feeling anxious, suddenly faced three options. Option 1. Fight against the crowd of elders. Reward: 1 million in cash. Option 2. Present evidence to prove your innocence. Reward: 500 yuan in Alipay balance. Option 3. Allow these elders to take you to the police station. Reward: smart navigation map. The elderly men had firmly grasped Sui's arms, discussing whether to call the police or take him to the station. Sui glanced at the options and quickly surveyed the scene, realizing the sheer number of elderly folks was quite intimidating. Those dressed in Tai Chi outfits looked formidable, so he decisively abandoned the first option, despite its alluring reward, as compensation would be quite troublesome. Dong Yong remained unconscious, so he pulled out his phone, stating, "I'm not a murderer. Let me show you the police announcement." "Hey, don't snatch my phone. I'm trying to tip off your accomplices, kid. You're too naive." An elderly woman snatched Sui's phone away. The reward for the second option was somewhat meager, but it would suffice to settle his debts. With his phone taken, he could only helplessly say, "Old man, old lady, you all check the news online and see if the police have cleared me." "We don't go online." "Yes. There are too many rumors online. We only trust TV news and newspapers." "Stop wasting time with him. Let us hurry and take him to the police station." Several elderly men dragged Sui from the car, his expression one of despair, as he shouted at Ma Mingzhi, "Take Dong Yong to the hospital first. Don't let them get away." An elderly man turned back. "Get out of my way," Ma Mingzhi shouted, hoisting Dong Yong onto his back like a rampaging bull. The elderly men and women were startled by his fierce demeanor and quickly stepped aside. Ma Mingzhi dashed towards the park's entrance, while Panji Gang glanced back at Sui, hopped on his electric bike, and followed. Seeing Dong Yong being taken away, Sui sighed in relief, no longer resisting as he lay on the ground, crossed his legs, and grumbled, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and take me to the police station." "So arrogant. Let us go. We must carry him to the police station." A group of elderly men surrounded Sui, each taking hold of him and marching towards the Shurjin police station. "Old man, don't press on my waist. It hurts." A little girl rode her bicycle, being pulled along by her grandmother. She pointed at Sui and exclaimed, "Grandma, I want to lift him high too." At Shurjin police station, Jiang Wei had just changed into his uniform and stepped outside when he was surrounded by a throng of elderly men and women, all chattering about murderers and delivery workers. Looking down, he saw a delivery worker with his head bandaged, squinting as he slept. "Stop. Everyone quiet down, one at a time," Jiang Wei commanded loudly. In the crowd, a respected elder was pushed forward, pointing at Sui on the ground, saying, "Officer, he is a murderer." I saw on the news yesterday that a woman was killed in the Jiaming community, and he did it. At 26, Jiang Wei found it somewhat amusing to be called uncle by the elder, but as a policeman, this title represented the trust the people had in him. He approached Su He, raising his voice to address the elders. You've misunderstood him. The real murderer has been apprehended. The news from yesterday was incorrect. He is not a murderer. He is a good person. The homicide case that transpired yesterday had garnered considerable attention within the police force. With 3 fatalities and the assailant at large, the police managed to capture the perpetrator within 15 hours, a case worthy of inclusion in criminal investigation textbooks. Jiang Wei had received the case notification on his phone that morning, and he couldn't entirely blame the elderly folks. They were simply driven by their sense of justice. Jiang Wei opened his phone and patiently read the details to the crowd. Upon hearing the officer and Oppo's explanation, the elderly men and women appeared embarrassed. I knew he didn't seem like that kind of person. Young man, I'm sorry. Sui got up from the ground, looking at the group of elderly folks, who now appeared as if they were children caught in a mistake, and exclaimed with a wry smile, "Who took my phone?" An elderly woman hurriedly handed it back. Sui tucked the phone into his pocket and addressed the elders. Let me explain. Perhaps you thought I was at a disadvantage just now, but I assure you, I have training. A mere 3 or 5 of you would be no match for me. I was fearful that if I used too much force, I might hurt you. Now you understand your mistake, right? The elderly folks looked up, but upon meeting Su He's gaze, quickly lowered their heads again. Successfully completing option 3, reward, smart navigation map. With the system notification ringing in his mind, Su He chose not to continue reprimanding the elderly individuals. All right, since it's a misunderstanding, let us disperse. Jiang Wei encouraged the elderly men and women, then turned to Su He with a smile. You're Su He, right? Are you all right? Would you like me to take you to the hospital for a checkup? Su He nodded in response, saying, then let us go see. Chapter 8. Please take good care of my girlfriend Su. He dialed Ma Mingzhi and hopped onto Officer Jiang Wei's police motorcycle, racing towards the Jinan City People's Hospital. As he sat on the bike, a map suddenly materialized in his mind, as if he possessed a divine perspective. Centered on himself, he visualized real-time traffic conditions within a 5-kilometer radius, pinpointing the optimal route to the hospital. Turn right, Su He suddenly instructed. Given that it was peak commuting time, the roads were congested. As they approached a traffic light, Jiang Wei was poised to stop, but at Su He's suggestion, he instinctively veered right. The right turn added an extra kilometer to their journey. Isn't going straight shorter? Jiang Wei questioned, puzzled. The road ahead is jammed every morning, Su He clarified, choosing not to reveal that a car accident had occurred ahead. Just then, Jiang Wei and Oppo's phone rang, and he connected it to his Bluetooth headset. Attention all units. A traffic accident has occurred on Huilan Avenue. The driver of the offending taxi is suspected of driving under the influence and is currently fleeing the scene. Having proceeded to Sanqing Street, nearby officers, please execute a special interception. Immediately Jiang Wei slammed on the brakes, causing Su He to lurch forward and nearly topple off. Get out now, Jiang Wei instructed, turning back to him. What's wrong? Su He asked, bewildered. A taxi driver has crashed and fled. I have to pursue. You should take a cab to the hospital. With one foot already on the ground, Su He faced 2 choices. Option 1. Exit the vehicle and head to the hospital. Reward. 500 yuan in Alipay balance. Option 2. Assist the police in intercepting the fleeing vehicle. Reward. 10,000 yuan in Alipay balance with a gentle push off the ground. So he settled back into the bike, wrapping his arms around Officer Jiang and Oppo's waist. I suddenly feel fine. Let us catch the criminal together. Jiang Wei frowned and insisted. Get out quickly. This is no joke. Catching criminals is the police's responsibility. What does a delivery worker like you have to do with this? If you don't get out now, you'll be obstructing justice, and I'll take you back. Upon hearing this, Su He immediately jumped down. Officer Jiang activated the sirens and sped off. Watching him leave, Su He sighed by the roadside, lamenting the loss of a potential 10,000 yuan reward. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a yellow electric scooter nearby, where a delivery worker was engrossed in his phone. Wu Xiaodong, may I borrow your scooter? Sui called out. Wu Xiaodong, started, exclaimed Sui. Fortunately, An announcement had circulated in the delivery group that He was not a criminal. I wanted Appos to lend it to you. It's like my girlfriend. He protested. 50 yuan. He quickly fished out the last of his cash. Wu Xiaodong, in an exaggerated manner, handed over the keys, exclaiming, "Please take good care of my girlfriend." With no time for banter, He snatched the keys and rode off. On the scooter, not on his girlfriend. "Hey, you haven't said when you'll return it," Wu Xiaodong shouted, realizing too late that He had already disappeared. The sound of sirens blared as police cars raced past, with He in hot pursuit on the electric scooter. In his mind, a flood of information streamed in: pedestrians, vehicles, traffic signals. He placed his phone in a holder and opened the delivery group chat. What is this, a police action movie? He mused. The taxi driver had fled, crashing into pedestrians on Huilan Avenue, resulting in 2 students and Appos tragic deaths. What a dreadful misfortune. The cars along Sanqing Street bore the brunt of the chaos. Not a single rearview mirror remained intact. I'm on Yufei Road. The offending vehicle just sped past me. As he read the messages, He mentally plotted his route. Yufei Road branched off into 2 paths, one leading to a rural area, the other directly onto the highway. The highway would surely be blocked off. If the driver was an Appos, foolish, he would head towards the countryside, where surveillance was sparse and escape routes numerous. With a swift maneuver, he turned into a narrow alley and headed towards the rural road. Jiang Wei, pursuing the taxi, reached the end of Yufei Road just as the offending vehicle made a right turn, preparing to enter the highway. All units. The suspect vehicle has turned right and is heading towards the highway before he could finish. The taxi suddenly halted. Jiang Wei slammed the brakes, but still collided with it, launching himself onto the taxi's roof. Quick thinking, he grasped the taxi's rooftop light, swaying precariously as the driver accelerated again. Meanwhile, He, seeing the updates in the group chat, realized the taxi driver was attempting to merge onto the highway. Damn it, I just lost $50. Frustrated, he redirected towards the hospital, hoping to still complete option 1. Just as he turned around, another message pinged in the chat. The taxi driver is reckless. He swerved and sent the officer flying off the roof. This isn't something even movies would dare to depict. Sui's spirits lifted as he adjusted his course towards the junction leading to Jiulong Township. He had to reach the intersection before the offending taxi. Minutes later, he arrived at the junction, spotting a taxi swaying erratically with an officer desperately clinging to the roof. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed a nearby fish pond. Timing his move, he twisted the throttle, launching the scooter forward. The taxi driver, startled, instinctively swerved right, careening into the fish pond as the officer fell off the roof. Sui executed a swift turn, bringing the scooter to a halt at the roadside. He had initially intended to jump off, but the taxi driver's sudden maneuver caught him off guard. The officer resurfaced, swimming towards the bank, but Sui noticed a dark figure slipping beneath the water. The fleeing taxi driver, trying to escape. Seizing a branch, Sui pursued along the pond and Appos' edge. The taxi driver, with considerable stamina, had swum 10 meters before surfacing, only to see a flash of yellow. In a swift motion, Sui struck the driver across the face with the branch. "This is for hitting pedestrians. This is for fleeing," he shouted, unleashing his wrath. He recalled the 2 students tragically killed a year prior. A drunk driver had nearly claimed his partner Shun Yu's life, leaving her in a vegetative state after saving him. "Please stop hitting me. Ouch, help," the driver pleaded. Sui, frenzied, continued to lash out, even as the driver swam to the pond center. The taxi driver, nearing exhaustion, spotted the approaching police and cried for help. Jiang Wei climbed ashore, removing his helmet and jacket, as police vehicles arrived and several colleagues disembarked. "Quick, you all help him. Xiao Zhang, come with me to apprehend the suspect." Chapter 9. Oh, fate on a narrow path. Sui found himself restrained by 2 police officers, his hands pinned behind him. The cold grip of handcuffs jolting him into awareness. "Officers, you have the wrong person." Sui called out, twisting his head. "Silence. Don't move. Move again, and I'll use the taser." An older officer pressed Sui's helmet down, forcing his face into the mud. The scent of earth filled his nostrils, and upon hearing the word taser, he instantly became compliant, remaining utterly still. "Director Long, You have apprehended the wrong individual. That man over there is the reckless driver. Jiang Wei rushed over, pointing at the man being dragged ashore. Director Long relaxed his grip, pulling Su-hee up and inquiring, "Then what is your role here?" "I'm a delivery worker," Su-hee replied candidly. "A delivery worker? What are you doing here?" Director Long signaled for Officer Zhang to remove the handcuffs. Su-hee glanced at Jiang Wei and responded, "I was assisting Officer Jiang in apprehending a criminal." Director Long turned to Jiang Wei, asking, "Is that true?" Jiang Wei, with a peculiar expression, stared at Su-hee and sighed. "Yes." "Well done, but be cautious next time. I heard you jumped onto the roof of a car. You nearly scared the life out of me." With the reckless driver captured, Director Long sighed in relief and patted Jiang Wei's arm. He then addressed Su-hee, "Thank you for your assistance in this operation. Officer Zhang, record his information. Perhaps we can commend him for his bravery." "Director, Su-hee is no ordinary delivery worker. Just the night before last, he assisted the criminal investigation team in solving the murder case at Mingjia Community." Jiang Wei remarked with a smile. "Today's success is largely thanks to Su-hee. If he hadn't oppose forced that taxi into the pond at this intersection, the driver might have suffered serious injuries elsewhere, potentially spending months in a hospital bed." "Haha, indeed. It seems we have a promising talent here. Would you be interested in becoming an auxiliary police officer at our Shijing police station?" Director Long surveyed Su-hee with keen interest. He had read the morning report on the Mingjia community murder case, acknowledging that the rapid resolution within 15 hours was significantly linked to the clues provided by Su-hee. With a grin, Su-hee replied, "Director Long, I previously served as an auxiliary officer at the South City police station for 2 years. For now, I prefer to continue making deliveries." The salary of an auxiliary officer was less than what he earned from deliveries, as he needed to send 6,000 yuan each month to Xinyu's parents, which constituted the majority of his income. "No wonder you possess such a strong sense of justice. What a pity that scoundrel Lao Lu failed to recognize your talent." Director Long lamented as they walked toward the main road. Su-hee could only smile sheepishly. With his vocational high school education, he felt that his prospects in the police force were limited to being an auxiliary officer, reaching a ceiling he could not surpass. Having successfully completed option 2, he received a reward, 10,000 yuan in his Alipay account. Upon receiving the system notification, Su-hee was reminded of Dong Yong in the hospital. "Director Long, officers, I must take my leave now. I wouldn't want to burden you further." He dashed to his electric bike, picked up his phone, and discovered several missed calls and messages from Ma Mingjia. "You're out of danger now. However, funds are short. I've arranged for a 2,000 yuan advance from the station master and transferred 500 yuan to your Alipay. Please use it to settle your credit. Don't come over. Get some rest instead. The station master is aware of your situation. Focus on your recovery. Rest assured, your rewards for this month will not be diminished. Enough talk. I'm off to buy diapers for Dong Yong." "Sorry, alright." At that moment, a call from Wu Xiaodong came through. "Sue, hurry and bring my electric bike. It's high time. I need to accept orders." With a system reward of 10,000 yuan, Su-hee felt elated and replied, "Wu Xiaodong, I'm on my way. I can't thank you enough. Let me treat you to a meal soon. Let us do it today." Wu Xiaodong promptly responded, "Tomorrow." Su-hee started, but Wu Xiaodong interrupted him with a string of curses. "When have you ever kept your word? Enough of this chatter. Just hurry over." After hanging up, Su-hee happily opened Alipay, looking at the displayed balance of 10,500 yuan, his heart swelling with joy as he promptly repaid the 500 yuan owed on credit and returned the 500 yuan to Ma Mingjia. Oh fate! Su-hee hummed a tune as he rode toward the city. Upon returning the electric bike to Wu Xiaodong, he noticed Wu Xiaodong gazing mournfully at the tire marks and mud on the helmet, fuming. "Next time, whoever lends you their bike will be a fool. You said the same thing last time." Su-hee chuckled. Just then, Wu Xiaodong and Oppo's phone chimed with a notification. "Ding! You have a new delivery order. Please respond promptly." Wu Xiaodong, disregarding any further banter with Su-hee, immediately took off. At that moment, Su-hee remembered that his electric bike was still impounded at the police station. The female officer had not delivered it as promised. The police station was not far, merely a 10-minute walk, so Su-hee decided to head there. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a throng of people with cameras surrounding Officer 1, who upon spotting Soo-hee, quickly addressed the reporters. The man in the yellow delivery uniform is Soo-hee. Please interview him. A swarm of reporters rushed toward him, startling Soo-hee as microphones were thrust in his direction, accompanied by a cacophony of questions. Soo-hee, hello. We are from Jinan TV. We would like to invite you for a public legal education program. Hello, we are from a short video live streaming platform. Could you? Soo-hee, as a delivery worker, did you feel afraid when confronted by such a vicious criminal? We heard you were injured. How serious is your condition? There have been many negative comments about you online. Have you seen them? What would you like to say in response? Soo-hee stood there, bewildered. This was his first experience facing a camera, surrounded by so many reporters, and he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, unsure of how to respond. In that moment, he finally understood the joy in Officer Wen's eyes when she had spotted him. This crowd of reporters was relentless, looking around for an excuse to escape. Soo-hee was presented with 3 options. Option 1. Answer each question one by one, seizing the opportunity to become an internet celebrity. Reward. Live streaming equipment. Option 2. Maintain an air of mystery, telling them that any inquiries can be directed to his agent. Reward. A beauty enhancement potion. Option 3. Point to the sky and shout, "Look, an airplane," before swiftly retreating into the police station. Reward. Stamina recovery potion. The reporters eagerly awaited Soo-hee's response, yet he found himself torn between the 3 options. The first option seemed straightforward, but he had no desire for fame. Being an internet celebrity sounded exhausting, so he dismissed it outright. The second and third options appeared equally challenging, yet both offered a type of potion, which hinted at technology beyond this world. Should he enhance his appearance or restore his stamina? Soo-hee? A reporter waved a hand in front of him. Ahem. Soo-hee snapped back to reality, having formulated his response. He removed his mask and solemnly stated, "For any inquiries, please contact my agent." Agent? Has he already secured representation? A bewildered woman from the short video team asked. The sudden revelation left the reporters stunned. A delivery worker, just a day after experiencing a murder case, now had an agent and a team. Which company was so swift in their actions? Silently, Soo-hee maneuvered through the crowd, making his way directly into the police station. As he gazed at the newly appeared compartment in the space, a glass vial containing the so-called beauty-enhancing elixir, Soo-hee could hardly contain the joy swelling within him, a smile illuminating his face. The reason he had forsaken the stamina restoration potion was that his girlfriend, Shun-yu, still lay in a hospital bed. Strictly speaking, he had no immediate use for such an item. He was already quite handsome. How much more attractive could he possibly become? So he lowered his head, chuckling to himself, when suddenly, an electric scooter zoomed towards him at breakneck speed. "Move aside," yelled the anxious female officer seated atop the vehicle. Chapter 10. Doctor, stop him. Lu-wen found herself sprawled over Soo-hee, struggling to rise, but realizing that the electric scooter pinned her legs, rendering her powerless. "Officer, I feel a bit dizzy." As she spoke, darkness enveloped Soo-hee, and he lost consciousness. "Soo-hee, Soo-hee." Lu-wen noticed a pool of blood beneath his head, panic seizing her as she gently patted his face, receiving no response. Checking for breath, she was relieved to find he was still alive. A swarm of reporters surrounded them, recording and commenting, yet none stepped forward to assist. The security officer rushed out, moving the scooter aside while shouting to the reporters, "Help contact 120 and prepare the hospital." A police car arrived, and 3 officers lifted Soo-hee, with Lu-wen following closely behind. In the hospital bed, Soo-hee opened his eyes. "You and Damp? Oppos, reawake?" Lu-wen stood, her expression filled with remorse. "I'm so sorry. I wanted to help you ride the scooter, but I couldn't control it. Water, water. Swikrokid." "Oh." Lu-wen hurriedly poured a glass of water and brought it to his lips. "The doctor said you have a mild concussion and need plenty of rest." Soo-hee smiled weakly, replying, "I'm quite familiar with that. If you feel any discomfort, please tell me. I'll cover the medical expenses and any lost wages or nutritional costs. Your scooter has already been sent for repairs." Lu-wen rushed through her words, bowing her head as if bracing for reprimand from Soo-hee. "Understood. You can return to work. I am Damp. Oppos am fine." Perhaps due to the significant blood loss, Soo-hee felt drained, his eyelids heavy. He promptly fell asleep after speaking. "Doctor." Lewin dashed out in haste. The next day, Soo-hee was able to get out of bed, but Lewin insisted he remain hospitalized. Bored, he wandered to Dong-Yong and Appo's S room. Doctor and Appo's S rounds, drop your pants. Soo-hee chuckled at Dong-Yong's exposed backside, but winced as laughter tugged at his stitches, causing a throb in his head. Get lost. Dong-Yong was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in his phone. He turned to glance at Soo-hee before returning to the live stream, only to suddenly look back at Soo-hee. Wait, didn't an amp, Appo's, T have a head injury? Why do you look like you had plastic surgery? What happened? Be honest. Why do you look so handsome? Dong-Yong slowly climbed out of bed, scrutinizing Soo-hee closely. Move aside. He shuffled to the bathroom, gazing at his reflection, a wave of indignation flooding him. Back in the day, before I went bald, they called me a Prince Charming. These years, I've been ravaged by indulgence. And look at me now. From today onward, I will quit drinking. After venting, Dong-Yong returned to the bed, resuming his viewing of the live stream. Goodness, you're not shy about your vices. Soo-hee approached the bedside, munching on an apple. When do you plan to be discharged? Let's go to Liu Sanjia's restaurant, and I'll treat you all to drinks. You treat? Dong-Yong glanced at Soo-hee, his tone dripping with disdain. Yeah, right. Next time. Whenever. Since you always talk nonsense, why should I believe you? Soo-hee tossed the apple core into the trash and grabbed a banana instead. Last time we went out to eat, you borrowed $498 from me. When will you return it? Soo-hee, I've noticed you've changed. Dong-Yong turned to face Soo-hee, admonishing him. Did that money magically fall into my pocket? When my good dragged me out, why didn't you stop him? Besides, do you even understand how complicated the situation was? I have hands and feet. Money can be earned again. They're different, though. Her father gambles and is in debt. Her mother left early, and she has younger siblings in school. ISNT it right to help? Do you have no sympathy at all? When we settled the bill, I signed your name. Did I complain? Your perspective limits your vision. Please broaden your horizons. Don't let a mere 498 yuan complicate our pure friendship. Besides, freeloading is genuinely delightful. Soo-hee was momentarily taken aback by Dong-Yong's words. Tossing aside the banana peel, he lunged at Dong-Yong, grasping his neck. Freeloading my foot. That is my money spent. Pay me back. No money, just my life. Since I'm already tainted, come on, today I'm yours. At the doorway, a nurse stood, wide-eyed, dropping her tray in shock. Smack! The sound drew both Soo-hee and Dong-Yong's attention to the door. Ah, you may continue. I saw nothing. The nurse hurriedly picked up her tray and closed the door. Darn it, this is your fault. Now my first love is over, the beautiful nurse. Dong-Yong turned to glance at the nurse's name tag, continuing, Wang Tinu. Soo-hee, I can't take it anymore. Call the doctor quickly. The line in Appo's S gone. The doctor arrived swiftly, a woman who immediately commanded, drop your pants. Young people today have no sense of decorum. This is a public space. And you just had hemorrhoid surgery. The female doctor glanced at Soo-hee, shaking her head, thinking how such a handsome man could have such peculiar habits. Coldly stating, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get out. Do you know how to suture? Or are you planning to record a video for social media? Soo-hee awkwardly chuckled, clearly aware that the nurse had discreetly informed her colleagues after exiting. Just as he was about to leave, the female doctor suddenly clutched her chest, her face paling as she swayed, nearly collapsing before a nurse caught her. Quickly, Director Tang is having heart issues. The doctor was escorted away, and Dong-Yong, still in his vulnerable position, asked, what about me? A few intern doctors stood frozen, hesitating before finally managing to say, we and Appo's. He notified the other doctors. They should arrive in about half an hour. Soo-hee questioned, aren't you capable? The interns collectively shook their heads, retreating a step. Before him appeared 3 choices. And Soo-hee paused. Choice 1. Heartfelt rescue. Save his friend's dignity, exclaiming, I'll do it. Completion reward. Master-level wound suturing skill. Choice 2. Take out his phone. Record Dong-Yong's ordeal and post it online. Completion reward. Master-level video shooting technique. Choice 3. Wait patiently for the doctor to arrive. Completion reward. A complete outfit for attending Dong-Yong's funeral. He pulled out his phone, but reconsidered under the curious gazes of the interns, then declared loudly, I'll do it. The interns were taken aback, astonished. You can suture wounds? I've studied a bit. Soo-hee's mind flooded with knowledge of wound healing, as if he were a seasoned surgeon. He donned gloves, his demeanor transforming entirely. "Do you have a qualification?" one intern inquired. 10-0 silk thread. So he turned to the nurse and calmly requested, "Please hurry." "Suhi, what are you doing?" "Doctor, stop him. Help." Dong Yong shouted in alarm at the sight of He grasping surgical forceps. "Silence." So he directed his gaze at the interns. "Who will help me clean the wound?" "You still haven't answer my question." The intern pressed again, but they complied and began assisting Suhi in cleaning the wound. Although it was merely a simple suturing task, it was daunting for the inexperienced interns. At that moment, the anesthetist entered, gazing in astonishment at Suhi, who was clad in a yellow delivery uniform and had her head wrapped in bandages. "Where is Director Tang? What is happening?" The anesthetist was taken aback. Director Tang had suffered a sudden heart attack, and the other doctors would not arrive for at least half an hour. He was a friend of the patient and had claimed he would perform the suturing. "This is rather irregular. Isn't it?" The anesthetist furrowed his brow. So he cast a glance at the anesthetist and stated unequivocally, "My friend cannot wait for half an hour. I will do the suturing." The anesthetist, still frowning, ultimately administered the anesthetic but remained nearby without leaving. "Suhi, are you sure you can handle this? Perhaps we should call in an intern." "I'm worried. Please, I beg you. I'll pay you back." "Doctors, you cannot do this. He is just a delivery worker." No one paid attention to Dong Yong, as the suturing had already commenced. Suhi deftly clamped one end of the soft tissue with hemostatic forceps, swiftly threading the suturing needle with her other hand. Her movements were rapid and steady, leaving the anesthetist astonished. The figure-8 suturing technique is a straightforward method, and Suhi executed it with remarkable skill, leaving no excess thread visible. Generally, hemorrhoid surgery does not require suturing. However, Dong Yong had consumed excessive beer post-discharge, resulting in diarrhea that exacerbated the wound and hindered healing. Before long, Suhi set down her instruments, removed her gloves, and patted her hands clean. The nurse instinctively offered her a towel. "Thank you," Suhi said with a gentle smile, causing the nurse to blush instantly. "I filmed the entire procedure. I will share it in the group chat later for everyone to scrutinize," an intern remarked. "Hey, what are you talking about? Suhi, did you really sew up my... I can't feel anything." "Doctor, I implore you, he is merely a delivery worker. How could he possibly suture?" Dong Yong whimpered in despair. "Put your pants back on. Once the anesthetic wears off, you will regain sensation. Your friend has done a splendid job stitching you up." The anesthetist sighed in relief. If Suhi had been boasting and this resulted in a medical mishap, he too would face repercussions. However, given the urgency of the patient and Appo's as condition, there was no time to wait. "Splendid." Dong Yong pondered, bewildered. Could such a thing truly be described as splendid? Chapter 11. The wind blows strongly. Sand enters the eyes. He managed to save Dong Yong the cost of a suturing procedure, allowing several intern doctors to acquire suturing skills through observation, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. However, Dong Yong appeared somewhat skeptical. He felt that without a bowel movement, he could not fully believe that Suhi had performed the suturing. Upon his return from the restroom, Suhi resumed eating a bunch of grapes, prompting Dong Yong to scrutinize him in astonishment. "Was everything you said earlier true?" Earlier, in front of everyone, Suhi had claimed to be a graduate of a medical university. When the anesthetist inquired about which university, he mentioned that he did not want to bring shame to his alma mater and preferred to keep it confidential. Suhi shook his head in response to Dong Yong's incredulity. "You startled me. I nearly believed you truly graduated from a medical university. If it weren't for having seen your vocational high school diploma, how could someone specializing in excavator operation possibly know how to suture wounds?" Dong Yong abruptly snatched the grapes from Suhi and Appo's hand, nearly finishing the fruit that Mom Mingzher had bought. Wiping his hands with Dong Yong and Appo's face towel, Suhi nonchalantly replied, "Before I studied excavator operation, I spent over 2 months learning fashion design. If I had a sewing machine, I could easily handle such a trivial wound with a mere press of the pedal. There would be no need for all this trouble." Dong Yong was left speechless, shouting at Suhi in disbelief. "You dare to lay hands on me after learning to use a sewing machine for just a few days? This is entirely different." Witnessing Dong Yong's escalating frustration, Suhi stood up, pocketing a handful of dates, and returned to his room. The nurses behind him whispered and pointed, sharing furtive glances. Being too handsome can indeed be a burden. As soon as Soo-hee lay down on his bed, Loo-won entered with lunch and a fruit basket. Soo-hee, feeling better today? Come on, let's eat. I grab a little something from the cafeteria. I'm not sure if it suits your taste. Loo-won placed the fruit basket on the cabinet and turned to Soo-hee, suddenly taken aback. How had he become so much more attractive overnight? Officer Loo, you are too generous. I'm feeling much better and ready for discharge. There's no need for you to bring me meals daily. The cafeteria is just downstairs. And why so much fruit? It's quite extravagant. I don't really enjoy fruit that much. Perhaps you could return it? Soo-hee helped lift the table. But Loo-won declined his assistance, saying, It's no trouble at all. We have a break at noon, so I thought I'd come check on you. This fruit basket isn't from me. It's from a reporter at Jinan TV who asked me to bring it. A reporter? Soo-hee passive. Loo-won awkwardly brushed her hair back, explaining, A dear friend of mine heard about the accident and insisted I persuade you to participate in a show. Noticing Soo-hee's silence, Loo-won added, If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Just accept the fruit as a gift from me. Soo-hee was not silent by choice. Rather, he was contemplating two options that lay before him. Option 1. Agree to record the Jinan TV program. Reward. Advanced grappling techniques. Option 2. Decline the invitation. Reward. An exquisite fruit basket. Gazing at the fruit basket on the nightstand, Soo-hee found no inclination to refuse. The system clearly desired him to accept the program invitation. When is it? He asked. Loo-won and Appo's face lit up with joy, her demeanor a stark contrast to her previous stern police officer persona. She took out her phone, saying, Wait a moment, let me check with her. You have no idea. She has been pestering me for days. I'm about to lose my mind. Tomorrow afternoon at 3:00 and Appo's clock, just in time for your discharge. She'll come and pick you up. Let us connect on WeChat. I'll introduce you. Soo-hee added Loo-won on WeChat, and within a minute, someone added him. The profile picture featured an anime girl, and the username consisted of incomprehensible English letters. Loo-won had to leave for work later that afternoon, while Soo-hee practiced various grappling techniques, which had become second nature to him. He felt confident he could take on 3 burly men. Throughout the afternoon, Soo-hee remained in a state of exhilaration. The elderly gentleman in the neighboring bed, who had just undergone surgery, lay awake, unable to sleep. As mealtime approached, he could not help but ask, Young man, which circus do you belong to? The next day at noon, Loo-won completed the discharge procedures for Soo-hee and transferred 1,000 yuan to him for lost wages and other expenses. Despite his attempts to refuse, he could not turn down her kindness, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a good person. Dong-yong was also being discharged, with Ma Mingzhi handling his paperwork. Pan Ji-gang rode his electric scooter, ready to take Soo-hee home. At the hospital entrance, Ma Mingzhi sat with Dong-yong on the scooter, while Pan Ji-gang craned his neck to look inside, announcing, Soo-hee is coming. Loo-won carried numerous bags, while Soo-hee walked out empty-handed. Officer Loo, let me introduce you to my friends, Brother Ma Mingzhi, Brother Gang, Pan Ji-gang, and Brother Yong, Dong-yong. This is Officer Loo from the Public Security Bureau. Pan Ji-gang hurriedly dismounted, taking the items from Loo-won's hands, staring at Soo-hee with a silly grin. Hello. I appreciate all that you do for the city. On behalf of the Jinan Public Security Bureau, I extend my respect. Loo-won regained her composure as a police officer, shaking hands with each of the 3 men. They were so taken aback that they could hardly muster a response. All right, you 3 should head back. So he noticed a BMW parked across the street, where a woman waved energetically at them. Aren't you coming with us? The 3 men were momentarily stunned. I have a few things to attend to. I'll return in the evening. With that, Loo-won led Soo-hee across the street, opening the car door for him. As the BMW gradually drove away, the 3 men sat silently on the scooter. After a long pause, Dong-yong broke the silence, saying, Soo-hee's lower bunk is now mine. Ma Mingzhi and Pan Ji-gang exchanged glances and chorused, Scoundrel! We agreed to endure hardships together. Yet he chose to side with a wealthy woman halfway through. Soo-hee merely had an upset stomach. They should understand his predicament. The life of a delivery worker is arduous, and he had no choice but to take a shortcut. As Dong-yong spoke, tears nearly welled in his eyes. Pan Ji-gang looked at Dong-yong and asked, Why are you crying? I'm not crying. The wind is too strong, and sand has gotten into my eyes. Why are you crying as well? The wind is too strong, and sand has gotten into my eyes. Chapter 12. As long as our hearts are pure, Zhao Jia. Should I change into something else before I come in? So he glanced at his delivery uniform, feeling out of place compared to others in their sharp suits. It was his first time recording a program at the television station, and he believed he ought to present himself more appropriately. Behind the studio, so he had already made 3 trips to the restroom. His nerves prevented him from sitting down. As he anxiously watched the time on his phone, Zhao Luyao, the leading host of Jinan TV, had been tasked by her superiors to present a program titled How Single Women Living Alone Can Protect Themselves from Danger. In light of a highly publicized murder case currently gripping Jinan City, aiming to promote legal awareness. Keenly aware of trending topics, Zhao Luyao quickly recalled the delivery worker who had been vilified on short video platforms, despite the police later clearing his name. Many still unjustly criticized the delivery worker community. Consequently, she had sought out the delivery worker and Oppo's information, coincidentally discovering he had been admitted to the hospital. Observing Suhi's anxious demeanor, Zhao Luyao smiled gently. Suhi, there is no need to be nervous. The program will follow the script. This is a recorded segment, and we can edit it later. If you make a mistake, it's no problem. We can redo it. Your role is simply as a delivery worker. There's no need to change your clothes. I'll ask you a few questions, and you just need to answer honestly. I will head up first, and when I call your name, you can come up and greet the camera. Dressed impeccably in professional attire, Zhao Luyao stood center stage as the recording commenced. After a brief introduction, 4 women and 4 men engaged in a debate regarding whether single women should heighten their awareness of personal safety. After listening for 2 minutes, Suhi lost interest, sensing the discussion would take a while, and began to explore the television station. As a local station, Jinan TV had low viewership and was transitioning towards the internet, experiencing a resurgence on various short video platforms. As he wandered, he observed numerous rooms filled with computers, editing teams, voiceover artists, and directors. Just as Suhi approached the makeup room, he overheard a conversation about delivery workers. Is there a mistake in the script? What if I accidentally hurt a delivery worker during the demonstration? Zhang Coach, don't worry. It's just a simple spar. If you hurt him, we can just cover his medical expenses. He and Amp, Oppos, that's just a delivery worker, a practice dummy for the sake of the program. You don't need to go easy on him. Use impressive moves that will leave a mark on the audience, enhancing their self-defense skills. True, I've been itching to practice lately. Poor guy. But that delivery worker is rather handsome. If I have to do his makeup, I wouldn't know where to start. This last remark came from the makeup artist. And after she spoke, silence fell within the room. The makeup room had no door, only a curtain to shield it, and Suhi stood outside, hearing everything clearly. At that moment, 2 individuals rushed over. The delivery worker, hurry. It's your turn. What are you doing here? You need to go over. They entered the makeup room, their tones softening. Zhang Coach, it's almost your turn to go on stage. Please be careful. The floor is a bit slippery. As the curtain was drawn aside, the 2 looked at Suhi still standing at the entrance, scolding him. Do you not understand the rules? You're about to go on stage. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up. A burly man emerged, glancing at Suhi in his delivery uniform with a hint of surprise, but he quickly bypassed him, heading toward the studio. Hurry up. Coach Zhang is busy. Don't waste everyone's time. The man accompanying Coach Zhang looked at Suhi, wishing he could slap him awake. Before Suhi lay 3 choices. Choice 1. Embarrass Coach Zhang during the grappling demonstration. Reward. Smart delivery order assistant. Choice 2. Collaborate with Coach Zhang to complete the demonstration. Reward. 10 increase in damage resistance. Choice 3. Shout I quit and leave the television station. Reward. A new pair of shoes. In that moment, Suhi felt his nerves dissipate. He shot a glare at the man beside him and strode toward the studio. Just days prior, a heinous murder had occurred in Jinan City, where a single woman had been tragically stabbed 9 times by a deranged assailant. Coincidentally, a brave delivery worker had encountered the murderer and engaged in a life-and-death struggle, though, sadly, the perpetrator escaped. Nevertheless, our courageous delivery worker not only displayed bravery in combat, but also possessed keen observational skills. He promptly reported the incident to the police and provided crucial information. aiding in the suspect and Oppo's capture within 15 hours. Let us warmly welcome this valiant delivery worker, Soo-hee. Amidst a chorus of applause, Soo-hee ascended the stage. Hello, everyone. I am Soo-hee. He greeted the audience with a faint smile and took a seat on the sofa. I believe many of you have questions for our delivery worker. I've selected a few from the concerns raised by netizens. Soo-hee, you appeared quite nervous before taking the stage, yet now, in front of the camera, you seem quite at ease. Zhao Luyao began a casual conversation with Soo-hee, akin to friends chatting. Soo-hee smiled. I'm no longer nervous. Zhao Luyao continued. It's evident that our delivery worker is not only handsome, but possesses a strong mental fortitude. It is precisely this resilience that enabled him to confront a knife-wielding assailant. Can you share with us how you discovered the murder and assisted the police in solving the case? Apologies, but the police have requested confidentiality regarding the case, so I cannot disclose details, Soo-hee replied candidly. I see. It seems we want to be privy to the full account today. After Soo-hee reported the crime, a netizen filmed him being taken away by the police, which was shared online, sparking discussions under the topic in Oppo's delivery worker murders and Oppo's. In the wake of this, many netizens have criticized and even insulted delivery workers. Soo-hee, what would you like to say to these individuals? Soo-hee pondered for a moment before responding. No profession is inherently superior or inferior. This incident has caused significant distress for my colleagues. And I want to say to all delivery workers, as long as our hearts are pure, we need not fear the dirt others throw at us. As for the netizens, I have nothing more to say. What a profound statement. As long as our hearts are pure, we need not fear the dirt others throw at us. Our delivery worker braves the elements, delivering warm meals to countless households. I hope we can extend more understanding and smiles to them in the future, offering a simple thank you and take care, filling our city with warmth and bringing comfort to our delivery workers. Thank you, Soo-hee, and all the diligent delivery workers. The audience erupted into thunderous applause as Soo-hee's interview concluded. Next, Coach Zhang from the Jinan Martial Arts School would demonstrate self-defense techniques for single women. Soo-hee was to serve as Coach Zhang's demonstration partner. The script merely indicated, collaborate with Coach Zhang in demonstrating grappling techniques. The Jinan Martial Arts School was a local institution known for its emphasis on physical fitness and self-defense, particularly essential for women to learn practical self-rescue skills. Now let's welcome the esteemed Coach Zhang Meng from the Jinan Martial Arts School. Following the applause, Zhao Luyao continued. Today we have invited Coach Zhang to teach us some simple and practical grappling techniques. Soo-hee, are you willing to assist Coach Zhang in his demonstration? Soo-hee responded with a serene smile. My willingness is absolute. Chapter 13. I apologize, I shouldn't have retaliated. Zhang Meng stood at an imposing height of 185 meters, clad in a white training outfit that accentuated his slightly bulging muscles, emanating an inexplicable sense of intimidation. In contrast, Soo-hee at 178 meters possessed a slender frame that, while not particularly robust, showed signs of resilience from his long-term delivery work involving climbing stairs. With a smile gracing his face, Zhang Meng addressed Soo-hee with utmost politeness, repeatedly cautioning him to be careful and avoid injury. Even Zhao Luyao, standing nearby, praised Zhang Meng's words. Had it not been for Soo-hee inadvertently overhearing Zhang Meng and Oppo's conversation, he might have genuinely believed him to be a kind-hearted individual. In the demonstration, Zhang Meng confidently stated that he would impart some simple self-defense techniques for women facing potential assailants. As he spoke to the camera, it was evident that he was quite familiar with this routine. He continued, the hallmark of women's self-defense is its practicality. There are no fixed moves or rules. The ultimate goal is to inflict harm on the assailant and escape. One must utilize every part of their body or nearby objects creatively. He then invited Soo-hee to throw a punch at him. As part of the demonstration, everything was executed in slow motion. Soo-hee extended his fist, which Zhang Meng deftly blocked with his left hand, stepping forward with his right foot to deliver an elbow strike to Soo-hee's jaw. Zhao Luyao gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It and Oppo's. It's evident that this technique is exceptionally powerful. Coach Zhang is teaching genuine self-defense techniques today." The camera focused solely on Zhang Meng, rendering Su-hee merely a tool in this exhibition. With a smile and a cupped fist, Zhang Meng declared, "Now, I will demonstrate the effectiveness of this technique. Su-hee, throw a punch at me, but with more speed this time." They faced each other once more, and as Su-hee quickened his pace, Zhang Meng advanced, blocking with his left hand and landing another elbow strike on Su-hee's chin. Instinctively, Su-hee stepped back but was still struck. Su-hee, are you all right?" Zhao Luyo cried, rushing to his side. A red mark appeared on Su-hee's chin, and he chuckled softly, assuring her, "I'm fine." He glanced at Zhang Meng, contemplating that had he not retreated, that blow might have necessitated hospitalization. Zhang Meng approached with concern. "Are you okay? I'm used to practicing martial arts, and I apologize for not controlling my strength." At that moment, a man from the audience shouted, "Hey, delivery guy, your moves are too stiff. You're not made of wood. You need to fight back for the show. Am I not just supposed to cooperate with your act? I can retaliate?" Sweetie Blave, bewildered. "Think of me as an assailant attacking you. Don't worry about hurting me," Zhang Meng chimed in. "Let us do that move again," the man from the audience urged. Sui positioned himself before Zhang Meng once more, who fixed him with an intense gaze. This time, Sui threw a punch even faster. Zhang Meng raised his left hand to block, but unexpectedly, Sui landed a strike on his jaw. Zhang Meng staggered backward, clutching his chin. Zhao Liu stood by, bewildered. The previous exchange had occurred so rapidly that she could hardly comprehend it. "Stop! What is going on? Delivery guy. Who told you to strike? Coach Zhang, are you all right?" Two men rushed onto the scene, one reprimanding Su-hee while the other checked on Zhang Meng. Su-hee had not struck with full force, and Zhang Meng rubbed his chin, responding solemnly, "I'm fine." "Oh, I apologize. I shouldn't have retaliated. I'll remember to just stand still and let him hit me next time," Su-hee said in a sardonic tone. "Didn't they say you couldn't fight back? Who the hell brought this amateur?" He.s. a complete buffoon before he could finish. Su-hee suddenly acted, kicking the man's inner knee, causing him to kneel. Su-hee coldly regarded him, stating, "Watch your mouth." "Damn slap." Seizing the moment, Su-hee delivered a resounding slap. The man collapsed on the ground, stripped of his earlier bravado, his eyes filled with fear. "Su-hee, are you okay?" Zhao Luyo refrained from chastising him, recognizing that the earlier comment from the director had been excessive. Su-hee was someone she had invited, not just an ordinary extra. Turning to Zhao Luyo, Su-hee smiled. "Sister Zhao, I'm fine." The recording was interrupted as the chief director and station leaders rushed over. The man on the ground loudly demanded the police be called, but he was swiftly silenced by the leaders. After waiting in the corridor for over 10 minutes, Su-hee would have left already had he not been awaiting a reward from the system. Zhao Luyo approached, her eyes red, indicating she had likely been crying. "Sister Zhao, did they bully you? I'll take care of them." In the television station, only Zhao Luyo was willing to speak up for Su-hee, and she too faced repercussions. Zhao Luyo grasped Su-hee's arm, saying, "It's all right, Su-hee. There has been a change in the recording schedule. It seems Coach Zhang 1T let this go. I've requested protective gear for you. Please wear it and be cautious." "It's fine, Sister Zhao. His meager skills 1T harm me." Sui calmed down, realizing that violence was not the solution. Rather, he would deliver a resounding rebuttal on stage. "Look at you. Zhang Meng is a martial arts coach. Don't be reckless. I've heard he broke 3 ribs in a previous show. I don't want you getting hurt. I'd rather not end up in the hospital looking after you." Before Zhao Luyo could finish her thought, a woman hurried over, announcing that recording was about to commence and urging them to take the stage. "Did you hear what I just said? Hurry and put on the protective gear." Zhao Luyo stepped onto the stage, continuing the previous discussion. "Fists and feet are unpredictable. To prevent our delivery guy from getting injured, we prepared protective gear for him. Coach Zhang, please proceed with the teaching of women's self-defense techniques." Initially, the demonstration consisted of slow-motion actions, and Su-hee followed suit. Suddenly, Zhang Meng exerted force, twisting Su-hee's arm behind his back and whispering menacingly in his ear, "Kid, watch how I make you regret this." As Zhang Meng applied pressure, Su-hee felt discomfort, but Zhao Liu's voice broke through, prompting Zhang Meng to release his grip. This maneuver involved Su-hee extending a hand, which Zhang Meng seized before swiftly maneuvering behind him and twisting his arm. As the practical exercise commenced, both prepared for action. Su-hee initiated extending a hand, which Zhang Meng attempted to catch. So he stepped forward with his left foot and swiftly struck Zhang Meng's neck with his other hand, simultaneously kicking his calf. Zhang Meng fell to his knees, and Suhi seized his arm, pressing down firmly. The intense pain compelled Zhang Meng to tap the ground several times, signaling his surrender. Zhao Luyo seized the moment, pulling Suhi away while continuing. As you can see, the fixed routines are often insufficient to subdue an assailant. Therefore, ladies, you must think critically and avoid being confined by techniques. Coach Zhang, is this the message you wish to convey? Zhang Meng's face flushed, and this time the director did not call for a pause. He could only respond, yes, the essence of women's self-defense is its adaptability, as the saying goes. There are no fixed methods. Results are all that matter. Having been ambushed twice by Suhi, Zhang Meng and Appo's temper flared. Addressing the camera, he declared, "It seems our delivery guy is also quite skilled. Next, I will engage him in a genuine sparring match. This time, I will exert my full strength, and I hope he can withstand my assault for 10 seconds." This declaration was an outright challenge, and even Zhao Luyo was taken aback by Zhang Meng's willingness to fight Suhi on the program, asserting that he would show no mercy. Zhao Luyo immediately glanced at the chief director, who signaled for her to proceed. Zhao Liao approached Suhi and inquired, "Suhi, what are your thoughts on Coach Zhang and Appo's demands? After all, Coach Zhang is a distinguished instructor at the Jinan Martial Arts School, renowned for his numerous accolades in his youth. Should you disagree, it is understandable." Suhi discerned Zhao Luyao's desire for him to decline. Yet he shook his head and replied, "As a perpetrator, I believe it is essential to further engage with Coach Zhang. I'm also curious to see if the self-defense techniques he speaks of can truly subdue me. In reality, criminals do not adhere to predictable patterns or cooperate in stage scenarios. The notion of women's self-defense techniques, in Suhi's eyes, is merely a farce. Should any woman fall prey to Zhang Meng's teachings, believing that a few simple moves can incapacitate an assailant, she would be courting disaster when faced with genuine peril. The atmosphere between the two was charged with tension, and the director was filled with anticipation. Although this was but a minor episode, it had the potential to ignite substantial discussion online. A seasoned martial arts coach pitted against a delivery worker. Would the latter withstand even 10 seconds? The sensational title had already captured widespread attention, signaling yet another trending topic. Chapter 14. Aunt Wang, I no longer wish to strive. The arena had been cleared, and Zhang Meng donned his protective gear as a male host stepped up to serve as the referee. The competition commenced officially, with Zhang Meng charging forward. For one must first close the distance in combat. Both hands and feet must strike in unison to be effective. His right hand lunged towards Suhi's face while his left leg bent to attempt a kick to the groin. So he lowered his head, pressing both hands against Zhang Meng and Appo's knee to evade the blow, and then, with a swift motion, he rammed his head forward, landing a direct hit to Zhang Meng and Appo's chin. Zhang Meng and Appo's pupils dilated as he contemplated countering, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, Zhang Meng fell backward, landing on his back, retreating a few steps while clutching his chin, appearing to be in considerable pain. 5 seconds, a man exclaimed from behind the director. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and check on him. The director was somewhat perturbed. Had Zhang Meng not slept well last night? His performance today was abysmal, having been repeatedly bested by a mere delivery man. Watching the recorded footage, he lamented, "How can we upload this? Director, I actually think this is rather good. It's quite reasonable for a martial arts coach to be defeated by a delivery man. Viewers are already weary of the usual narratives. Just imagine the headlines. Delivery guy KOs martial arts coach in 5 seconds. Doesn't that sound even more explosive?" The director's eyes lit up at this suggestion, casting a look of approval at the man behind him. He then approached the stage, glancing at Zhang Meng, who was tending to his wounds, and cheerfully walked over to Suhi, saying, "Young man, impressive work. You possess remarkable skills. Please stay back later for an interview." Busu. I need to head back, Suhi replied, having already received a notification from the system about his reward. He had no desire to linger at the television station. After removing his protective gear and exchanging greetings with Zhao Luyao, he departed. Zhao Luyao rushed out after him, but Soo-hee had already vanished from sight. Zhang Ming had lost 2 of his front teeth and was taken away by an ambulance. The director fumed in anger, while Zhao Luyao changed her clothes and returned home. Once home, she eagerly called Lu Wen, chatting for a full 2 hours. At the Harbor Youth Apartment, room 406, a note was affixed to the door, stating, "Those living off soft rice and Soo-hee are not permitted entry." Soo-hee chuckled as he opened the door, exclaiming, "Sons, Daddy has returned." Dong Yong lay on Soo-hee and Amp Oppo's bed, wearing a disdainful expression. "Back so soon? What nonsense are you thinking?" Ma Mingzhi and Panji Gang were still out delivering food. Dong Yong had just been discharged from the hospital and found it difficult to get in and out of bed. So Soo-hee climbed onto Dong Yong's bed. "Sue, is there a trick to being supported by a wealthy woman?" Dong Yong asked while watching a live stream. 1 part appearance, 3 parts courage, and 7 parts shamelessness. "So, Brother Yong, are you planning something big?" Soo-hee peered at Dong Yong. Dong Yong sighed. "I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a scooter." "Sue, I've come to realize that delivering food is a life-or-death struggle for money. While I'm still young, I could find a wealthy woman, live a peaceful life, do some laundry, cook a bit, perhaps even join a gym. Serving a wealthy woman is surely better than the grind of delivering food all day." Seeing Soo-hee remain silent, Dong Yong continued, "That Officer Liu is quite beautiful. Imagine having a wife like her." "Ha ha ha." Soo-hee couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Then you should pursue her. Being a devoted admirer of the police flower, at least you'd be a well-established police dog with formal employment." "I swear, Soo-hee, I'll cut ties with you. Pay me back. Good night. Makabaka." The next day, when Soo-hee awoke, the other 3 were still sound asleep. Dong Yong needed to rest for a few more days, while Ma Mingzhi and Panji Gang wouldn't rise until 10. The repaired electric scooter was parked in the shed, and Lu Wen had left the keys in the security office. The security guard at the Harbor Youth Apartment was not an elderly gentleman, but rather an aunt, rumored to be the mother of the apartment's owner. Hence the frequent remarks, "Aunt Wong, I no longer wish to strive." Aunt Wong had grown accustomed to such banter, transitioning from a stern response to a jovial invitation to enter. Allegedly, some had indeed taken her up on it. However, Soo-hee learned from Ma Mingzhi that Aunt Wong was not at all the wealthy benefactor she claimed to be. It was all a ruse. "Aunt Wong, could you please fetch me the keys?" Soo-hee approached the security office, where Aunt Wong was engrossed in her phone, watching short videos. She looked up surprised. "Oh, isn't this the internet-famous delivery guy? Soo-hee, you become quite well known." "Oh, you look rather handsome today." Grabbing the keys, Soo-hee fled, unable to bear the way Aunt Wong eyed him, akin to a famished wolf gazing at a tender lamb. Having not visited the station for several days, Soo-hee hurried to join the morning meeting. Soo-hee has returned. He had intended to blend in discreetly, but all eyes turned to him. The station leader, Zhang Jun, lived up to his name, having once served in the military before taking over this delivery station. He was well regarded, and everyone referred to him as Brother Jun, Brother Jun. Soo-hee greeted him. "You've arrived just in time. Come here." Zhang Jun beckoned as he dashed into the office and returned with a red envelope, announcing loudly, "You all are my brothers. I know these past few days have been tough on you, especially for Soo-hee, who must be feeling quite down. In this line of work, we often have to endure hardships, swallowing our pride and holding back tears. Every day, we are treated like subordinates. But once we choose this path, we must grit our teeth and persevere. Some of you have elderly mothers who are ill, others are supporting children through school. Sometimes I feel the urge to scold those online. Why do they hurl insults at someone they don't even know?" Zhang Jun continued, pounding his chest. "You call me Brother Jun, but it pains me to see you all suffer without being able to help. The police have cleared Soo-hee's name, yet they cannot cleanse the dirt from your hearts. In my eyes, you are the purest among us and deserve commendation. Here, this is a reward for Soo-hee." As Soo-hee grabbed the red envelope, he grinned. "Brother Jun, you truly are a poetic soul, more eloquent than the hosts on television. How about you release it so I can see if it's enough to treat everyone to a meal? You little rascal, your mouth is as sharp as ever. Hold onto the red envelope for now. Look at it later," Zhang Jun replied, shooting a glare at Soo-hee, who had disrupted the moment he had carefully cultivated. "Sue, treat us. Let us feast." Several colleagues began to cheer. "Treat? You all should save your pennies instead of constantly borrowing from me." I'm perplexed. Which one of you in the dormitory doesn't ask me for money each month? Dong Yong can't even afford to pay for his hemorrhoid surgery. Sing Yun chided loudly. Ha ha. Better to be broke and spend on a beauty than to have a full pocket with no one to share it with. It seems Ma Mingjur and Panji Gang have once again incurred debt. Get back to work and start taking orders. Zheng Jun scolded as the commotion resumed. Chapter 15. Let me tell you a joke, Ding. You have a new delivery order. Please attend to it promptly. The daily routine of a delivery person officially commenced. At 11 a.m., the peak hour began, and Soo-hee swiftly accepted 15 orders in one breath. The image of an intelligent delivery assistant appeared in his mind, with all orders on his phone synchronized to the assistant. Estimated collection times, the most efficient delivery routes, countdowns, and various data analyses were laid out with remarkable clarity. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Soo-hee rode towards the nearest pickup location. The intelligent navigation system resurfaced in his mind, even alerting him to a nail lying on the ground. He did not ignore it. Dismounting, he located the nail embedded in a cement crack and, finding a stone from the greenbelt, hammered it flat before returning to his electric bike. Passing by a nearby repair shop, he raised his middle finger at the shopkeeper and Appo's wife, who was basking in the sun by the roadside. She stood up and began to curse, chasing after him for several meters before returning with a string of expletives. With the aid of the order assistant and navigation, Soo-hee's efficiency skyrocketed. After completing 15 deliveries, he immediately snatched up 20 more. Delivering 20 orders proved somewhat challenging, and a minor hiccup occurred when a restaurant accidentally spilled an order, requiring a redo that delayed him by 10 minutes. Nevertheless, he ultimately managed to avoid exceeding the time limit. By 2:30 p.m., Soo-hee finally found a moment to rest. The midday rush felt akin to waging a battle. Every second counted. He sought out a small eatery for a meal and opened WeChat to find the delivery person group in an uproar. What the hell? Has Soo-hee been injected with adrenaline? So impressive. Someone had shared a screenshot of the leaderboard, showcasing Soo-hee at the top with 68 orders, while the second place, Wu Xiaodong, had only managed 32. Jinan City, being merely a second-tier city, typically saw delivery volumes of around 70 to 80 orders in a day. It was astonishing that Soo-hee completed 68 in a single afternoon. Surviving a great calamity must bring blessings, they mused. Soo-hee has awakened. Bow down to the master. Does the master need any pendants? Take me along. As he read the messages, Soo-hee couldn't help but chuckle while eating. After his meal, he turned off the order system and headed to the supermarket to purchase 2 large bags of rice and a bucket of oil. Riding his electric bike, he made his way to the happy neighborhood. After securely locking his bike, Soo-hee carried the rice and oil into Building 7, Unit 2, Room 601, the home of Shunyu. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, removed his helmet, and gently knocked on the door. An elderly woman opened it, looked at Soo-hee without speaking, and turned to walk inside. This woman, named Xiang Wanrong, was often praised by Shunyu for her melodious name. Aunt Xiang, I've poured the rice into the bucket. The kitchen has a bit of a leak. I'll have a friend come and check it out tomorrow. He used to do this kind of work. The soy sauce and salt are almost gone. I'll go buy some later. Is there anything else the house needs? In the living room, where a television once hung, stood a statue of Guanyin, and Aunt Xiang knelt there, seemingly oblivious to his presence. So he picked up a broom to clean, just as the door swung open. A gray-haired man entered, carrying a fish and several small dishes. Dear, look what I bought. Our daughter's favorite fish. Little Sue, you're here? Shunyu's father, Shun Yuanzhong, wore a smile that turned serious upon seeing Soo-hee. Uncle Shun, I came. Soo-hee took the items from Shun Yuanzhong's hands and carried them into the kitchen. As he cleaned the fish, Shun Yuanzhong entered. Little Sue, go keep you company. I'll handle the fish. She has always loved the fish I make. Soo-hee washed his hands and made space, saying, I'll go mop the floor first. I'll come back after. No need to mop. It's all going to be sold. Shun Yuanzhong placed the fish on the cutting board and retrieved a clay pot from the cabinet. Sold? Uncle Shun, what do you mean? Soo-hee asked, puzzled. What else could be sold? Aside from this crumbling house, which might fetch some money. Yu's uncle in the capital has contacted a hospital with a neurosurgery department that specializes in her condition. However, the costs are quite high. After discussing with your Aunt Xiang, we decided to sell this house. With the money you've contributed over the past year, We hope to give it another try. Suhi remained silent, mopping the floor before heading towards Shinyu's room. The door was ajar, revealing a young woman with a gaunt face and pallid complexion lying on a single bed. The room bore an unpleasant odor, prompting Suhi to crack open a window, letting sunlight stream in over Shinyu's face. He gently massaged her entire body. Uncle Shun says he wants to take you to the capital. Are you happy? You told me before that we should take our wedding photos at Tiananmen Square. Don't forget, I've been waiting for you. You must keep your word. Guess how many orders I completed today? Haha, 68, can you believe it? You used to scold me for bragging, but I'd love to hear you scold me again. Take your time to think of a super long list of insults for me, and when you wake up, you can let it all out. Let me tell you a joke. Do you know why the sea is blue? You don't know? Because the fish blow bubbles blue. Not funny. All right, here is another. Do you know where Sun Wukong's golden staff is? Haha, are you thinking it's in his ear? His golden staff just fits perfectly with his hairstyle. I've noticed your sense of humor has become increasingly refined. It seems I must pull out some top-tier jokes to entertain you. At the door, Shin Yuanzhong stood holding a bowl of fish soup and cleared his throat. Little Sue, you go ahead. I'll take care of things with your Aunt Xiang. Sui stood up and adjusted Shin Yu's hair before stepping out. He took 1,000 yuan in cash from his bag and placed it on the table, saying at the door, Uncle Shun, Aunt Xiang, I'll be leaving now. After closing the door, Suhi retrieved his phone and began accepting orders once more. By 11:50 p.m., he ceased taking orders, glancing at his data. 206 orders, 4 times his usual tally. At that moment, Ma Mingzhi called. Beast, did you take a blue pill? You're on fire. Why are you working so hard? We agreed to be poor together, yet you're secretly getting rich. Are you scolding Suhi? Let me join in, Suhi. Suhi swiftly ended the call, preventing Panji Gang from delivering his scolding. The night deepened, and only a few souls roamed the streets. Suhi found a noodle shop, enjoyed a bowl of noodles, and concluded the day's hectic endeavors. Chapter 16. I still need to deliver takeout tonight. Upon awakening in the morning, Suhi received a call from Lu Wen. Suhi, are you free this morning? I'm not sure, he replied. What do you need to do? She inquired. I have to deliver takeout, then take a leave of absence. The city is holding a commendation ceremony for acts of bravery today. Initially, you weren't included, but Director Fu considered your special circumstances and added you at the last moment. Otherwise, you and Oppos, do you have to wait until next year? How much is the reward? Suhi, could you please refrain from being so materialistic? Acts of bravery are about doing good deeds and are a form of honor. Even if it's just a certificate, Officer Lu, I'm truly quite busy. Could you hold on to that certificate for me? I can collect it when I deliver takeout to your police station later. And there's a bonus of 50,000 yuan. Officer Lu, Oppos. I'm almost there, Oppos. He already left, dressing in somewhat presentable attire. So he bought a few buns downstairs and rode his electric bike straight to the Tianjin and city government. Shun Yu was to be treated in the capital, and the medical expenses were undoubtedly astronomical for her family. The meager compensation from the reckless driver had long been exhausted, and even selling their house wouldn't guarantee how long they could manage. For Su He, every penny earned represented a glimmer of hope. He was not a doctor, but he could work tirelessly to earn money. Initially, he had hoped the system might provide options to aid Shin Yu, but regrettably, no choices had been triggered yesterday. In just over 10 minutes, Suhi arrived at the city government. Having locked his bike, he was approached by Lu Wan, who was dressed in her police uniform. Suhi, hurry up. The ceremony is about to begin. Seeing Suhi in casual attire, Lu and Kuden and Oppos, T helped but marvel inwardly at how handsome he looked. Realizing why Zhao Liao often mentioned Suhi. Following Lu Wan, Suhi remarked, "Thank you so much, Officer Lu." As they walked, Lu Wan turned back and said, "Let us skip the formalities. This is part of my duty. Your act of bravery truly deserves recognition. By the way, Liao asked me to apologize on her behalf. She wants to take you out for dinner tonight. What happened between you two?" She has been acting all mysterious. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "It's nothing. Sister Zhao has been quite kind to me. As for dinner, I'll have to decline. I still need to deliver takeout tonight." Lu Wan gazed at Suhi in surprise. "Tonight? We can do it later. The pay for evening deliveries is higher, with subsidies." Suyan Serdanistri. Lu Wan shot him a disapproving look and said, Just go inside. Your seat is the first one in the second row. As soon as Soo-hee sat down, the ceremony commenced. Several leaders took turns speaking, briefly recounting the acts of bravery, followed by half an hour of gratitude speeches. Soo-hee could not resist the urge to visit the restroom midway and returned just in time for the distribution of rewards. Standing on stage, Director Fu personally handed Soo-hee a certificate of honor accompanied by a placard indicating a reward of 50,000 yuan. Soo-hee posed for a photograph with the other honorees before the ceremony concluded. After the assembly, Soo-hee was requested by the staff to fill out his bank account number, assuring him that the bonus would be credited within 3 days. As he exited the city government, he spotted Liu when waiting for the bus. He approached her on his electric bike and asked, "Officer Liu, would you like a ride?" Liu Wen smiled and replied, "According to Tianjin city regulations, riding an electric bike in the urban area with a passenger is prohibited. As a police officer, I cannot break the law." "Oh, I see. Well, thank you so much for today. I owe you a meal next time." So he glanced at his phone and noted it was already noon. Regrettably, his delivery uniform was back at the dormitory. Otherwise, he could have begun accepting orders right away. He decided to return quickly, hoping to pick up a few orders. Liu Wen's eyes lit up, and she suggested, "How about we have lunch together today?" "Sure." Soo-hee mentally kicked himself. If it were his roommates, he would have insisted on rescheduling. However, he furrowed his brow and said, "But you don't have a vehicle, and there aren't too many good places to eat nearby, maybe Don and Oppo's. T worry. Just pick a place. I'll join you shortly." Liu Wen waved her phone at Soo-hee, signaling to contact her later before turning and running back into the city government. This entire exchange felt rather perplexing to Soo-hee. He opened WeChat to check his balance and found Liu Wen in app. Oppo's contact, sending her his location. Liu Sanjia Home Cooking, 48, Wujin East Road, Tianjin City. Typically, Soo-hee would only have a single rice dish for lunch, but since this was a treat, he took it seriously. "Hello, Sister Liu, one order of Kung Pao chicken, one of mapo tofu, and a seaweed egg drop soup. I'll be there in about 20 minutes after hanging up." So he rode his electric bike towards Wujin East Road. Just then, an Audi passed by, and the rear window rolled down. Liu Wen called out, "Soo-hee, I'm heading back to change my clothes. You go ahead." As Soo-hee prepared to respond, the Audi had already sped away. Upon arriving at Liu Sanjia's restaurant, Soo-hee found Liu Wen already seated with a woman, Zhao Luyao. "Soo-hee, why are you just standing there? The two beautiful ladies have been waiting for you," Zhao Luyao teased. At the entrance, the owner, Sister Liu, winked at Soo-hee and quietly remarked, "You're quite the charmer. These two women clearly come from wealth. Have you given up on delivery?" "Sister Liu, how could that be? This toad is still waiting in line for your food." Soo-hee feigned a lewd glance at Sister Liu, knowing many delivery workers frequented the place not only for the food, but also for Sister Liu's ample assets. "You little rascal, are you eyeing my wife? I want to put chicken in your Kung Pao chicken," a Mediterranean uncle in the open kitchen called out, chuckling. "Then just give me a plate of peanuts instead." The restaurant was not large, and the atmosphere was lively. Many patrons were admiring the stylish appearances of Liu Wen and Zhao Luyao. After Soo-hee approached, both women stood up. "Officer Liu, Sister Zhao, please sit down." Soo-hee smiled awkwardly, leaving the three of them momentarily speechless. "Soo-hee, I arranged to go shopping with Luyao this afternoon. You don't mind that I brought her along without telling you, do you?" Liu Wen initiated the conversation. "Of course not. The more, the merrier. Sister Zhao has helped me a lot, and I owe you both a meal. I ordered 2 dishes and a soup. Do you want anything else?" In a corner, Wu Xiaodong was eating his rice dish, his eyes fixated on Soo-hee, and he began to weep as he ate. Sister Liu, passing by and noticing this, quietly asked, "Wu Xiaodong, have you encountered some difficulties? Share it with me. I'll help you find a solution." Wu Xiaodong wiped his tears with a napkin, saying, "No, I just thought of my mother while eating rice." Sister Liu nodded. "Oh, I see. How long has it been since your mother passed away?" Wu Xiaodong was taken aback. "My mother is not dead, Chapter 17. Let us get a membership card. You'll enjoy a 20 discount, Soo-hee. You're about to become famous. Do you realize that?" Zhao Luyao remarked, chuckling as she observed Soo-hee devouring his 4th bowl of rice after she had merely finished one. "Famous? Really?" Soo-hee sipped his soup before continuing, "Sister Zhao, you're just teasing me again." Liu Wen, intrigued, glanced at Zhao Luyao. The recent events surrounding Sue he had indeed stirred considerable discussion in Jinan City, albeit predominantly negative. However, once the police clarified the situation, the uproar subsided swiftly. The details of the case remained confidential, leaving the public unaware of Sue He's actual involvement. I'm serious. After tonight, you'll be a minor internet celebrity, Zhao Luyao said with an air of mystery. Unfazed, Sue He chuckled and continued eating, while Lu Wen, having lost her appetite, poured the remaining soup over her rice. Sue He, you really can eat, Lu Wen exclaimed in astonishment. Well, as a delivery person, one must seize every opportunity to eat. Who knows when the next meal will come? If I don't eat now, I won't have the energy to climb stairs later, Sue He replied. Once he finished his meal, he turned to Lu Wen, calling out, Sister Lu, let us settle the bill. How much is it? 51. Just give 50. Lu Wen and Zhao Luyao exchanged glances and burst into laughter. It was the first time a man had invited them to dinner for such a modest sum, and Sue He's lack of flattery made them feel at ease. What is so funny? Sue He asked, wiping his mouth with a napkin, puzzled. Do I have something on my face? No, Sue. We appreciate your generous hospitality, but we're off to do some shopping. Would you like to join us? Zhao Liao offered. Sue He shook his head, wanting to rest after losing an afternoon. He still had deliveries to make that evening. All right then, see you later, Zhao Luyao said. Don't forget to tune in to Jinan TV at 9 p.m. tonight, or check out their short video platform. By tomorrow morning, you might just be a little internet sensation. Sue He smiled, thinking that aside from answering a few questions, he had inadvertently disrupted Zhang Meng's teaching, which would likely be cut from the broadcast, preventing him from becoming an overnight celebrity. Upon returning to the Harbor Youth apartment, he found Dong Yong up and moving about, indicating he would soon be able to resume deliveries. Awakened by the alarm at 5:00 and Oppo's clock, Sue He washed his face and began accepting orders. Ding! You have a new delivery order. Please handle it promptly. He swiftly claimed over 20 orders, activating his frenzied delivery mode. He chose bustling areas, including schools, business districts, and residential neighborhoods. Despite the time-consuming nature of navigating stairs, he relied on smart navigation to maximize his speed. At the Ronda building, in the parking lot, Area A, Space 503 White Audi. By 9:00 and Oppo's clock, only one order remained, but the customer and Oppo's demands were particularly stringent. Had it not been for the generous tip noted in the remarks, Sue He would have been reluctant to accept such a request. The order read, the car key is placed on the left front tire. Open the passenger door and feed her a bite of the braised chicken rice. Thank you. Delivery guy, I will tip you $200. Having encountered many wealthy clients before, Sue He found it quite normal for a rich person to offer such a tip. He had previously delivered food to pets, likely a cat or dog in this case. The garage lights were dim, and as it was Sue He's first time delivering in a parking lot, he circled a few times before locating the white Audi, then clicked to confirm delivery. Approaching the left front tire, he indeed found the key. It was astonishing how carefree wealthy individuals could be, not fearing that someone might drive away with their car. As he walked to the passenger side, looking through the glass, he noticed a blanket inside. However, upon opening the door, a putrid stench assaulted him. Cough, cough. Is it possible that it starved to death? How long has this guy left it unfed? So he quickly dialed the customer, waiting a long time before it connected. Hello, is this Mr. Zhao? How long has it been since you fed it? Upon opening the door, I was hit by a terrible stench. It must have starved to death. Mr. Zhao sounded agitated, repeatedly insisting, please just feed her a bite. She loves braised chicken the most. Please help me. Sui felt exasperated and replied, Mr. Zhao, let me explain. It's dead. Hope it is feeding it now. I could bring the food to your home instead. Just give me your address. With no other orders pending, Sui wasn't in a hurry. He could see that Mr. Zhao still cared for his pet. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Mr. Zhao had sent him the $200 tip. Then Mr. Zhao spoke again. This is all I have. Please just feed her one bite. Just one. All right. Sui sighed, realizing the tip was indeed generous. He opened the box, picked up a piece of chicken, and intended to place it near the pet's mouth, hoping to ease Mr. Zhao's conscience. With his other hand, he slowly lifted the blanket. Oh no! Sui's pupils dilated, and he jumped back, only to collide with a wall, striking the back of his head. Blood oozed from the reopened wound. Why am I so unlucky? Sui glanced back at the passenger seat, where a putrid female corpse lay. His sudden movement had caused the body to slump forward, its lifeless eyes staring directly at him. Everything went dark, and Suhi fainted. At Jinan City People's Hospital, in a private room, Suhi awoke, recognizing the familiar surroundings and the doctor's face, offering a bittersweet smile. Before the doctor could speak, Suhi chimed in, mild concussion, needs 2 days of observation. Rest is crucial. The doctor stared in astonishment, turning to the nurse. What he just said? Those are my words. Suhi grinned. Well, whoever says it first gets to claim it. Just remember to deduct it from my treatment fees, as I diagnose myself. The nurse stifled her laughter, remarking, Dr. Hong, you two are quite the comedic duo. It's like watching a skit from the Spring Festival Gala. Dr. Hong, the chief neurosurgeon, noted that this was Suhi's third hospitalization this month and couldn't he help but advise, Suhi, perhaps you should consider getting a membership card. You'd enjoy a 20% discount in the future. Suhi was at a loss for words, finding Dr. Hong's humor quite amusing. At that moment, 2 police officers entered. Dr. Hong had intended to offer more advice, but swallowed his words, departing with the chuckling nurse. Chapter 18. You're a truly great Officer 1 and Officer Yang. Suhi attempted to sit up, but her head was spinning. Wen Jie approached to support her, while Yang Lin handed her a cup of warm water. Thank you. Suhi took a sip, then silently awaited questioning. Why don't you start by telling us what happened? Wen Jie settled into a chair, and Yang Lin placed a recording pen in front of Suhi, preparing to take notes. At that time, I had accepted an order to be delivered to Rome building. Suhi recounted the events in detail. Once she finished, Officer Wen inquired, perplexed. You mentioned that you already knew there was a corpse beneath the blanket. Why then did you agree to the request to feed the body? ISNT that beyond the duties of a delivery person, I thought Mr. Zhao was an animal lover. Losing a pet must be heartbreaking. Besides, he was so generous. Sigh. Suhi sighed. Normally, a delivery would earn just a few bucks, but Mr. Zhao tipped 200. If he were a host in a live stream, he would surely attract some attention from the top supporters. Wen Jie got up and helped Suhi lie back down, advising, this time, there is evidence proving your innocence. You've had enough bad luck. Rest well. Don't rush to leave the hospital. The doctor said if you suffer another 2 blows, you might not wake up again. Suhi forced a smile, recalling how the situation felt akin to a horror movie, completely oblivious to the wall behind her. As Officers Wen and Yang prepared to depart, Suhi could not help but ask, have they caught the murderer? Officer Wen shook his head, smiling. The evidence chain in this case is quite clear, and the identity of the perpetrator has been confirmed. We are currently making every effort to apprehend them. For now, we cannot disclose more details. Please take care of yourself. We shall take our leave. Officer Wen, what about my phone? Suhi quickly inquired. Xiaoyang, have someone bring Suhi's phone here, Officer Wen instructed. Lying on the bed, Suhi drifted off into a hazy slumber. The next morning, Suhi was awakened by the persistent ringing of her phone. Grabbing it, she saw it was Ma Mingjie calling. Hello, brother Ma. Suhi, what's this? Staying out all night at a rich woman's place? You sound quite weak. Come clean, how many times last night? Ma Mingjie and Appo's lewd voice came through, accompanied by the indistinct chatter of Panji Gang and Dong Yong nearby. Only about 7 or 8 times. Not my best performance, Suhi replied with a faint smile. Just boasting. You think you're me? Dong Yong chimed in. Let us get to the point. Stop beating around the bush, Panji Gang urged. Suhi, you've been hiding quite deep, appearing on TV now. Your videos are all over the internet. When did you become so formidable, taking down a martial arts coach? Last time with those guys from Yeli. Me? You were the one getting beaten up. Suhi chuckled. Those TV recordings are staged, rehearsed for effect. I thought so. With your scrawny build. How did you suddenly turn into a martial arts master? By the way, next time such good fortune comes your way, take us along. Who knows? I might be the next big star. All right, I have to go now. I'll be heading back to my hometown for a few days. Don't miss me too much. Get lost. Ma Mingjie hung up. Suhi opened WeChat, noticing numerous mentions in the end AMP. AMP, Appo's, top supporter in AMP, Appo's group. Ma Mingjie had posted several screenshots of Suhi from the show, each one looking quite dashing, followed by his usual exclamations of beast. In the delivery group, discussions surrounding Suhi were rampant, mostly filled with envious remarks about him being supported by a wealthy woman from the TV station, all stemming from Wu Xiaodong. Opening the short video app, several friends had already sent him videos without him needing to search. He clicked on one at random. Delivery guy, KO's martial arts coach in 5 seconds. Women's self-defense is just a joke. The title was rife with sensationalism. The video boasted over 1 million likes and tens of thousands of comments and shares. In the footage, a dashing delivery guy faced off against a burly martial arts coach. What seemed like a mismatch turned dramatic as the coach was repeatedly pushed back by the delivery guy, eventually colliding and losing 2 front teeth. In reality, Suhi's confrontation with Zhang Meng was brief, lasting mere seconds, and didn't showcase any extraordinary prowess, especially the last move where he headbutted the coach, prompting a wave of criticism. Viewers argued vehemently. Some were captivated by Suhi's looks, others debated the practicality of women and oppos as self-defense, while many martial arts instructors lambasted Suhi for a lack of chivalry. Nonetheless, a sizable number of onlookers marveled at the emerging talent within the delivery community. In any case, Suhi had indeed become a sensation. However, as he had not made a public appearance, the buzz around him remained just that, buzz. After a while, Suhi felt dizzy again, turned off his phone, and soon fell asleep once more. At noon, Lu unexpectedly brought lunch for Suhi. "Officer Lu, this is too kind of you. It was my own fault this time. There's a cafeteria downstairs. I can manage," he protested. Lu, clad in her police uniform, placed the food on the table and replied sternly, "The case involving the female corpse in the parking lot is still under investigation, and the suspect remains at large. As you are a crucial witness, you are currently under our protection." With a smile, she added, "Moreover, we are friends now. You're injured, and the rest don't want to care for you, so I thought I'd come by during my lunch break." "Friends? Of course that's fine. Officer Lu, have you eaten?" Sui glanced at the 4 bowls of food and was taken aback. Seeing the surprised look on Suhi's face, Lu chuckled. "I worried you might not have enough to eat, so I brought extra." "Thank you, Officer Lu. You should eat as well." Sui handed her a bowl, only to realize there was just 1 pair of chopsticks. "I've already eaten. You should hurry. The food is getting cold," Lu said, sitting beside him as he devoured his meal with gusto, making quite a racket, but somehow not appearing unappealing. Instead, it seemed the food was delectable. I'm a bit of a looks person myself," Lu mused inwardly. "Suhi, slow down. No one is competing with you. Be careful not to choke," she cautioned. It's a habit, Officer Lu. You have no idea how tough delivery work is. Often, we can't even grab a warm meal. We're constantly checking our phones during meals to see if we can snatch an order. If we do manage to get one, we can't eat until it's delivered, and by then, the food is cold. Of course, your job as police officers is also arduous. Nowadays, there are murder cases popping up everywhere, facing those cold-blooded criminals and twisted psychopaths. You guys are the true heroes. Suhi, if you keep eating like that, I'll have to bring you a rice cooker tomorrow. By the way, Officer Lu, why did the murderer kill his girlfriend? Chapter 19. Isn't this how it's portrayed in dramas? Lu was taken aback. Out of professional instinct, she astutely detected the insinuation in Suhi's question and retorted, "Why do you assume the deceased was the murderer's girlfriend?" Suhi looked up, and, seeing Lu's vigilant expression, couldn't he help but chuckle. Isn't it obvious? He killed his girlfriend and, overwhelmed by guilt, ordered her favorite dish, the yellow braised chicken. If she wasn't his girlfriend, she must be his wife. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths? Lu sighed in relief. Suhi's analysis was indeed correct. The murderer was, in fact, the boyfriend of the victim. "Officer Lu, you still haven't responded to me," Suhi remarked. Having finished his meal, Lu approached to clear the dishes and was surprised to find that not a morsel remained on the table. Currently, the police only had knowledge of the cause of death and had identified a suspect. It was confirmed that the victim and the suspect were in a romantic relationship. However, the motive for the murder had yet to be established, and the police were diligently investigating. After Lu spoke, Suhi suddenly interjected, "You ought to act swiftly. The murderer might have already taken his own life." Lu paused, her expression turning grave as she fixed her gaze on Suhi. "Why do you say that? How many clues are you withholding?" It was well known that Suhi had a criminal record. In the previous case of a murdered female broadcaster, he had demanded to be involved in providing clues, and Liu and T expected him to pull a similar stunt again. I've disclosed everything I know. Not a word omitted. Isn't this a straightforward conclusion? The murderer tipped me the last $200. He clearly doesn't wish to live any longer. Moreover, murder is a grave offense, a capital crime. With no money to his name, where could he possibly flee? I genuinely believe he is inclined towards suicide. You wouldn't believe the frantic tone he had on the phone. The more I ponder, the more I sense something amiss. Furthermore, consider this. By voluntarily exposing himself, he inadvertently supports my theory. Of course, there is another possibility. He might be exceedingly arrogant, thinking he can evade the police. Liu listened to Su-he's reasoning with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Su-he, where did you acquire such insights? Isn't this how dramas portray it? Su-he replied with conviction. Very well, you've won this round. Liu took out her phone and called Jia. Team Leader 1. Su-he suggests that the murderer may be contemplating suicide. Su-he? Understood. We have also reached this conclusion. However, based on the clues we currently possess, locating the murderer's hideout is exceedingly challenging. Does Su-he have any more leads? Jia was aware of Su-he's past, and if he were to conceal any crucial information and then suddenly present himself as a hero seeking accolades, it would indeed be a case of deliberate concealment. Liu glanced at Su-he and replied, No, he has been cooperative. He shouldn't pull any tricks. Feeling exposed as Liu divulged his background, Su-he awkwardly remarked what the doctor said. A mild concussion might lead to retrograde amnesia. You must trust in the physician's words. Liu checked the time and said, If you remember anything, the police are outside. You can also call me or Team Leader 1. For every minute the murderer remains at large, the public faces an increased threat. Police work cannot solely rely on speculation and analysis. Suicide is merely one possibility. He may retaliate against society and continue his rampage, so we must locate him as swiftly as possible. By the way, the police have issued a reward for information leading to the capture of the suspect. Anyone providing clues or directly apprehending the suspect will receive a reward of 200,000 yuan. As she reached the doorway, Liu turned back and left. Am I really that kind of person? Su-he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with Liu's tone. She had previously called him a friend, yet now it seemed as though she regarded him as someone who would disclose information merely for a bounty of 200,000 yuan. Suddenly, three choices appeared before him. Option 1. Provide information to assist the police in capturing the suspect. Reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Option 2. Directly apprehend the suspect and hand him over to the police. Reward, 200,000 yuan in cash. Option 3. Do nothing and take a nap. Reward, a brand new pillow. A nap brings a pillow, so he suddenly felt wide awake. Regardless of whether he chose the first or second option, completing either would not conflict with the police's reward. If he could secure 400,000 yuan, along with an additional 50,000 yuan for acting heroically, Uncle Shen wouldn't have to sell his house. Su-he reflected carefully and realized he had no additional information that could connect to the suspect's south hiding place. He opened his phone to check the wanted notice released by the Jinan Municipal Public Security Bureau. Zhao Xian, male, 23 years old, a senior student at Jinan Foreign Language College. The notice contained further details and a photograph of a bright young man, making it hard to believe he could be a murderer of his girlfriend. The information about the female victim had not been disclosed, however, so he quickly found it on the college's online forum. Tian Xiaojun, female, 23 years old, also a senior at Jinan Foreign Language College. A photo of Tian Xiaojun was circulated, causing Su-he to shudder as he recalled the scene from the parking lot. He set his phone down and took a moment to calm himself before continuing to browse the forum. Zhao Xian was from the International Trade Japanese Department, seemingly from a well-off family. He had driven an Audi to school in his junior year and was a model student, serving as the head of the publicity department in the student union and recognized as an outstanding cadre. Tian Xiaojun, from the English department, also came from a prosperous background and excelled academically. They seemed to be a perfect couple. Nevertheless, the forum also contained negative comments. alleging that Tian Xiaojun was extravagant and that her clothing and bags were all designer brands. Some claimed she had been unfaithful, provoking Zhao Xin to murder her. Others suggested Zhao Xin was prideful, living beyond his means and accumulating significant debt, even pawning his car only to rent it back. After over an hour of sifting through information, Su-hee's eyes grew weary. The veracity of the myriad messages was uncertain. But one thing he could confirm: none of this information led to Zhao Xin's hideout. Lying on the hospital bed, gazing at the ceiling, Su-hee felt despondent. If even the police had yet to locate Zhao Xin, he certainly had no leads to follow. How wonderful it would be if the system could reward him with a tracker for the suspect. Su-hee's mind wandered into a daydream before he drifted off to sleep once more. Chapter 20. As a delivery worker. What is your motive in meddling with law enforcement? Upon awakening, Su-hee resumed his quest for information on his phone, perusing forums, campus websites, and short video platforms. Anywhere discussions about the matter arose, he would delve in. When fatigue took hold, he would retreat in his slumber once more, treating the situation as a detective game, especially since he was still confined to the hospital. The following noon, Lu Wen arrived again, carrying a meal. Noticing that Su-hee had purposefully procured a notebook to compile information, Lu Wen chuckled softly. It seems my departure yesterday has greatly motivated you. I merely wish to ensure that the perpetrator does not evade justice, posing a threat to the public. For me personally, the reward is secondary, he replied earnestly. Enough with the pretentiousness. You are clearly motivated by that 200,000. However, I must remind you to report any findings directly to the police without taking matters into your own hands. Lu Wen warned, increasingly understanding Su-hee's character. Hey, Officer Lu, how about we share resources? Once we apprehend the criminal, we can split the reward, Su-hee suggested, now able to rise from his bed, setting the table as he accepted the meal from Lu Wen. Dream on. Finish your meal. You should go outside for some sunlight instead of languishing in bed with your phone, Lu Wen retorted, rolling her eyes at his audacity. As Su-hee began to eat, Lu Wen picked up his notebook to glance through it. Su-hee, your handwriting is absolutely atrocious. Hey, Officer Lu, having perused my notes, it's only fair you share police information with me in return. Su-hee laughed, lifting his gaze. The information you've gathered is already known to us. We want to see it. Besides, police case details cannot be disclosed casually. That would be a violation of protocol. Now eat your meal. Lu Wen tossed the notebook back, deeming its contents useless. I should have just taken a nap. I could have had a new pillow. Su-hee muttered to himself. What did you say? Lu Wen asked. Her attention piqued. Nothing, I just remarked on how delicious the meal is today, he replied, feigning nonchalance. Seeing Su-hee's downcast demeanor, Lu Wen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Su-hee, why are you so determined to catch the suspect? Are you in desperate need of money? After all, you recently received a reward of 50,000 for your bravery. For justice, Su-hee exclaimed, his eyes bright with conviction before a sheepish smile crept across his face, and maybe to earn a little extra. Next time, could you refrain from twisting the narrative? You were quite impressive just now. Now you've morphed into a mere money grubber, Lu Wen observed, contemplating the situation before stepping outside to call Wen Jie. Captain Wen. Su-hee is also pursuing leads on the suspect, but he is sourcing everything online. He wishes to share information with the police. Wen Jie was surprised by this revelation. Yet, given Su-hee's involvement in the recent murder case of the female streamer, something felt amiss. Why was he so intent on inserting himself into a situation that had no connection to him? What was he hiding this time? To be honest, Wen Jie wished to summon Su-hee for a thorough interrogation to uncover any significant details he might be withholding. Understood. Keep an eye on him. I'll be there shortly. Wen Jie decided to check in on Su-hee at the hospital, considering his current status as an injured party, with no evidence implicating him in any wrongdoing. After lunch, Su-hee noticed Lu Wen had not left yet. Officer Lu, aren't you supposed to be at work this afternoon? I am working at the moment, Lu Wen replied, just as Wen Jie and Yang Lin entered the room. Lu Wen took Su-hee's notebook and handed it to Wen Jie. Captain Wen, I'll take my leave now. After Lu Wen departed, Wen Jie perused Su-hee's notes regarding Zhao Xin and Tian Xiaojun before sitting down, eyeing Su-hee with measured calm. Have you truly recalled nothing? It would be a pity, The police have offered a reward of 200,000. Sui grinned. Officer Wen. How could I intentionally withhold clues for a mere 200,000? I've shared everything I know with you. I was just idly jotting things down. Wan Jie picked up the notebook, his expression turning serious. This is not mere idle scribbling. Your actions are severely disrupting our investigation. Do you want me to drag you to the interrogation room for a proper questioning? Oh dear, my head hurts. Officer Wen, please summon a doctor for me, Su, he exclaimed, his face pale and brow furrowed. Yang Lin was about to step out to fetch a doctor, but was halted by Wan Jie. This kid is merely putting on an act. He is far from honest. After a couple of minutes of silence, Su-hee opened his eyes and sighed in relief. Much better. A mild concussion requires rest. Thinking too much causes excruciating pain. Officer Wen, what were you saying just now? I seem to have forgotten. Su-hee. Be honest and don't pull any tricks. If you continue this way, I will have no choice but to cuff you. Yang Lin glared at Su-hee, noticing the evidence pointing to his innocence, yet baffled by his persistent involvement in the case. As a delivery worker, why are you so invested in the police's affairs? Wan Jie gazed intently at Su-hee for a prolonged moment before finally asking, what information do you wish to uncover? If possible, I too desire to know. Su-hee's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He had no ties to the case and feared no repercussions if he could find the culprit. The reward would be substantial. For Shunyu, he was undaunted. Can I get out of bed? Wan Jie asked with a smile. Su-hee returned the smile. Yes. Then come with me to the interrogation room. Could we perhaps choose a different location? That place is rather oppressive, and I'm afraid. Su-hee hesitated. No negotiations. Until the suspect is apprehended, you must remain at the police station. With a sigh, Su-hee rose, changed his clothes, and walked to the door, suddenly inquiring, Officer Wen, if I uncover a clue while at the police station, will the reward of 200,000 still apply? As long as we can capture the suspect, I will personally hand over that 200,000 to you. At the entrance, another officer led Su-hee away, prompting Yang Lin to question, Master, you truly think Su-hee is some kind of detective? He is merely a delivery worker, after all. Last time, he stumbled upon the suspect by sheer happenstance when Jie watched Su-hee's departing figure, musing aloud, in less than half a month. 3 cases, the murder of a female streamer, a hit-and-run taxi chase, and a corpse found in a parking lot. Each time, he has been involved. You call that mere coincidence? Although I can't discern any connection, something feels off, Master, with what you just said. It seems Su-hee is indeed quite unfortunate, caught up in a scientific investigation. This may well be another unsolved mystery. Chapter 21. Reported for being too handsome at the Jinan Public Security Bureau, seated in the familiar interrogation room. Su-hee successfully gleaned information about the case. However, the price of this knowledge was high. Until the apprehension of the criminal suspect, his basic needs would be confined within the precinct, and his mobile phone had been confiscated. Outside the interrogation room, Wan Jie stood before Director Fu. Speaking in a hushed tone, Director Fu, I am aware this contravenes regulations, yet I have a premonition that Su-hee may provide us with a breakthrough. I am willing to accept any consequences for my actions. Officer Wen, you have been a seasoned detective for over a decade. Do you truly believe in such hunches? When has a police investigation ever relied on a delivery worker? You must thoroughly investigate Su-hee to ascertain his intentions. Furthermore, do not take matters into your own hands again by allowing non-investigative personnel access to case files. This is a serious breach of protocol. I expect you to write a self-reflection on this matter. Director Fu shook his head, glancing at Su-hee in the interrogation room, finding the entire situation utterly absurd. What need did the police have for a delivery worker to solve the case? Unbeknownst to Su-hee, his request had led to Officer Wen facing reprimand. He was engrossed in the case details, seeking any glimmer of evidence. Unfortunately, the police had not uncovered anything, leaving his hopes dim. Much of the information aligned with his online findings, yet there were many unknowns. The victim, Tian Xiaowan, had died on June 5, 2022, between 8 and 9 in the evening, with asphyxiation cited as the cause of death. Zhao Exine and Oppo's fingerprints were found on her neck, indicating he had strangled her. Tian Xiaojuan's trousers were pulled down to her knees, suggesting sexual activity prior to her demise. The evidence left at the scene was irrefutable. and surveillance footage confirmed Zhao Xin as the perpetrator. However, after Zhao Xin departed, the parking lot management did not notice the body in the vehicle until 7 days later. On June 12th, when Suhi fainted, prompting someone to call the police. 7 days provided ample opportunity for the suspect to flee or hide, complicating the police and Oppo's efforts to apprehend him. Records indicated that on the night of the 12th, Zhao Xin returned to campus and invited his dormitory mates for a barbecue, indulging in excessive drinking. The following day, June 13th, he visited his home, having had a recent argument with his father, who noticed nothing amiss. They shared a calm lunch before Zhao Xin went to visit his elderly grandfather in the countryside. After that, the trail went cold. The police scoured hotels, entertainment venues, stations, subways, and airports, retrieving Zhao Xin's call logs and travel records. They ultimately pinpointed the location where he ordered food, a remote mountain area in Jinan City, Lingyin Temple. However, by the time the police arrived, Zhao Xin had vanished. The trail went cold once again. Lingyin Temple was situated in a secluded area devoid of surveillance, leaving them at a standstill. The police issued a bounty for information leading to Zhao Xin's capture, knowing they could only proceed once a lead surfaced. The mountains behind Lingyin Temple stretched endlessly, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack if Zhao Xin sought to hide himself. So he felt utterly disheartened. It was no wonder Officer Wen had allowed him to review the files. Even with this knowledge, what could he accomplish? Looking around the frigid interrogation room, he lamented silently. Is it too much to ask to just go out and deliver food? That evening, Suhi was escorted from the interrogation room to a temporary holding cell for detainees. Fortunately, it was equipped with a bed and blankets, and meals were provided. It was apparent that this was a VIP room, as across from him sat a man with tattoos and dyed red hair, forced to sit on the cold floor. The following morning, Luan brought Suhi breakfast, astonishing the man opposite with her attentiveness. Dude, what in Oppo's is going on? Your treatment is unusually good. What did you do? Saying, Suhi Blaive. I was reported for being too handsome. I had no choice. I turned myself in a hide for a couple of days. At noon, Director Fu entered the cafeteria and happened upon Wen Jie. He inquired, how long do you intend to keep Suhi detained? Wen Jie pondered briefly before responding. I hadn't anticipated his appetite. He eats as much as 2 people. I think I'll let him go this afternoon. This situation is not sustainable. Just as well. By the way, there's a significant case from the province, and they're forming a special task force, assigning you to it. The detailed files are on your desk in the office. Once you finish your meal, take a look. In the afternoon, Suhi signed a confidentiality agreement and finally exited the Public Security Bureau. Turning to Luan, he expressed his gratitude. Officer Liu, I cannot thank you enough. Did you intercede on my behalf? I'll be on my way. Goodbye. Luan smiled, replying, do come visit again. I want to be back. So he stepped out, but suddenly turned back, asking, Officer Liu, where is Tian Xiaozhuan's body? Are you still fixated on that 20,000 reward? Would you like to come in for tea and discuss it leisurely? Luan was taken aback by Suhi's persistent curiosity regarding the perpetrator. Of course not. Officer Liu, last night, I had a nightmare and thought I might say a few words to her, urging her not to haunt me. Sui scratched his head, feigning seriousness. That is mere superstition. Tian Xiaozhuan's body has been cremated and taken by her family. Forget about it. Get some proper rest, and let this matter fade from your mind in a few days. Sui nodded and exited the Public Security Bureau, only to rush back inside. Officer Liu, what about my electric bike? Liu Wan, exasperated, pointed to a large tree beside the guardhouse where his bike was parked. There it is. You're so forgetful. Don't come back. If you do, I'll lock you up. This time, Sui did not return, speeding away on his electric bike. On a dark and windy night, a figure crouched in a cornfield, fixated on a nearby cluster of fresh graves. Indeed, it was Suhi. He had been lying there for 2 hours, nibbling on a piece of bread and sipping milk, his gaze unwavering on Tian Xiaozhuan's grave. I hope my suspicions are correct. Sui's heart raced. At the Public Security Bureau, he learned the time of Tian Xiaozhuan's death, between 8 and 9 on the evening of June 5th. Zhao Xian had ordered food at 8:20 p.m. on June 12th. By the time Suhi arrived at the parking lot, It was nearly 9 o'clock, precisely a 7-day interval. Was this mere coincidence? Su did not believe so. Previously, he had watched horror films that claimed the souls of the deceased returned to the place of their death on the 7th day. Zhao Xian had chosen this exact day to order Tian Xiaozhuan's favorite dish, Huangmin chicken, a deliberate act indeed. Burdened with guilt, Zhao Xian contemplated suicide. Yet the system's choices indicated he had not met his end. What was he thinking? A bold hypothesis emerged in Su He's mind. Was Zhao Xian intending to die alongside Tian Xiaowan? To share life in harmony and to share death in the same tomb? This conjecture was not without merit, given that Zhao Xian ordered food on the 7th day. While hiding in a temple, it suggested a belief in this notion. At that moment, he found himself at a crossroads, facing death regardless, as Tian Xiaowan was his girlfriend. The possibility of wanting to die together was exceedingly likely. Thus, as soon as Su He exited the Public Security Bureau, he made a beeline for Tian Xiaowan and Appo's hometown. Chapter 22. Do you not watch movies? At 2:30 in the morning, Su He found himself unable to endure any longer and dozed off. Suddenly, a noise startled him awake. Upon raising his head, he noticed that the grave of Tian Xiaowan had been unearthed, and a dark figure cradled her urn in its arms before vanishing from sight. Su He sprang to his feet and dashed towards the grave. The person within was startled and drew a knife, attempting to take their own life. Tian Xiaowan was still alive. Realizing time was of the essence, Su He shouted loudly. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Xian was pinned to the ground by Su He, who simultaneously disarmed him of the knife. Zhao Xian, in a daze, asked, "You mean Xiaowan is still alive?" "Huh. I meant to say, if Tian Xiaowan were alive, she certainly wouldn't want to die with you, you scoundrel." Su He firmly restrained Zhao Xian, expressing his disdain. "I never intended to kill her. She forced my hand. I loved her and feared her leaving me. I borrowed money, sold my car to satisfy her whims. Yet she was an insatiable pit. She set her sights on my father's apartment in Jinan City and pressured me. I was going mad. In the parking lot, you want me to die? Please, I killed her. It balances the scales." Zhao Xian struggled to break free, but Su He held him firmly with his masterful grappling skills. Ignoring Zhao Xian and Appo's pleas, Su He took out his phone to call the police. "Hello? I need to report a murder. I have apprehended the killer of Tian Xiaowan." "Yes, in the parking lot of Rongda Building. I'm at Xinglong Village in Jinhua Town, on top of Tian Xiaowan's grave. I'm not a villager. I'm a deliveryman." After hanging up, Zhao Xian ceased his struggles, casting a confused glance at Su He's attire. "Aren't you a police officer?" Su He smiled and replied, "Plain clothes, understand?" Zhao Xian pressed further. "Did you just say you were a deliveryman?" "That was a code. Do you think you're clever?" Every move you made was already under police surveillance. Su He had fully immersed himself in the role of a police officer. Zhao Xian questioned, "Then why didn't you capture me sooner?" "Well, let me think. Why do you have so many questions, 100,000 whys?" Su He realized he barely kept pace with the active mind of a college student. "Officer, where are your handcuffs?" Zhao Xian chuckled. "I forgot them," Su He replied, his expression unchanged. "Do you dare give me a bad review?" Zhao Xian suddenly turned to glare at Su He. "You dare, you murderer, to give me a bad review." Su He was infuriated. This brat had the audacity to threaten him. "Haha, you really are a deliverman. How did you know I would come here to seek death?" Zhao Xian laughed, and Su He realized he had been lured into conversation. He tightened his grip, causing Zhao Xian to cry out in pain. "Shut up." Su He glared at Zhao Xian, considering him a scum for killing his girlfriend. Not beating him was already lenient. Zhao Xian fell silent, but within a minute, he began to mutter to himself, "If the lottery I bought wins, she wouldn't have left me." "Nonsense. You killed her." Su He couldn't help but interject again. "That day, she dragged me to the mall. When we reached the parking lot, I discovered she intended to buy furniture to move into my father's apartment. That apartment was originally meant for me, but my father found another woman who is now pregnant, and he planned to move in himself. Xiaowan was obsessed with that apartment. She said if we moved in early, my father would have no choice. I couldn't help but argue with her. It was my girlfriend versus my father. What was I to do? The parking lot was dim, and Xiaowan turned off the car lights. We sat in silence for a few minutes before she placed her hand on my thigh. So he was suddenly alert. While we were in the passenger seat, unexpectedly, Xiaowan exclaimed, "Hurry up, let us finish, so we can go see the apartment." Upon hearing this, I wondered, is this still love? This feels like a transaction. The apartment, the apartment. Her eyes were fixated only on that. I gripped her neck, filled with revulsion and hatred. Weren't you just saying you loved her? So he couldn't resist chiming in. Whatever. I regret it now, but what good does that do? I suffered while she was alive, and I suffer even more now that she is dead. My only wish is to be buried together. At that moment, the sirens were drawing nearer. After listening to the entire story, Suhi was at a loss for words and could only remain silent. When the police arrived to take Zhao Xian away, he boarded another police vehicle. Spotting a familiar face in the passenger seat, Suhi greeted with a smile. "Officer Yang, thank you for personally coming out at such a late hour. If I hadn't worried he would escape, I would have just— Oh no, stop. My electric bike is still in the field." At Jinan City Public Security Bureau, in the interrogation room, Suhi spoke until his throat was dry. Despite discussing Head 7s and the bond of life and death, Officer Yang merely glared at him, demanding, "Confess honestly." Finally, Suhi lost his temper and shot back at Officer Yang. "Are you trying to swindle me out of my 20,000? I want to see Officer Wen. He promised me that if I caught the murderer, he would give me the 20,000. Yang Lin, fuming, exited the interrogation room and approached Director Fu. "Director, it's still the same story. Suhi's account wasn't entirely baseless. According to his deductions, the murderer indeed harbored a hint of superstitious belief, which was corroborated during Zhao Xian's interrogation. He genuinely believed that the spirit of the deceased would return on the 7th day. His retreat to the temple was out of fear that Tian Xiaowan might return as a vengeful spirit, and ultimately, he wished to be buried alongside her, having prepared for his own demise. Fine, let him go back. Have him register his bank account information and follow the procedure. Director Fu glanced at Su He in the interrogation room. This Deliveryman not only uncovered clues, but also personally apprehended the murderer, which was utterly unexpected. This incident served as a reminder to all investigators to consider the perpetrator's perspective when approaching the case. When asked how Su He came to these conclusions, he retorted, "Isn't that how ghost stories are portrayed? Do you not watch movies?" At 9 in the morning, Su He finally exited the police station, mounted his electric bike, and headed towards the Harbor Youth apartment. He needed to return and catch some sleep, as exhaustion had overtaken him. Lu Wen watched Su He's departing figure, silently wishing, "You must not return." Chapter 23. Both of you are cut from the same cloth on the road. So he opened his phone to find 3 missed calls. From Station Master Jun, Dong Yong, and his mother, Su He's mom. "Hello. Mom, you little rascal, ignoring my calls again. Mom, what's the matter? Sue, do you even care about this family? You've been gone for half a year. People might think you've gone abroad. I must tell you, your father just fell off his bike. It's up to you whether you come back or not. Is it serious?" "Hello, Mom." The call abruptly ended as his mother hung up. So he quickly turned his bike around and headed home. His family also resided in Jinan City, but it was more than 20 kilometers away from the urban area, a journey of about an hour and a half on an electric bike. Along the way, so he called Jun to request leave and returned a call to Mom Mingzhi, which was just a trivial matter. His mother wanted him to bring back some delicacies. As he rode halfway, his bike ran out of power, leaving him stranded in an empty area. He retrieved a battery he had previously received as a reward from his storage space and tried to replace the old one, but it wouldn't fit. Reluctantly, he left it on the bike. Suya's home was wide open, so he rode straight in, parked the bike, and rushed inside. "Mom, where's Dad? Where did he fall? Is it serious?" His mother, Zhao Xiaomei, was seated on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. Beside her sat 3 women, one of whom was the well-known matchmaker in the village, Aunt Zhang, while the other 2 were unfamiliar faces. Zhao Xiaomei glanced at Su He and rolled her eyes. "So you finally decided to come back? You're quite fast, aren't you?" Anxious throughout his journey, Su He could hardly bear his mother's irritation. "Mom, what time is it? Where's Dad? Did he go to the hospital?" Just then, the door opened, and his father, Su Jiangwo, emerged, shaking off his clothes. "Hospital? It was just a fall in the field. I came back to change clothes," Zhao Xiaomei retorted. "You told me our son works for a Fortune 500 company, with a company car and house, managing online food operations in the internet catering industry. Turns out he's just a delivery guy. A woman in her 40s, sitting on the sofa, noticed Soo-hee in his delivery uniform and took her daughter by the hand, preparing to leave. "You little rascal. Can't even be bothered to change your clothes when you come back," Xiaomei grumbled as she hurried after them. "Du Chunhua, don't go. You've come all this way. Let the young ones have a chat. My son makes a decent living as a delivery guy. A delivery job doesn't pay much. It's not even enough for my daughter's clothes and makeup," Du Chunhua scoffed. "There are many suitors in the city. If they find out she's dating a delivery guy, it would be a laughingstock." Du Chunhua continued her tirade, and Zhao Xiaomei, feeling insulted by the disdain for her son's job, retaliated. "Just you wait, Du Chunhua. Your daughter is short, with a flat nose, lacking in both chest and rear. My Soo-hee is tall and handsome. He wouldn't even look at her. If you want your daughter to find a wealthy husband, go find old Mr. Ma from our village. He's 89, has a pension, and is a widower." As the two women began to exchange harsh words, Soo-hee rushed out, grabbing Du Chunhua's hand and gently pushing her back, causing her to stumble and sit down on the ground. "Help! The Su family is trying to kill me. Help!" Du Chunhua shouted, rolling on the ground in a dramatic display. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaomei attempted to join her on the ground, but Soo-hee quickly held her arm. "Mom, the ground is dirty. Don't ruin your clothes." Du Chunhua's loud cries attracted the attention of the neighbors, who came out to watch the commotion. Her daughter tried to help her up, but Du Chunhua refused to budge. Aunt Zhang, the matchmaker, attempted to mediate, but Du Chunhua was unyielding, continuing to hurl insults at Zhao Xiaomei. Soo had watched his mother's verbal sparring skills develop over the years. She rarely lost a battle within a 10-mile radius. However, Du Chunhua was no pushover either, and soon their exchange of insults reached a fever pitch. A group of men stood with their hands in their pockets, knowing a physical altercation was unlikely. Before long, the village's women's director and the village chief arrived, managing to coax the two women apart. With renewed vigor, Zhao Xiaomei turned and walked back into the house. As she closed the door, she seized Soo-hee by the ear. "You little rascal. Are you trying to give me a heart attack so your dad can find you a stepmother? Why can't you wear something decent instead of that yellow uniform? See, it's all yellow. Mom, it hurts. What are you laughing at?" Soo-hee's father, Su Jiangwo, turned away, trying to suppress his amusement. "Stop right there." Zhao Xiaomei released her grip and placed her hands on her hips. "You two are just alike. Go get me a glass of water. I've lost my voice shouting." At noon, Zhao Xiaomei prepared a grand feast. As she set the dishes on the table, she noticed he's still wearing his helmet. "It's time to eat." "Why are you still wearing that helmet?" "Just a habit," Sui replied, but he didn't take it off. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. "Mom, your cooking is the best. Take off that helmet." Zhao Xiaomei insisted, hands on her hips, glaring at him. "Mom, come eat. The food is getting cold." Sui still did not comply. With a loud slap on the table, Zhao Xiaomei glared at him. "Su Jiangwo, take off your son's helmet. I want to see what he has hiding under there. Ever since he was a child, he has never been able to look me in the eye when he lies." "Mom, I just got a new hairstyle. It doesn't look good," Soo-hee protested weakly. Su Jiangwo, without hesitation, removed the helmet. "Son, what happened to your head? When did you get hurt? Is it serious? What are you waiting for? Take your son to the hospital," Zhao Xiaomei exclaimed, her eyes widening as she noticed the bandage wrapped around Soo-hee's head, with the hair on the back of his head shaved off for treatment. "Mom, I'm fine. I just bumped into a wall. It's nothing serious. Just a small cut." The doctor said it's okay. Seeing her son's eyes welling with tears, Zhao Xiaomei walked over and embraced him. "You little rascal. You never listen. I told you to find a stable job, but you refused. Riding that electric bike in the city is dangerous. Don't think I don't know. You're giving all your money to the Shun family. You're 24 now. It's time to think about yourself. Shunyu is in a vegetative state. You can't go on like this forever." "Mom, Shunyu will recover," Zhao Xiaomei sighed, sitting in silence for a moment before looking up. "Su Jiangwo, go get the savings book for your son. It's meant for his future wife, anyway." Su Jiangwo handed the savings book to Soo-hee, smiling. "Son, I know this year has been tough for you. Since you've chosen that girl, your father supports you." Seeing the 200,000 in the savings book, Soo-hee's tears flowed freely as he embraced his father. Dad, two grown men. What s with all the hugging? Let us eat. Zhao Xiaomei interjected, casting a stern look. What is wrong with a little hug? Su Jiangwo murmured under his breath. Say that again, dear. The food you made today is truly delicious. Chapter 24. I no longer wish to play after lunch. Sui sat at the door basking in the sunlight. Ms. Zhao Xiaomei had imposed a house arrest on him, forbidding him from returning to the city until his head injury healed, with rare leisure time on his hands. Sui also intended to spend some quality moments with his family. Su Jiangwo had gone to work in the fields, while Zhao Xiaomei had ventured to the village in Amp, Oppo's game room for mahjong. Thus, Suhi remained at home to guard the house. Suhi, you and Amp, Oppo's VE returned. Someone exclaimed, I saw you on my phone. You become quite the internet celebrity. Let us take a picture together. Suhi, I heard you're delivering takeout in the city, earning a minimum of 7 or 8,000 a month. My son Huzi is 18 this year. Let him accompany you to the city for work. Dear nephew, when did you come back? Come over for dinner tonight. I just caught a big carp weighing over 4 pounds. The door was bustling with familiar faces, and after spending over an hour there, Suhi felt compelled to retreat to his room for a nap. As he lay down, a head poked in through the window, calling out, Huzi, why did you climb over the wall? Suhi responded, my mom said I should work in the city delivering takeout with you. Stepping outside, Suhi playfully slapped Huzi on the head, admonishing him, why climb over when you could just knock? You're still so young, and you want to go out to work already? Huzi quickly retorted, I'm almost 18. Suhi chuckled, recalling that Huzi had stopped attending school after middle school due to a childhood fever that had impaired his intellect. For the past 2 years, he had been helping his father grow vegetables in a greenhouse. Suhi did not acquiesce to Huzi and Amp, Oppo's mother's request. He knew that in the city, Huzi would likely be bullied. He had already contemplated a move to the capital, awaiting the right moment for Shunyu to accompany him. As dusk fell, Ms. Zhao Xiaomei returned home in high spirits, evidently having enjoyed her day. Suhi heated up the leftovers from lunch, and the family gathered to eat while watching television. The news broadcast featured a recent murder case in Jialan City, where a 23-year-old nail technician had been killed. This marked the third woman to be murdered this month. The police urged single women to minimize nighttime outings and to report any suspicious individuals promptly. A special task force had been established, and citizens were advised not to panic. If they had any leads, they should contact the police immediately. After the news segment, Zhao Xiaomei slammed her chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, what a beast. A girl raised with such care, and just like that, she's gone. If they catch that person, 10 executions wouldn't be too harsh. How easy do you think it is to catch them? The news has been airing for days, and the police have made no progress, Su Jiangwo remarked. Zhao Xiaomei shot him a glare. Are you trying to contradict me? Su Jiangwo buried his head in his bowl, resuming his meal. So he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. After dinner, he ventured alone to a hillside about a mile from home, where he could see the twinkling lights of countless homes. The evening breeze was cool yet pleasant against his skin. Leaning against a large rock, he suddenly spotted a shadow darting past. Who is it? Suhi leapt onto the stone, peering into the bushes where someone was crouched. A smile spread across his face as he shouted, There's a snake. Huzi scrambled to his feet, running behind Suhi, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Where is it? Suhi, I can't see it. It must have slithered away. Suhi retorted, glancing back at Huzi. What are you doing out here so late? I followed you, Suhi. Were you trying to catch a wild rabbit? My dad caught one the other day. It was delicious. Is delivering takeout fun? Can I go with you to the city? Huzi asked eagerly. My dad said when I turn 18, he'll buy me a motorcycle, way cooler than your electric bike. My mom mentioned someone is bringing you a wife today. Will someone bring one for me? Sitting side by side on the hillside, Suhi refrained from answering Huzi and Oppo's inquiries, while Huzi continued to chatter away. Eventually, Huzi and Oppo's mother arrived wielding a stick, and Huzi turned back with a grin. Suhi, I have to go face the music. I'll come find you tomorrow to play. Soon, the sounds of Huzi's punishment faded into the distance. Huzi envied Suhi for having an electric bike to deliver takeout in the city, while Suhi envied Huzi's carefree existence. On the third day, Suhi returned to the Harbor Youth Apartment with a large bag of peanuts. At 10 in the morning, the dormitory was empty, Even Dong Yong had begun delivering takeout. Thus, Sui set down the peanuts and began his own deliveries. Ding! You have a new takeout order. Please process it promptly. With a combination of platform orders and his own grabs, Sui had a total of 23 orders, and he focused intently on picking up and delivering the meals. Come on, Sui, leave us a chance to breathe, someone exclaimed in the delivery group. Others even turned Suhi's photo into a talisman for good luck. However, Sui had no time to respond. During the lunchtime rush, he worked tirelessly until 2 p.m., completing 72 orders. After hastily finding a place to eat, he closed his order requests and went to the bank to withdraw 50,000 yuan for his act of bravery, which, alongside the system's reward of 200,000 and another 200,000 withdrawn by his father, totaled 450,000 yuan. The 200,000 yuan reward from the police had yet to arrive. Sui felt a surge of excitement. With this money, Shen Yu could receive treatment at a hospital in the capital, and Shen's uncle Wu Ti have to sell the house. In such a large city, he could earn 30 or 40,000 yuan a month delivering takeout, which would cover Shen Yu and Oppo's subsequent medical expenses. Arriving at the Xingfu Li community, Sui locked his bike and entered the corridor. Old man, if you don't hand over the property deed today, I'll wipe out your entire family. Smash it. From upstairs, a series of loud banging echoed against the door. Bang! The door was flung open. Inside, Shen Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong each brandished a knife, glaring furiously at the group of men who had barged in. We want. Shen Yuanzhong glowered at them. Old man, stop pretending to be foolish. You've collected the money for the house. It's time to hand over the deed. The leader of the men sneered, his bare chest covered in tattoos, a steel rod tucked into his waistband. I've only received a 30,000 yuan deposit. The final payment hasn't been made yet. Why should I give you the deed? Shen Yuanzhong stood protectively in front of Xiang Wanrong, unafraid of the men before him. The house was his last hope for saving his daughter's life, and he anticipated being deceived. Old man, I heard you were once a teacher. You personally signed this contract in black and white. Are you trying to back out now? The man threw a photocopy of the contract onto the floor and pointed the steel rod at Shen Yuanzhong. Bah, you're all in cahoots. Even if it costs me my life, I want to give you the property deed. Shen Yuanzhong was agitated. In his eagerness to sell the house and take his daughter to the capital for treatment, he had contacted an agent only to be ensnared in a trap. The contract he signed stipulated that the final payment would only be available 20 years later, and he must first cooperate with the transfer of ownership. The agent now possessed the power of attorney with his signature. If he handed over the deed, the house would truly be taken away. 20 years, Shen Yu couldn't wait. Nor could Shen Yuanzhong. Moreover, the penalty for breach of contract was 10 times the deposit. This group of men was like wolves, devouring flesh and leaving no bones. Ha! Old man, don't be so agitated. You should think of your daughter. What if I were to cut the power? How long do you think your daughter could last? The man placed his hand on the main power switch to the left of the door, smiling at Shen Yuanzhong. Chapter 25. Hey, officer, is this really happening? Shen Yuanzhong's face turned ashen in an instant. Shen Yu lay on the bed, reliant on a respirator for breath, which had lost power. The machine and Oppo's battery would last only an hour. Shen Yuanzhong hastily exclaimed, Wife, call the police. Xiang Wanrong pulled out her phone, ready to report the emergency. Do you dare? The man wielding an iron rod struck at her hand, knocking the phone to the ground. It seems you want to shed tears until you see the coffin. You've cut the electricity. Before he could finish, a delivery man appeared at the door. Hello, mate one delivery. No one ordered delivery. You must be mistaken. The man with the iron rod retorted. They're in Oppo's. That's no mistake in Oppo's. As for Unit 601, Building 7, Happiness Community. Is it your friend who ordered? Sui entered while speaking. Did any of you order takeout? The man queried the others, but they all shook their heads. Brother, look at this order, the recipient. Sui approached the man, and at a distance of 1 meter, suddenly seized the iron rod, simultaneously delivering a kick to his groin. The man crumpled to the floor, clutching his groin, speechless from the pain. Seizing the iron rod, Sui charged at the other 3 men. With masterful grappling techniques, he had them all incapacitated within 2 minutes. He struck with great ferocity, ensuring each one clutched their groin, a deliberate act on his part. Uncle Shun, Aunt Xiang, are you all right? Sui approached them. Shun Yuanzhong, glancing at the sprawled men, urged, Su-hee, you must leave. They are gangsters. You cannot handle them. Gangsters? Even better. They are precisely the targets of the anti-crime initiative, Sui declared, just as police sirens blared from downstairs. The men panicked, struggling to endure their pain, attempting to flee, but each was met with a blow from Su-hee, collapsing to the ground, begging for mercy. Footsteps echoed from below. Su-hee turned and reassured, Uncle Shun, Aunt Xiang, do not fear. I've already called the police. Please put down the knives. Shaken, the couple set their knives down just as the police burst in. Get down, hands on your heads, and behave. The scene was unmistakable. Several tattooed men without shirts were evident criminals. Meanwhile, the delivery man and the elderly couple complied obediently, crouching on the floor. Su-hee, are you all right? Lu-wen entered. Spotting Su, he crouched with his hands on his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Su-hee had not directly called 110. Instead, he had texted Lu-wen and placed his phone on the stairs, recording the conversations. The intent to cut off power and harm Shinyu was enough to bring them to justice. Not to mention their threats, the injury to Xiang Wanrong's hand, and the damaged phone. None would escape justice. Yang Lin observed the battered men and then glared at Su-hee. Did you do this? Officer Yang, this was self-defense. They attacked Aunt Xiang first. All right, take them all back to the station, Yang Lin declared, skeptical of Su-hee's claims. You bear no injuries. Yet these four are severely hurt, and you dare to claim self-defense? Officer, may I refrain from going to the station? I need to stay and care for my daughter. Xiang Wanrong's hand had swollen from the blow of the iron rod. Yang Lin appeared stern, preparing to speak, but Lu-wen silenced him with a glance, motioning for him to check inside. At the door, Lu-wen and Yang Lin observed a pale woman on the bed, dependent on a respirator. This was the daughter Xiang Wanrong had mentioned. Please take the others home. I will remain to take statements. Lu-wen noted a photo on the bedside table, depicting a cheerful young man and a beautiful woman. The man was none other than Su-hee. Lu-wen contacted a doctor to attend to Xiang Wanrong's injuries. Once Officer Yang had taken the others away, she smiled and said, Auntie, do not worry. Uncle will return after giving his statement. Could you tell me what happened? Xiang Wanrong recounted the tale of how they were deceived by a fraudulent real estate agent while trying to take her daughter to the capital for treatment. Auntie, what is your relationship with Su-hee? Lu-wen continued her inquiries. Xiang Wanrong hesitated, a flicker of resistance crossing her face, yet she replied honestly, He is my daughter and Oppo's boyfriend. Recalling the woman lying in bed, Lu-wen could not help but ask, Could you tell me more about your daughter? In the police station, so he found himself in an interrogation room once more, as the four men had sustained serious injuries. Although he possessed evidence, and Shun Yuanzhong was willing to testify, the lack of injuries on Su-hee complicated the judgment of self-defense. With Su-hee's recordings as leverage, the four men quickly confessed to colluding with the fraudulent agent to extort Shun Yuanzhong's property and to threaten him violently. Under Chinese law, a group of 3 or more can be classified as a criminal organization, and they fit the criteria perfectly. After Shun Yuanzhong completed his statement, he addressed the police officer. Officer, Su-hee is a good person. He acted to protect us. He truly is a good person. All right, uncle. I will send someone to escort you home. Rest assured, we will not overlook any wrongdoing nor wrongfully accuse an innocent. In the interrogation room, Su-hee faced Yang Lin. Grinning, Officer Yang, I've done you a favor by capturing a bunch of bad guys. Yang Lin maintained a serious demeanor, stating, Su-hee, I understand your good intentions, but whether your actions constitute self-defense is still under deliberation. However, there is one matter for which I require a reasonable explanation. What matter? Suincoer passive. There is 250,000 yuan in cash in your delivery box. Would you care to explain? 5,000 for my act of bravery, and the other 200,000 was given to me by my father. After calling the police, Su-hee had returned the 200,000 from the system, but the 250,000 could not be accounted for. Yang Lin was aware of the reward for Su-hee's bravery and would investigate the remaining 200,000. He continued, Why do you carry so much cash? Suddenly, Two options appear before him. Option 1. Honestly explain the reason for carrying the money. Reward: advanced beauty and hairdressing skills. Option 2. Reply to Yang Lin, "Hey officer, is it illegal to carry a bit of cash?" Reward: advanced acting skills. With a loud smack, Yang Lin struck the table. Exasperated to see Su He zoning out in front of him. "Hey officer, is it illegal to carry a bit of cash?" Su He mimicked the tone of a character from a Hong Kong gangster film. The female officer taking notes nearly laughed. As law enforcement officers, they were trained to maintain composure, no matter how amusing the situation. "Be straightforward." Yang Lin glared at Su He. "I'm preparing to buy a house in Jinan City. That 250,000 is the down payment. It's the first time I've had so much money, and I wanted to savor the experience before spending it." Su He fabricated an explanation, displaying the advanced acting skills he had just acquired, persuading Yang Lin to accept his response. Chapter 26. Earning by Day. Spending by night. When Su He beheld Lu Wen once more, he discerned in her gaze that she was cognizant of the truth. Lu Wen, her expression serene and a faint smile gracing her lips, softly uttered, "Uncle Shun has returned. Anxiang's injuries are not severe. Shinyu is also unharmed." Su He responded with a smile, "Officer Lu, thank you." After Lu Wen submitted the deposition to Yang Lin, Su He's fabrication was exposed. However, Yang Lin did not erupt in anger. Instead, he lapsed into a sudden silence. A murdered live streamer, a hit-and-run taxi incident, a female corpse in a parking lot. In each case, Su He was invariably heard inquiring, "What is the reward?" Driven by a sense of civic duty, Su He had ridden his electric scooter to collide with a taxi. Enticed by a 200,000 yuan bounty, he had kept a nocturnal vigil near Tian Xiaozhuan's grave, engaging in a struggle with the criminal suspect. Reflecting on his prior treatment of Su He, he realized that he had consistently harbored suspicion. Yet Su He had not retorted, but had tenaciously endeavored to solve the cases. Entering the interrogation room, Yang Lin observed Su He dozing off. He gently tapped his shoulder. "Officer Yang, my apologies. It was exceedingly dull, and I inadvertently fell asleep," Su He said, straightening up. According to the medical diagnosis, the 4 individuals sustained only minor injuries. "Considering the circumstances, your actions are deemed self-defense. Sue, you're free to leave." Upon hearing Officer Yang and Amp Oppo's words, Su He hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Officer Yang. I'm deeply grateful." Exiting the Public Security Bureau, Su He did not find Lu Wen. His electric scooter remained parked in the Xingfu Li residential complex. It was now late at night, and public transportation had ceased operations. With no alternative, Su He commandeered a shared bicycle and pedaled towards Xingfu Li. En route, Su He was suddenly seized by the urge to relieve himself. He hurried to a public restroom, only to discover that he had no tissue. Fortunately, a small convenience store nearby had its door ajar. "Boss, is anyone there?" Su He called out. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su He gingerly pushed the door open. At that moment, a man's voice emanated from within. "What do you need?" "Boss, I need a pack of tissues. Quickly, I can barely hold it." Su He pleaded, his discomfort palpable. A man wearing a baseball cap and a mask approached, holding a pack of tissues. "How much?" Su He asked, reaching for his phone to make the payment. "It and Amp Oppo's on house. Hurry to the restroom before you soil yourself," the proprietor replied. Su He expressed his profuse gratitude, seized the tissues, and sprinted away. Finally, he managed to avoid a complete mishap. Thank goodness no one witnessed that. Late at night, Su He was alone in the restroom, washing his underwear. After washing them, he draped them over the shared bicycle and continued his journey. As he passed the convenience store, the proprietor emerged and closed the door. "Thank you, boss," Su He called out. The proprietor nodded and hastily departed. Arriving at Xingfu Li, it was already 1:00 and Oppo's clock in the morning. Su He did not ascend to his apartment. He mounted his electric scooter and returned to the Harbor Youth apartment. "My sons, your father is," Su He exclaimed as he opened the dormitory door, only to be enveloped by a blanket. "Confess, where have you been gallivanting tonight?" Ma Mingzhi straddled Su He, while Pan Jigang and Dong Yong forcibly restrained his limbs. "Delivering takeout, Suritorti loudly, not telling the truth. Bring forth the instruments of torture." Dong Yong retrieved a feather duster and, after removing Su He's shoes, began tickling his soles. Ha ha, you guys. I was really delivering takeout. Young, stop it. Suhi laughed until tears streamed down his face. Still not confessing? Suhi, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, someone in the group posted the rankings. You had completed 72 orders. By nightfall, you still had only 72 orders. Come on, confess. Where have you been gallivanting? Ma Mingzhi asked, wearing a smug expression. He knew Suhi too well. He could lie without batting an eye. Huh? What's this? Pan Jigang snatched the plastic bag from Suhi's hand and opened it, revealing a pair of damp underwear. Impressive, Suhi. So that and amp, Oppos, SYU and amp, Oppos. You've been working so hard delivering takeout lately. Earning by day, spending by night, the elder brother earns. The younger brother spends. So you found a secret base and dare to keep it to yourself. Tell us, which establishment? How much does it cost? Rest assured, we in amp, Oppos, LL keep it secret. They have it rough, eking out a living in the margins. We should help if we can. The three interrogated Suhi, pressing him for the address. Call me and amp, Oppos, father and amp, Oppos, and I and amp, Oppos, LL tell you. Suhi said playfully, hey, you dare to make demands of us. Ma Mingzhi glared at Suhi. Father, Pan Xigang exclaimed. Father, Zhong a goal. Ma, please excuse yourself. Suhi said with a triumphant smile. You two traitors, where is your manly dignity? Ma Mingzhi turned to glare at the two, then grinned and said, Father, my good sons, quickly get off your father. Suhi rose to his feet, cleared his throat, and said, it's the place you guys went to last time. TCH. The three lost interest and returned to their beds to play on their phones. Welcome Ma to Jumi's livestream. 3 with 1, no pass. Amazing. Good. Unbelievable. After washing up, Ma Mingzhi resumed watching live streams. Pan Jigang played Do Diju, and Dong Yong played Happy Elimination. The next day, Suhi arrived at the bank early in the morning. The 200,000 yuan reward had been deposited. After withdrawing the money, Suhi went to Shun Yu and Oppo's house. The door opened, and Xiang Wanrong, seeing Suhi at the door, took the initiative to speak. Suhi, come in. Suhi was taken aback. Since Shun Yu's accident, Aunt Xiang had never given him a kind look or paid him any attention. Today, she was unprecedentedly taking the initiative to speak. What are you waiting for? Come in quickly, Xiang Wanrong continued. Okay, Aunt Xiang, where is Uncle Shun? Suhi asked as he entered the house, noticing that Shun Yuanzhong was not present. A son of an old classmate of his works as a real estate agent. He went out early this morning to sell the house as soon as possible so that he could take Ye to the capital for treatment, Xiang Wanrong said. Then walked to the Guanyin Bodhisattva statue and knelt saying, go in and see Ye. Once we go to the capital, it'll be difficult for you to see her. Entering the room, Suhi, as always, patiently massaged Shin Yu and Amp, Oppo's entire body, telling her stories and jokes. It was almost noon when Shun Yuanzhong returned, his face betraying a lack of success. So he stepped forward and asked, Uncle Shun, how did it go? Shun Yuanzhong sighed and said, our neighborhood is an old one. It's difficult to sell the house. According to the market price, it could be sold for more than 500,000 yuan, but if we rush to sell it, we'll probably have to sell it for less. Several real estate agents have said 400,000 yuan is the price, and it's hard to find a suitable buyer for the time being. So he brought over the takeout box, opened it, placed it in front of Shun Yuanzhong, and said with a smile, Uncle Shun, there and Oppo's, there's no need to sell the house. I have 450,000 yuan here. Take Ye to the capital for treatment first. So he still had 200,000 yuan in his system space, but he couldn't and Oppo's take the money out now. After several visits to the Public Security Bureau, his background had been thoroughly investigated. Having 200,000 yuan out of nowhere would cause big trouble if he couldn't explain the source. Shun Yuanzhong was not happy that Suhi took out 450,000 yuan. He glared at Suhi and said sternly, Suhi, we need money, but we can't break the law. Are you going to the police station to turn yourself in? Or am I going to take you there? Old Shun, the child is well-intentioned. Suhi, you should quickly return the money to others. Maybe they won in Oppo's. To pursue the matter, Xiang Wanrong said, frightened by the large sum of money. Sui delivered takeout and only earned a few thousand yuan a month. She was terrified by the sudden appearance of 450,000 yuan. Chapter 27. Quit drinking? What right do I have to quit? Fortunately, Sui had anticipated their reactions and promptly presented the certificate for bravery along with a bank statement evidencing a withdrawal. A reward of 50,000 for his courageous act, 200,000 as a bounty, and an additional 200,000 withdrawal slip from Su Jiangwo. Shen Yuanzhong was taken aback. He never imagined Su He would go so far as to capture a murderer for the sake of money. Observing the persistent smile on Su He's face, he could not suppress a sigh. I cannot accept this money. Shen Yuanzhong turned away. Xiang Wanrong chimed in. Su He, you're still young. You're a good child. Once your uncle Shun sells the house, we will have money. We are just an old couple with one daughter. We would sacrifice everything for you. But you are different. You have your own life ahead of you, with marriage and children. Aunt Xiang, Uncle Shun, do you still regard me as an outsider? Yeah, is my girlfriend. And I have promised to care for her for life. Money can be earned again. I have hands and feet. I can work as a delivery driver. With this money, yeah, can go to the capital. I have consulted doctors, and the earlier the treatment, the greater the chance of recovery. Sui was astonished that the elderly couple would refuse the money. Selling a house is not as simple as selling buns or vegetables. It does not happen overnight. Yet Shen Yuanzhong remained stubborn, refusing to turn around. Regardless, I will not take this money. If you refuse, I will take Ye to the capital myself. Sui declared resolutely. Shen Yuanzhong was well aware that He was capable of such actions. He had been bringing several thousand each month, leaving it behind without a word. Shen Yuanzhong turned to face Su He and walked into the bedroom. Su He, why must you do this? You are not to blame for Ye and Appo's situation. It is solely the fault of that drunk driver. Your uncle and I do not want you burdened with so much at such a young age. We will figure out the money matters. At that moment, Shen Yuanzhong emerged from the room, holding the property deed and extending it towards Su He. This afternoon, I will accompany you to transfer the property. Uncle Shun, what do you mean by this? The money is for Ye's treatment. I am not here to buy your house. Sui was taken aback by Shen Yuanzhong's unexpected offer to mortgage the house to him. Listen to me, Su-He. We can accept the money, but you must also accept the house. After all, you and Ye are not married. You're under no obligation to provide such a sum. This is not a trivial amount. Your aunt and I are immensely grateful to you, and we do not know if we will ever return. If the house is in your hands, it brings me peace of mind. Su-He, please accept it. You have already helped us tremendously. Seeing the elderly couple's stubbornness. Suicide. Uncle Shun, the cost of a second-hand house transaction, agent fees, taxes, and various handling fees add up to a significant sum. Why waste that money? Instead, why not write me a note? You can keep the deed for now, and when Ye wakes up, you can transfer the property to her as our dowry. Upon hearing Su He's suggestion, Shen Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong exchanged glances and finally agreed. Shen Yuanzhong wrote a note, signed it with Xiang Wanrong, and solemnly handed it to Su He. Su He accepted it with a smile, ready to leave. Su He, stay for dinner, Xiang Wanrong urged. All right, Aunt Xiang. Su He readily agreed. While Xiang Wanrong busied herself in the kitchen, Su He and Shen Yuanzhong discussed arranging for Shen Yu to go to the capital. What? You want to go with us? Shen Yuanzhong exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Shun, the capital is a large city. Having me around would provide some support. Besides, I can deliver food anywhere. Have your parents agreed? They are waiting for me to bring Ye home. They have mentioned wanting a grandson in a couple of years. Shen Yu's uncle in the capital was responsible for coordinating with the hospital there, arranging for Shen Yuanzhong to rent a small apartment near the hospital. If all goes smoothly, they would be able to board a flight to the capital within a few days. Once Su-He finalized his resignation, he would be ready to leave as well. After lunch, Su-He accompanied Shen Yuanzhong to deposit cash into his bank account, then went to the Jinan City People's Hospital to consult about Shen Yu's transfer to the capital. By 5 in the afternoon, Su-He watched as Shen Yuanzhong boarded a bus, and he began accepting delivery orders. The airfare from Jinan City to the capital, along with the accompanying medical staff and various expenses, totaled nearly 30,000. Once in the capital, the cost would likely escalate further, and the heavy burden forced Soo-hee to work tirelessly to earn money. Ding. You have a new delivery order. Please handle it promptly. He was assigned 23 simultaneous deliveries and began his relentless quest for food pickup and delivery. The vibrant neon lights of the city flickered as countless delivery workers zipped through the streets on electric bikes, too preoccupied to admire their surroundings. Their eyes brimmed with dreams of a better life, believing that effort would yield rewards. Each completed order brought them a sense of fulfillment. Drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked, beads of perspiration adorned his forehead. Soo-hee hesitated to buy a bottle of mineral water and worked tirelessly until 1 in the morning. He opened WeChat and messaged in the group chat for the top delivery workers. Gather at Lu Sanjia's restaurant, my treat. Dong Yong replied, Did I hear correctly? Soo-hee is treating us. Ma Mingzhi added, It's obviously a trick. Whoever goes is your son. Han Ji-gang chimed in, I'm going, Dad. I'm on my way. At 1:30 in the morning, Lu Sanjia's homestyle restaurant remained bustling, frequented by ride-hailing drivers, delivery workers, and designated drivers. This establishment often stayed open until 3 in the morning. At the table, Ma Mingzhi, Dong Yong, and Pan Ji-gang eyed Soo-hee with suspicion. Go on, pay up first. Otherwise, I want to feel at ease, Ma Mingzhi initiated. Soo chuckled, asking, What? Afraid I'll skip out on the bill. Afraid. The trio replied in unison. Once the dishes were served and each had a crate of beer, no one dared to touch their chopsticks. Jia Lu, can you calculate the total? Soo-hee called out. Well, Soo-hee treating us today? Has the sun risen in the west? Or did you win the lottery? The proprietress, Lu Jia, approached. After Soo-hee settled the bill, Dong Yong slammed the table and exclaimed, All right, brothers, let us drink to that. Soo-hee was taken aback. Goodness, Yong-ge, didn't you say you were quitting drinking? Dong Yong stood up, glaring at Soo-hee, and declared, Quit drinking? Or do I have to quit? Those with wealth quit for health. Those with cars quit for fear of drink driving. And those with prospects quit for their futures. I have nothing left but this little capacity for alcohol. If I don't drink to achieve something, what meaning does my life hold? Can't argue with that. I love hearing this. Ma Mingzhi exclaimed. And he and Dong Yong clinked glasses. As the conversation flowed, Soo-hee drank half a crate of beer and could no longer hold it in, being the first to excuse himself to the restroom. Self-imposed 3 cups. Dong Yong, his eyes bloodshot, pointed at Soo-hee and laughed. This was their little punishment. Whoever went to the restroom first had to drink more. His phone rang, and Soo-hee glanced at it. It was Lu Won. Hello, Soo-hee, where are you? Ugh. Officer Lu, I'm drinking. Are you coming or not? Ugh. Soo-hee, where are you now? I'm at Lu Sanjia's restaurant drinking. Officer Lu, would you like to join? After Soo-hee vomited, he realized Lu Won had hung up. He washed his face and stepped outside, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. You all drink. Try to back out now, are we? Come on, pry his mouth open. Chapter 28. Has he always been this brave? In less than 10 minutes, Soo-hee was poured another 2 bottles, resting his head on the table, mumbling, You all my best friends. I used to ugh. Suddenly, a few police officers entered. Who is Soo-hee? Upon hearing his name, Soo-hee turned to see the officers and scoffed. Officer Lu, you arrived swiftly. Please have a seat. Lu Jia, could you prepare a few more dishes and set the table? Soo-hee, we suspect your involvement in a homicide case. Please accompany us to the police station. One male officer stated. Soo-hee gazed at him with bleary eyes, not recognizing him. Homicide? Dong Yong and the others were bewildered. The usually stingy Soo-hee was treating everyone today. Could it be that he had committed murder to celebrate? Are you mistaken? Ma Mingzhi stood up and asked. Hearing the word homicide, Soo-hee didn't appear shocked. Instead, his face lit up with excitement. Has the bounty notice been issued? How much is the reward? What kind of thought process is this? The officers were left dumbfounded, while Lu Won, standing to the side, displayed a wry smile. So he was indeed someone who valued money over life. Ugh! As soon as he stepped outside, a gust of wind hit him, and he vomited. First, Lenin Oppos has taken him to the hospital to sober up. In the hospital, Lu Won stepped forward and addressed one of the officers. Chio, you all can head back. I'll wait for Soo-hee to regain consciousness and then escort him to the police station. Chio Chang glanced at Lu Won and said with a smile, I and Amp, Oppos. V reviewed Soo-hee and Amp, Oppos, S-file. He is indeed quite unique. His arrival in Jinan City has led us to a key eyewitness right from the start, which is a relief for our special investigation team. So, thank you for your efforts tonight. That night, as Suhi lay asleep in bed, Luwen sat in a chair, staring intently at his face. When one endeavors to understand another person, their shadow lingers in one's mind. Some fade over time, while others become increasingly vivid, leaving an indelible mark. Initially, Luwen regarded Su-hee as a suspect, but with each case revealing his involvement, she gradually came to understand this man, passionate, responsible, and unafraid of danger. You truly know how to stir things up. Luwen tucked Su-hee's exposed hand under the blanket, whispering softly. Once could be an accident, twice a coincidence. She found it hard to find the right words to describe Su-hee, who seemed to visit the police station periodically, both astonishing and amusing. In the morning, Su-hee opened his eyes, realizing he was in a hospital bed with Luwen asleep beside him. Noticing his phone was missing, he began to search around. Just as Luwen woke up, "What are you looking for?" "Lu, officer, I'm really sorry about last night. I drank too much and you had to bring me to the hospital. Have you seen my phone?" Su-hee scratched his head, recalling that Luwen had made a call, after which he had been inundated with drinks from Mom Mingzhe and the others, leaving him with no memory of what followed. "Your phone is at the police station. Let us go. Since you're awake now, we should head there together." Luwen bought breakfast for Su-hee downstairs and took him to the police station. This time, it wasn't tea in the interrogation room. "Officer Wen, you're back." Su-hee greeted Wen Jie with a smile, only to find the police station bustling with officers. Wen Jie nodded and addressed Su-hee. "Su-hee, you become quite familiar with our police station. We've brought you here to discuss what you witnessed at the small supermarket on Huanghuai Road around 12:30 a.m. on June 20th. June 20th? Suipander. Recalling that he had reported a matter concerning his house that night and had stayed until nearly midnight at the police station. His electric scooter was left at the Xingfu Li community, so he had taken a shared bicycle. Along the way, he felt the urge to use the restroom, only to find there was no toilet paper, prompting him to buy some at the nearby supermarket, where the owner generously gave him a pack. Huanghuai Road, small supermarket? Su-hee exclaimed, raising his head in surprise. Has there been another death? In the corner, Yang Lin held his forehead, lamenting the fact that he could not discern whether Su-hee was being intentional or not. A single sentence had heightened everyone's vigilance. Another death? What are you talking about? It's as if he knows something. But don't think he actually knows. He'll just end up saying, "ISNT this how they portray it in dramas." However, with several senior officers present, Yang Lin refrained from speaking, allowing a familiar scene to unfold. Another death? What do you mean by that? Xiao Chang glared at Su-hee. "Officer, I'm merely speculating. Look at the scale of your operation. It's clearly not a trivial matter. Standing here are all criminal investigators, and from your expressions, I can confidently assert that my earlier speculation is correct." Su-hee replied calmly, accustomed to interrogation without a hint of agitation. Xiao Chang chuckled, saying, "You're quite clever. No wonder you played a pivotal role in previous cases. Given your background as an auxiliary police officer, it's not surprising you possess these skills." Hearing the compliment from the officer, Su-hee grinned. "You flatter me. I'm almost embarrassed. Honestly, I'm just taking a wild guess. Don't they all portray it this way in dramas?" At this, Wen Jie could not help but cough a couple of times and interjected, "Regardless of whether you guessed correctly, please tell us what you were doing and what you saw or heard at that time." After leaving the police station, I remember my electric scooter was still at the Xingfu Li community. I took a shared bicycle to ride to it, but halfway there, I needed to use the restroom. I discovered there was no paper and went to the supermarket to buy some. The owner generously gave me a pack, and after using the restroom, I thanked him as he closed up and left. The police reviewed the surrounding surveillance footage, which largely corroborated Su-hee's account. Can you describe the owner's physical characteristics, what was said, and their accent? Wen Jie continued to inquire. Su-hee thought for a moment. He had been too preoccupied with his urgent need to remember those details. I only recall he was wearing a dark baseball cap and a mask, about my height and build. I opened the door and asked, "Is anyone there?" After a brief pause, someone replied, asking what I needed. I said, "Toilet paper." The owner then came out and handed me a pack of toilet paper. I asked how much, and he said, "It's on the house. Hurry and use the restroom. Don't soil your pants." Then I went to use the restroom. As for the accent, he spoke in a muffled tone. I can't pinpoint which dialect it was. Was the owner male or female? Male. Can you estimate his age? Between 25 and 40, I suppose. After all, he was wearing a hat and mask, so I didn't pay much attention. Once when finished her questions, Officer Chio continued. The surveillance footage shows that from the time you entered the restroom to when you left, a total of 10 minutes passed. What did you do in there? Sui was taken aback, confronted with two choices. Option 1. Confess that he had soiled himself. Reward for completion. Advanced excavator skills. Option 2. Respond to the officer. Hey, sir, really? Of course, I went to the restroom to relieve myself. Is that even a crime? Reward for completion. Advanced chef skills. Seriously? You need to think this over? Chiu Chong noted that Sui was staring blankly ahead, seemingly in deep thought, and prompted him. Sui glanced at the nearby female officers and reluctantly abandoned his desire for advanced excavator skills, saying, Hey, sir, really? Of course. I went to the restroom to relieve myself. Is that even crime? With the same expression and tone, Yang Lin stared blankly at Su He in the corner. Has he always been this courageous? Chapter 29, He is defaming me. He is slandering me. Sui, please speak properly. Wan Jie knew Sui's temperament, and, occasionally, he would blurt out something peculiar. With a wealth of culinary knowledge swirling in her mind, Sui smiled and said, Officer Wan, it's just that this officer and Oppo's question is rather perplexing. Officer Chio, unfazed, continued to inquire. After you exited, you were holding a pair of underwear. What is the story behind that? Sui lowered her head in embarrassment, realizing she could not evade this topic. Had she known, she would have opted for excavator technology instead, murmuring I couldn't and Oppo's. Hold it in, and a little got on the underwear. Officer Chio nodded and remarked, Thank you for your cooperation. I hope your phone remains accessible for the next 24 hours, as we may need to contact you again. You're free to leave now. Sui remained motionless, seemingly awaiting something. Officer Chio reiterated, Mr. Su, you may leave. May I inquire about the reward for this bounty? Sui raised her head with an awkward smile. Officer Chio said nothing and departed with several other officers. Sui, you should head back now. Xiao Yang, please see her off. When Jie gave Sui a glance before taking his leave. Seated in Officer Yang and Oppo's vehicle, Sui gazed at her phone in astonishment. The small supermarket on Huanghuai Road had reported the murder of the owner's daughter, only 22 years of age. In the video, the owner lay crumpled on the ground, inconsolable. According to nearby merchants, the owner's wife had been bedridden, and the father and daughter took turns managing the store. Coincidentally, it was the daughter who was on duty the night before, and she met a tragic fate. Yang Lin observed Sui searching for information about the case on her phone and could not help but advise, you need an Oppo's, to expend your efforts. This time, it is not as straightforward as before. Heh. Officer Yang, I'm merely browsing. By the way, for such a significant case, why hasn't a bounty been issued? Sui found nothing online. Have you not seen countless television dramas and movies? You might as well take a guess. Yang Lin did not believe Sui could be of assistance this time. After pondering for a moment, Sui lifted her head and said, I understand now. It is because the police have yet to identify a suspect. Yang Lin fell silent, and Sui too was enveloped in quiet contemplation. Yang Lin dropped Sui off at the entrance of Lu Sanjia's home-cooked restaurant. She mounted her electric bike and began accepting orders, preparing to resign the following day. In the bustling central square of Jinan City, a throng of people gathered for the annual folk food competition, which had reached its finals today. 19 chefs were diligently preparing their ingredients, with an hour remaining before the judges would commence their evaluations. Yet at one workstation, there was an alarming absence of personnel. Below, the proprietor of the Pinway Xian Hotel, furiously grasping his phone, bellowed, I don't care if you've been in an accident. You must be here immediately. A man on the other end fell silent for a moment, abruptly hung up, and powered off his phone. Dong Li's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that. Just before the finals, the head chef of his hotel would vanish along with two other chefs. The food competition represented an exceptional promotional opportunity for a hotel. And now, Pinway Xian was left with only a few dispirited apprentices who dared not meet Dong Li's gaze. Representatives from the organizers had come 3 or 4 times, warning that if no one appeared to prepare within the next half hour, they would be disqualified. At that moment, Shue Dague, the owner of the Phoenix restaurant, approached with a sly smile. "Boss Dong, I heard your chefs have fled. Would you like me to send a couple of people to help you out?" Dong Li squinted, clenched his fists, and retorted angrily, "Shue Dague, I knew you were behind this. You scoundrel." Shue Dague chuckled, adopting an exaggerated expression as he looked at Dong Li, shouting, "I warn you not to speak recklessly. I'll sue you for defamation. Do you understand? He is defaming me. He is slandering me." Shue Dague's voice pierced the air like a pig-and amp. Amp, Oppo's, a squeal, drawing the attention of half the square. The event staff dispersed the crowd and issued Dong Li a final notice. In 10 minutes, if Pin Wei Xian did not send anyone to the stage, they would be deemed to have forfeited. It is worth noting that Pin Wei Xian had clinched the championship for 3 consecutive years, and now the chefs had mysteriously disappeared. "Boss, should I go?" one apprentice suggested. Dong Li shot him a glare and scolded, Do you wish to embarrass us? Are you even aware of your own capabilities?" At that moment, Dong Li and Amp, Oppo's wife, Chuning, approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Dong Li was taken aback. "Is that even feasible?" Chuning smiled calmly. "The worst outcome is still a forfeiture, right? Besides, with Pin Wei Xian and Amp, Oppo's chefs gone, this is the perfect opportunity to recruit a few." Chuning procured a board and some ink, handing them to Dong Li. With a hearty laugh, Dong Li took the brush and wrote, "A golden dish. We cordially invite talented chefs to take the stage and prepare a dish. The prize for first place is 50,000. Second place is 30,000. Third place is 10,000. A deposit of 10,000 is required, which is non-refundable if no ranking is achieved." Dong Li had a passion for calligraphy since childhood, and as his brush danced across the paper, onlookers expressed their admiration. In the final 8 minutes, Dong Li stood atop a table, holding the sign high. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 1 dish, a reward of 10,000. However, upon seeing the conditions, they all sighed. Only the top 3 would receive rewards, and a deposit of 10,000 was required. If one failed to secure a top 3 position, the deposit would not be refunded. Dong Li's gaze brimmed with anticipation as murmurs spread through the crowd, yet no one dared to step forward. If there were no barriers, many might have been tempted to try, but who would willingly part with 10,000 for a gamble? If they truly possessed the skills, they would have already been on stage. As seconds ticked by, Dong Li's expression grew increasingly despondent. It seemed that this year in Oppo's competition would turn Pin Wei Xian into a laughingstock of Jinan City, unable to participate in the finals and bereft of chefs. In the final minute, Dong Li lowered the sign, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a figure clad in yellow pushed through the crowd and asked, "Is that still valid?" Dong Li Baoja, staring at the delivery worker before instinctively replying, "Valid. That and Oppo's. That's good." So he took a deep breath, pulled out 10,000 from her pocket, and slapped it on the table. Declaring, "Let us begin." Dong Li gazed at Su He's youthful and handsome visage, then at his delivery attire, and finally at the 10,000 on the table, thinking, where did this fool come from? At that moment, Su He had already dashed onto the stage, calling out to Dong Li, "Boss, come lend a hand. The youth of today are indeed too restless, unlike our times." As the competition approached its countdown, it was scheduled to conclude precisely in 30 minutes, with scores to be delivered by a panel of 6 judges. On stage, the judges comprised the president of the Culinary Association, a food blogger, a local internet celebrity, a representative from the organizers, a food enthusiast, and a randomly selected audience member. As a hallmark of the local culture in Jinan City, the Jinan television station would provide comprehensive live coverage, with Zhao Luyao serving as the host for this culinary competition. Midway through the program, a delivery person dashed onto the stage, donned an apron, and appeared ready to cook. Dong Li hurried up to the stage and, noticing Su He's calm demeanor, could not help but inquire, "Young brother, have you ever worked as a chef?" Sui pondered for a moment before replying, "I suppose you could say that." "Then at which hotel did you work?" Dong Li pressed on, "Not at a hotel. My grandfather was a rural cook. He taught me a few tricks while preparing feasts for others." Su He glanced at the countdown, now showing just 26 minutes remaining, and approached the ingredient station. The materials for this competition were supplied by the organizers, allowing contestants to take what they wished. However, Suhi arrived late, and there was little left to choose from. A rural cook? Learn a few tricks? Dongli felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Turning around, he saw Suhi pushing the station closer, one hand carrying a bucket of rice. Boss, Don and Appos. Worry. My grandfather and Appos. Culinary skills are renowned in 10 miles and 8 villages. Whenever there's a funeral, he the one they call. I often accompanied him as a child, and I've already mastered his techniques. Sui gave Dong Li a reassuring glance and began cracking eggs into a bowl. Dong Li and Appos' smile gradually faded, and he sank to the ground in despair. Are you out of your mind? You're going to ruin me. Zhao Luyao approached with her camera. Dear viewers, the highly anticipated Pinway Xian Hotel has finally sent a contestant. We can see that the head chef is actually dressed as a delivery man. Whether this is intentional or not remains to be seen. Pinway Xian, the reigning champion of the culinary competition for 3 consecutive years. What kind of surprise will they deliver this time? How curious. The owner of Pinway Xian is actually seated on stage. Let's find out what's happening, Dong Boss. Do you believe you can secure the championship again this year? Dong Boss. It seems something is amiss with Dong Boss. Let us take a look at what their chef is preparing. Oh my. Just as Zhao Luyao turned around, Suhi exclaimed, Sister Zhao, you're here too. Sui? Zhao Luyao lightly patted her ample bosom in confusion. What are you doing here? Observing Suhi using chopsticks to beat eggs in the bowl, she felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that Dong Boss's despondent state was due to Suhi? This boss invited me to participate in the competition. Oh, so your surname is Dong? Dong Boss, come lend a hand. There is not much time left. At that moment, Dong Li and Appos' wife, Chening, rushed over, looking at Dong Li with concern. Honey, what is wrong? Are you okay? Don't scare me. Dong Li glanced at Chening and then at the smiling Su. He sighed and said, Dear, after this, let us sell the hotel and start afresh in another city. This is a culinary competition. You, a delivery person, come up here and start with 100 eggs, as if you're cooking for a crowd. Chening also noticed Suhi's actions and asked, What are you planning to make? Egg fried rice. Suhi had already beaten the eggs and was now preparing the rice, with only 20 minutes remaining in the competition. I can't believe it, Chening exclaimed. You're making egg fried rice for a culinary competition, and you're preparing so many eggs and rice. Are you out of your mind? A slight concussion, but I should be fine now, Suhi replied earnestly. Chening hugged Dong Li as she sat, sighing, Honey, I'm sorry. I was being unrealistic. Many in the audience took out their phones to capture the moment, and soon laughter erupted on social media. Pinway Xian had thoroughly embarrassed itself this time. Suhi, feeling somewhat helpless, noticed that no one was assisting him, and he hastened his pace, chopping ingredients as the time dwindled to a mere 15 minutes. He quickly began heating the oil in a large pot. Oh my, is my vision deceiving me? That delivery person is using such a large pot to prepare egg fried rice. He must truly be delusional, believing he can win the 50,000 yuan prize. The audience murmured among themselves. Even the judges shook their heads in disbelief. A staff member from the organizers approached Suhi and gently reminded him, Hello? This is a culinary competition. Making egg fried rice may not be appropriate. Suhi rolled his eyes. The items on the rack had been taken, leaving not even a slice of meat. If it weren't for the basket of eggs, he would have only been able to fry plain rice. Could you please fetch me 2 3-pound Australian lobsters, 10 premium sea cucumbers, 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, and a bottle of soy sauce? He addressed the staff member, just as the television cameras focused on the two, capturing the sparse ingredients on the rack. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it Appos? This an unreasonable request? Who told you to arrive so late? However, Zhao Liao immediately sided with Suhi, shoving the microphone toward the staff member into Appos' mouth and asking, Hello? Could you explain why the organizers do not provide ingredients for the contestants? Is it a deliberate attempt to create difficulties, or is there something more sinister at play? Isn't that essentially the same question? The staff member looked nervous under the camera's gaze, and, just as they were about to respond, Zhao Liao began speaking directly to the camera. Dear viewers, a dramatic scene has unfolded at the culinary competition. Contestants are unable to fulfill even the request for a bottle of soy sauce. We previously interviewed the other 19 participating teams, and their ingredients were quite sufficient. Yet here at Pinway Xian, only a few eggs and plain rice remain, raising serious doubts about the fairness of this competition. What ulterior motives could be at play? Let us ask the head chef of Pinway Xian. Hello, do you believe this culinary competition is fair? The camera zoomed in on Sue, who had just added a large bucket of rice to the pot. It's unfair. They didn't even provide a bottle of soy sauce. Sue genuinely could not find any soy sauce. At that moment, a staff member from the organizers hurriedly brought over a bottle of soy sauce. Sue smiled. What about the lobster and sea cucumbers? In the 1982 law fight, Chapter 31. Do you believe I will strike you with my cane? The staff, visibly irritated, exclaimed, absolutely not. Who told you to arrive so late? All ingredients are served on a first-come, first-served basis, treated equally with absolute fairness. 3 kilograms of Australian lobster, exquisite sea cucumbers. A 1982 law fight. You, a mere delivery person, boast with such audacity. This esteemed leader, we are live streaming. Please mind your tone. Zhao Liao pointed at the barrage of comments on her phone, stating, the netizens are questioning whether you engaged in private dealings. Peering closer, Sui craned his neck. Indeed, they have lambasted you thoroughly. With 5 minutes remaining in the competition, the other teams had already completed their dishes, presenting them on the judges and Oppo's grand table. Meanwhile, Sui was still fervently stirring the fried rice in the large pot. In a backstage area, Shui Dagwai was smoking a cigarette with a leader from the organizing committee, bowing and scraping. Director Ma, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. This card is the Supreme Gold card from Phoenix Restaurant. You can dine here for free anytime. Director Ma smiled as he accepted the card, nodding in acknowledgement. There's no need for such formality. Since you managed to poach a chef from Pinway Xian, the championship this year undoubtedly belongs to your Phoenix Restaurant. Time and Oppo's, up. So he placed a plate of fried rice on the table. What's the name of your dish? The staff inquired. Friedrich Sueribleith. Turning to the audience and shouting, those who wish to taste, please line up. So he was unconcerned about winning an award. Before his arrival, while idly scrolling through videos on his phone, he had stumbled upon a clip of Dong Li holding a sign, presenting him with 3 choices. Option 1. Participate in the culinary competition. Reward, 20,000 cash. Option 2. With a culinary competition. Reward, professional racing skills. Option 3. Expose the culinary competition and Oppo's secrets. Reward, professional photography skills. He rushed over on his electric bike, unhesitatingly selecting the first option, guaranteed profit. His sole focus was on earning money. He had no interest in racing or photography. This was the first time contestants on stage interacted with the audience below. Previously, they could only watch the judges eat, uncertain whether the food was truly delectable, and thus, they formed a long queue. Though it was merely a bowl of fried rice, it was certainly better than standing below, swallowing their saliva. Wow, it smells amazing. The aroma evoked a sense of deliciousness. It seemed this delivery person possessed some skill. The youth today are far too impatient. Hey, don't push me. Do you dare to believe I will strike you with my cane? While the judges sampled the dishes, providing their critiques, the audience queued eagerly for fried rice. Seeing this, Dong Li rushed over to assist several apprentices in serving the rice. Sui finally felt relieved as he was called to stand before the judges. The other chefs regarded Sui with disdain. This culinary competition was a test of skill and creativity, and serving fried rice was simply beneath them. As Sui approached, the judges were just commenting on his fried rice. The president of the Culinary Association furrowed his brows, stating, in all my years, this is the first time someone has brought fried rice to a culinary competition. In terms of ingredients and presentation, it lacks creativity. After tasting a bite, the president continued, the flavor is acceptable. I'll give it a score of 5. Next, it was the turn of a food blogger, Akai, who boasted millions of followers on short video platforms, known for his culinary explorations and striking looks. Delicious. This is the best fried rice I've ever had. Folks, today I've discovered a hidden gem of a delivery person. His fried rice is truly exceptional. Astonishingly, he managed to prepare enough for over 100 people. I'll give him a 9. 5. Akai offered an enthusiastic endorsement, producing a small toy, a crystal figurine of a thumbs up, familiar to his fans as a token of culinary approval. Here you go. Take it quickly. Don't hesitate. This honor belongs to you. Akai beamed, his smile radiant. Thank you. Suhi stammered, suddenly taken aback as he locked eyes with Akai, recalling the previous evening and Appo's encounter with his boss, who had handed him a piece of paper, saying, "Here you go. Hurry to the restroom. Don't soil your pants." At that moment, the next judge continued with their critique, a local internet celebrity who awarded a score of 9. 2. The organizing committee representative assigned a score of 4. 5. Food enthusiasts and randomly selected audience members gave scores of 9. 5 and 9. 8. After disregarding the outliers, the overall score stood at 8. 3. Undoubtedly placing him in last place. Sui paid little mind to the score. His thoughts were consumed by Akai's words. Was it mere coincidence? No. Sui understood the system's tasks and rewards all too well. He had just acquired advanced culinary skills, and today there were options related to culinary arts. Although he did not select the option regarding the supermarket murder case, the system would inevitably guide him toward clues. It was merely a matter of whether he could seize those clues. The backdrop of the competition featured an introduction to Akai, and Suhi struggled to reconcile the fashionable, flamboyant figure with the boss he had encountered in the supermarket. As the organizers began announcing the rankings, Phoenix Restaurant unsurprisingly claimed the championship, while Pinway Xian and Appo's fried rice finished last. Corruption. Someone in the crowd shouted. Corruption. 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 The collective voice erupted, as those who had tasted the fried rice found the last place score unacceptable. Dong Li observed this scene, his anger mounting. Initially suspecting Xue Dagwai was orchestrating something behind the scenes. However, with the Culinary Association and Organizing Committee also assigning low scores, he began to harbor doubts. After distributing the medals and certificates, the organizers departed in disgrace. So he glanced at Akai, who was interacting with fans for photographs, preparing to approach him for further inquiries when Zhao Luya arrived with Dong Li. Suhi, Mr. Dong expresses his gratitude for your assistance. He wishes to return the 10,000 yuan to you. Dong Li reimbursed Suhi without hesitation, who accepted it without refusal, pocketing the money. Hello, Sue. I'm Dong Li, the owner of Pinway Xian. I would like to invite you to join us with a monthly salary of 20,000. What do you think? Dong Li had tasted Suhi's fried rice and discussed it with his wife. He recognized that Suhi indeed possessed some skill. 20,000. Had Suhi been the same delivery person earning just a few thousand a month, he would have accepted without a second thought. However, now he shook his head, declining Dong Li and Appo's offer. Turning back, he noticed Akai had already departed. He exchanged pleasantries with a few individuals before taking his leave. Chapter 32. Brothers. Let's go for a drink. Seated upon the electric scooter, Suhi found his mind wandering. He had stumbled upon Akai's account on a short video platform, boasting over 12 million followers. Each of his videos showcased his culinary adventures, often frequented five-star hotels, with expenditures reaching tens of thousands for a single meal. Akai was also in a relationship with a fellow internet celebrity, the beauty influencer Annie, who commanded an audience of 8 million followers. The couple resided in the capital, but spent most of their time filming outside. Suhi struggled to reconcile the image of Akai as a cold-blooded killer. He was wealthy, handsome, and in a relationship, making it hard to connect him with the daughter of a small supermarket owner. Moreover, Suhi recalled that the assailant's attire bore no distinction from that of a typical middle-aged man, while Akai sported a trendy and fashionable style. The only similarity was their comparable height. Finding himself in a quandary, the police were unyielding in providing further information, and Akai appeared devoid of any motive for murder. He lacked nothing in terms of career, love, or fame. The notion of him killing the supermarket owner and Appo's daughter seemed utterly implausible. On stage, Suhi had also witnessed Akai and Appo's warm and benevolent demeanor. Was he overthinking the matter? Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Shen Yuanzhong, informing him that he was scheduled to head to the capital in 2 days, arrangements already made. After hanging up, Suhi decided to put his worries aside and resumed taking orders, eager to earn more for Shen Yu's treatment. Ding! You have a new food delivery order. Please check promptly. As He busied himself, he quickly forgot about Kaya's situation, diving into the flurry of accepting and completing orders until the early hours of the morning, when he finally closed his order app and found a small eatery to dine. After pausing, he checked his phone and discovered several messages waiting for him. It turned out that the live broadcast of the food competition by Jinan TV had garnered much attention, with many viewers noting the unique figure of a delivery man cooking fried rice on stage. The short video platform and social media exploded with commentary. Some admired He's looks, while others criticized his audacity. Yet, there were those who defended the quality of his fried rice. Even the appropriateness of fried rice at a food competition sparked heated debates among thousands. Some even unearthed a video of He confronting a martial arts coach, leading to comments that the delivery industry harbored hidden talents, though others dismissed it as mere theatrics meant to garner attention. Unfazed, He brushed off their opinions. He would resign tomorrow and board a flight to the capital the following day, rendering the comments inconsequential, a mere spectacle to behold. After finishing his bowl of rice, He returned to the Harbor Youth Apartment. Upon entering, he noticed Dong Yong and Pan Jigang whispering, while Ma Mingzhi had yet to return. Ma Mingzhi's wife has come looking for him. Dong Yong hastily informed him. What does she want? He asked, taken aback. Ma Mingzhi had once led a blissful life, with a beautiful wife and a charming daughter. However, fate took a cruel turn when one day, while delivering food next door, he decided to surprise his daughter. Upon opening the door, he stumbled upon an unexpected scene, a strange man in bed with his wife, while his daughter watched Peppa Pig in the living room. Furious, Ma Mingzhi confronted the intruder and his wife, but the next day, she took their daughter and left. 2 years passed, during which she frequently demanded money from him. Eventually, Ma Mingzhi chose to squander his funds on streamers rather than support her. Unexpectedly, she had now come knocking at his door. Only Dong Yong and He were privy to this situation, with Pan Jigang learning of it that very day. Typically, Ma Mingzhi would claim his wife was at home caring for their child, when in truth, she had run off with another man. Suddenly, a message pinged on He's phone in the Top Brothers group chat. Brothers, let's go for a drink. By the time He and the others arrived at Lu Sanjier's restaurant, Ma Mingzhi had already polished off a bottle of liquor. Come on, let us drink some white tonight. Why are you all just sitting there? Ma Mingzhi laughed, pouring drinks without a hint of his family troubles. Dong Zhong, who was closer to Ma Mingzhi, recognized his friend's mood and soon joined in the revelry. He and Pan Jigang abstained from drinking, as they would need to carry the two back later. Before long, Ma Mingzhi began to recount his woes, detailing how his wife sought money while their daughter wore tattered clothing. He lamented giving her 3,000 yuan. The tale was a tired cliché that He had heard far too often, while Pan Jigang listened intently. By 2 a.m, Dong Yong had successfully intoxicated Ma Mingzhi and collapsed himself. He paid the bill and hoisted Ma Mingzhi onto his back, while Pan Jigang did the same with Dong Yong, slowly making their way back to the Harbor Youth Apartment. Suddenly, a man wearing a baseball cap and a black mask brushed past them. Stop! He called out, turning to pursue the man. The figure fled. With Ma Mingzhi on his back, He attempted to set him down, but Ma Mingzhi clung tightly around his neck, mumbling, "Wife, don't leave me," as the mysterious man vanished into the night. He had no choice but to continue onward with Ma Mingzhi. What's wrong? Dong Yong assumed He was addressing him. It's nothing. Let us go. The following morning, He was abruptly awakened by the blaring of police sirens. He sprang from his bed, hastily dressing before rushing outside. Across from the Harbor Youth Apartment lay a cluster of self-built housing, where numerous workers rented rooms, as not everyone wished to crowd into a small space. Upon reaching the ground floor, He spotted police cars turning in and followed without hesitation. At the foot of a 5-story building, a cordon had been established, with officers interviewing the caller. A crowd had gathered, and He blended into the throng. The caller, a woman in her 20s, appeared visibly shaken, her face pale as she repeatedly murmured, "There's a dead body, a dead body." The police promptly escorted her away. Soon after, Officer 1 and his team arrived. Reflecting on the man he encountered the previous night, He regretted not abandoning Ma Mingzhi. realizing that another murder had likely occurred. Sue? Yang Lin spotted him among the crowd. "Morning, Officer Yang," Soo-hee greeted with a smile. "What brings you here?" "I live nearby, and came to grab breakfast, just checking things out." Yang Lin seemed skeptical, but proceeded inside. Chapter 33, I know who the murderer is. A few police cars arrived one after another, dispersing the crowd. Soo-hee could only watch from a distance as the officers carried a body out, concealed beneath a white cloth, rendering it invisible to the onlookers. However, whispers among the spectators suggested that the victim was a woman in her 20s, living alone and working at a nearby electronics factory. It was said that she was quite attractive. Speculations abounded. Some believed it was a crime of passion, while others suggested she had been followed and assaulted. Soo-hee glimpsed the woman's appearance on a man's cell phone and managed to locate her short video account, which contained only a few clips hinting at her beauty. Several officers began examining the nearby surveillance footage and questioning people in the vicinity. Seeing this, Soo-hee decided to leave. He still needed to resign from his job, purchase a plane ticket, and prepare for his departure the following day. There was much to be done. Upon arriving at the delivery station, he was met with surprise from Zung Jun when Soo-hee informed him of his resignation. Soo-hee was among the top 3 performers at the station, known for his exceptional delivery skills. Particularly in recent times, his order volume had surged dramatically. If not for his frequent absences, which skewed the data, he would surely have set new records. Soo-hee explained his reason for resigning. "The capital is vast, and I wish to deliver there." It seemed that his small temple could no longer accommodate such a mighty deity. Zung Jun glared at Soo-hee, asking, "Are you truly certain about this?" Soo-hee nodded earnestly, gazing at Zung Jun as he said, "Brother Jun, I appreciate your support. Should I struggle in the future, I shall return." Zung Jun did not hinder Soo-hee. After completing the necessary formalities, he escorted him to the door. As Soo-hee glanced back at the delivery station, memories flooded in. During his darkest moments, when he felt utterly helpless, a delivery worker had handed him a tissue as he sobbed silently outside the hospital. A gesture he and T even had the chance to thank. Shinyu had survived, but was now in a vegetative state, and the mounting hospital bills became a relentless burden for the Shun family. In despair, Shin Yuanzhong brought Shinyu back home. At that time, Soo-hee despised his own powerlessness. He wanted to earn money, knowing that delivery work could yield a decent income. Thus, he toiled from dawn until dusk, scrimping and saving to afford Shun-Yu's medical treatment. Now, however, everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. As Soo-hee prepared to book his flight, Lu Wen's call interrupted him. "Soo-hee, where are you?" "At the delivery station's entrance." "Come to the police station." After hanging up, Soo-hee pondered why the police would summon him. Had Officer Yang seen him at the crime scene? Or had they retrieved footage from last night? He hopped onto his electric bike and soon arrived at the police station. Lu Wen emerged, her expression a complex mix of emotions, and said, "Follow me." Inside the station, many individuals were present, including the woman who had reported the crime that morning, who was weeping uncontrollably, along with several others connected to the deceased, all giving statements. "Soo-hee, please sit down. We wanted to ask you a question." Officer Wenjie approached, producing a tablet and placing it on the table to play a video. At a street corner 500 meters from the Harbor Youth Apartment, Pan Jigang was seen carrying Dong Yong, while Soo-hee followed behind, approximately 10 meters away. Just then, a man wearing a mask and a baseball cap approached, brushing past them. Soo-hee called out to him, but the man took off running. The video concluded, showing only images without sound. Officer Wenjie inquired, "At 2:21 a.m., you passed by this individual. Why did you stop and look back? What did you say?" The police quickly retrieved surrounding surveillance footage, revealing the suspicious figure and the unusual scene. "I recognized him by his mask and hat. He reminded me of the man who impersonated the owner at the small supermarket. I shouted in Appo's, 'Stop!' and Appo's, but he fled." Soo-hee replied candidly, "Are you certain this is the same person you encountered at the supermarket?" Officer Wenjie pressed further. His height and build were similar, though it was hard to tell due to the mask and cap. However, he definitely changed clothes. I distinctly remember that they were not this color before. But since he ran away, it suggests he felt guilty. It must be him. So speculative. Officer Wenjie nodded, acknowledging Soo-hee and Appo's as deduction. Although the individual had switched outfits, he bore a resemblance in stature. Technological analysis revealed minor discrepancies, but each time the suspect appeared, he had altered his disguise, making identification challenging. If you were so sure, why didn't you pursue him? Officer Winja queried once more. Well, my friend was drunk, hanging onto my neck, and before I could set him down, the murderer vanished. Had I not been carrying Ma Mingzhi, I might have actually caught up to him, Suhi admitted. Then why didn't you report it to the police? Officer Winja and Appo's tone grew stern, clearly frustrated with Suhi and Appo's actions. If he had reported it sooner, perhaps they could have apprehended the culprit. I didn't think much of it at the time. Suhi felt a pang of regret. He had assumed that once the man fled, capturing him would be nearly impossible, and hadn't considered contacting the police. Observing Suhi's demeanor, Officer Winja sighed, his expression one of exasperation. You truly give me a headache. Do you have any additional clues? Please don't hold back. The greater good is at stake. The murderer is cunning, always meticulously disguised, leaving no trace behind, not even a single hair. I suspect he may be bald, yet he had hair in the video. The crime scene bore no fingerprints or shoe prints, indicating a premeditated murder, yet no leads could be found. Since the special task force had been established, they had been toyed with by the killer. According to the murderer's pattern, he would not exceed 3 victims in the same city, suggesting that more lives could be at stake. With the need to capture him before he struck again, the task force found itself in a precarious predicament. So he shook his head. Having brushed past the murderer twice yielded no substantial clues. As for the food blogger, A. Kai, his suspicions were unfounded, lacking evidence. Voicing them could lead to a defamation lawsuit from other prominent influencers. Seeing Suhi's negative response, Officer Winja smiled faintly and stood up, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. Xiaoyang, please escort Suhi out." Just as they reached the door, a middle-aged couple rushed in. The man, clad in factory attire stained with grease, trembled as his wife, equally unadorned, fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "My daughter." This kneeling occurred right in front of Suhi, and the husband was no better off, shaking as he fought back tears, gripping his wife's arm and urging, "Let us go see Yao Yao. You need to be strong." The woman looked up at her husband, rebuking him. "Gua Haipeng, my daughter is gone. How can I be strong? If you hadn't forbidden her from dating, would she have run away? Bring my daughter back. Bring her back." Gua Haipeng collapsed to the ground, tears flooding his eyes as he repeatedly struck his own face, lamenting, "I'm not a man. It's my fault. I've harmed my daughter. I'm not a man." Officer Yang stepped forward, grasping Gua Haipeng's hand and reassuring him, "Sir, it's not your fault. Rest assured, we will capture the murderer and bring him to justice." Suhi stood frozen, witnessing the scene unfold, and before him appeared 2 choices. Option 1, leave the police station directly. Reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Option 2, seek clues to identify the murderer. Completion reward, advanced singing techniques. He gazed at the entrance of the police station, which was less than 30 meters away. Yet his feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead. Although his singing was imbued with emotion rather than technique, he possessed little interest in the art. However, the prospect of 100,000 yuan was undeniably tangible, merely a few steps away from completion. A middle-aged couple on the ground was being assisted inside. Yet Suhi hesitated, unable to summon the resolve to move forward. According to his plan, he would board a flight to the capital tomorrow, and regarding the homicide case, he currently had no further leads. Staying behind could result in significant delays. Sui? Why Haven and Amp? Oppos, TU left yet. Officer Yang stepped out, noticing Suhi still frozen in place. Taking a deep breath, Suhi looked up at Officer Yang and declared, "I know who the murderer is." Chapter 34. Identifying the perpetrator. Who is the murderer? Suhi's question sent a ripple through the entire Public Security Bureau. The police in Jinan City were scouring the area for clues regarding the suspect, yet thus far, they had unearthed nothing of significance. After committing the crime, the murderer had swiftly vanished into the shadows of an urban village, where surveillance was scant, leaving the authorities once again at a loss. The search persisted, with the police exerting their utmost efforts in the investigation. Meanwhile, Suhi sat in the interrogation room, requesting to review the case files. "Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" Officer Wenjie, having made a prior mistake and already written a reflection, was reluctant to acquiesce to Soo-hee's demands. With a calm smile, Soo-hee replied, "This is not my first time, Officer Win. If you lack the authority, you may step out to seek approval." In dramas, it is common for several higher-ups to observe during interrogations. Soo-hee, undeterred by the risks of illegality, was eager to confirm her suspicions. "Director Fu, this delivery man is rather intriguing. I've heard he previously assisted you in solving 2 cases. It seems he indeed possesses some knowledge this time," Chiu Chang remarked as he stood beside Director Fu, observing Soo-hee's nonchalant demeanor in the interrogation room. "You wish to see the files? Quite audacious. What are your thoughts?" Director Fu inquired, casting a glance at Chiu Chang, who, as a member of the Special Investigation Team, evidently had a stronger voice. "Since Officer Wen has already made an exception, let us allow him to try once more and see if he truly possesses remarkable insight, surpassing us seasoned detectives." Having handled hundreds of cases, Chiu Chang had never encountered someone as peculiar as Soo-hee, who repeatedly appeared within the scope of murder investigations. Were it not for the records indicating no connection to Soo-hee, he would have been inclined to interrogate her thoroughly. "Officer Wen, the Special Investigation Team has unanimously agreed. Please escort Soo-hee to the conference room so we may ascertain what she knows." The voice of Director Fu echoed in the earpiece. Officer Wen shot a glance at Soo-hee and said, "Let us proceed to the conference room. We will disclose whatever you wish to know. However, should you fail to identify the murderer, you will not escape unscathed this time." Seeing the stern expression on Officer Wen's face, Soo-hee inwardly lamented, hoping not to make any blunders. In the conference room, over a dozen officers were present, with Director Fu seated on one side. Soo-hee took her place at the back, directly facing the projector. Director Fu nodded, signaling the start of the proceedings. An officer opened the prepared documents and began to brief Soo-hee. On the morning of June 1st, 2021, at 9:52 a.m., the Ningdu police station in Huaihai City received an emergency call reporting a female corpse discovered in Unit 403 of Building 5 in the Jimen community. The victim bore numerous stab wounds and blunt force trauma, with the words "informer" carved into her back. Following forensic examination, a significant amount of anesthetic residue was found in the victim and Oppo's system. No fingerprints or DNA belonging to the suspect were found at the crime scene, and the surveillance footage failed to reveal any identifiable characteristics of the perpetrator. 3 days later, on June 4th, at 3:21 p.m., the Qingxi police station in Huaihai City received another emergency call about a female corpse found in Unit 12-5 of Building 1 in the Haiwa Mansion. This body also exhibited dozens of wounds, with the same 3 words "informer" etched in her back. The modus operandi mirrored the first case, with no identifiable features of the suspect. In August of the same year, the murderer resurfaced in Funan City, killing 3 women before vanishing from the police and Oppo's radar. On January 3rd, 2022, 2 women were murdered in Jinyun City. April, May, June. As Soo-hee gazed at the horrifying images of the deceased on the projector, chills ran down her spine. What kind of monster could commit such heinous acts against 13 young women? The victims had not been sexually assaulted, yet the brutality of the killings was unfathomable. Only a deranged individual could commit such heartless acts. Photos of the victims in their vibrant youth displayed their beautiful smiles. They were teachers, university students, bank employees, and supermarket cashiers, hailing from 3 provinces and 6 cities, entirely unconnected in life. However, when all the photographs were viewed together, subtle similarities in their features emerged, leading the police to believe this was the reason the murderer selected them as victims. It was evident that the murderer had become increasingly adept, with crimes occurring more frequently. If he were not apprehended swiftly, more women would inevitably fall prey. "May I borrow your phone?" Soo-hee asked Officer Yang beside her. The phone was projected onto the screen as Soo-hee opened a short video application, locating Akai's account. She scrolled through videos from May to June 2021, pinpointing locations such as the Junwei restaurant in Huaihai City, Wuji Scallion Pancakes, and Li Fan Hotel. In August 2021, in Funan City, Tiani Canteen, Yulin Restaurant. In January 2022, Jingyun City, Tej Country Hotel, Yaoao Restaurant. As Soo-hee continued to open and close videos, the expressions of the surrounding officers shifted to astonishment. One video could be dismissed as a coincidence. 2, 3, or even each crime scene corresponded perfectly. This was no mere happenstance. Akai emerged as the prime suspect. Officer 1 and Officer Chio stood, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as another officer began to search for Akai's information. Song Shan, male, born August 27, 1993. Standing at 1.75 meters tall, hailing from Lituan Village, Kaiyuan Town, Daki County, Jingwu City. He was arrested on February 21, 2010 for intentional homicide and, due to being underage and acting as an accomplice during the crime, was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Song Shan had an older brother, Song Lin, born July 4, 1990, who was arrested alongside him for intentional homicide and robbery, receiving a death sentence for multiple crimes. In this case, a whistleblower was identified, Song Shan's girlfriend, Du Chunyan. When the police attempted to contact Du Chunyan, they discovered her family had already reported her missing. The motive for the murders was also uncovered. Song Shan had inscribed the words "informer" on the backs of the female victims because he believed that Du Chunyan had informed the police about his brother's death and his subsequent imprisonment. His hatred for Du Chunyan led him to kill other women who merely resembled her. Thus far, all evidence pointed toward Akai, or rather Song Shan. Yet substantial proof remained elusive. Director Fu rose and addressed Officers 1 and Chio, stating, "Arrest Song Shan immediately, search his residence, investigate his social connections, and bring any suspicious individuals for questioning." Understood. Officer Chio departed with his team. Officer 1 glanced at Soo-hee and inquired, "You had already suspected Akai as the murderer, but lacked certainty, which is why you requested to review the case files." That's accurate. During the culinary competition, I happened to overhear him utter a phrase that mirrored both the syntax and tone of the man I encountered at that supermarket on Huanghuai Road. However, I could not conclusively identify him as the murderer based solely on that one statement, so I sought further information to substantiate my hypothesis. It appears my intuition was correct. Applause erupted in the conference room, with Director Fu leading the officers in expressing their gratitude to Soo-hee. Chapter 35. No cunning fox can outwit a skilled hunter within a prestigious hotel in Jinan City. Akai was live-streaming, showcasing the culinary delights of the establishment. He and Annie had received an invitation to promote the hotel. Suddenly, a group of police officers approached, causing a flicker of panic in Annie's eyes, causing her spoon to clatter to the ground. "Mr. Song, greetings. We are from the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Jinan City Public Security Bureau. We currently suspect you may be involved in a homicide case. We kindly ask that you accompany us," Officer Yang stated, presenting his credentials before turning to Annie. "Miss Zhao, we request your cooperation as well." Akai displayed no signs of distress, continuing to address his audience. "Dear fans, a few officers have approached me. However, rest assured, we shall reconvene at 8 o'clock this evening for our live stream." Upon concluding the broadcast, Akai turned to Officer Yang, a look of surprise on his face. "Officer, may I inquire what is happening? I am rather busy. Perhaps you should contact my lawyer directly." Officer Yang placed a criminal detention warrant on the table, his demeanor grave. "Mr. Song, I urge your cooperation. Otherwise, I will be compelled to take coercive measures." Rising from his seat, Akai adjusted his hair and smiled. "Very well, officer. Let us proceed." He gently patted Annie and Appo's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not fear, darling. The police merely seek our assistance in their investigation. Everything will be fine." Meanwhile, Chiu Chang arrived at the rental accommodation of Song Shan and his girlfriend with a search warrant. Despite meticulously scouring every nook and cranny, no pertinent clues related to the homicide surfaced. In the interrogation room, Akai remained composed, gazing at Officer 1 with a smile. "Officer, I am unaware of what you are speaking. I insist on consulting my lawyer and will refrain from answering any inquiries until my attorney arrives." Observing Song Shan's demeanor, Wen grew increasingly convinced of his involvement in the case. He placed several papers before Song Shan, stating, "Du Chunyan was your girlfriend 10 years ago. You confided in her about your brother Song Lin's involvement in murder and robbery, yet she reported you. Your brother received a death sentence. You, being underage, Served 8 years in prison. After your release, you sought out Du Chunyin and killed her. Excuse me, officer, what tale are you recounting? I fail to comprehend. Song Shan interrupted, regarding one with disdain. ISN and Oppos. T at the police and Oppos. S duty to present evidence? Why has storytelling become the norm? At that moment, when received a communication through his earpiece from Chiu Chong. 1. We found no evidence at Song Shan's residence. I and AMP, Oppos, VE, already notified the local police department to assist in acquiring surveillance footage from the hotels he frequented. Officer, could you please maintain professionalism? I have a live stream this evening, and the penalties for breach of contract are substantial. Song Shan remarked impatiently. As the interrogation continued, whenever one mentioned anything related to the case, Song Shan either demanded to see his lawyer or remained resolutely silent. Exiting the interrogation room, one exchanged glances with Director Fu, stating, "It appears we have a tough nut to crack. We should focus on his girlfriend and see if Chiu can uncover any evidence." No fingerprints or DNA were found at the crime scene, nor was there any incriminating evidence at Song Shan and Oppo's residence. The short video footage did not conclusively identify him as the suspect. Song Shan was both astute and cautious. In a separate interrogation room, Annie, whose real name was Zhao Qi, feigned cooperation while evasively answering questions. Before long, Song Shan and AMP, Oppo's lawyer, Ding Lei, infamous for representing the wealthy regardless of their guilt, arrived. In his view, legality was a mere commodity to be bought. In a small room, Ding Lei regarded the impassive Song Shan. The police can only detain you for 24 hours. I am currently negotiating regarding your live stream compensation. Here, your silence is paramount. Leave the rest to me. Thank you for your efforts, Lawyer Ding. Song Shan replied with a slight smile, leaning closer to whisper, "Please keep an eye on Annie. She may be a bit anxious." Meanwhile, Chiu Chong worked diligently to gather evidence, retrieving surveillance footage from various police departments regarding Song Shan's hotel stays. However, on the night of the incident, he had not left the hotel. Nonetheless, they did uncover that Song Shan's girlfriend, Zhao Qi, consistently chose rooms on the second floor, which lacked protective barriers. This indicated that Song Shan could have exited through the window. During the investigation, it was noted that the hotels lacked surveillance cameras at the back. The police expanded their search and located a suspicious individual wearing a mask and hat near the hotels. However, they were unable to definitively link Song Shan to this figure. "Scoundrel!" Yang Lin exclaimed, angrily tossing the records onto the table as he glared at one. "Master, are we merely to allow him to saunter away? 13 lives lost. He is nothing short of a demon." One's expression mirrored his discontent as he shot a glare at Yang Lin. Even the most cunning fox reveals its tail at times. As criminal investigators, our duty is to seek out breakthroughs, to unearth evidence, and ensure he faces the justice he deserves. Investigate the call records between Song Shan and Zhao Qi, as well as their online shopping and messaging activities. We must leave no detail overlooked. With merely 8 hours remaining, time was of the essence for the police. Wait. Contact the short video platform and request all chat records from the victims and Oppo's accounts. How did the perpetrator ascertain their addresses? Follow this line of inquiry. As time ticked away, Song Shan remained calm, while Zhao Qi grew increasingly anxious. In the final 30 minutes, Officer Wen entered with a grave look. "Song Shan, you are suspected of murdering 13 women. We are initiating your criminal detention. Rest assured, we have notified your lawyer. Zhao Qi, you are suspected of assisting Song Shan in the murder of 13 women. We will be detaining you as well." Song Shan abruptly lifted his head, laughing maniacally at one. "Huh, impossible. You must be jesting. I have the right to sue you. I demand to see my lawyer." This is illegal. When disregarded Song Shan and Oppos as protests, swiftly placing handcuffs on him. No cunning fox can outmaneuver a skilled hunter. "You shall face the full force of the law. I will not leave. I demand to see my lawyer. You have no evidence." Song Shan clung to the interrogation chair. "You are indeed clever, having destroyed all evidence. Yet, there remains one thing you cannot erase." When stated, "What is that?" Song Shan raised his gaze to meet Wen's eyes. "The person who helped you find your targets." Song Shan's face drained of color, collapsing to the ground. Then he erupted in a maniacal laugh. "They all deserve to die. Did I not treat them well? When they err, they must be punished. Chapter 36. My aversion to the unattractive. How does a murderer seek out individuals resembling their victims amidst the vast sea of humanity? This can be attributed to a man named Meng Xiangfeng, who is paralyzed from the waist down. During the investigation into the chat records on the victim's short video platform, the police uncovered multiple accounts that exchanged messages with the victim, wherein she disclosed her address and personal circumstances. Further inquiry revealed that these accounts were all operated from the same IP address, leading the police to Meng Xiangfeng without delay. A search of his residence yielded a trove of chat logs and transaction records. Meng Xiangfeng was responsible for identifying targets, while Song Shan provided remuneration, 100,000 yuan for each woman. Under police interrogation, Meng Xiangfeng confessed to everything. 5 years prior, he suffered a car accident that left him paralyzed, a misfortune that drove him to the brink of despair. 2 years ago, his wife could no longer endure their life together and abandoned him. In his desperation, Meng Xiangfeng contemplated suicide, where he shared his tragic circumstances and suicidal thoughts on social media. He was met with ridicule and scorn, devoid of any sympathy. At that moment, a netizen privately messaged him, asking, "Do you hate your wife? Would you like to kill her?" This deranged notion consumed his thoughts, leaving him restless at night. 3 days later, he replied, yes. Meng Xiangfeng provided his wife and Oppo's address, only to discover a week later, through the news, that she had been murdered. He hastily contacted the netizen, but received no answers to his inquiries, only a directive. "Now it's your turn to assist me." Thus, Meng Xiangfeng began searching online for women resembling Duke Chunyin, devising ways to obtain their addresses to hand over to the mysterious netizen. The first woman perished, and he received a reward of 100,000 yuan, initiating a sordid transaction within the confines of his darkened room. On Meng Xiangfeng's computer, there existed a list of over 100 women from across the nation, potential victims. Had Song Shan not been apprehended, what would have become of those women? Meng Xiangfeng and the enigmatic netizen later adopted a more clandestine means of communication through an encrypted forum, yet the police swiftly acquired all chat records. Driven by curiosity about the identity and appearance of his correspondent, Meng Xiangfeng employed technical means to hack into Song Shan and Oppo's computer camera, capturing a video of Zhao Qi disguising herself as Song Shan. This very footage solidified the evidence against Song Shan for murder. Under the weight of proof, Zhao Qi also confessed, revealing that her assistance in disguising Song Shan stemmed from her deep love for him, a willingness to commit crimes for his sake. The law would deliver severe punishment to all three. Unaware of these events, Suhi was seated on a flight to the capital. Beside him sat a fashionable woman and a simple yet youthful beauty, who occasionally turned to glance at him, whispering conspiratorially, "Lu Xiaojia, he is truly handsome. Please help me get his contact information." Are you out of your mind? What good is his looks? Look at his clothes. They're worth less than 100 yuan altogether. Tonight's gathering, you must seize the opportunity. Any of those rich young masters could be worth over 100 million. We're going to compete, not to find boyfriends. Besides, I prefer good looks, and he is quite attractive. In seeking a partner, you must consider appearance, talent, and wealth. At least 2 of these must apply. Can a poor boy sustain you solely on his looks? Don't forget, you aspire to enter the entertainment industry. Without connections to influential figures, how will you ever rise? I'm not saying I want him as my boyfriend. I just want to get to know him. Also, I won't be attending tonight's gathering. I want to practice more for tomorrow's competition. Ting Ting, do you have any idea how many people I had to plead with for this opportunity? Competition. You are too naive. Do you really believe that with your singing ability, you can achieve fame? If you don't make an effort, those big bosses and judges won't recognize you. There are countless girls like you in the capital. Why should they choose you? Li Ziting, upon hearing Bei Luqiao's words, felt tears welling up. Singing had been her lifelong dream. To seize this opportunity, she had worked tirelessly to save 7,000 yuan. Seeking out a woman named Bei Luqiao, an intermediary from an entertainment company, who claimed she could take her to the capital for a competition. Seeing the young girl in tears, Bei Luqiao comforted her. "Don't worry, with Lu Xiaojia on your side, you will surely advance in tomorrow and amp. Oppos, as competition. The individual we are meeting tonight is a major player behind the scenes. Whether or not you become famous hinges on his word. Now, stop crying. You'll ruin your makeup. Bei Lu Xiao glanced at the source of her frustration, the seemingly asleep Su He, muttering softly. That poor loser almost ruined my plans. He deserves to be poor for a lifetime. Suddenly, Su He opened his eyes, glaring at her. Biden Kia, startled by his sudden gaze, quickly realized he was doing it on purpose, and retorted, "What are you staring at, you dead fish-eyed loser? Do you believe I'll report you for harassment? With your pathetic appearance, you'll never find a beautiful woman. Even if you did, you wouldn't be able to keep her. She'd run off with someone else eventually. I've encountered numerous women, but you're the first whose ugliness cannot be concealed, even by 10 pounds of flour." Su He's acting skills were on full display as he shot a glance at Bei Lu Xiao, instantly contorting his face in disgust. Raising his hand to call the flight attendant, "Excuse me, I feel nauseous. Could I trouble you for a bag?" The flight attendant approached with a smile. "Good day, sir. There's a bag right beside your table. If you're feeling unwell, we can also provide." Cough, cough. "Never mind. Just looking at you makes me feel better." Sui smiled, then turned his gaze back to the irate Bei Lu Xiao, picking up the bag. "Ugh. Flight attendant, I want to file a complaint. He insulted me. I want to report him." Bei Lu Xiao shouted loudly, drawing the attention of everyone around. The flight attendant, concerned for the still retching Sui, asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Sui patted his chest and smiled. "I'm fine. I have an aversion to the unattractive. Seeing you makes me feel much better." "Who are you calling unattractive?" Bei Lu Xiao glared at Sui, shouting, "You. Whoever responds is guilty. What's the matter? Did I strike a nerve? Ugh, I can't take it anymore." As she gazed upon Su He's handsome visage, Bei Lu Xiao sought alternative insults. At that moment, the flight attendant addressed Su He. "Sir, would you like to change seats? Please follow me." Su He was escorted to business class, leaving Bei Lu Xiao behind, fuming and nearly sparking another quarrel with the person beside her. Chapter 37. Life is bitter, yet you must find sweetness due to the time wasted at the police station. Sui was unable to book the same flight as Shun Yuanzhong. At 4:00 a.m. Oppos, clock in the afternoon, he finally arrived at the Capital International Airport. With no suitcase to his name, he carried all his belongings in a large plastic bag and prepared to take the subway after glancing at the navigation on his phone. After walking 200 meters, a red convertible Ferrari came to a halt in front of him. In the driver's seat, Bei Lu Xiao, wearing sunglasses, said to the passenger, "Li Ziding, look, this is the handsome man you admire. Do you really want to rummage through the streets with him in a plastic bag?" Li Ziding glanced at Su He and quickly lowered her head. Buzzing with a smirk, Bei Lu Xiao pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Su He standing there in a daze. "System, can you really tolerate this? Don't you have a choice to make me look good? Do you believe I want to uninstall you? Damn, what a pathetic situation." Sui spat on the ground, but the system remained unresponsive. "Hey, young man, you can't spit on the ground here. That'll be a fine of 5 yuan." An elderly woman wearing a red armband approached Sui, handing him a fine slip. "Do you know who I am?" Sui asked. The woman, hands on her hips, glared at him. "How would I know who you are? Regardless of your identity, you must," she began, but trailed off as Sui turned to leave. "Hey, don't run away, you brat on the subway." Sui called Shun Yuanzhong. "Hello, Uncle Shun. I've arrived in the capital. I'm on the subway. Is everything all right on your side?" "Sui, everything is fine here." The doctor conducted a full examination on Yaya today and said her bodily functions are quite good. "Uncle Shun, how much do you spend in a day?" "About 4,000 to 5,000. After hanging up, Sui fell into silence. At this rate, he could only afford to stay in hospital for 4 months. This was not a scene from a drama. It was a harsh reality. He clenched his fists tightly, determined that this time he would not let Shunyu be expelled from the hospital. 150,000 a month. He had to find a way to make money. As a man, his responsibility was not merely to accompany Shunyu in the hospital, but to find every possible means to earn money to secure her the best treatment. Observing the various rewards from the system, navigation maps, food delivery acceptance rates, and delivery assistance, these could ensure he became the top delivery person. Working tirelessly, he could only earn about 40,000 to 50,000 a month, which was already the limit of his time and physical capability. As a graduate from vocational high school with a certificate in operating excavators, he doubted he would even be accepted at a hospital, let alone as a veterinarian. As for martial arts, perhaps he could find a dojo and become a coach, but the income would likely be less than his delivery earnings. Culinary skills were also out of the question. He was left with only performance and singing as options. It is well known that the entertainment industry is the most lucrative, where a single announcement or movie could amass wealth that ordinary citizens could not accumulate in decades or even generations. Suhi never imagined that one day he would entertain such thoughts, but for the sake of money, as long as it was not illegal, he was willing to do anything. The system and Oppo's emergence and rewards were utterly random, leaving him no choice but to rely on existing resources and devise a reasonable plan. As his system did not provide sustenance for its host, 2 kilometers away from the capital people's hospital, Suhi found a budget hotel for just 65 yuan a day. Then he walked to the hospital and arrived outside Shen Yu's ward. Inside, he saw Shen Yuanzhong, with his white hair, eating a bowl of rice with only a few greens. Rent in the capital was exorbitant. The elderly couple had rented a one-room apartment for 4,800 yuan a month. Had they not had so much luggage, they would have preferred to sleep in the hospital corridor. Sui? From behind, Xiang Wanrong approached, carrying a basin of hot water. Auntie Xiang, Su, he stepped forward to take the basin with a smile. Let me do it. Shen Yuanzhong was called out by Xiang Wanrong, leaving Su He alone in the ward. Yeah, we come to the capital. You must get better quickly. I've planned our itinerary. We'll first visit Tiananmen Square, then the Forbidden City after staying in the ward for over an hour. So he only left when the nurse came in with medication. Wandering aimlessly on the bustling streets, he absorbed the vibrant sights of the capital. As he reached a pedestrian overpass, he spotted a long-haired man singing, with a phone set up for live streaming beside him. When I walk down every street here, my heart seems never to find peace. Besides the roar of engines and the hum of electricity, I seem to hear his heart thumping through my bones. The man's voice was deep and slightly hoarse, possessing a unique charm that drew a crowd. Many stopped to record videos, while others scanned the QR code at his feet to offer him tips. Once the song concluded, the man sat down to rest. Suhi approached and inquired, Brother, how much do you earn in a day? The man glanced at Suhi and replied with a smile. I only sing 3 songs each night, probably around 100 yuan. Why? Do you want to give it a try? That was still less than his delivery earnings. They say online streamers make money, but it seems to vary from person to person. At that moment, the man's live stream chat was flooded with messages. Crazy brother, that passerby is so handsome. Let him sing a few lines. Crazy brother, please give me that handsome guy as contact information. Wow, such a handsome guy, no way. Crazy brother, keep him here. I'll fly to the capital immediately. The man, known as Crazy Egu, saw the influx of messages and exclaimed, Dude, my fans are asking you to sing. Come on, let's hear a song. Forget it. I can end Oppo's sing. Besides, I'm hungry. I'm just going to grab a bowl of noodles and head back to sleep. So he planned to check out nearby delivery stations in the morning. He couldn't remain idle in the capital, so he de-deliver while exploring. The messages on the screen continued to flood in, with Crazy Brother feeling both love and frustration. Currently, he had over 50,000 fans. He would be elated if 500 tuned in to his live stream. To his surprise, the number of viewers surged past 1,000 and kept climbing. Clearly, these viewers were attracted by Suhi's looks, as he had already applied a beauty filter. He appeared even more attractive on screen than in reality. Brother, don't leave just yet. Crazy Brother was nearly frantic, pulling Suhi back. Just sing a song for us. I'll treat you to dinner. You can chat with him. A bit too worried that Suhi might sing poorly. Crazy Brother led him in front of the camera and announced, Fans, I brought back the handsome guy you wanted. He is truly good looking. Let us turn off the beauty filter so you can see there's no need for that. Suhi chuckled, surprised that Crazy Brother turned off the filter. Instantly, the screen erupted in dramatic reactions. No one continued to praise Suhi's looks, but rather unified in their plea. Crazy Brother, please turn the beauty filter back on. I feel nauseated. Crazy Brother turned to Suhi, puzzled. Am I really that unattractive? Suhi stared at Crazy Brother in disbelief and replied, Have you never looked in a mirror? Honestly, I think you're quite unique. Suhi offered a couple of compliments. And the chat exploded again. Not only is he handsome, But he is also so humorous, seeing the viewer count soar past 2,000 and the tips exceeding 500 yuan. Crazy Brother beamed widely. With that smile, the screen erupted into a chorus of virtual groans and various expressions of disgust. Sui found himself amused by the scene unfolding before him. It was his inaugural live stream, and he discovered that interacting with unfamiliar netizens was quite entertaining. "Crazy Brother, why don't you turn on the beauty filter?" he remarked, glancing between the screen and his counterpart. "It's truly a double whammy for my eyes." To Crazy Brother's surprise, Sui was surprisingly articulate, capturing the fans' attention once more. Observing the liveliness of the live stream, he could not bear to disable the beauty filter. "Bro, the fans are eager to hear you sing. Why not treat us to a few lines?" Crazy Brother hastily shifted the topic. Regardless of whether Sui could sing or not, the mere charm of his visage was enough to elevate the hype. In a matter of moments, Crazy Brother and Oppo's follower count surged by over 1,000. If he were to release a video of Sui singing, it would surely trend by the next day. Should the performance be pleasing to the ear, the audience would likely offer only simple comments. However, if it were dreadful, the comment section would undoubtedly erupt in chaos. This was Sui's first experience with live streaming, and witnessing the enthusiastic calls from viewers on the screen filled him with joy. "All right then, I shall sing a song," he declared. Lacking any musical talent since childhood, his singing resembled the quacking of a duck, and he had scarcely found the courage to sing over the years. However, after receiving advanced singing techniques as a reward from the system, he had privately experimented, discovering that his voice had indeed improved. With newfound confidence, he faced the screen. "What song shall I sing?" Crazy Brother inquired. Sui, who seldom sang or listened to music, responded, "The one you just performed." Unable to recall the lyrics, he resorted to searching them on his phone. Soon, the prelude began to play, and Crazy Brother handed the microphone over to Sui. "As I walk down each street here, my heart feels eternally restless. Aside from the roar of engines and the hum of electricity, I seem to hear his heart echoing through my bones." With his eyes closed, Sui immersed himself in the sensation of aimlessly wandering the streets, his heart heavy with uncertainty about the future. The medical expenses for Xinyu weighed on him. Would she ever awaken? Amidst the bustling vibrancy of the city, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, fueled only by the distant glow of a solitary light. On the overpass, all passers-by halted their hurried steps. They traversed this lively city daily, yet seldom paused to appreciate the beauty surrounding them. The helplessness of life pressed down upon them, stifling their cries for freedom as fate tightened its grip around their throats. Sui's voice emanated ethereally, akin to a lark breaking free from its cage and soaring into the sky. One moment marked by solitude and confusion gave way to hope and steadfast conviction in the next. Life may be bitter, yet one must seek sweetness. Sui's voice penetrated their hearts, cloaking their sorrows in joy and urging them to move forward. Crazy Brother observed Sui in silence, feeling an irksome envy. It was already unfair that he was so handsome. The fact that he sang so beautifully was just the cherry on top. It seemed as though fate had served Sui a feast on a silver platter. "Thank you." Upon finishing, Sui returned the microphone to Crazy Brother. This was his first time singing in public, and to have it broadcast live felt strangely liberating. He realized that expressing a song could indeed bring tranquility to his heart. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, having been touched by Sui's performance. With a smile and a wave, he prepared to depart for a bowl of noodles, his stomach still growling. Crazy Brother and Oppo's phone screen was flooded with comments, the viewer count having astonishingly surpassed 10,000. Just as he began to revel in the success, he turned to see Sui walking off towards the overpass. "What should I do?" Crazy Brother felt tears welling up. What began as a casual chat with Sui had transformed into something entirely unexpected. The comments flooded in. Where did the young man go? Gripping the streaming equipment, Crazy Brother steeled himself and rushed after him. "Bro, wait for me. I'm treating you to a meal." Chapter 38. I have a good stomach. I donned amp. Oppo's to rely on others as Sui gazed into the bubbling broth of the copper pot. She could hardly fathom the obsession of the eccentric host, who set up his live streaming equipment at the dining table despite being merely a singing broadcaster. Suhi, when it comes to this copper pot hot pot, I am quite the connoisseur. Look at this lamb. It must be hand-sliced, devoid of blood and odor, perfect for dipping. And it produces very little scum when cooked. The eccentric host, known as Crazy Brother, had come to the capital at the tender age of 18, experiencing life on the streets, washing dishes, and delivering packages. His rich experiences led him to work as an extra in film studios during the day, while he sang on the bridge at night. It was Suhi's first experience with lamb hot pot, and as she listened to Crazy Brother's enthusiastic description, she playfully placed a piece of meat into the pot. Chuckling, Crazy Brother, it feels a bit awkward eating in front of the viewers. What an amp, Oppos, that's so strange about it. There are countless food broadcasters online who eat just to entertain their fans. Don't feel shy. You'll get used to it. When I first started singing, I was incredibly timid, afraid of the judgment of others. Look at me now. I fear nothing. You and Oppos, new to the capital. Feel free to ask for help whenever you need it. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Crazy Brother, with his unique style, was undeniably warm-hearted. After pondering for a moment, Suhi replied, honestly, I plan to deliver food. What? Crazy Brother stared at Suhi in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? You're handsome and have a beautiful voice. Why would you go deliver food? The comment section erupted in despair, with many female fans expressing their desires to support him. Crazy Brother laughed. Heroes don't ask about origins, and rich women don't care about age. Suhi, have you considered this? I have a good stomach. I don't rely on others. Suhi, unaware that the viewers were joking, replied earnestly, observing the cheerful atmosphere in the live stream. Crazy Brother felt a twinge of gloom. The viewers were not there for him and insisted he stay out of the camera frame. How much can you earn delivering food? You'd be better off live streaming with me. Since you have such a high popularity, why not go straight to broadcasting? Crazy Brother proposed. Suhi contemplated this and replied somberly, about 30 to 40,000 a month, I suppose. It's just enough for now. I haven't thought about live streaming. I'm not sure what to say. It feels awkward just staring at the screen. Suhi also watched live streams. The hosts were quite eloquent, but aside from singing, he didn't know what to discuss with the viewers. How much? 30 to 40,000 a month? Crazy Brother thought he must have misheard. When did delivering food become so lucrative? Before arriving in the capital, Suhi had researched the situation online. The average order price was around 8 to 10 yuan, with higher rewards during special weather. On a good day, one could easily complete over 100 orders, which was a conservative estimate. Seeing Suhi nod, Crazy Brother exclaimed, Suhi, you must have been deceived. Here in the capital, delivery workers generally earn around 15,000. Only the exceptionally skilled can make 20,000. Those are the real masters. Don't fall for the tricks of the agencies. It's all a scam. In the live stream, many viewers echoed that Suhi had indeed been misled, including some who had worked as delivery personnel in the capital, stating that most could only make around 10,000. Suhi, why don't you join me in live streaming? During the day, I can take you to the theater for filming. With your looks, you're bound to have a few lines. Crazy Brother mentioned, reminiscing about his time as an extra, having never had a single line. He had played a ghost and a corpse, with most of his scenes consisting solely of his back view. Other extras earned 200 to 300 a day, while he had to plead for his 40 yuan. Sure, when I have time, I'll contact you. He didn't refuse. Having just indulged in singing, he was curious about acting and whether he could do it. However, he had already resolved to head to the delivery station the following morning, believing that whatever came next in singing or acting should not be forced but embraced as it came. After finishing their meal, Suhi exchanged WeChat information with Crazy Brother and left. Upon reaching the entrance of a grand hotel, she noticed a gathering of people, some shouting, "Call an ambulance, call the police." Curious, Suhi approached and was instantly taken aback. It was the woman who had driven the Ferrari. She lay on the ground, a large pool of blood beneath her head, her left hand grotesquely twisted, and one shoe missing. Someone checked for her breath and gasped, "She is dead." The crowd looked up at the building, clearly realizing that the woman had fallen from above. Fortunately, she hadn't struck any passers-by. From an upper window, someone leaned out, angrily shouting, "What is all the noise about? Can't you let people sleep in the middle of the night?" A piercing scream, as if from the heavens, drew everyone's attention. At the top of the building, a woman dangled precariously, with a man gripping her hair, roaring, "You wretch, die!" The woman clung desperately to the railing, pleading, Mr. Huang. It was all Sister Lu Qiao who forced me to do this. I truly didn't know him. You're all in this together. If I kill her, I won't survive either. I'll take you down with me. Their figures vanished from sight. At that moment, both the police and an ambulance arrived. The doctor took a glance, confirmed she had passed, and promptly covered her with a white sheet. The police cordoned off the area and rushed into the Grand Hotel. Moments later, two figures reappeared on the rooftop, the man choking the woman's neck, shouting, "Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll jump with her." The building stood 15 stories tall, and with it being night, only shadows were visible. Suddenly, with a fierce twist, the man exposed the woman entirely. She clutched the railing desperately, her neck in his grasp. The man leaned out, shouting, "If you take another step, I'll drag her down with me." At that moment, Suhi faced three choices. Option 1, shout loudly. If you have the guts, jump down. Reward, second-hand electric scooter. Option 2, leave the scene and go to sleep. Reward, 10,000 yuan in cash. Option 3, save the woman on the rooftop. Reward, master-level calligraphy skills. Suhi was about to opt for the second-hand electric scooter, but the first option seemed cruel and prone to online backlash, so he promptly eliminated it. The second option required no effort, merely returning home for a good night's sleep in exchange for 10,000 yuan. However, familiar with the system's nature, Suhi chose the third option. If 10,000 yuan could grant him master-level calligraphy skills, he was certain that Ms. Zhao Xiao would encourage him to enroll. He recalled participating in a brief calligraphy training as a child, achieving third place in his group. The hotel entrance was already cordoned off, making access from there impractical. Logically, the back entrance should also be guarded by police. So he made his way to the left side of the building, spotting a pipe leading to the rooftop. While others were distracted by the commotion above, no one noticed a shadowy figure stealthily climbing upwards. Chapter 39. Just consider me a concerned citizen. Huang Hai never imagined that one day he would find himself holding a girl he had known for merely a few hours hostage. He was unwilling to face death, yet he had taken a life, leaving him with no alternative. After toiling for over 20 years, Huang Hai had achieved a modicum of success, not only as a popular television actor, but also as a shareholder in a film and entertainment company. Now, everything was in ruins. The thought of his wife and their 3-year-old son filled him with regret. All of this was the fault of Bai Liqiao, that avaricious woman. Taking compromising photos, recording videos, extortion, such despicable tactics were being employed against him. Huang Hai had underestimated Bai Liqiao's greed. 10 million. Otherwise, his reputation would be utterly destroyed. On the rooftop, Bai Liqiao threatened him, demanding that he produce 10 million within 3 days. Anger surged within Huang Hai, and he could no longer contain himself. He pushed Bai Liqiao off the building. As he watched her lie motionless on the ground, he felt no panic, nor did he consider fleeing. Instead, he returned to his room, concocted an excuse, and luridly zitting to the rooftop, intending to stage one final act. This time, he was both the director and the actor, wishing to experience the thrill of a hostage crisis. As an actor, he was fully immersed in the role. When the police arrived, he drew a dagger and plunged it into Li Ziding's thigh, shouting, "Take another step forward, and I shall stab her directly in the heart." 2 police officers immediately halted, one attempting to persuade Huang Hai while the other called for backup. This was not a situation that could be managed by the local precinct. It was a heinous crime involving murder and hostage-taking. The assailant showed no hesitation in wounding the hostage, clearly indicating that further provocation would be perilous. Alt-Fisa Gaozi, encountering such a scenario for the first time, called out, "Brother, please calm down. Rest assured, I am right here. Let us discuss this calmly. You can tell me your demands, record this on your phone." Quickly, Huang Hai pressed the knife against Li Ziding's neck, addressing Chao Di. A recording? Chao Di was taken aback, but complied nonetheless. Huang Hai faced the camera, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Wife, I am sorry, son. Daddy has done something wrong and must go to a faraway place. You must listen to your mother." Just then, Chao Di noticed a hand suddenly reach out from below the railing, startling him and causing his phone to slip from his grasp. Huang Hai, puzzled by the officer's reaction, inquired, "What is wrong?" As he turned to look behind him, he felt a hand grasping his wrist, attempting to seize the dagger. Instinctively, He thought to harm Li Ziding, but the assailant twisted forcefully, causing the knife to fall. A sharp pain struck his neck, and his vision faded to black. Gao Zi stood for then, astonished that the man had been subdued so easily. Li Ziding, having collapsed on the ground and losing blood from her thigh, looked up at the officer who had apprehended Huang Hai, equally bewildered. The handsome guy from the plane? Officer, I'm fine. I'll just take my leave. Suhi prepared to depart. Stop, Chao Di shouted, drawing his weapon and aiming it at Suhi. Startled, Suhi quickly raised his hands. Who are you? What are you doing? Gao Zi demanded Li. My name is Suhi. I'm a delivery person now. Wait, Suhi suddenly remembered he had resigned, and so he amended, just consider me a concerned citizen, no need to thank me. Of course, if there is a reward for bravery, I will be glad to stay and assist. Suhi suddenly realized a serious question. Did this incident qualify as an act of bravery? If so, it would be prudent to leave his contact information. Concerned citizen? Act of bravery? Gao Zi looked utterly papa. Where did you come from? At that moment, a throng of police officers charged in. Seeing Suhi with his hands raised, one officer immediately tackled him and placed him in handcuffs. Feeling the cold metal, Suhi offered no resistance, remaining silent as he was led away. In the interrogation room, Suhi recounted his story faithfully, detailing his arrival in the capital, the sight of someone falling, and how he climbed the pipes to subdue the assailant. This was a criminal case that had been handed over to the Chaoyang District Criminal Police Team. A middle-aged man reviewed several documents, noting that the incident had a straightforward origin. Bai Liqiao had premeditatedly introduced a woman to Huang Hai, capturing videos and nude photographs to extort him. After being threatened, Huang Hai impulsively pushed Bai Liqiao off the building and took Li Ziding hostage. The police had located the video evidence shot by Bai Liqiao, which supported Huang Hai's claim of innocence. Li Ziding was unaware of Bai Liqiao's scheme. She had merely sought to exchange her body for an opportunity on the grand stage. She only knew Huang Hai as an actor, oblivious to the subsequent events. The sudden appearance of Suhi was unknown to Huang Hai, who mistook him for an officer. Li Ziding had only briefly encountered Suhi on the plane, corroborating his testimony. To save a life, he climbed 15 floors unassisted. Zhou Bing, the captain of the criminal police team, found it remarkable to encounter such a concerned citizen. Even police officers hesitated to take risks without safety measures. Surveillance footage from another building revealed Suhi climbing the pipes. Soon, a female officer entered, holding a stack of documents, which she handed to Zhou Bing, saying, Captain Zhou, we receive information from Jinan City. This Suhi has assisted the Jinan Public Security Bureau in solving several cases. Just a few days ago, he was instrumental in apprehending a serial killer. When Zhang Xiaoyu first received the documents, she thought they were a short story, a delivery person repeatedly aiding the police. No wonder he dared to climb 15 floors to rescue a hostage. After reviewing the information, Zhou Bing picked up his phone and dialed a number. Brother Wen, can this matter be explained scientifically? Zhou Bing inquired directly, skipping pleasantries. On the other end, Wen Jia laughed heartily. Zhou Bing, this Suhi is a gem. Whenever you face a challenging case, you can count on him. Freshly landed, within just a few hours, Suhi found himself embroiled in yet another criminal case. Though surprised, Wen Jia quickly accepted the situation. After all, it was Suhi, a delivery person passionate about watching suspenseful crime dramas. In response, the Jinan Public Security Bureau convened a meeting to discuss whether to enhance their research and analysis of film and television to improve police investigative capabilities. Were it not for Suhi's insufficient qualifications, Wen Jia would have considered recruiting him into the criminal police team. Indeed, Suhi's involvement in these peculiar incidents was somewhat astonishing, yet every time he appeared, it seemed to be mere coincidence, supported by ample evidence. Ultimately, Wen Jia could only attribute it to chance. Chapter 40. Is writing just a matter of having hands? At the entrance of the hotel, Zhou Bing personally escorted Suhi and said, Mr. Su, thank you for your cooperation and understanding. I hope you refrain from such reckless behavior in the future. Suhi scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Captain Zhou, you've mentioned it 8 times. I understand my mistake. I will pay attention to safety next time. Zhou Bing was taken aback. Suhi did not respond, But inwardly, he pondered that if the system didn't arrange a few murder cases for him, what kind of system would it be? Fortunately, this time the police did not suspect him. Otherwise, how could he have been released after just 3 hours? Upon returning home, Suhi eagerly took up a pen and wrote a few characters. Regardless of the font, each stroke exuded a sense of comfort, which thrilled him so much that he couldn't sleep. He wrote until dawn before reluctantly stopping, washed up, had a simple breakfast downstairs, and headed toward the delivery station. Before arriving in the capital, he had already made arrangements with the local delivery station, which was not far from the hospital, allowing him to keep an eye on Uncle Shun and the others. With experience in food delivery, Suhi's onboarding went smoothly. The station had a second-hand electric bike, which he purchased for 800 yuan, sold the old battery, and replaced it with the one awarded by the system, thus completing his setup. The station manager initially planned to familiarize Suhi with the surrounding area and routes, but equipped with a smart navigation map, Suhi didn't require any route learning. He immediately began accepting orders during the midday rush. Ding! You have a new delivery order. Please process it promptly. Riding the electric bike, that familiar feeling returned. Suhi did not take on too many orders. Although the system provided navigation, he was still a novice in the face of unfamiliar neighborhoods and security guards, requiring time to acclimate. Excuse me, could you please open the door? Suhi encountered trouble on his first order. The security guard, seated inside and listening to the radio, glanced at him and turned away as if he hadn't heard. Fortunately, time was on his side. After a few minutes, someone emerged, and Suhi hurried inside. Hey, what's the matter? Don't you know that delivery personnel are not allowed in this community? The guard chased after him, blocking his path. The station manager had already briefed him on the area, explaining that most delivery workers opted to slip the guard a couple of yuan as a bribe in such situations. Suhi had encountered this before, but now he was presented with 3 options. Option 1. Persuade the guard with kindness to let him in. Reward. Universal access card for the capital area. Option 2. Forcefully enter the community to complete the delivery. Reward. A new phone. Option 3. Pay the guard to let him through. Reward. 1 yuan. The difficulty was proportional to the rewards. Conflicts between delivery workers and guards had long become commonplace. A rite of passage for nearly every delivery person. Offering cigarettes, giving money, and sweet-talking were common tactics among delivery workers. How many could earn a living standing tall with integrity? Persuasion through kindness? So he glanced at the guard, who, though not particularly tall, exuded an imposing aura, embodying a sense of righteousness and fairness. The station manager had indicated that merely offering 1 yuan would suffice for passage. However, this reward fell short of his expectations. As for resolving the issue through force, the guard, bored at work and yearning for a visit to the hospital, was not someone he would recklessly confront. Hey, you must be new? The guard, noticing Suhi's days, couldn't help but say, this is a high-end community. Not just anyone can enter. Newcomers should understand the rules. Suhi scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. The guard was clearly experienced. Such individuals could easily be appeased with cash. Attempting to persuade him with reason would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. At that moment, another delivery worker rode up, tossed a yuan onto the table, and walked straight in, without so much as a glance at the guard. Sir, what you're doing is wrong. If your superiors find out, you'll surely be fired. So he began to reason with him. The guard scoffed, irritated, you little brat. I consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. Don't try to fool me with your nonsense. The property manager is my nephew. You should inquire about which delivery worker doesn't pay here. Just leave. You won't be allowed, and even if you offer money. The guard stormed into the booth and emerged with a steel fork, shouting at Suhi, get out now, or I won't hold back. The delivery worker who had just entered came out and advised, buddy, focus on your deliveries. After saying that, he left. The guard, hearing this, felt even more triumphant. Despite being just a security guard, he wielded the power of entry into the community. What should he do? So he glanced at his phone. This order was nearing the deadline, and he still had several deliveries to make. Was his first order in the capital destined to fall victim to the guard? Sir, how about I sing you a song? So he attempted to bridge the gap and ease the awkward atmosphere. Get lost. The guard thrust the fork towards Suhi, glaring furiously, ready to confront him. It turned out the guard was not fond of music. Unfazed, Sui persisted. Sir, are you hungry? How about I cook you a couple of dishes? The guard pressed harder, forcing Sui back. With no other options, Sui pulled out a yuan, preparing to deliver the food. At that moment, he caught sight of a prominent inscription hanging in the booth. Pursue a simple life, free from fame and gain. It displayed a degree of skill, yet it did not impress Sui. Sir, did you write that? The guard, chest puffed out, replied proudly, of course. Don't underestimate me, just because I'm a guard. I'm a member of the Capital Calligraphy Association, and this piece even won an award once the subject of calligraphy arose. The guard became animated, yet he showed no intention of letting Sui enter. Isn't the threshold for this calligraphy association rather low? Anyone can scribble a few characters and win an award? Sui, displaying his masterful acting skills, feigned extreme shock and disdain, shaking his head in disbelief. The guard, expecting Sui to praise him, perhaps thinking it would elevate his mood and allow entry, felt insulted by this brat's veiled mockery. Calligraphy had always been his pride, and now Sui's belittlement ignited his fury. You little brat, what do you know about calligraphy? You don't even know how to hold a brush, yet you dare criticize my writing. Is it not just a matter of having hands to write? What is so difficult about it? I could write better with my feet. Sui showed no fear of the guard's menacing glare. Ding! The door opened. The guard rushed out, bellowing, "Come on, write with your feet. If you can do it, I'll let you in and never charge you again. What are you waiting for? Grab a pen." Sui promptly removed his shoes. Chapter 41. Perhaps I should deliver takeout instead outside the guardhouse. A group of elderly men and women had gathered. Sui was using his foot to hold a brush, inscribing the words, "Detachment from Fame and Fortune," on the paper provided by the guard. As Sui completed the final character, the guard was left speechless. Sui's calligraphy, seemingly unadorned, exuded a profound essence, harmonizing perfectly with the four characters, creating a flawless synergy. In contrast, the characters hanging on the wall bore a sharp and ostentatious quality, emanating an air of aggression, despite being well-crafted. Their significance fell short of Sui's work. One elderly lady, noticing Sui's unconventional method of writing, looked at the day's guard and remarked, "Old Liu, is this your new apprentice? His writing is quite impressive." The guard smiled wryly, responding, "I'm hardly qualified to teach him. Young man, you're playing the fool to outshine me." With a broad grin, Sui seized his delivery box and dashed into the neighborhood, just 2 minutes away from missing his order deadline. Fortunately, the delivery was to the second floor, and he completed it successfully. Upon returning to the entrance, the group of elderly folks continued their chatter. But Sui had no time to linger for idle conversation and swiftly made his exit. "Young man, what is your name? Do leave a signature." The guard called after him, but Sui had already sped away on his electric bike. The scene left a lasting impression on the guard, who repeatedly murmured, "Detachment from fame and fortune." Suddenly, he made a significant resolution. He would no longer charge delivery workers a door fee. True calligraphy is not merely written by hand, but is an expression of the heart. Those who are overly calculating will never encapsulate the essence of detachment from fame and fortune. Having acquired a universal access card, Sui's efficiency in delivering takeout soared. Before he knew it, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The capital, true to its reputation as a major city, offered an abundance of orders at high prices. He had earned over 400 in just one lunchtime. Once he became familiar with the area, he was confident that his earnings could increase significantly. Before long, the station manager added Sui to a group chat where discussions about him were already underway. "The newcomer is quite formidable. Isn't he? He in the top 3 right off the bat. I doubt Chieta-shun will hold onto his title." "Hey, the newcomer giving out red envelopes." Chieta-shun was a dominating figure in the rankings, a walking map of the capital. It wouldn't be easy to surpass him. Someone shared a screenshot of the leaderboard in the chat, showcasing Sui's impressive record of 45 deliveries, placing him 3rd. The top position was held by Chia Zhonghua, known as Chieta-shun, whom Sui had seen interviewed on a short video platform. He was a man in his 40s with an average monthly income exceeding 30,000, tirelessly working from dawn till dusk. Sui greeted the group and sent a small red envelope before promptly setting the chat to do not disturb. At that moment, Fong Gu sent him a message. "Sui, there's a role in a film. The director is looking for a handsome man and I showed him your photo. He wants you to audition." Not receiving a response, Fong Gu continued, "Please, the director said if you come, he'll arrange a speaking role for me." Fong Gu's voice message carried an excitement and plea. After contemplating, Soo-hee agreed. Hearing that it was a suspenseful detective drama piqued his interest further, and he hopped on his electric bike to the film studio. Fong Gu had been waiting outside and rushed over with enthusiasm upon seeing Soo-hee. "Soo-hee, you must perform well. Don't be nervous. It's your first time filming. The director might scold you a bit, but don't take it to heart. Even if the director doesn't appreciate you, don't lose hope. Every skyscraper rises from the ground. We'll both start small, and one day we'll shine." As they walked, Fong Gu imparted wisdom. In this industry, there were countless attractive men and women, and not everyone got a chance. Relying solely on looks without talent would not suffice. Soon, they entered a chaotic set where a Mediterranean man was fuming. The cause of his ire was an actor who had failed to show up for an important scene, with major stars in the makeup room. Ready to begin filming in half an hour. "Director, this is my friend, Soo-hee," Fong Gu said, his face beaming, but his expression was somewhat repulsive given his features. Yu Qing was the director of this drama, Dark Knight Walker, which was his most cherished project this year, telling the story of an undercover cop seeking truth and redemption. Upon seeing Soo-hee, he waved his hand dismissively. "No, you lack presence. You can't perform." Not wishing to waste time, Yu Qing impatiently continued, "Go find the stage manager and get your travel expenses reimbursed. Leave." Soo-hee was taken aback that, on his first visit to his set, he was dismissed with a mere glance from the director. "Let us go. Soo-hee, there are still plenty of walk-on roles. I'll try to get you one," Fong Gu said, but Soo-hee stood firm, unyielding. "I can perform," he stated calmly, looking at Yu Qing. Yu Qing, a bit surprised by Soo-hee's defiance, sneered, "Kid, you're overly confident. I've directed so many productions. I can tell at a glance who fits. You should return to your delivery job." Soo-hee, clad in his delivery outfit, did not possess the aristocratic demeanor Yu Qing sought. He needed someone handsome and dark-hearted, traits that seemed innate and evidently absent in Soo-hee. "What role?" Soo-hee remained steadfast, unwilling to leave without understanding why he was deemed unsuitable. Yu Qing, somewhat taken aback by Soo-hee's composure, soon regained his composure and handed Soo-hee the script, brusquely asking, "Can you play a wealthy heir?" Ignoring Yu Qing, Soo-hee quickly scanned the script, then snatched the sunglasses from Yu Qing's chest. Sitting casually on a nearby chair, he uncapped a bottle of water, tasting it as if it were fine wine, then poured it on the floor, reciting one of the lines, "Whoever can lick the wine off the ground will receive a sports car." Still in his delivery outfit, using a water bottle as a prop, Yu Qing stared in disbelief as Soo-hee, without changing clothes or makeup, vividly portrayed the arrogant essence of a wealthy heir. The next moment, Soo-hee approached Yu Qing with a smile, saying, "Crawl on the ground and bark like a dog, or I'll have 10 men take care of you." Though Soo-hee smiled, his words sent a chill down Yu Qing's spine, his piercing gaze unsettling. "Do you think I still have a chance?" Soo-hee asked, stepping out of character and looking at Yu Qing. Yu Qing, incredulous, regarded Soo-hee, having felt a moment of fear. A spark ignited in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "Excellent. You're the one. Stage manager, take him for makeup. Wait, what about payment?" "Soo-hee, what are you doing?" At that moment, the stage manager interjected, 500 a day, plus travel expenses. "Then I might as well continue delivering takeout," Soo-hee remarked, turning to leave. Fong Gu, still reeling from Soo-hee's performance, was astounded. 500 a day? Has Soo-hee lost his mind? What is the point of delivering takeout now? Chapter 42. I want to report a case. Someone is framing me. What is happening? The male and female protagonists, having finished their makeup, stepped out. The entrance of the set was crowded with onlookers, and the director was desperately clinging to a delivery man, pleading earnestly, "The payment is negotiable. Please don't leave. I can give you more scenes. I beg you to stay. Our production needs you." It was the first time Yu Qing encountered such a stubborn actor on set, or rather, a delivery man taking on a minor role, who scoffed at the initial offer of 500 a day, which had now been raised to 800, yet he still insisted on delivering food. With his handsome looks and exceptional acting skills, why was he still delivering takeout? "Director Yu, what is going on?" The male lead, Li Yifeng, approached. portraying an undercover cop forced to survive in the abyss for his faith. At that moment, his appearance resembled that of a street thug. Suhi was required to portray a rich second-generation heir, sharing several scenes with Li Yifeng. According to the script, the rich heir's screen time was limited. If filming proceeded smoothly, it could be completed in 2 to 3 days. Earning $800 a day, Suhi might as well deliver takeout. Seeing Li Yifeng approach, Yu Qing quickly explained, "An actor backed out at the last minute, but I and Oppos, VE found someone more suitable. However, he is unwilling to stay." Li Yifeng glanced at Suhi. "A delivery man? He is quite handsome. I wonder about his acting skills." Li Yifeng stepped in front of Suhi and smiled. "Hey there, I'm Li Yifeng. What is preventing you from staying? Our production is genuinely worthwhile. Why not reconsider?" Suhi, having watched several of Li Yifeng and Oppos' dramas, felt no nervousness meeting a star and replied with calm confidence, "The pay is too low," portraying a demeanor that suggested the offered amount was inadequate. Li Yifeng turned to Yu Qing. "Director Yu, how much is he asking for?" Yu Qing shook his head. Suhi was an unknown, and it was impossible to quantify his worth with a salary. Even for a somewhat recognized extra, $800 a day was considered high. Yet, surprisingly, Suhi remained unsatisfied. "What do you want then?" Li Yifeng asked candidly. $800 per minute. So responded. According to the script, the rich heir scenes totaled over 30 minutes. Suhi was unsure of his worth, but decided to throw out a figure. If it didn't end Oppos, T work he and Oppos, D return to delivering food. $800 per minute. You must be insane. Feng Gu, a friend, rushed forward to dissuade him. "Suhi, are you out of your mind? You have so many lines and will be on screen. Even if you had to pay to be here, countless people would envy you." With Li Yifeng and Song Yi as co-stars, this production is destined to be a hit, and you'll gain fame too. Feng Gu was exasperated, stamping his feet, frustrated that Suhi couldn't appreciate such a golden opportunity. The director had already promised that if Suhi stayed, he would have a chance to shine on screen. "Fine, I'll agree on behalf of the director, but whether you're worth that price will be revealed once you perform." Li Yifeng turned to Yu Qing, stating, "Director Yu, it's getting late. Let us commence." Filming began promptly, and once Suhi changed in a costume and styled his hair, everyone was dumbfounded. Suhi exuded the aura of a wealthy heir with every gesture. His demeanor oscillated between approachable charm and chilling ruthlessness. The female lead, Song Yi, was taken aback and quickly inquired of her agent, "Who is this Suhi? What has he done?" However, Suhi was merely an obscure individual, a delivery man dragged into this role by a friend. After another half-hour of delay, the first shot was finally underway. The scene was simple. Suhi's character, the rich heir, encounters the female lead, engaging in seemingly refined conversation while secretly harboring intentions toward her. Though brief, Suhi's performance prompted Yu Qing to applaud. In the shot, the wealthy heir appeared suave and eloquent, attempting to capture the female lead and Oppos' attention as she turned to leave. The malice in his eyes sent shivers down one's spine, a fleeting glance that would linger in memory. One take. Yu Qing felt that Song Yi's acting was overshadowed by Suhi's talent. Had the other roles not already been contracted, he would have considered casting Suhi as the second male lead. $800 per minute? Absolutely worth it. Li Yifeng, astonished by Suhi's performance, felt a pang of anxiety. He typically took numerous takes to perfect a single shot, leading uninformed fans to believe he saw perfection, while in truth, he struggled. The next scene required him to act alongside Suhi, which made him somewhat apprehensive. The narrative demanded that Li Yifeng's undercover cop, under the influence of the rich heir, attempt to abduct the female lead, showcasing the heir and Oppos' ruthless side while depicting the cop's internal struggle in the dark abyss. In his first appearance, Suhi was seen only from behind, standing on a rooftop gazing into the distance. After delivering his lines, he abruptly turned, his eyes filled with ferocity, causing Li Yifeng to instinctively step back, his face paling. Cut! Li Yifeng momentarily forgot his lines, necessitating a pause. Yu Qing sighed. Despite the countless times Li Yifeng had rehearsed, he had not cared, yet Suhi's turn had brilliantly revealed the rich heir and Oppos' Su's sinister nature. Yu Qing's admiration for Su He surged, relieved that he had convinced him to stay. The expenditure had proven exceedingly worthwhile. Li Yifeng struggled to find his rhythm afterward and ultimately conceded. Su He's filming for the day concluded, and he headed to change clothes. In the dressing room, Su He found himself alone. Just as he finished changing, he suddenly heard a faint voice outside, as if someone were calling help. Stepping out of the dressing room yielded no signs of life. The cries had ceased. He glanced toward the adjacent corridor, where the props room was located. The door secured with a heavy iron chain. Approaching slowly, he could hear intermittent thumping from behind the door, sporadic and faint. Is anyone there? Sui tugged at the chain, but the door remained unyielding, and silence followed. As he prepared to leave, urgent knocking erupted from within. Help! The weak plea echoed, then fell silent. Turning around, he found the empty corridor devoid of anyone. Something felt amiss, so he hurried outside, only to discover that the entrance he had entered was inexplicably locked from the inside with chains. Two individuals stood outside, staring at him in bewilderment. Upon seeing Su, they pointed to the chains, urging him to unlock them. He realized the key remained in the lock, and an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over him. Someone inside the props room was in distress, yet he was the only one present. Looking up, he noted the absence of surveillance cameras, and frustration bubbled within him as he quickly retrieved his phone to call the authorities. Hello, I wish to report a case. At the film studio, someone is framing me. It seems to be a homicide. Perhaps someone is dead, or maybe not. You'll know when you arrive. Chapter 43. Let an Oppos, capture the culprit. The murderer has been found after hanging up the phone. Sui felt a lingering unease and decided to call Zhou Bing again, recounting the entire situation in detail. He then took out his phone to record a video, retrieved a fire axe from a wall, and forcefully struck the door of the props room 3 times until the lock shattered. Upon pushing the door open, a strong stench of blood assaulted his senses. A man lay on the floor, his condition uncertain, while 2 other men were sprawled beneath him, surrounded by pools of blood. Not daring to venture further, Sui crouched down to check the man's breathing at the entrance, discovering that he was still alive. He promptly called for an ambulance before returning to the door. This was merely a side room, consisting of a single floor, with all rooms devoid of windows, accessible only through the main entrance. The front door was locked from the inside, and the props room door had been secured from the outside. The truth was unmistakable. The murderer was none other than himself. So he was at a loss, feeling as though the system had mercilessly pushed him into a pit of despair. With a double-locked room, the victims in the props room, and Suhi outside, how could the murderer have accomplished such a feat? As Suhi pondered these questions, a loud crash echoed as the glass door was shattered, and a group of people surged inside. Suhi quickly concealed himself in a corner, crouching down while cradling his head. The familiarity of his posture astonished everyone present. Suhi, are you all right? Crazy Brother exclaimed upon noticing Suhi's immobile form. Fine. Come here and crouch down with me. Don't run around. Suhi urged, pulling Crazy Brother down beside him. What is going on? Why did you lock yourself in? Crazy Brother and the others had just come from the dressing room for extras, and upon hearing that Suhi had confined himself in the star's dressing room, panic ensued. Someone's dead. A shriek erupted from within, prompting the group to flee outside. Soon after, the police arrived, cordoning off the area. Suhi was taken away to the station, where Zhou Bing arrived to escort him to the Criminal Investigation Unit. Based on Suhi's report and the video footage, the case was progressing slowly. In the props room, 2 individuals were deceased, both extras from a village in Changjiang province, while the other was the props room manager, who had a significant amount of anesthetic in his system, but was not in critical condition. As Suhi had described, there was only one exit, the front door, which was locked from the inside, while the props room was secured from the outside. If not for Zhou Bing's familiarity with Su, he would have been apprehended immediately. The lock on the exit bore no fingerprints, while the iron chain on the props room only had Suhi's prints. The key to the props room was discovered in the affluent attire Su he had been wearing. Both deceased individuals also contained large amounts of anesthetic, and no traces of Suhi's footprints, fingerprints, or hair were found. If Suhi was not the murderer, then the true culprit had vanished without a trace. Honestly, the interrogation room in the capital appeared more sophisticated than that of Jinan City. Suhi sat obediently in the chair, responding to the officer's inquiries with compliance, which caused the female officer taking notes to furrow her brow in surprise. It was her first encounter with such a coherent and articulate suspect. Eventually, when Suhi requested to review the case files, the female officer was taken aback. After Zhou Bing stepped out for a moment, he handed the case files directly to Suhi, leaving the female officer astounded. How could Captain Zhou have agreed to this? It was utterly absurd. After 8 years on the force, she had never witnessed such a situation. Surely, Captain Zhou hadn't he been hypnotized? The key is in my pocket? Suhi was suddenly presented with 2 choices. Option 1. Seek out clues and assist the police in solving the case. Reward. Advanced airplane piloting skills. Option 2. Wait for the police to solve the case. Reward. Advanced tractor driving skills. Come on, a man who can drive a tractor is super cool. Without hesitation, Suhi chose the first option. He had once dreamed of soaring through the skies, piloting an aircraft. But after failing his high school entrance exams and attending a vocational school, he had operated sewing machines, excavators, and even played with his roommates. Those were cherished memories. Suhi, please be serious. The female officer, noticing Suhi's fixed gaze, couldn't help but remind him. Regaining his composure, Suhi employed the process of elimination. First, he ruled out himself as the murderer, leading to the logical conclusion that the true culprit was someone else. Seeing Suhi deep in thought, Zhou Bing inquired, Suhi, have you made any discoveries? The police had thoroughly searched the entire room, finding no hidden mechanisms or alternate exits. The only escape route for the murderer was through the front door, which was locked from the inside, making Suhi the prime suspect. Even if he wasn't the murderer, he could still be considered an accomplice. However, after reviewing Suhi's background, Zhou Bing felt the case was more intricate than it appeared. Suhi was visiting the film city for the first time at the invitation of a friend, having no prior connection to the 2 deceased individuals, not even having seen them. There was no motive for murder, and both victims and the props room manager had needle marks, indicating the presence of anesthetic, yet the murder weapon had not been found. The film set housed 2 dressing rooms, one for extras and one for prominent actors. Suhi, portraying a wealthy heir, clearly fit the criteria for a significant role, which explained his presence in the star's dressing room. Celebrities valued their privacy, and no cameras were installed in the room or hallway, complicating the investigation further. As the set was newly constructed, only the entrance was monitored, and no suspicious activity had been detected thus far. The murderer is not acting alone, Suhi suddenly declared. What? The female officer exclaimed in disbelief. Are you suggesting it was a ghost? Zhou Bing frowned, urging Suhi to elaborate. This was a premeditated locked room murder, and the murderer made a grave error in selecting the wrong scapegoat. At that moment, everything clicked for Suhi. How had the murderer vanished? Why had the key to the props room appeared in the pocket of the affluent attire he had worn? If the murderer intended to frame Suhi, they would never have placed the key in his pocket beforehand, as they could not predict his movements. The meticulously crafted plan allowed no room for error. The props room door was locked from the outside, and there were no weapons or items for administering anesthetic inside, suggesting that someone had committed the crime and exited the props room. With the main door locked from the inside, the murderer must still be hiding within. The premises contained only 3 rooms: the male dressing room, the female dressing room, and the props room. When Suhi entered the male dressing room, the murderer had locked the door from the inside and retreated into the female dressing room. When someone broke in, the murderer mingled with the crowd and escaped the crime scene, leaving the key in Suhi's affluent clothes. However, this plan bore a critical flaw. The murderer, hiding in the female dressing room, needed to exit before the police arrived. To achieve this, they required assistance from someone outside. Suhi quickly identified the man who had broken the door, a mere extra earning only 120 yuan a day. Would someone like that vandalize a glass door? Before the glass door was shattered, those outside likely believed Suhi was merely playing a prank by locking the door, completely unaware that a murder had occurred inside. In this scenario, was it necessary to break down the door? Suhi then sifted through a large stack of statements, identifying 2 documents, which he placed on the table. He raised his head and declared, "Let us apprehend the culprit. The murderer has been found." Chapter 44, I say it, and Oppos. A coincidence. Do you believe me? Chen Guohui, a renowned supporting actor at the age of 42, has participated in numerous hit dramas. Known for his loyalty and modest fees, he has garnered the affection of many directors. Last year, he won the Best Supporting Actor award and has collaborated with director Yu Qing on several television series. Zhu Yanqing, a 31-year-old ordinary extra in the film city, possesses an unremarkable appearance and has spent 5 years here without landing a significant role. Upon observing the 2 transcripts chosen by Su He, Zhou Bing promptly instructed his team to gather information on both individuals. He then approached Su He and inquired, "Are you certain it and amp? Oppos. Estem? Suenadiv?" Indicating Chen Guohui's name as the perpetrator and pointing to Zhu Yanqing's name as the accomplice. In a locked room murder, the critical question is how the murderer escaped. The only exit was the front door, which was locked from the inside. Thus, the murderer remained inside the room. I was captivated by the props room and failed to inspect thoroughly. I called the police without opening the door, at which point the murderer was trapped, seeking their own demise. However, anticipating this possibility, someone outside shattered the glass door, allowing a crowd to rush in, and amidst the chaos, the murderer slipped away. The individual who broke the door bears the greatest suspicion. With no surveillance on set, the investigation relied solely on site inspections and transcripts, implicating everyone involved. Nevertheless, each person would likely produce an alibi. In the transcripts of Zhu Yanqing and Chen Guohui, they corroborated each other's presence. However, Zhu Yanqing's name appeared in others' transcripts, while Chen Guohui and amp. Oppos. Did not. Ultimately, the locked room murder was a scheme deliberately orchestrated by the murderer. Seemingly flawless, the plan overlooked a simple logic, pointing back to him. Had he left immediately after covering his tracks, he might have evaded detection. Zhou Bing cast a meaningful glance at Su He and asked, "Can you provide a reasonable explanation for your consistent presence at the crime scene?" With a smile, Su He replied, "I say it and amp. Amp, Oppos. A coincidence. Do you believe me?" Zhou Bing did not respond. He hardly believed it. If these cases were indeed orchestrated by Su He, he might have entertained the notion. However, as a police officer, he possessed no evidence linking Su He to this incident. Even Jinan City's Wen Jie remarked on Su He's peculiarities, which defied logical explanation. Before long, Chen Guohui and Zhu Yanqing were apprehended, and during the interrogation, Zhu Yanqing confessed. As a season extra, he had spent 5 years portraying corpses and minor characters until a chance encounter led him to connect with Chen Guohui. 2 days prior, Chen Guohui approached him, requesting assistance, promising to secure him a speaking role with the director in return. Zhu Yanqing readily agreed, tasked with breaking the glass door under Chen Guohui's direction, to lead a group to glance at the props room. Upon discovering the lifeless body inside, Chen Guohui pulled him aside, warning that if he reported it to the police, he would be deemed an accomplice and face 10 years in prison. Chen Guohui assured Zhu Yanqing that the police would not find them, prompting Zhu Yanqing to withhold the truth from law enforcement. He even accepted a hush money payment of 50,000 yuan from Chen Guohui, and his quick confession stemmed from fear of being silenced. During the interrogation, Chen Guohui vehemently denied involvement and refused to cooperate. However, a significant breakthrough emerged during the investigation. An address on Chen Guohui's identification card led to another man with the same name. After local police visited this second Chen Guohui, they learned that over a decade ago, he received 500 yuan from a man in exchange for accompanying him to the police station to obtain an ID card with the man and amp. Oppos. Information, but featuring his photograph. As the investigation continued, police comparisons and examinations revealed that this actor, Chen Guohui, was actually a fugitive murderer named Gu Shiji, evading capture for 20 years. This time, Chen Guohui, now Gu Shiji, confessed everything. In 2002, when Gu Shiji had just reached adulthood and was in dire need of money, he collaborated with 2 friends to commit robbery. Unfortunately, their target was a police officer. To escape scrutiny, they killed the officer and fled. Under police pursuit, the other 2 were shot dead during a standoff. While Gu Shiji managed to vanish from the law in Oppos, grasp. Without an ID, Gu Shiji wandered through various locations until settling in Xingzhou, where he pursued his passion for performance and singing, becoming a local celebrity as a singer and host. He underwent cosmetic surgery, transforming his appearance, believing he could evade recognition. He purchased an ID card, adopting the name Chen Guohui, and embarked on his acting career in the capital. Thus, 20 years slipped by since his escape, and he had completely embraced the identity of actor Chen Guohui. However, when two men from his village sought him out, his nightmare began. They threatened him, insisting that if he did not provide money, they would report him. The two men settled in, occasionally working as extras while continuously demanding money from Gu Shiji. Within a month, he had handed over 150,000 yuan, yet their greed persisted. Consequently, Gu Shiji resolved to eliminate them. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. Tired of the threats and extortion, Gu Shiji devised a plan while changing clothes in the dressing room. He enlisted Zhu Yanqing's help for an outside distraction and promised his two compatriots 20,000 yuan if they assisted in incapacitating the props room and amp. Oppo's as supervisor. The three entered the props room and, catching the supervisor off guard, rendered him unconscious. At that moment, Gu Shiji brandished a pre-prepared syringe, injecting it into the two men before plunging a dagger into their hearts. After slaying the two, Gu Shiji noticed someone entering the dressing room through a crack in the door, quickly locking the main door from the inside and retreating to the women's dressing room. He contacted Zhu Yanqing, who broke in and ultimately fled with the crowd. To divert suspicion towards Su He, he deliberately placed the props room key in the clothing Su He had worn. Regarding the subsequent interrogation results, Su He remained unaware. Upon receiving a reward from the system, he realized the case had been solved. Now seated on his electric scooter, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on piloting an aircraft. Gazing up at the blue sky and white clouds, he pondered where to procure an airplane for a trial flight. Surely, delivering takeout by plane would not yield negative reviews, right? Alas, he wondered how much fuel an aircraft consumed, having heard that oil prices had risen lately, which was utterly vexing. Ding! You have a new takeout order. Please attend to it promptly. Donning his helmet, Su He cast aside his impractical musings and commenced a day filled with activity. Chapter 45. Did you observe anything suspicious? The television drama Night Walker has become immensely popular. An overwhelming wave of news has generated substantial traffic and discussions, featuring murder on set and a locked room killing. Online spectators, akin to detectives, have been piecing together the narrative from reports, with the prime suspect being Su He, whose support rating has soared to 95. Even Li Yifeng and Song Yi have not escaped the scrutiny of the audience. Amidst the rampant speculation, the police issued a notification announcing the apprehension of the criminal suspect, actor Chen Momo. An even more shocking revelation emerged. Chen Guohui, originally named Gu Shiji, had killed a police officer in 2002 and, after going into hiding, reinvented himself as an actor. Such a plot would be deemed too far-fetched for television. Following the tragic incident, filming had to be halted. However, the buzz surrounding Night Walker had already gained momentum. Yu Qing expressed on a short video platform that filming would resume promptly while releasing a plethora of behind-the-scenes footage, including scenes featuring Su He and Song Yi. Once Su He cleared his name, public sentiment shifted dramatically. I told you, with such striking good looks. How could he possibly be the murderer? Poor darling. Come here to Annie's embrace for a comforting hug. Sui's popularity remained high, yet regrettably, he did not possess a social media account, leaving fans to peruse short videos about him instead. At that moment, while Su He was delivering takeout, his phone buzzed incessantly. After completing his current delivery, he opened WeChat to find hundreds of messages awaiting him. Most were inquiries regarding his role in the drama, with Ma Mingzhi and others clamoring to come to the capital to join him in filming. As Dong Yong humorously remarked, if Su He, the Beast, could succeed, those three were undoubtedly destined for stardom. Pan Jigang was already packing his bags, though it remained uncertain whether it was genuine. The delivery personnel's group chat was abuzz, filled with envious remarks. Wu Xiaodong commented, Su He is merely handsome, aside from being a faster delivery driver, having a pleasant singing voice and better acting skills. What else does he possess? Su He paid no heed to the chatter in the group, when suddenly, a call from Zhao Xiaomei came through. "Hello, Mom. You little rascal. You said you were going to the capital to deliver food, yet here you are acting. The matchmakers have nearly worn out the door knocking these past few days." Though Zhao Xiaomei complained, her joy was palpable. Previously, she had fretted over Su He's marital prospects, but now, her worries dissipated. The opportunities were abundant, as evidenced by the multitude of people online eager to bear Su He's children. "Mom, it's just a minor role with only a few minutes of screen time. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. Su He, I warn you, the entertainment industry is chaotic. You must protect yourself. You understand what I mean, right? Mom, what do I have to fear as a man? You little rascal. If they're in Oppos, blame, it falls on me for having birthed such a handsome son. I read in the news that some directors have a penchant for men. Don and Oppos, to do anything foolish. All right, Mom, try to avoid sensationalist news. And Oppos, all unreliable. Once I settle in the capital, I and Oppos, LL bring you and Dad here for a vacation, and I and Oppos, LL be your tour guide." Their conversation lasted for half an hour, and as he hung up, it was precisely 2 o'clock, with no further deliveries in sight. Thus, Sui made his way to the hospital. Shinya remained as serene as ever. Sui gently stroked her forehead, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. "Yeah, I and Oppos. He secretly learned a new song. You always laughed at my singing. Ha ha. Once you wake up, I'll take you to karaoke, and I shall redeem myself. If fate is destined to accompany storms, let me shield you as you set sail. If destiny is a rose, permit me to hold an umbrella for you. If parallel worlds exist, I hope to protect you from harm. If one day you open your eyes, may it be tomorrow." As he sang, Suhi and Oppos' voice grew thick with emotion. Holding Shun Yu and Oppos' hand tightly, internally shouting, "Damn system, can you not help me heal Shinyu?" There was no response. With a sigh, Sui noticed a nurse entering and decided to exit the ward. At the entrance, Xiang Wanrong observed Su He, offering a faint, pale smile. "Sui, don't overexert yourself with the deliveries. Your eyes are bloodshot. Shen Shu has found a loading job. When he returns, I'll wash dishes and clean floors in the hospital cafeteria, earning 3,000 a month. Auntie, I must go deliver now. I'll return tomorrow." Sui did not feel as though he was overexerting himself. With the system and Oppos' assistance, he had already weathered the most desperate times. He believed wholeheartedly that one day, he would heal Shinyu. Shinyu and Oppos' ward was on the 4th floor. Sui chose not to take the elevator. He was accustomed to climbing stairs and descended faster than the lift. Suddenly, a man clad in a white coat, wearing a white cap and mask, entered the stairwell from the 2nd floor, colliding with Su He, who was hastily descending. The man was carrying a box, which slipped from his grasp and tumbled down the stairs. I'm so sorry. Su He exclaimed, startled by the unexpected encounter. The man remained silent, rising and continuing his descent. Su He thought, oh no, I and Oppos' caused trouble. The box collided with the wall, and a heart fell out. What to do? Panic surged within Su He. This was a human heart. The thought of a heart patient waiting for this organ filled him with guilt, and he rushed to ask, Doctor, is this still usable? The man said nothing, retrieved the heart, and left without a backward glance. Huh. Su He was taken aback. Not only did the man not pursue him, but he also left without a word. Well, that and Oppos' relief. It was merely a false alarm. Su He dusted himself off and exited the hospital, noticing that the man had hailed a taxi. Furrowing his brow, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Would a doctor transport a heart in a taxi? Furthermore, the box appeared rather rudimentary. If it were professional equipment, it wouldn't have broken so easily. At that moment, police sirens blared from a distance. Dozens of police cars sped toward the scene, and officers swiftly erected a cordon, enclosing the hospital. So he found himself within the perimeter. Zhou Bing approached with a group, immediately spotting Su He in his Matewan delivery uniform. You all head up first. Zhou Bing instructed his team before striding directly to Su He. It struck him as peculiar. He had an instinct that finding Su He was no coincidence. As an experienced detective, he knew that if a single individual frequently appeared at crime scenes, they would typically be classified as a person of interest. However, Suhi's presence was unique. He was there to assist in solving the case. "Suhi, what brings you here?" Zhou Bing inquired. "Officer Zhou, I'm here visiting my girlfriend in hospital," Suhi replied candidly. Zhou Bing nodded, continuing his questioning. "Have you observed anything suspicious?" Indeed, Suhi recalled the man he had encountered moments earlier. There was a man in a white coat carrying a heart who took a taxi. Zhou Bing was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Why didn't an amp? Oppos. Do you mention this sooner? Hey, Don and amp, Oppos, pin the blame on me. Sueritorti, Potin. Next time, just ask the right questions." "Oh, and Officer Zhou, the taxi's license plate is Jingbi 9527F. Don't just stand there. Let us take action." Chapter 46. No time. I must deliver. The hospital director was found murdered, his heart removed, and the assailant placed a stone inscribed with bizarre runes. Within the victim and amp, Oppos, chest cavity. Another peculiar homicide had occurred. Zhou Bing picked up another dossier. 7 days prior, a man who poached protected animals was killed in his home. The killer had cut open his abdomen, extracted his intestines, and inserted a rod adorned with runes before suturing him back up. The modus operandi in both cases was strikingly similar: administering an anesthetic, extracting organs, placing substitutes, and then stitching up the wounds. The victims varied greatly in age and social standing, with no apparent connection, complicating the police investigation. Who was the perpetrator? What was the motive for these murders? In his first crime, the killer had chosen a secluded location, but this time, he brazenly targeted the hospital director. The taxi driver had only taken him 2 blocks before the suspect exited and changed transportation multiple times. Surveillance footage indicated that he ultimately vanished into a thicket. The search area was expanded, yet nothing significant was uncovered. Footage from the hospital showed a man clad in a white coat, wearing a white hat and mask, leaving only his eyes visible. His swift movements made it impossible to discern any useful physical traits. Police dogs were deployed for tracking, and all local officers began canvassing their districts. Meanwhile, a deluge of media reports flooded in, detailing the brutality of the assailants' methods, which had incited public panic. The gruesome acts of evisceration and heart extraction painted the killer as a veritable demon. Online, he was labeled a cannibal, causing children to refuse food and sleep, merely by uttering the words that the cannibal was on the prowl. So he also gave a statement, but the killer's disguise left him with no valuable leads. Just as he took out his phone to continue accepting orders, a voice message from Phone Gu came through. "Hey, Suhi, the director is looking for you everywhere. You didn't leave your number. He said he needs you for an outdoor shoot in Kunyang province for half a month, and you must head to the crew immediately." "I have no time." "Suhi, I think you've grown arrogant. You've lost your sense. This is a monumental opportunity. Countless people would leap at it. Yet you choose to deliver takeout? How much do you earn doing that?" Phone Gu was exasperated with Suhi. On the first day of auditions, he had already secured a promising role alongside the lead actors. Once the series aired, he would surely rise to stardom, maybe over 1,000. I and Amp, Oppos, V been quite busy these past few days. Anyway, I must go back to delivering. It was already 5 in the evening. Rush hour was about to commence. Suhi had no intention of leaving the capital, especially not for a half-month stint. "Ding, you have a new delivery order. Please respond promptly." Over the past few days, Suhi had become well acquainted with this area, significantly increasing his efficiency in deliveries. He had even surpassed the station's top performer, Chi Zhenghua. Due to a few hours of delay earlier, he was currently in second place. Once busy, Suhi ignored his WeChat messages, maneuvering his electric bike through the bustling streets of the capital, drenched in sweat, with increasingly heavy steps. It wasn't until 1:30 in the morning that he ceased to accept orders and sought a noodle shop to satiate his hunger before returning home to rest. While waiting, Suhi retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, only to find Phone Gu and Oppos as hundreds of messages, along with Mom Mingzher's note stating he had resigned and would need Suhi to pick him up from the airport tomorrow. Director Yu Qing sent a friend request, which Suhi accepted. To his surprise, Yu Qing replied almost instantly. "Suhi, the crew plans to shoot on location in Kunyang province. Are you available in the coming days?" In his study, Yu Qing anxiously stared at his phone screen. Recently, Night Walker had been a tremendous success, prompting investors to allocate an additional $50 million in budget, enabling him to proceed with location shooting in Kunyang province. Consequently, he had revised the script to enhance Soo-hee's role, yet he hadn't anticipated that Soo-hee would be busy delivering takeout and unresponsive. Only Phone Ge had Soo-hee's WeChat, and he didn't even have a phone number. They waited all night. "I have no time. I must deliver," Soo-hee replied while eating his noodles. As a newly hired delivery worker, he was required to work at least 8 hours a day and truly had no time to venture far. No time. Yu Qing felt an urge to curse. If it were any other actor, he wouldn't bother to respond. For his productions, even those willing to work for free would jump at the chance to play supporting roles. Yet, Soo-hee was a source of both admiration and frustration. His acting skills were indisputable, surpassing many stars, and his looks were striking. Once behind-the-scenes footage was released, the hype would soar. We increased your screen time to about 50 minutes, and according to our previously negotiated rate, it totals 40,000. If all goes smoothly, we can wrap it up in 2 to 3 days. All right, director. When we depart. Without hesitation, Soo-hee agreed. The offer was simply too generous to refuse. In about a week, I'll coordinate with Li Yifeng and Song Yi's schedules, and I'll notify you then. Yu Qing sighed in relief, finally able to rest well that night. It was past 2 in the morning when Soo-hee left the noodle shop, and soon encountered a familiar face. Qi Zhenghua, the station's top performer, a man who seemed to have a knack for success. In his 40s, Qi looked much older, his hair peppered with gray, and deep lines etched across his face, evidence of a life lived. He was crouched by the roadside, clutching his head as blood seeped through his fingers. Nearby, a man emerged from Mercedes' SUV, angrily berating him. "Damn delivery worker, are you trying to get yourself killed? It's bad luck to hit my car in the middle of the night. Can you afford the repairs?" Qi Zhenghua and Appo's expression shifted to one of pleading as he looked up, illuminated by the dim streetlight. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Fortunately, I didn't hit your car." He hurriedly apologized, explaining that he had attempted to turn left when a vehicle suddenly appeared behind him. In a desperate moment, he had fallen to the ground, sustaining a head injury but avoiding a collision. Zhang Dada, a popular host accustomed to high-handedness, smirked at Qi Zhenghua and Appo's submission. "You delivery workers are a blight on society, uncouth and unrefined. Young man, your words are quite excessive. If you hadn't been speeding, this wouldn't have happened. Besides, I didn't hit your car. You owe me an apology." Blood continued to trickle from Qi Zhenghua's head, and he was taken aback by the harshness of Zhang Dada's words. "You, a mere worker delivering food, have no right to demand my apology. You deserve to spend your life delivering takeout. Understand this. Workers must be subservient. Don't expect equality. You're not worthy." Zhang Dada and Appo's remarks ignited a fury within Qi Zhenghua, who clenched his fists and glared at him, riding his fallen bike and preparing to leave. "Bah, what a day. I have no time for you. I'm late for my show recording. Consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, I'd post about you online and ruin you." With that, Zhang Dada hurried back to his car and drove away. Chapter 47. Boss, bring 2 more cases of beer. The off-road vehicle sped away, leaving Qi Zhenghua standing dazed, clutching his head. Nearby, several young individuals stared intently at their phones, their faces alight with excitement. "Did you get it? Did you capture it? Fantastic. Tomorrow's definitely going to be trending," one exclaimed. "Come on, let us interview that delivery guy." Qi Zhenghua cast a glance at them before mounting his electric scooter and departing. The young paparazzi, witnessing his exit, appeared disappointed. Turning around, they spotted Soo-hee also preparing to leave on his scooter. "Wait a moment, buddy. We're from a media outlet and would like to interview you." "Interview about what?" Soo-hee was already accustomed to such scenarios. It seemed that at some point, delivery workers had become the punching bags for certain individuals. "Do you believe I'll leave you a bad review? Do you think I'll file a complaint against you?" Even when delivery workers put on a smiling face and acted subserviently, they still received no words of kindness. Why should there be such a hierarchy among people simply trying to make a living? Under the constraints imposed by the platform, the dignity of delivery workers has gradually eroded. Life is not a television drama. It is indeed challenging to earn a living while standing tall. What do you think about the incident where the owner of that off-road vehicle insulted the delivery worker. I and Amp, Oppos, and just sitting here on my scooter watching. Sui held no fondness for these paparazzi, who raised the banner of exposing evils, yet acted solely for personal gain. Where was their sense of justice when they failed to stand up earlier? With that, he rode off. Zhang Dada has become a sensation. It was due to the backlash from netizens. The paparazzi released a video of Zhang Dada insulting a delivery worker, creating a stark contrast between the well-to-do Zhang, clad in designer labels, and the bloodied, honest delivery worker. Qi Zhenghua is indeed a microcosm of countless delivery workers. The tolerance he displayed did not yield understanding or concern from others, but rather insults, discrimination, and scorn. The video depicted Qi Zhenghua and Amp, Oppo's inability to resist, evoking a sense of pity. In the video's final moments, Suhi, seated on a scooter, cast a cold glance at the camera before departing alone. Insulted? Not all. Upon waking, Zhang Dada received news from his manager and the company. As a host known for his acerbic tongue and frequent insults, Zhang Dada was indifferent to the criticism from netizens. The more he was bashed, the more his popularity soared, and consequently, his earnings increased. To him, it was merely the truth that unsettled the fragile hearts of some lower-class individuals. Suhi's words were edited out, leaving only a cold gaze and a solitary figure retreating. Soon, someone recognized Suhi as a supporting character from Nightwalker, sparking discussions about him in the comment section. As the protagonists, Qi Zhenghua and Suhi continued their daily routines, hustling through the streets, delivering meals to countless households. "Hello, Mate One Delivery," Suhi announced at the door of a high-end residential area, his first order of the day, placed by Mr. Zhang. After waiting for a full 3 minutes, the door swung open, revealing a man in a facial mask complaining, "Hurry up. Do you not see I'm in the middle of a mass treatment? The order clearly states to wait until I finish. Yet here you are, a foolish delivery worker, not handing it over. Do you want a bad review?" Faced with the man's shrill accusations, Suhi took a deep breath and handed over the breakfast, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. Here is your delivery." Zhang Dada rolled his eyes, accepted the bag, and promptly shut the door, exhaling in relief. Suhi hadn't anticipated encountering such a person so early in the day, and he continued on with his deliveries. Inside, Zhang Dada lounged on the sofa, still grumbling, "What terrible luck. I keep running into such people, making it impossible for me to step outside." Just then his phone rang. After hanging up, he changed into a different outfit, donned a cap, headphones, glasses, and a mask, and hurriedly left. In the garage, he selected an ordinary sedan, his designated escape vehicle from paparazzi, while he could face them fearlessly online. The reality was that too many sought to harm him. With Qi Zhenghua injured and unable to work today, Suhi undoubtedly topped the charts. By 2 p.m., he had completed 69 orders, while the runner-up had managed only 41. Ceasing to accept orders, Suhi rode toward the capital airport. Unexpectedly, Ma Mingzhi and his companions arrived, dragging large bags of luggage after waiting for over 10 minutes. Dong Yong was the fastest, jumping into the back seat. Suhi was surprised by their arrival. Yet they claimed, why should Suhi get to act? If we were in his place, we could do it too. Ma Mingzhi and Panji Gang hailed a taxi, taking their luggage to the hotel where Suhi had arranged a private room for 4 at 200 yuan a day. "Brother Yong, you take the top bunk." "No, Suhi, I'm sharing with you. Get lost." To welcome the three, Suhi skipped his deliveries that evening and took Ma Mingzhi and the others to the place where Fengge had treated him to hot pot last time. As soon as they sat down, the three eagerly gazed at Suhi. Suhi turned to the owner, saying, "Boss, I'll take care of the bill." The owner was flabbergasted. The dishes had just arrived, and he was already being asked to settle the bill. "Boss, bring 2 more cases of beer." Ma Mingzhi shouted. "Cheers. Brothers, let us start." Dong Yong stood up. Panji Gang sat there grinning, raising his glass. "Thanks to Suhi for treating us." After a couple of beers, the atmosphere became lively. "Suhi, when are we heading to the film crew? I saw online that you have a good relationship with the director. Put in a good word for us to land good roles." "Suhi, let me tell you, I learned to do flips and ride a unicycle when I was a kid, and I can even do a handstand." "Who can't do a handstand?" "Suhi, don't listen to them. We won't take any shortcuts. We'll earn our keep through hard work. Just point us in the right direction tomorrow, and we'll go ourselves." Are you really not delivering anymore? Sui asked in surprise. Have you ever seen delivery workers or ride-hailing drivers becoming wealthy? Wang Baoqiang started as a mere extra and became a star. The money he earned could last several lifetimes. Besides, with our acting skills, not pursuing acting would be a loss for the Chinese film industry. Exactly, it's just acting. How could it be harder than delivering food? We're not afraid of hard work. Suhi, don't blame us for outshining you later. Come on, let us drink. Upon arriving in the capital, aside from Fengge, Suhi had no other friends. It was a rare joy to have Ma Mingzhi and his companions visit. As for their aspirations of acting, it was clear from Fengge that transitioning from an extra to a star was an arduous journey. The group drank from 8 p.m. until 1 a.m., supporting each other as they staggered back to the hotel. Brother Yong, you take the top bunk. No, Suhi, I'm sleeping with you. Get lost. Chapter 48. Don't you all watch movies? A sudden ring of the phone jolted Suhi from his stupor. Squinting at the caller ID, he recognized it was Officer Zhou from the criminal investigation team. Hello, Officer Zhou, who has met their demise this time. Don and Amp, Oppos, T asked. Just know that I have a case of morning grouchiness. On the other end, there was a brief silence before Zhou's voice cut through. Suhi, you need to come to the police station. Rubbing his temples, still plagued by the remnants of last night's revelry, Suhi climbed out of bed. Ma Mingzhi and Dong Yong were in deep slumber, while Pan Jigang was sprawled in the bathroom, retching uncontrollably. It seemed they wouldn't be making it for their cameo today. After giving Pan a few words of caution, Suhi hopped on his electric bike and made his way to the police station. Upon his arrival, 2 officers approached him. Suhi, please come with us. This time, thankfully, it wasn't in Oppos, the interrogation room. In the office, Zhou looked at Suhi with a grave demeanor. Between 2 and 3 in the morning on the 25th. Where were you, and what were you doing? Furrowing his brow, Suhi recalled, 2 in the morning on the 25th? That was the night before last. After delivering my takeout, I had some noodles at that couple-run noodle shop on Ruidong Road. Then I returned to the hotel to sleep. Zhou continued his questioning. What transpired after you finished your meal and while you were on your way back to the hotel? Nothing happened. Oh, you mean the incident with Qi Zhenghua falling down? I can vouch that it was the fault of that off-road vehicle. He was speeding and cursing, and he fled the scene. Doesn't that count as hit and run? Noticing the expression on Officer Zhou's face, Suhi froze. Qi Zhenghua is dead? Zhou remained silent, his gaze fixed on Suhi. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke. You truly do not know? Suhi shook his head. At 9 a.m. on the 26th, you delivered takeout to the Jinghu community. Do you remember? Mr. Zhang? Suhi recalled vividly a man applying a facial mask, whose sharp tongue nearly earned him a bad review. Zhou nodded. He is deceased. Suhi sighed in relief, thinking it was Qi Zhenghua who had encountered trouble. What? You seem surprisingly unfazed, Zhou observed, scrutinizing Suhi's expression. As a seasoned detective, he could discern if Suhi was lying. Officer Zhou, this has nothing to do with me. I have delivery records, and the Jinghu community is rife with surveillance cameras. You can check the footage. The footage shows that after exiting the elevator, you took a full 6 minutes to return to it. Why so long? Suhi quickly pulled out his phone, locating Mr. Zhang's order. Look, he said he was applying a mask and asked me not to rush him. I waited 5 minutes before knocking. As soon as he opened the door, he started cursing. I left the delivery and departed. There was indeed a note on the order. Zhou instructed an officer nearby to take a photo of Suhi's phone and continued. Mr. Zhang was discovered this morning by sanitation workers, discarded in a trash bin. Do you have any leads? Suhi shook his head. I was just doing my job. I didn't even get a good look at Mr. Zhang's face. At that moment, 2 options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1, assist the police in solving the case. Reward, truth serum. Option 2, do nothing and wait for the police to solve the case. Reward, liquidation of all assets, bank cards, WeChat, Alipay, cash. So he rubbed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the second option would leave him destitute. System, get out. You call this a reward? The system clearly intended for him to partake in the investigation. Suhi chuckled bitterly to himself. I'm merely a delivery worker. How could I possibly solve a case? If delivery workers could crack cases, what would be the need for police? Seeing Officer Zhou and Oppos as puzzled gaze upon him, Suhi sighed. Officer Zhou, May I join you in the investigation? Zhou was not taken aback. He retrieved a document from the nearby table and handed it to Suhi. This is a special cooperation letter approved by the Bureau, considering your unique circumstances and talent. There's also a recommendation letter. If you're interested in becoming a police officer, you can further your studies at the police academy. Given your capabilities, I believe you would make an outstanding detective. Attend university? Suhi reflected on his failed high school entrance exam. His teachers had praised him as a talent, yet that had not prevented him from attending vocational school to learn excavation. After graduating, he had meandered through life, ultimately delivering takeout, lamenting the time wasted and the wrong turns taken. Had he known, he would have started delivering food from the very beginning. Zhou led Suhi to another office where a dozen officers were busily working. They glanced at Suhi briefly before returning to their tasks. In less than 10 days, 3 homicides had occurred. On April 17th, the first victim, Wei Chong, an unemployed man who lived off hunting in the mountains, was found murdered in his home. The killer had slit open his abdomen, extracted his intestines, inserted a metal rod, and then sutured him up. The projector displayed harrowing images. The deceased wore a serene expression, while the neatly stitched wound on his abdomen indicated a surgical technique, specifically the simple interrupted suture commonly used in operations. The murderer was a surgeon. On April 24th, the second victim, Ma Yi-hong, the director of the Capital People's Hospital, was killed in his office, his heart removed, and the same object left behind. Dark brown symbols adorned the stone and metal rod, suggesting a connection to some religious ritual. On April 27th, that very morning at 5:28 a.m., a sanitation worker reported discovering the third victim, the well-known host, Zhang Dada, in a trash bin. His tongue had been severed, and a piece of iron placed in his mouth. Mr. Zhang? Suhi stared at the photos, horrified. Zhang Dada's mouth was stitched shut, his eyes wide open. Fingers stained with blood, the stitches unraveling, an iron piece lodged in his mouth, also inscribed with those symbols. Forensic analysis revealed that all 3 victims had large quantities of anesthetics in their systems. The first and second victims were already dead upon the removal of their intestines and heart due to the nature of their injuries, while the third victim had awakened after the effects of the anesthetic wore off, only to be asphyxiated. The police and APO's, as preliminary assessment, indicated the murderer stood around 1.7 meters tall, was male, aged between 35 to 40 years, and possessed surgical experience. Despite reviewing multiple surveillance footages, the killer's facial features remained unidentifiable. To prevent further crimes, it was imperative to identify the suspect within 24 hours. As for the motive, it was tentatively linked to some form of ritualistic activity, with experts currently deciphering the symbols. Intestines, heart, tongue. Suhi suddenly exclaimed, "This isn't a ritual at all. This person is trying to become an immortal." Become an immortal? All the officers turned their gaze to Suhi, incredulous. Cases stemming from superstition occur frequently, but while they had heard of sacrifices to malevolent deities, they had never encountered someone aspiring to achieve divinity themselves. "Don't you all watch movies?" Suhi remarked, exasperated by the bewildered expressions of the officers. Chapter 49. The official commencement of a cat-and-mouse game? What movie? Zhou Bing inquired. Sighing, Suhi replied, collaborating with Officer 1 from Jinan City is far more enjoyable. I heard he has gathered all members of the criminal police team for a week-long viewing of suspenseful crime films and television dramas. He even requires us to write reflections on each film, which is frankly more terrifying than a language teacher. It in Oppos, S in Oppos, Double Vision and Oppos, starring Tony Leung. But I can end Oppos, T blame you. It in Oppos is quite an old film. So he pulled out her phone to search, and continued. In the movie, there's a girl who wishes to become immortal, facing 5 trials to ascend to the celestial realm. She murders 5 victims, each corresponding to the frozen hell, the fiery pit, the intestine extraction hell, the heart-ripping hell, and the tongue extraction hell. Zhou Bing was taken aback and immediately addressed the other officers. Investigate if there have been any recent cases of drowning or burning in the capital. Is it that absurd? The murderer has become so engrossed in the film that they wish to achieve immortality? A few officers began to search online, whispering among themselves. Given the current circumstances, The plot of Double Vision bears a striking resemblance, following the order of deaths. The first drowned, the second burned, the third had their intestines extracted, the fourth had their heart ripped out, and the fifth had their tongue cut out. Now, 3 of these have already occurred. Captain Joe, we found something. On April 8th, a factory owner in Folin community drowned in his bathroom. His family reported it, but they refused an autopsy, and the local police classified it as an accidental death. Then on April 15th, in Daxing District, a fire broke out at the Jinzu Impression Foot Massage Parlor, resulting in the death of a technician. The local police attributed it to old wiring. The 2 incidents, happening in quick succession, coincidentally correspond to the frozen hell and the fiery pit. Zhou Bing examined the information and realized that the murderer was indeed mimicking the film and amp. Oppo's narrative to select victims. With the 5 trials completed, what follows is the ascension to immortality. This is outrageous. While they had identified the motive for the murders, Zhou Bing remained perplexed about the murderer's next move. According to the film's plot, the killer would compel a police officer named Huang Huitu to end their own life to complete the ascension. Check the officer records for anyone named Huang Huitu. Even names containing fire and earth will suffice. No one. The officer in charge of the inquiry soon replied. Zhou Bing turned to Suhi. Feeling a bit awkward, she scratched her head and stated, "We can and Oppos. T relies solely on films for solving cases. The movie contains many coincidences. There is no officer named Huang Huitu in reality. The murderer may seek a similar substitute. If they already have a target, we can only wait for their ascension. However, if the murderer is still searching for a target, why not fabricate a Huang Huitu? Is that even possible?" The officers were astonished, feeling as if they were enacting a film alongside the murderer. The murderer was killing according to the film and amp. Oppo's plot, attempting to ascend to immortality. And if they were presented with a false Huang Huitu, would they take the bait? Zhou Bing looked at Su He and chuckled. "I've seen your performances. Your acting is commendable. How about you play the role of Huang Huitu?" Acting is not the challenge. The difficulty lies in how to present the false Huang Huitu to the murderer. In a vast capital, how could the murderer possibly find someone named Huang Huitu? Zhou Bing decisively commanded his subordinates. Contact short video companies, television stations, and advertising agencies to collaborate with the police in circulating an award presentation video across the capital. Suhi, you should change into a police uniform. We will assist you in staging this drama. Donned in a police uniform instead of her usual yellow delivery attire, Suhi approached, leaving the officers stunned. To them, a perfect image of a police officer was embodied in her. With an urgently constructed podium, Suhi stood solemnly at the center while the host proclaimed, "As an exemplary people and Oppos, as police officer, one must possess a spirit of self-sacrifice, hone skills through rigorous training, and the utmost dedication to the safety of the public. Tonight, we pay tribute to such a police officer who, in 3 years of service, has subdued numerous vicious criminals. His name is Huang Huitu." Taking the microphone, Sui declared with fervor, "As a people and Oppos, as police officer, I constantly bear in mind my responsibilities and mission to maintain the long-term stability of society." Though this was an impromptu awards ceremony, every officer stood solemnly, gazing ahead. Once Suhi stepped down, Zhou Bing could not help but praise Suhi. "It will be a shame for you not to consider a career in law enforcement. Have you truly thought it through? Becoming a police officer is not an easy endeavor. Suhi's educational background barely qualifies her for a supporting role, and to secure a formal position, she would need to study at a police academy for 4 years. As per Zhou Bing and Amp, Oppos, as planned." She quickly shook her head, focusing solely on her work to earn enough for Shun U.S. treatment. Moreover, she had already received permission from the director to participate in the case investigation, absolving her of the need for 4 years of study. She was aware of her capabilities and knew this opportunity arose only because she had recently viewed the film. The police disseminated the video across various platforms, initiating a cycle of broadcasts. Simultaneously, simply opening a browser and searching for Huang Huitu would yield Su He's photo, accomplishments, and the name of her unit. 3 hours later, the receiving officer suddenly answered a peculiar phone call. "A bunch of foolish policemen," were the only words uttered before the caller hung up. "What does that mean?" The police quickly traced the number and found it registered to a real name, prompting them to rush to the registered address. They knocked on the door, but received no response, leading them to force entry. Inside, a female corpse lay on the floor, her wrists slashed, with blood having ceased to flow. The body lay turned towards a nearby clock, her eyes wide open. The clock continued to tick, but the woman had become a cold corpse. In the criminal police team, upon viewing the return photographs, Suhi was rendered speechless. The murderer had no intention of seeking immortality. Rather, they were imitating the plot of the film and television drama to commit murder. The woman's face bore an eerie smile, utterly disconnected from the concept of death and murder. However, having seen the drama, Suhi understood that the woman had been injected with anesthetics and muscle relaxants. That phone call was a taunt and provocation directed at the police. Who was the murderer? A series that would continue to claim lives without capturing the culprit differed from Double Vision in that this time, the method of death was the same, and the murderer would persist in their actions. The prior cases had misled Suhi, revealing the murderer's brutality. A true cat-and-mouse game had officially begun. The police commenced their search for clues at the scene, reviewing surveillance footage, while Suhi opened a video application to revisit the series. Chapter 50. Is $998 expensive for 90 minutes? While perusing the case files and watching a television drama, Suhi found herself contemplating the notion that the perpetrator's act of murder was far from the cinematic ideal of a perfect crime. Instead, it resembled the morbid fantasies of a suspense enthusiast. In the double pupils case, the murderer had previously succeeded in misleading the police. Now, having struck again, he brazenly taunted them. Should the authorities fail to apprehend him swiftly, more lives would inevitably be lost. At that moment, Suhi and Oppo's phone rang. It was Mom Mingzher calling. "Hello, Suhi. Could you lend us 800 yuan? What happened? We went for an audition as extras this afternoon, but by nightfall, no one wanted us. To save 2 yuan on bike sharing, we decided to walk back. On our way, we passed by a foot massage parlor and were lured inside for a treatment, which cost 998 per person. We're short 800 yuan. The cost of living in the capital is exorbitant." "Really? You balk at a 2 yuan bike ride, but don't blink at a 998-foot massage?" Suhi remarked, feeling a headache coming on. Mom Mingzher and his companions were typically frugal, rarely splurging even on clothing, yet they entered the foot spa ready to deplete their finances. A beautiful woman, indifferent to whether he owned a car or a house, offered to wash his feet, provide a massage, and soothe his troubles. Is 998 for 90 minutes too much? Suhi was speechless. With that sum, one could easily order 100 meals. After ending the call, she transferred the money to Mom Mingzher. Just then, Zhou Bing approached and said, "Suhi, you should head back." The criminal investigation team had toiled through the night. Half of the officers continued to pursue leads and analyze the case, while the other half watched who is the murderer with Suhi. Ultimately, they reached a consensus that the murderer merely imitated the show and Oppo's plot, rendering their viewing futile. Suhi felt embarrassed. Each of the perpetrator's crimes was executed with meticulous caution, leaving no identifiable traces. Analyzing the motives revealed no discernible pattern in the selection of victims, presenting a significant challenge for the police. The only course of action was to intensify the review of surveillance footage near the crime scenes in search of clues. Stepping outside the police station, the cool night breeze invigorated Suhi's mind as she rode her electric bike toward the hotel. The capital's nightscape was undeniably beautiful, with modern skyscrapers and historical alleys exuding a unique charm. However, the thought that a murderer lurked within that enchanting darkness, having brutally claimed 6 lives and remaining at large, extinguished her spirits. Suddenly, a car careened around the corner and collided with Suhi's bike. She felt an immense force propel her into the air, landing on a grassy verge, her arm sliced by a branch, blood streaming profusely. A panicked woman quickly exited her vehicle and rushed over, trembling. Are you all right?" Suhi got up and moved her arm, realizing her injury was confined to her arm. She turned to the woman. "It's all right. I just got my driver's license. I was too nervous to drive during the day, so I plan to practice tonight. I accidentally pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. Let me take you to the hospital." Don and Oppo's T worry, I'll take full responsibility. The woman in Amp, Oppo's, sincerity disarmed Soo-hee. But glancing at the still swaying windshield wipers of the parked car, she hesitated to accept a ride. After inspecting her wound, which though deep, wasn't severe enough to warrant a hospital visit, Soo-hee decided, let us just go to the clinic ahead. If it weren't for the location of the wound, I could have stitched it myself. The woman nodded repeatedly, retrieving her bag from the car and following Soo-hee to the clinic. Inside, the doctor was treating an elderly gentleman with cupping therapy. Upon noticing Soo-hee's bloodied hands, he hurried over. Take off your shirt. The doctor first staunched the bleeding, cleaned the wound, administered local anesthesia, and then began stitching, an entire process that took less than 10 minutes. All done. Remember to rest, avoid water, and refrain from lifting heavy objects. Come back for a follow-up in 3 days, the woman paid. And as Soo-hee stared at her freshly stitched wound, a sudden realization struck her. The police had fallen into a misconception. The murderer's ability to perform surgical stitches did not necessarily indicate he was a hospital surgeon. Even the doctors at ordinary clinics received training in suturing, and the victim and Amp, Oppo's, stitches were the simplest form of interrupted suture. This revelation expanded the scope of their investigation significantly. Upon exiting the clinic, Soo-hee and the woman exchanged WeChat information. The woman transferred 2,000 yuan as compensation. Soo-hee, having deemed her electric bike a total loss, removed the battery and discarded the wreckage in a trash bin. Messaging Officer Zhou with her insights, Soo-hee then took the subway back to the hotel. Upon entering, she found Ma Mingzhi and his friends still awake and engaged in idle chatter. Dong Yong remarked, I've faced numerous hardships in my life, weathering even the fiercest storms. But when the 66th left the door, I felt as if the sky had fallen. Ma Mingzhi replied, You've never encountered the 99th cough. Soo-hee is back. Fan Tsigang interjected. The room was dimly lit, and none of them noticed Soo-hee's injury. After washing up in the bathroom, she lay down on her bed. Dong Yong leaned over from the upper bunk, chuckling, Soo-hee, how about we join you in delivering takeout tomorrow? What? No desire to act anymore? Damn it. That group leader watches us like hawks, wanting us to play corpses. Ma nearly got into a fight with him over at Pan Ji Gang recounted. Later, the group leader had given Ma Go a script, and after struggling for ages, his face turned crimson, unable to utter a sound. Dong Yong added. Ma Mingzhi sighed, it's clear to us we simply lack the talent for this. Let us just stick to delivering takeout. If you're going to deliver takeout, go ahead. I'm here in the capital to accomplish great things. I'm thinking of buying a tricycle to collect recyclables. Once I earn enough, I'll upgrade to a truck and build a thriving business. Pan Ji Gang declared, determined to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. No one responded to Pan Ji Gang, well aware that by morning he would undoubtedly join them in delivering takeout. One can ponder 1,000 paths at night, yet upon waking, revert to the familiar route. Regardless of how passionate Pan Ji Gang felt now, come morning, he would forget everything and still have to deliver takeout. Wise individuals do not fall into the trap of love. They avoid repeating mistakes and continue their lives as delivery workers, contributing to a beautiful China. Chapter 51. Born to be unyielding. I accept both glory and ruin at the break of dawn. Soo-hee accompanied Ma Mingzhi and his companions to the delivery station. As seasoned workers, the station manager merely briefed them on a few essential points, and they swiftly completed their onboarding, having squandered their funds at a foot massage parlor. Ma Mingzhi and his friends were lent an additional 2,000 yuan by Soo-hee to purchase a second-hand electric bike and cover their daily expenses. Although they displayed a lack of prudence when passing by the foot massage shop, they promised to repay the loan as soon as they received their wages. Soo-hee procured another second-hand electric bike and commenced taking orders. Ding, you have a new delivery order. Please respond promptly. Due to an injury on his arm and the drizzling rain, Soo-hee refrained from accepting too many orders, ultimately delivering over 30 by 2:00 and Oppo's clock in the afternoon. The police had yet to make any progress. Their investigation was still ongoing, and the medical personnel across the capital remained under scrutiny. In the afternoon, Soo-hee chose not to visit Shun Yu at the hospital, as director Yu Qing had summoned him for reshoots concerning his scene with Li Yifeng. Upon arriving at the set, He approached slowly on his electric bike. Li Yifeng's manager, Deng Shu, immediately confronted him, exclaiming, "Why are you so late? Do you have any sense of time? One might think you're a big star already." Acting high and mighty before even gaining fame, Li Yifeng sat nearby, seemingly indifferent to Deng Shu's behavior, watching Su He with keen interest. Before Su He could respond, Yu Qing intervened. "Now that Su He is here, let's commence. All departments, get moving." Seeing this, Deng Shu shot a glare at Su He and stormed back to Li Yifeng's side. In the same scene as before, Su He turned his back to Li Yifeng and then abruptly pivoted, glaring at him with fierce eyes. Li Yifeng displayed a look of terror, reciting his lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 2, 1. Su He grinned and warned, "If you don't get her into my bed tonight, you know the consequences." Li Yifeng hastily turned to leave. "Cut. Perfect." Yu Qing remarked, surprised that Li Yifeng had nailed it in one take, indicating he had practiced extensively in private. With the completion of this shot, Su He had no further obligations and awaited notifications for filming in another location. Just as Su He prepared to depart, Li Yifeng approached him, stating before everyone, "Su He, would you be interested in signing with my agency?" Deng Shu lurked in the shadows, a cold smile creeping across her face. There was no denying Su He's looks and talent. His rise to fame was merely a matter of time. Perhaps with his television series, he might achieve instant stardom. However, at present, Su He was just an obscure background actor, subsisting on delivery work. If they signed him, he could either bring profit to the company if compliant or face exorbitant penalties, or be shelved if he resisted. Yu Qing observed quietly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Su He was an exceptional actor, possessing an innate talent that allowed him to nail nearly every shot on the first try. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a household name. Signing him so early would lead to unfair treatment, inevitably causing numerous conflicts. Su He did not anticipate Li Yifeng's proposal. But given his manager's earlier demeanor, Su He felt little affinity for Li Yifeng and replied, "I'll think about it." After finishing his scene, Su He promptly exited the set, mounting his electric bike to resume his delivery duties. Crazy Brother happened to witness this scene and rushed over, exclaiming, "Su, are you out of your mind? Li Yifeng wants to sign you. Do you realize what that means?" Countless newcomers yearned to curry favor with him. By acting this way, you're offending him. How will you survive in the entertainment industry? I've never been one to flatter others, whether in glory or ruin. I accept it all. Su He played, patting Crazy Brother's shoulder before riding away. Each person has their own path to tread, and farewells are inevitable along the journey. Crazy Brother pursued his passion for mere lines, while Su He wished to avoid the treacherous intrigues of the entertainment world. Li Yifeng remained rooted in place. His expression darkened as his manager hurried over, shouting, "What are you all staring at? Don't you have anything better to do?" As the evening rain intensified, Su He checked the back end to find a mere 0.5 yuan extreme weather subsidy. He grumbled a bit before beginning to take new orders. By 1:00 and amp, Oppo's clock in the morning, the rain poured heavily, and Su He carried the last delivery, ready to finish and rest. In the dilapidated fossil camp village behind the National Trade Center, a multitude of workers congregated. Here, the atmosphere was chaotic, filled with office workers, small vendors, delivery personnel, and couriers. This was a place that new delivery workers dreaded, as they navigated through narrow alleys until arriving at a rundown door. "Hello, Matewan Delivery. Your order has arrived." Su He called, but no one answered. After several knocks and loud calls, he asked, "Are you asleep?" A few moments later, just as he intended to report to the platform, he heard a stir from inside. A crack appeared in the door, and a man's voice emerged from the darkness. "Give it to me." Su He quickly handed over the delivery. "Enjoy your meal." The man accepted the bag and shut the door abruptly. After completing his final delivery, Su He turned to leave, heading toward his lodging on his electric bike. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and a streak of red liquid on his hand began to fade amid the rain. With a sudden break, Su He abandoned his bike and rushed back. He kicked open the door, and the pitch-black room was silent. Another flash of lightning revealed a woman lying in a pool of blood, a clock ticking ominously before her. Boom! Thunder rumbled as a shadow darted past, prompting Soo-hee to pursue it. He often pondered why, in television dramas, the pursuers always shout, "Stop!" Yet the more they yelled, the quicker the evildoers fled, as if encouraging them to run faster. The fleeing figure slowed after a short distance, and Soo-hee quickly closed the gap. When the man noticed, he halted and turned to face Soo-hee. They stood opposite each other, a small light at the alley's entrance providing just enough illumination to discern their features. The man, clad in black, wore a cap and mask, clutching a dark bag. In the absence of light, only a shadowy outline was visible. Meanwhile, Soo-hee donned a bright yellow delivery uniform. Realizing escape was futile, the man produced a syringe. Preparing to act, in the dimly lit alley of the city village, Soo-hee charged forward, landing a powerful punch to the man in Oppo's face, seizing his wrist and twisting it behind his back, causing the syringe to clatter to the ground. A swift kick to the knee brought the man to his knees. Coughing, the man collapsed to the ground in agony, tearing off his mask and retching. Under the light, Soo-hee discerned the man's gaunt and pallid face. "Hello, Officer Zhou. I've apprehended the murderer at Fossil Camp Village." Chapter 52. The malevolent preys on the weak, the benevolent endures suffering after a brief moment of retching. The man collapsed onto the ground. Soo-hee picked up the syringe from the floor and opened the black bag, discovering several sets of clothing and some surgical instruments within. She first checked the man for any additional weapons and then dragged him towards the small room they had just left. Inside, she carelessly tossed him onto the floor and found the light switch, which illuminated the space instantly. The man shielded his eyes from the light, trembling on the ground, bearing no resemblance to a twisted murderer. Checking the woman's breath and pulse, Soo-hee sighed and stood, dragging the man beside her. Angrily, she roared, "Open your eyes and look." She's barely in her 20s. "Why did you kill her?" The man opened his eyes and let out a hoarse laugh, saying, "The malevolent preys on the weak while the virtuous suffer. I have already paid for my own weakness and kindness. I never believed in ghosts or deities. Officer, if you truly go by the name Huang Huotu, why not grant me my wish?" At this moment, Soo-hee had already removed her mask, and the man's gaze suddenly flickered with a glimmer of hope. "I regret to inform you, I am not Huang Huotu, nor will I kill you. What awaits you is the law's judgment and a cold bullet. You, a scoundrel, dare to aspire to ascend to immortality?" The woman on the ground wore a smile, yet her eyes were filled with terror as she felt the life force draining from her body. Witnessing her own demise was an unbearably cruel experience. Soo-hee wished to end the man's life immediately, yet he should feel fortunate that they lived in a society governed by law. The man coughed a few times, raising his head to meet Soo-hee's gaze, murmuring, "Life is but a grand theater. Some perform alongside you, while you act for others. Applause greets the spectacular moments, and if all else fails, one can still enjoy their own performance. I never imagined I would be captured alive by you. What a pity, madman." Soo-hee could only mutter in response, as the man resembled an escapee from a mental institution. Indeed, one must possess a certain madness to kill 7 individuals in such a brutally cruel manner. As the man attempted to rise, Soo-hee kicked him back down, glaring, "Behave yourself." The man lay on the ground, his expression suddenly turning fierce as he glared at Soo-hee. She approached him and slapped his face, scolding, "Who are you glaring at? Do you dare challenge me? I'll gouge your eyes out and use them as marbles." His gaze softened at once, and Soo-hee cursed under her breath, "Look at you, a cowardly wretch, and yet you dare to kill. They deserve to die." The man suddenly declared, "Hey, look at my temper." Soo-hee raised her hand as if to strike again, but the man shouted, "Zhang Junyuan, the owner of Bohua chemical plant, discharged toxic wastewater, causing over half the residents of 3 villages to develop cancer. Do you know how much he paid in compensation? 20,000. A human life is worth merely 20,000. So you killed him?" Soo-hee, having reviewed the case files, was aware of the incident at the chemical plant. The compensation was the maximum Zhang Junyuan could afford due to the extensive impact. "What about Luo Shi from the foot massage parlor? Why did you choose her?" The man's emotions suddenly quieted as he replied, "Her profession warranted her death." "Nonsense. Washing feet and giving massages is not disgraceful. There are many women in this world who work in foot massage. Should they all die? The man raised his head, his eyes reddening. She was my ex-wife, good heavens. Do you have no conscience left? Suhi was taken aback that he had killed his ex-wife just because she worked in a foot massage parlor. Noticing his silence, she pressed on, what about Wei Chong? Why did you kill him? Aren't he the police, already guessing? The man continued, 5 years ago, Wei Chong killed my dog and ate it. When I confronted him, he even beat me therefore. He deserved to die. 8 years ago, I was the head of surgery at the Capital People S Hospital. One day, a child urgently needed surgery due to a car accident, and just as I was preparing, the hospital director, Ma Yi-hong, ordered me to perform another surgery on a wealthy businessman. I refused, prioritizing the child's surgery. The wealthy man died, and Ma Yi-hong retaliated by expelling me from the hospital. He too deserved to die. As for Zhang Dada, I bore him no grudge, but he was chosen to fulfill the quota for the 5 hells. He had a brain tumor, and I performed surgery on him. He suffered from post-operative headaches and had been in contact with me for years. No wonder Zhou Bing had thoroughly searched all the hospitals and clinics in the capital without finding any clues. The murderer had already been expelled from the hospital. So you truly seek immortality? Suikwishin Pasiv. The man erupted into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. Immortality? If killing could grant one immortality, heaven would be in utter chaos. I have stated before, I do not believe in ghosts or deities, but I do believe in cause and effect. The world is ill, and I am a doctor. That is all there is to it. You are not a doctor. You are a devil. Suhi felt no sympathy for the man. His thoughts and actions were excessively biased. We have no right to strip another of their right to live, even if they have erred. You have already collected the 5 hells. Why continue to kill? Suhi glared at the man. When I saw you policemen acting out on the television, I suddenly wished to continue the game. After all, I'm destined to die. I thought my plan was flawless. Yet you discovered it. Can you tell me where I exposed a flaw? Suhi stared blankly at the man on the ground. Was it because he had impersonated Huang Huatu that he continued to slaughter the innocent? A wave of frustration surged within her, nearly suffocating her. Initially, she believed she was solving a case, but now it seemed that innocent lives had been lost due to her suggestions. Did this imply that the deaths of these 2 women were a consequence of her actions? At that moment, police officers burst in, and Zhou Bing looked at Suhi, who appeared utterly lost, and asked, Suhi, are you all right? Suhi managed a pale smile, shaking her head. Officer Zhou, I'm fine. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm tired and need to return for some rest. I'll come back tomorrow morning to give a statement. Zhou Bing watched Suhi's desolate figure as she departed, unsure of what had transpired. Inside the room, a woman lay lifeless on the ground, while a man curled up in a corner, emaciated and pale, with handprints marking his face. Was this truly the murderer? A man who appeared to be on the brink of death had committed such heinous crimes. Take him away. Chapter 53. My eternal struggle against evil. The rain fell with increasing intensity, as if attempting to cleanse the world of its filth. A delivery man navigated through the downpour on his electric bicycle, his gaze alternating between determination and remorse. So much had transpired that night. Suhi returned to the inn, took a hot shower, and soon succumbed to sleep. At the break of dawn, Ma Mingzhi and his companions set out to deliver meals, while Suhi had to visit the police station to provide a statement, opting not to accompany them. With no one else in the room, Suhi retrieved a reward from the system, a vial of Veritas potion, which compels the truth to flow from the lips for 10 minutes after consumption. The small, transparent glass bottle contained merely a drop of liquid that swayed gently, as if it were a living entity. After placing it back into the system space, Suhi descended to procure breakfast and then made his way directly to the police station. Following a night of interrogation, the man had divulged everything. Liao Fan, a 38-year-old male, had once served as the chief surgeon at the Capital People and Oppos as hospital. He had excelled academically from a young age, garnering numerous accolades and emerging as a rising star in the medical field. 8 years prior, he departed from the hospital due to a refusal to comply with the director's directives. While seeking employment, he was repeatedly obstructed by Director Ma Yi-hong, leading him to abandon medicine altogether and pursue various other jobs. He had ventured into entrepreneurship, worked as a delivery man, and even taken a job at a pet store. Just as he began to find his footing in life, he was diagnosed with advanced lung cancer, plunging him into despair. His wife, unable to endure such a life, chose to divorce him, fortunate that they had no children. Isolated in his home, he bore the dual torment of psychological and physical suffering. In his final moments, an overwhelming urge for vengeance surged within him. Ma Ihong. Had Liao Fan's life not been irrevocably altered on that fateful day, the past 8 years would not have been so excruciating. A malevolent scheme took root in his mind. He sought to eradicate this evil as his life neared its end. Observing the triumphant Liao Fan in news reports, and then the frail man coughing on a wooden bed, he pondered. Zhou Bing inquired, "Do you regret it?" Liao Fan opened his eyes and gazed at Zhou Bing. "Officer, I wish to experience the sensation of a bullet piercing my skull. I do not regret it. Even if I am reviled by thousands, it at least affirms my existence. Justice that arrives too late cannot be called justice. Before I close my eyes, I must transform into a demon. Officer, do I have a choice?" Zhou Bing remained silent, gently closing the case file. Perhaps before the law could render its verdict, Liao Fan would already have departed from this world. As he had stated, his name would be condemned by many. How then could the justice for the victims be pursued? So he completed his statement without having seen Liao Fan. The case had reached its conclusion, and for him, there was no need to delve deeper. The news reports omitted any mention of Su He, with only a ceremony serving as proof of his involvement, leading many to mistakenly assume he was a police officer. "Officer Huang, are you apprehending criminals?" "Sir, I am delivering meals." "I understand. Rest assured. If there is anything you need to cooperate with, feel free to speak up. This old body of mine can still endure. I am sworn to oppose evil." Resigned, Sui donned a mask and continued delivering until 2:30 in the afternoon. After accidentally spilling a delivery, he paid for it himself and sat on a stone bench to have his lunch. Nearby, a middle-aged man set up a chess stall, drawing a crowd of elderly men engaged in lively debate. "Bet as much as you wish, I will double it. Bet whatever you like." The elders watched with crossed arms, while a young man in his 20s squatted on the ground, his expression grim. The middle-aged man urged, "This is the final game. Think carefully. If you win, I'll pay you double. Bet 500, and if you win, you'll receive 1,000. The young man had already lost 2 times, and an elderly observer advised, "Young man, you shouldn't have moved your horse first. You should have gone for checkmate. Then, are you still playing, young man? If not, I'll pack up." The middle-aged man added. The young man hesitated, stammering, "I have no money left. Borrow some from your friend. Whatever you bet, you'll get double back. Win once, and you'll recover it all." The accomplice continued to coax. At that moment, 3 choices appeared before Su He. Option 1, win the chess game. Reward, master-level chess proficiency. Option 2, expose the scam publicly. Reward, 500 yuan in cash. Option 3, report the criminal gang to the police. Reward, title of a conscientious citizen, with the effect of enhancing goodwill in conversations. In this realm of underhanded dealings, discerning the intricate schemes is the mark of superiority. While it is possible to be illiterate, one must not be blind to the intentions of others. Traditionally, Su He would be an outsider, compelled to remain silent, lest he provoke retaliation. However, in this era of the rule of law, he felt no trepidation. The first option, while seemingly rewarding mastery in chess, hinged on winning the game. Given that the stall was set up for deceit, even the greatest chess skills would likely result in a draw, especially since Su He possessed only elementary knowledge of the game. The second option, revealing the scam, relied on a common belief in fair play, where most individuals, despite suspecting foul play, would rashly engage, only to lament their poor skills after losing, never realizing it was a trap. Even if he revealed the truth to the young man, it would prove futile. Feigning indifference, Su He texted Zhou Bing while casually playing with his phone, then approached the scene, tossing 10 yuan onto the ground. "I'll play around." Chapter 54. You could deceive my emotions, but not my finances. 100 yuan minimum. The middle-aged man glanced at Su He and continued. "This handsome fellow came first. You and Amp. Oppos. LL have your turn once he yes done." The young man was still on the phone. Borrowing money. So he said nothing, picking up a 10 yuan note and squatting down, pretending to study how to play chess. The young man had already lost around 15 or 1600 yuan, and this time he staked 2,000, ready for a do-or-die move. So he observed the board carefully. It indeed appeared enticing, and even with his elementary knowledge, he felt capable of winning. This time, the young man was not hasty. He stared at the board for a full 5 minutes before making his first move hesitantly. In less than 2 minutes, the young man sat down abruptly, staring incredulously at the board, while the middle-aged man continued to shuffle a stack of cash in his hands. Why did you move the cannon again? I told you to move the pawn first. Today's youth are too impatient, the middle-aged man remarked. Seems like luck is not on your side today, young man. Perhaps you should come back another day, he added, ready to take his leave. The young man got up without a word, preparing to leave. Wait, I haven't an amp. Amp? Oppose. T played yet. Sui grabbed the young man's hand and said, Buddy, I ain't amp. Amp? Oppose. I'm not good at this. You guide me, and if we win, I'll split the earnings with you. Upon hearing this, the young man squatted back down, thinking it wouldn't cost him anything, and he was curious to see the outcome. A true gentleman observes in silence. You can only play alone, the middle-aged man interjected. Sui remained silent, studying the board for another 2 minutes before making his move. Pawn. A minute later, Sui was defeated. Damn it. Let's play again. He tossed 100 yuan onto the table. Young man, the first round is 100, the second at least 200. That's the rule, the middle-aged man replied. The rule? Ha! Then, let us make it 200. I'm feeling lucky. Buddy, this time you guide me, and I'll back you up, Sui said, appearing somewhat frantic as he stood behind the middle-aged man, continuing, if we lose, it's on me. If we win, we split the prize. I'll keep an eye on you from behind. Play with confidence. Sui's demeanor suggested he was about to chant incantations. Are we playing or not? If not, I'll pack up, the middle-aged man said nervously as more people gathered around. Of course we're playing, but can we change the venue? Sui glanced at the plainclothes police officer nearby, smiling. Change the venue? Where to? The middle-aged man was taken aback. To the police station. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the crowd. Don't move, police. Several men attempted to flee, but Sui seized the middle-aged man, kicked his leg, knocking him to the ground, twisting his arm behind his back, and coldly said, Thinking of running? No way. The middle-aged man was taken aback by being subdued by a delivery worker, and he growled. You wait. I'll settle the score with you when I get out. Slap. Sui struck him across the face, glaring with your skills. Being so arrogant in front of the police, you should worry about yourself. The middle-aged man, still defiant after the slap, cursed, You've got guts. Report your name. If I don't kill you, I'll change my surname. Slap. Another strike landed as Sui chuckled. My name is Huang Huitu. I'm ready for you to come and finish me off anytime. Though Zhou Bing did not arrive, several familiar detectives showed up. Sui handed the middle-aged man over to the police, while the young man remained squatting on the ground, trembling. Sui gave his statement, and the police returned 300 yuan to him on the spot. The young man was taken to the station and would only receive his money back after some education. With one scam ring dismantled, the onlookers praised Sui. After receiving a system reward, any conversations he had would enhance his likability, a rather practical reward for everyday life. Not much time passed. By 5 o'clock, Sui resumed accepting orders. The weather was pleasant, and he continued working until dawn before shutting off the order acceptance. He completed 132 deliveries, ranking first, while the second was Qi Jinghua with 98 deliveries. In the delivery worker group, everyone had grown accustomed to Sui's remarkable speed. They were neither amazed nor envious anymore. To them, Sui had transformed into a true master. Returning to the inn, Ma Mingzhi and the others were already lying on their beds, engrossed in their phones. Come on, Dong Yong, are you kidding me? Meeting someone online? You've only been here a few days. Impressive. What does she look like? Ma Mingzhi exclaimed suddenly. Han Ji Gang chimed in. You found a girlfriend? Does that mean you'll treat us to drinks? Not a girlfriend, just a gold digger. The moment we met, she complained of thirst and suggested we grab a drink. I thought of buying her milk tea, but she took me to a bar instead, ordering a bottle of wine worth over 2,000. I got up and ran. Dong Yong said indignantly, realizing he had misjudged the situation. She could deceive my feelings, but she cannot deceive my finances. I only have a few hundred yuan on me. After that drink, How would I leave without selling kidney? Sui found this amusing. One can love many people in a lifetime, but money is finite. Even if love fades, one can find it again. But when money is gone, all that remains is instant noodles. I've never engaged in such frivolous pursuits, Ma Mingzhi declared, as the voice of a female streamer echoed from his phone. Thank for the roses, brother Ma. Did you hear that? This female streamer is from the capital. I've been pursuing her for several days. Next month when I get paid, I'll win her over. Good job, brother Ma. Investing heavily, I see. Sui knew them well. The only relatively normal one was Pan Jigang, who sent 2/3 of his earnings back home. His father had accumulated a mountain of debt in business, and the family was working away from home, afraid to return. Sui, I've noticed you're completing orders at an increasing rate. What's your secret? Teach us. Pan Jigang asked as he emerged from the bathroom. Actually, there's indeed a loophole in the platform. Sui sighed and continued, as a gesture of goodwill among brothers, I'll share it with you. Ma Mingzhi and Dong Yong perked up, eager to hear. The more handsome you are, the more orders you get. It's beyond my control. With greater abilities come greater responsibilities. As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, let us get him. Hold him down, quick, bring the beer bottle. Brother Ma, we're out of beer bottles, but we have a steel pipe. Chapter 55. Some news that made me smile upon waking in the morning. I received a message from Yuqing. The popularity of Night Walker continued to soar, and numerous variety shows had extended invitations. With the much-discussed Sue, he included in the lineup. Director, you know I have to deliver takeout. How could I possibly find time to record a show? Sue, this is an opportunity that countless individuals would cut their way through the crowd to seize. You ought to cherish it. No. Director, you misunderstand me. Under such circumstances, additional compensation is required. Additional compensation? Yuqing looked utterly baffled. What kind of perspective is that? As an artist barely above the 18-line level, do you even have the right to discuss payment? Just being able to appear on a show for free is already a stroke of luck. How can you even think of asking for money? To be precise, Sui was merely a background actor at this point, lacking an agency or a manager. If he wished to ascend further, he might even need to spend money. Countless aspiring artists pour substantial sums into gaining visibility on variety shows. How much do you want? Yuqing, representing an essential role within the entire crew, was effectively engaging in a resource exchange with the show, with all expenses covered by the production team. 2,000 yuan, Sui replied after some contemplation. Delivering takeout for a day could earn him around 1,000. Taking a day off could not lead to a loss. All right, be at the New Starlight Film and Television Park by 1:00 and AMP. AMP, Oppos, clock. Recording starts at 3. You and AMP, Oppos. LL need time for makeup and to familiarize yourself with the script. So Don and Oppos, TB late. Understood, director. After responding, Sui opened the takeout app and went online to accept orders. Ding, you have a new takeout order. Please attend to it promptly. The morning orders were sparse. After finishing the early rush, Sui chose a breakfast spot to enjoy some noodles while scrolling through short videos on his phone. The serial murder case had been solved, but its repercussions were vast. Information about the perpetrator, Liao Fan, had been unearthed by reporters, revealing him as a once-celebrated figure at the Capital People and Oppos S Hospital, having saved countless lives. Insights into Liao Fan and AMP, Oppos S past with director Ma Yi-hong also surfaced, leading netizens to rally in his support. Yet, Liao Fan's transgressions extended beyond this, as he had subsequently murdered 2 innocent women. The entertainment industry was equally tumultuous, with host Zhang brutally murdered in a manner gruesome enough to inspire a horror film, prompting waves of public mourning. Even if the entire world despises Zhang Dada, I will stand with the world. Certain news stories, upon perusal, elicited laughter. Regarding the comments from netizens, Sui remained indifferent. In life, pursuits vary among individuals. Death is akin to a candle extinguished, leaving all endeavors rendered void. In due course, all associated with this case would gradually fade from memory, dissipating like smoke. After breakfast, Sui resumed his deliveries. Following a heavy rain the previous day, the sun shone brilliantly today. By nearly noon, he was drenched in sweat. His final delivery happened to be to the New Starlight Film and Television Park. Hey, Takeout cannot be delivered inside. Someone must come out to retrieve it. The security guard halted Soo-hee at the entrance. Hello, Miss Dang. Your takeout has arrived, but the guard wanted amp. Oppos. T let me in. Could you please come out to collect it? Hand the phone to the guard. With that, Soo-hee successfully entered. It was his first visit to the film park, which was quite expansive. After asking several people for directions, he finally found his way, only to be stopped again at the makeup room's entrance. Soo-hee, why are you so late? Hurry up. Go change clothes first. You're drenched in sweat. You should shower first. Yu Ching approached from behind, pulling Soo-hee toward the makeup room. Director, wait. I still have one delivery left. Soo-hee called Miss Dang, and in a corner, Li Yifeng was getting his makeup done, standing next to a woman, Deng Shu, his manager. The delivery person stopped calling. Here, what are you standing there for? Bring it over. Deng Shu shouted loudly. Soo-hee walked over, saying, Your takeout. Enjoy your meal. Soo-hee? Li Yifeng turned to Soo-hee with a smile. You're really delivering takeout? I thought it was a joke. Soo-hee smiled back without responding and turned to shower and change. Just as Soo-hee left, Li Yifeng and Oppos' expression shifted abruptly, coldly stating, I don't want it anymore. Just throw it away. He directed Deng Shu, who promptly discarded the takeout bag into a trash can. After showering, Soo-hee donned the outfit provided by the production team, resembling that of a wealthy second-generation character from the drama. The makeup artist began applying his makeup. Yu Ching handed Soo-hee a script, urging him to familiarize himself quickly. As Soo-hee flipped through the script, he noted that the variety show was titled Ace Against Ace, featuring 2 comedic heavyweights and 2 entertainment stars as regular members, while Soo-hee and others were invited guests participating in various interactive games. When Yu Ching previously inquired about Soo-hee's talents, he had casually mentioned, I can cook a bit, sing a little, and dabble in calligraphy. He refrained from mentioning suturing wounds or flying a plane. It would be absurd to demonstrate those skills live. The script included segments for him to sing and perform calligraphy, though a note in parentheses indicated, to be determined. From this moment onward, cameras were trained on Soo-hee. As a background actor, few knew him, not even the host, who struggled to introduce him. The production team had scoured the internet for various videos of Soo-hee to fill in his background details. Were it not for director Yu Ching's strong endorsement, Soo-hee would have lacked the qualifications to participate. It was known that only 4 guest spots were available, and apart from the lead roles and the director, the remaining slot would inevitably go to a more prominent supporting actor. Yu Ching faced considerable pressure in advocating for Soo-hee, yet with Soo-hee's stunning talent, it was believed he would inevitably rise to fame in due time. In the backstage area, Li Yifeng and Song Yi were ready. Yu Ching led Soo-hee over. Host Shin Tao was introducing the 4 regular members of NAMP, Oppos, roles, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter. Amid gasps of astonishment, the door before Soo-hee swung open, and Li Yifeng, Song Yi, Yu Ching, and Soo-hee walked towards the stage. Shin Tao cheerfully announced, Today, as 4 guests are exceptional. From the highly anticipated drug trafficking suspense web drama Night Walker, let us welcome our old friend Li Yifeng, who plays dual roles in a gripping battle between good and evil, tantalizing the audience's appetite. Li Yifeng greeted the camera. Hello, everyone. I am Li Yifeng. In a world of black and white, where good and evil intertwine, I portray a drug enforcement officer who must rise from the abyss in pursuit of his beliefs. I hope to present a different side of myself to you all. Following Li Yifeng's introduction, Shun Tao continued. Our leading lady is also a familiar face, with a rich acting career shrouded in shifting light and shadow, leaving her fate uncertain. The camera focused on Song Yi, who smiled and said, Hello everyone, I am Song Yi. It's great to be back on this stage for this dark-themed script murder mystery. Welcome to join us. After the leads were introduced, it was time for director Yu Ching. The hostess' words were brief. Director Yu Ching, what would you like to share with our audience about this drama? Yu Ching, microphone in hand, stated, Night Walker walks the fine line between light and dark, with its back turned to the light and facing the shadows. In the pursuit of truth, a beam of light questions justice. Soon, it was Soo-hee's turn. Host Shun Tao remarked, Today, on Ace Against Ace, we welcome a new friend. Let us get to know him. Hello, everyone. My name is Soo-hee. Chapter 56. who says that only those who stand in the light are heroes when others took the microphone. A teleprompter displayed the words for them to read. But when it was Soo-hee's turn, it only showed the phrase self-introduction. The host, Shuntao, said nothing, as Soo-hee's introduction would be added later. Since this was a promotional event for the television series Nightwalker, the games were more aligned with the show's themes. The first challenge was named Acting Showdown. The two teams were the Ace family versus Nightwalker. The challenge had a script, and all scenes had been rehearsed in advance, except for a segment involving Soo-hee and Lee Yifeng, which required improvisation. As the recording progressed, Soo-hee's presence was minimal. The camera seldom focused on him, making interaction with the host difficult. 4 scenes were to be performed, after which the live audience would score them. Soon, the first 3 scenes concluded, and it was time for Lee Yifeng and Soo-hee to take the stage. The script described a scene where Soo-hee portrayed a desperate rich heir, while Lee Yifeng played a police officer, a storyline they would later film. In the scene, Lee Yifeng's undercover character revealed himself, standing before Soo-hee with a gun pointed at him. Soo-hee slipped into character within 3 seconds, looking disdainfully at Lee Yifeng and saying, "Chinamo, don't be cowardly, shoot me. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Ha ha. Don't think that just because you have a gun, you can threaten me." Suddenly, Soo-hee seized the gun from Lee Yifeng's hand and pressed it against his own chest, glaring at him. "Have you forgotten? You personally sent your woman to my bed. Ha ha ha. Are you still a police officer? You're nothing but my dog." With a fierce roar, Soo-hee's outburst caused Lee Yifeng to loosen his grip on the gun, which clattered to the ground. In the audience, Yu Qing covered his face, shocked that despite Lee Yifeng's countless rehearsals, an accident occurred. Lee Yifeng was supposed to deliver his lines at that moment, but was utterly flustered. Then, Soo-hee suddenly wrapped his arms around Lee Yifeng's head, laughing maniacally. "Chinamo, I know you want to kill me. Come with me. I'll give you money. Women, whatever you desire, I will provide." After saying this, Soo-hee turned away. In Lee Yifeng's earpiece, Yu Qing's voice urged, "Forget about the gun on the ground. Take out the handcuffs and cuff Soo-hee to yourself. Deliver your line. And Oppos, how go I'm sorry. I'm a police officer." Lee Yifeng quickly regained his composure and followed Yu Qing's instructions. As the lights dimmed, the performance concluded, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The previous act had been mesmerizing. The audience perceived no mishap, believing the performance was intended, while only those with the script acknowledged the brilliance of Soo-hee's acting and improvisation. Lee Yifeng excused himself to the restroom, and the recording paused. In the bathroom, Lee Yifeng glared at his reflection in the mirror, once again rattled by Soo-hee's acting prowess. He had rehearsed extensively, yet still embarrassed himself publicly. If the director had requested a retake, it would have been manageable, but that insufferable delivery man had improvised, leading to his humiliation. As the recording resumed and audience scores were tallied, Nightwalker won a round. Do me a favor. For the next song, let me sing with Soo-hee." Lee Yifeng, having debuted as a singer idol, saw acting as not his forte and aimed to take revenge through song. He did not anticipate such a request from Lee Yifeng. Glancing at Soo-hee, she chuckled, "Sure, I was worried about not singing well." Lee Yifeng's manager approached the director to discuss swapping song E for Soo-hee, and the host announced, "In the light and in the darkness, there are those who bear the burden for us. On the unseen battlefield, a group of individuals walks alone, safeguarding the safety of the people." Next, Lee Yifeng and Soo-hee will present this song and Oppos, the brave and Oppos, in tribute to all narcotics officers. On stage, Soo-hee was bewildered. This segment was not in the script. It indicated that Lee Yifeng and Song-hee would perform together, yet no one had informed him of this change. Everyone moved to the guest seats, and Soo-hee followed. "Huh?" Yu Qing queried. "Soo-hee, it's your turn to sing." "Director, it says here that Lee Yifeng and Song-hee are singing." The host made a mistake. Soo-hee explained. Just then, someone rushed over, saying, "Soo-hee, you need to sing with Lee Yifeng. Song-hee isn't feeling well." Soo-hee remained still, turning to Yu Qing. Yu Qing, observing Soo-hee's puzzled expression, encouraged, "Didn't you say you could sing a bit? Why not give it a try?" "Well, it's not out of the question, but I want more money." "How much?" 1,000. "Fine. Yu Qing sighed, realizing He was overly fixated on money. Yet He still did not move, as two choices appeared before him. Option 1. Complete the performance. Completion reward. Advanced dance skills. Option 2. Refuse to sing. Completion reward. Cancellation of advanced singing skills. Not singing would mean losing the reward. He hadn't anticipated the system to be so ruthless. He felt like a puppet, manipulated step by step. Yet the prospect was exhilarating. The song was beautiful and had topped the charts recently. He knew it well, with lyrics to guide him. So he was not worried about forgetting the words. Thus, he took the stage, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Yifeng. All are brave. Your forehead bears a wound. Your differences, the mistakes you and Oppos, V made, all need not be concealed. Your tattered doll. Li Yifeng's voice was deep and magnetic, unfolding gently, entrancing the audience. I love you, walking alone in the dark alleys. I love you, standing tall. I love you, facing despair without shedding a tear. Sui's singing abruptly overshadowed Li Yifeng's voice. Shall we go? Yes. With the most humble of dreams, shall we fight? Yes. With the most solitary of dreams, to honor the wails and roars in the night. Who says that only those who stand in the light are heroes? He was engrossed in the lyrics, oblivious to the astonished expressions of the audience. If Li Yifeng's voice touched the heart, Sui's voice struck the soul. On stage, Li Yifeng maintained a smile, yet inwardly cursed. The script indicated He could sing a little. Was this truly a little? Fortunately, this was merely a mid-performance showcase and not a competition. If it were, it would be utterly humiliating. After the song, the games resumed, with He performing adequately while Li Yifeng dazzled the audience with his wit, earning cheers. Sui, I've heard you have quite the talent in calligraphy, Li Yifeng remarked casually. Just a little bit. Chapter 57. I am quite proficient at delivering food. Li Yifeng, observing Sui's modest demeanor, suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. Was it a slight twinge or a monumental wave? The next event was a calligraphy showdown, where the Ace family and the Night Walkers would each send forth a member to inscribe the characters for Night Walkers for evaluation. Prior to the competition, they were allowed to confer internally to decide who would take the stage. Song Yi promptly forfeited, and Yu Qing expressed his intention to also relinquish the opportunity. Thus, the production team provided paper and ink, and Li Yifeng turned to Sui. You go first. With no hesitation, Sui seized a brush and deftly swept it across the paper. As the ink flowed, the four characters sprang forth vibrantly. Night Walkers. The strokes, varying in color and thickness, danced with endless possibilities, shrouded in a mysterious haze of black and white. Wonderful, Yu Qing exclaimed, instantly deciding that these characters would grace the cover of their television drama. The quality of the writing not only distinguished itself, but also elevated its essence. Sui's calligraphy transcended mere letters, embodying a profound artistic spirit that perfectly resonated with the drama's theme. Thank goodness I was clever, Li Yifeng mused, gazing at the characters on the table with a smile. Sui's calligraphy could easily outshine the Ace family's work, so I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. At that moment, Shun Tung from A's family stealthily approached and exclaimed in astonishment, Let us just award the prize. What is the point of further competition? The Night Walkers secured yet another victory. The host, recognizing Sui's exceptional talent, requested he leave a piece of his calligraphy for the show's archives. Li Yifeng prepared the ink for Sui, who, with a touch of reluctance, took up the brush once more, writing, A gentleman is cautious in solitude, not deceiving in darkness. Equip oneself to nurture virtue. With grace, one may remain steadfast. A man stands between heaven and earth, nurturing the vast righteousness of the universe. Engage in matters of integrity and transparency. Exercise self-discipline, maintain solitude, guard one's heart, and clarify one's nature. To conquer the hearts of others, one must first master oneself. To embrace oneself, one must also embrace others. As Sui completed his writing, the applause erupted throughout the venue. Even Li Yifeng could not suppress his admiration. Flowing like clouds, the strokes dissipate like smoke, illuminating the soul and provoking deep reflection. When he looked up at Sui again, Li Yifeng suddenly realized that there was no chasm between them. Merely his own jealousy had clouded his judgment. An ordinary delivery person, yet so skilled in performance, had unsettled him. However, should Suhi submit to him? Each individual possesses their own strengths. Suhi excelled in acting, singing, and calligraphy, yet perhaps lacked in dancing. Li Yifeng felt a sense of enlightenment wash over him. Standing atop the mountain, why should he argue with a junior who was merely climbing? Next came a segment featuring his dance performance. Suhi, do you dance? With his prejudices cast aside, Li Yifeng regarded Suhi as a friend. Just a little. Suhi replied, sensing the shift in Li Yifeng's attitude. Having already experienced Suhi's humility, Li Yifeng chuckled. I've heard that delivery people are capable of anything. Aside from delivering food, they are professionals in all fields. Well, I cannot say that. I am quite adept at delivering food myself. The conversation dwindled as it was time for Li Yifeng to perform on stage. While Suhi settled into the guest seating. Director, when will the payment be transferred to me? Suhi whispered to Yuqing. Yuqing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Responding, I'll have the finance team send it over later. It's just 3,000 yuan. Do you really need to be so dramatic? When will later be? Suhi retorted, surprised that Yuqing had borrowed his catchphrase. Another day, next time. When has there ever been and oppos? Later in oppos. One turns around and forgets. I can have the finance team transfer the money right now. Would that suffice? Yuqing glared at Suhi. Suhi matched his gaze, insisting, make it happen. Why are you just standing there? On stage, Li Yifeng's dance was nothing short of spectacular, inciting waves of cheers from the audience. Truly, as a former idol, he radiated charisma. Suhi felt a twinge of restlessness. Having just received a reward for his dance skills, yet lacking the opportunity to perform. He mourned the loss of a chance, as Li Yifeng seemed to have transformed, no longer his adversary. As the recording wound down, Suhi found himself with few opportunities to shine, given his lesser status, which naturally resulted in fewer camera angles. Upon receiving the 3,000 yuan transfer, he changed backstage, hopped on his electric bike, and exited the film studio. By now, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and Suhi planned to head straight home for some rest. A McLaren slowly approached from behind, and from the driver's seat, Li Yifeng greeted him. Suhi, let us meet at Kunyang. Suhi nodded with a smile. Brother Feng, see you at Kunyang. As a McLaren drifted away, Li Yifeng spoke to his manager Deng Shu. Remove the negative reviews about the delivery. A man stands between heaven and earth. He should conduct himself with integrity. Suhi is my friend. Deng Shu gazed incredulously at Li Yifeng's profile. After a moment, she sighed and chuckled. I never thought I'd see the intrigues of the entertainment industry revolve around a background actor who delivers food. Suhi truly is a remarkable talent. I should engage with him further and aim to sign him on. From today onward, he shall no longer be just a background actor. I've stated it clearly. He is my friend, and between friends, there should be no ties of interest. He is quite an intriguing individual. Back at the hotel, Ma Mingzhi and the others had yet to return. Having just finished a shower, Suhi was soon joined by Dong Yong. Suhi, what happened today? You only delivered 30-some orders, causing me to lose a bet with them. Did you conspire with Ma Mingzhi? What bet? Whether you could surpass yesterday's record. Who would have guessed you only managed to run this few orders today? What was the wager? To wash socks for a month. And don't forget to wash mine too. Next time we bet, I'll help you out. As Dong Yong went to wash socks, Suhi lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone. The crew for night walkers had already departed for Kunyang province, and Yuqing had booked Suhi a flight for 3 days later. Once the preparations were complete, Suhi would head over to commence filming. Near midnight, Ma Mingzhi and Pan Jigang returned, bringing with them roast chicken and a case of beer. Come on, let us drink, brothers. Ma Mingzhi's expression was rather grim, and Pan Jigang nudged Suhi and Dong Yong, whispering, Brother Ma's wife came looking for him again today. Dong Yong leapt from the bed, grinning broadly, let us drink. This time, Ma Mingzhi was completely out of money. His wife had caused quite a scene, berating him for being a failure, unable to even produce 1,000 yuan. Without uttering a word, Ma Mingzhi pressed the mere 300 yuan he had left into his daughter's hands. The roast chicken and beer were courtesy of Pan Jigang. Suhi sometimes admired Ma Mingzhi's wife for chasing him all the way from Jinan City to the capital. He couldn't fathom her motivations. Ma Mingzhi retrieved a bottle of baijiu from the bedside table and downed half of it in one go before saying, "When I first met her, I was only 18. I held her hand and promised her happiness. Eventually, we built a family and had children, yet I haven't even held her hand since. I don't blame her. I'm just a failure. You all, don't ever emulate me." Dong Yong snatched the baijiu from Ma Mingzhi, pouring himself a glass and laughing. "Brother Ma, we're doing just fine now. We may be poor, but at least we won't starve." Ma Mingzhi glared at Dong Yong, retorting, "Once you have a wife and children, you'll understand what being poor truly means. Come, let us drink. Discussing these trivial matters is pointless. Cheers." Chapter 58, Call the Police for Me. I have committed murder. Who would have thought that upon awakening from a drunken stupor, life would still resemble a hellish nightmare? Early in the morning, Ma Mingzhi set out, while Dong Yong and Pan Jigang remained ensconced in slumber. Su He, meanwhile, found herself retching in the bathroom, and after descending to consume a bowl of thin rice porridge, her stomach felt considerably more at ease. Before she knew it, the clock was nearing 11. Sui logged into the takeaway app, ready to accept orders. Glancing at the leaderboard, she was surprised to discover that Ma Mingzhi had already completed 13 deliveries. "Ding! You have a new takeaway order. Please attend to it promptly." Delivering food is an uplifting profession. It requires no one to urge you from behind. To earn more, one must accept additional orders. Sacrificing youth and burying dreams in a society where existence is simple, yet living is fraught with difficulties. Gritting one's teeth and persevering is the only option. As Sui tirelessly dashed back and forth, she became thoroughly acquainted with her designated area, seizing orders, collecting meals, and delivering them. The system had optimized the shortest routes and the most efficient delivery plans, but it could not predict the restaurant's cooking speed. "Boss, is the Matewan order number 39 ready?" "Just a moment. A chef is on leave today, so it'll take another 10 minutes. "Boss, I have other orders to deliver. If I wait 10 more minutes, I'll be late." "There's nothing I can do about the delay. Why don't you cook it yourself then?" Frustrated, Sui entered the kitchen where 2 dishes awaited, a dry pot of squid and spicy crayfish. Lighting the stove and pouring in oil, she moved with deft speed, operating both pans simultaneously. 5 minutes later, she dashed out with the meals in hand. Despite her fervent efforts, she was unable to complete all her deliveries, resulting in 2 late orders, though fortunately, the customers did not voice any complaints. The lateness cost her a deduction of 10 yuan. By 2 in the afternoon, exhaustion overcame her, and she shut off the order acceptance feature. Finding respite beneath the shade of a grand tree, she reclined on a stone bench. Nearby, an elderly man was rummaging through trash. Approaching Suhi, he asked, "Young man, may I have your empty water bottle?" After finishing the last sip, she handed him the bottle, saying, "Sir, it's so hot. You should wait until later to come out." The old man accepted the bottle, expertly crushed it underfoot, and tossed it into the plastic bag he carried. "In my youth, I hardly suffered. Now, I can barely afford a meal." Indeed, the youth should endure hardship. Otherwise, how will they cope in old age? The path we choose, we cannot turn back. The old man sighed, lifting his bag and continuing his search for valuable refuse. Suhi rose, smiling. Such is life. Arriving at the hospital, she found Shun Yuanzhong working outside, while Wang Rong cared for Shunyu. Though tired, the elderly couple felt optimistic seeing their daughter receiving treatment in a major hospital in the capital. With the care of doctors and nurses, Shinyu's face had begun to regain its color. So he gently brushed her hair aside, whispering, "Yeah, didn't you say you like Li Yifeng? I recorded a show with him yesterday. I wasn't lying. We even sang together. He dances so well. Next time, I'll get an autograph for you. In a few days, I'm off to Kunyang province to shoot a film. I'm now an actor, and soon I'll be a superstar. And you'll be the girlfriend of a superstar." After leaving the hospital, Suhi resumed accepting orders. "Hello, Matewan Delivery. Your food has arrived." Upon opening the door, she was met by a stout youth who stood half-naked, bloodstains adorning his abdomen. His eyes vacant as he took the delivery from her hands and retreated without closing the door. Suhi hesitated at the threshold, pondering whether the commotion within was the slaughter of a chicken or something far more sinister. At that moment, the youth returned, stating, "Could you call the police for me? I committed murder." "Hey, do you not know how to report it yourself?" Noticing Su He's silence, the youth walked back inside, returning with a severed human leg, which he tossed at her feet, saying, "Thanks, brother." "Excuse me? That's rather insulting. Did I express disbelief?" Sui looked down at the leg, its toenails painted in red polish, evidently a woman's. As she prepared to call the police, she stepped into the room. Inside, the youth sat on the sofa, his back to her, devouring a steak meal. Bloodstains trailed from the entrance to the bathroom. "Hey, I advise you not to go in. You might have nightmares tonight," he remarked, resuming his meal. Suhi, unfazed by the grotesque scene, pushed open the bathroom door for a glance. "My goodness, how can you still eat?" After a mere glimpse, she retreated. The sight surpassed that of any horror film. "I'm hungry. I can't eat raw meat." "Can I?" the youth exclaimed as he wolfed down the steak, then turned to ask, "Did you call the police?" Ignoring Suhi's response, he approached a computer in the corner and began playing a game. Instead of dialing 110, Suhi called Officer Zhou. "Officer Zhou, at Building 5, Unit 2, 15th floor of Fujin Garden. Someone has confessed. He has committed murder." "Yes." The perpetrator is remarkably calm. He just finished eating steak and is now playing a game. 8 minutes later, Officer Zhou arrived with 5 police officers at the 15th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, a faint smell of blood assailed their senses, instantly heightening their alertness. Noticing the door ajar, Officer Zhou gestured for silence as they approached the entrance. A leg. The gruesome scene unfolded at the doorway, and Officer Zhou heard sounds from within. Drawing his weapon, he burst into the room. "Police." In the living room, Officer Zhou aimed at the assailant, who remained oblivious to his presence. Beside the assailant, Suhi sat on a chair, cautioning, "Hey, the police are here. Just a moment. I'm on a killing spree. Pin a kill." Suhi, exasperated, glanced at Officer Zhou, saying, "Officer Zhou, he has nearly finished. He plays Yasuo quite adeptly." Meanwhile, the other officers searched the remaining rooms. "Officer Zhou, come take a look." Having witnessed numerous murder scenes, Officer Zhou had encountered a myriad of brutal and bloody sights. But when he opened the bathroom door, he was momentarily taken aback. On the floor, a cutting board held a butcher and Oppo's knife, stained and twisted, surrounded by various body parts, blood pooling as it began to congeal. In the corner, a grotesque mass of flesh drew his attention, a fetal form barely formed. "Victory!" The youth slammed his hands on the table, exhilarated, and turned to Suhi, exclaiming, "How about that? I played exceptionally well, didn't I? Ahem, my friend. The police are waiting for you." Chapter 59. If you continue like this, I will call for help. Ding Sikong, at the tender age of 19, faced an unimaginable tragedy when both of his parents perished in a car accident 6 months prior. The insurance company compensated him with a sum of $1,360,000, half of which he squandered on virtual gaming items and skins. In the interrogation room, Ding Sikong was remarkably cooperative, recounting every detail of the incident. The victim was a 21-year-old university student named Li Ying, who was studying in the capital and had met Ding Sikong online. Since the loss of his parents, he had not ventured outside, as the substantial compensation was sufficient to cover his daily expenses. After over a month of online conversations, Ding Sikong's intentions grew darker, prompting him to invite Li Ying to his home. She accepted the invitation, and they engaged in an intimate encounter. Afterwards, Li Ying confided in Ding Sikong, expressing her desire to end her life, but lamented her inability to do so, asking if he could assist her. Ding Sikong felt the anguish in her eyes. Reminiscent of his own despair following his parents' departure, he too had contemplated escape through death. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, he grasped Li Ying's neck, and to his surprise, she did not resist. 3 minutes later, he released her, collapsing on the bed. Having taken Li Ying's life, Ding Sikong felt no remorse. He dragged her body to the bathroom before returning to his gaming. The next day, he feared the corpse would decompose and emit a foul odor, leading to discovery. Thus, he resolved to dismember her, intending to dispose of the flesh in the sewer and boil the bones for gradual disposal. However, when he attempted the gruesome task, he found it exceedingly difficult. The cleaver could not sever the bones, and her hair nearly clogged the drain. Upon opening Li Ying's abdomen, a fetus the size of a palm appeared before him, overwhelming him with guilt. He contemplated confessing to the authorities but lacked the courage. As mealtime approached, hunger gnawed at him, and he ordered takeout, as usual. What unfolded next mirrored what Soo-hee had witnessed. The police confirmed that the scene aligned with Ding Sitsung's account, but whether Li Ying had implored him to end her life would remain unproven. Regardless, Ding Sitong had committed murder and must face the legal consequences. Meanwhile, Zhou Bing personally escorted Soo-hee out of the police station, inquiring with concern, "Did you not mention you would be traveling to Taiwan in a few days?" "Yes, just 2 or 3 days. I will return as soon as filming concludes." "There's no rush. You've finally gotten out. You must make the most of it. Perhaps extend your stay by 10 days or half a month." Observing Zhou's peculiar demeanor, Soo-hee questioned, "Are you hoping that I do not return?" Zhou Bing awkwardly chuckled, patting Soo-hee's shoulder. "If that is your interpretation, it would indeed be splendid." In Zhou Bing's eyes, Soo-hee was a rather enigmatic individual, and the farther he ventured away, the better. By late night, Soo-hee rode his electric bike back to the inn, finding Ma Mingzhi and the others already asleep. He lay in bed, yet slumber eluded him, not even daring to visit the restroom. Each time he closed his eyes, images of the gruesome scenes in Ding Sitsung's bathroom flooded his mind, dismembered limbs and the recently formed fetus. Ding Sitong was a true monster. In such an environment, he could still indulge in steak and gaming. Soo-hee had not even eaten dinner. The thought of rice or noodles repulsed him. In the early hours of the morning, Dong Yong arose to use the restroom, only to find Soo-hee silently standing behind him, eyes drooping with fatigue. "What the hell are you doing?" Dong Zhong et go lim, startled nearly to the point of losing control. With a weary expression, Soo-hee replied, "Yong-ge, I need to use the restroom too." Dong Yong shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Honestly, Soo-hee, are you yearning for a woman?" Soo-hee pulled Dong Yong toward the restroom, insisting, "Hurry up. I can't hold it any longer." Refusing to relent, Dong Yong clung to the bed's steel frame, saying, "Soo-hee, please calm down. Calm down. I've been holding it all night. Yong-ge, I'm begging you. I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow." Soo-hee was desperate, offering to buy Dong Yong breakfast outright. Dong Yong held fast to the bed, gazing into Soo-hee and Amp. Oppos. As pleading eyes, "Soo-hee, listen to me. Just let me use the restroom first, and then I will take you outside." Before Dong Yong could finish, Soo-hee interrupted, "I am going with you to the restroom." "Ugh, Soo-hee, if you keep this up, I will call for help." Dong Yong glared at Soo-hee, his limits tested, shocked that Soo-hee would act in such a manner. Was it really such a big deal to share a restroom? Unable to hold it any longer, Soo-hee reluctantly made his way to the bathroom alone. As he squatted down, he anxiously glanced around, whispering, "Yong-ge, are you there?" Don Yong said, responding, "Sue." This is truly unacceptable. A minute later, Soo-hee's voice echoed from the restroom again. "Yong-ge, are you still there?" Dong Yong climbed back onto the bed, deciding against using the restroom. The following morning, Ma Mingzhi rose early, only to see Dong Yong leap from the bed and dash into the bathroom. Dong Mingzhi paused, puzzled. "Dong Yong, do you have an upset stomach?" 2 minutes later, Dong Yong emerged from the restroom, casting wary glances at the sleeping Soo-hee, quietly warning, "Ma-ge, when you sleep at night, make sure to cover yourself well. And remember to lock the door when you use the restroom. Are you out of your mind? Have you caught a fever?" Ma Mingzhi reached out to touch Dong Yong and Amp. Amp, Oppos, as forehead, but Dong Yong swatted his hand away. "Forget it, and Amp, Oppos, it's a long story. Ma-ge, let in Amp, Oppos, head to work, and bring Zhang Zi along." Dong Yong felt too uneasy staying in a room, unwilling to leave Pan Ji Gang alone. Given the previous night's events, Soo-hee was unpredictable. If Pan Ji Gang were left alone, who knew what might happen to him? After sleeping until 10:30, Soo-hee awoke to find the room empty. He dressed and left the inn, washing up in the shared restroom downstairs before promptly taking on delivery orders. Amid the bustling atmosphere and warm sunlight, Soo-hee felt revitalized. He did not believe in ghosts or deities, but he feared the darkness within humanity. A 19-year-old boy had taken a life, dismembered body, and casually enjoyed steak and gaming in his presence. "Ding, you have a new delivery order. Please attend to it promptly." Delivering food allowed Soo-hee to temporarily escape his troubling thoughts. After accepting the order, He busied himself. Since acquiring the system, he had been on edge with every delivery, uncertain of when another murder might transpire. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly that day. In the dead of night, Suhi returned to the inn. Inside, Ma Mingzhi and the others lay in bed, engrossed in their phones, while Dong Yong cocooned himself in a blanket like a silkworm. Yongge, aren't an amp, Appos, tiu hot? Surimart, perplexed. Dong Yong shot a strange look at Suhi, glaring. Suhi, if you can't hold it, go outside. I will not let you succeed. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? Suhi reached out to touch Dong Yong's forehead. Do not come any closer. Chapter 60, Destruction. Hurry up. I'm tired, ladies and gentlemen. The aircraft is about to take off. Please take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. For your safety during the flight, kindly turn off your mobile phones or set them to flight mode. We wish you a pleasant journey. As Suhi boarded the plane, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, especially since the system had recently rewarded him with advanced piloting skills. Young man, is this your first time flying? An elderly gentleman with gray hair, sitting to his right, was fidgeting in his seat, glancing around nervously. Suhi nodded and offered an awkward smile in response to the old man. Do not worry. Flying is the safest mode of transportation. I have been flying for decades without a single incident. The old man reassured him, though Suhi thought to himself, that's because you do not know me well enough. As the aircraft ascended to great heights, the buildings below became indistinguishable, leaving only a canvas of blue sky and white clouds. The elderly gentleman next to him dozed off, while a woman to his left was applying makeup. More than 2 hours into the flight, just as Suhi thought everything was going smoothly, the plane suddenly shook violently, awakening the elderly man beside him. The turbulence subsided quickly, and the flight resumed its steady course. What is happening? The old man exclaimed, panic setting in as he attempted to rise from his seat. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated and fasten your seatbelts. The flight attendant and Appo's voice echoed through the cabin. Just as her words faded, the aircraft jolted once more, this time plummeting rapidly. A scream pierced the air as a woman in the cabin panicked, while the elderly gentleman remained surprisingly calm. So he turned to see the old man had fainted. The turbulence escalated, and fear spread throughout the cabin as flight attendants worked to reassure passengers while securing themselves in their seats. Amidst the chaos, the captain remained silent, leaving the flight attendant to repeatedly remind the passengers to stay calm. At that moment, Suhi was presented with 2 options. Option 1, safely land the aircraft. Reward, advanced professional racing skills. Option 2, wait for the plane to crash. Reward, $2 million in death compensation. It had arrived. Suhi was not surprised. He had sensed that trouble was brewing. The 2 options were not easy to choose from. Destruction, hurry up, I'm tired, he thought, closing his eyes. After a minute, the aircraft gradually stabilized. Is it over? Just as everyone began to relax, the cockpit door swung open, revealing the captain, bloodied and crawling out, before collapsing at the sight of the flight attendant. What an Appos is happening? The flight attendant rushed to the captain, while the safety officer approached the cockpit. Inside, the co-pilot lay motionless over the control panel. The safety officer rushed to check, but discovered the co-pilot was lifeless, with a bloody strangulation mark around his neck. The captain was gravely injured and unconscious, while the co-pilot was dead. The flight attendant and safety officer exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. The aircraft was still on autopilot, with less than an hour remaining until landing at Taoyuan International Airport. Suddenly, a man rushed forward, pursued by several flight attendants shouting, "Sir, you cannot go in there." However, the delicate attendants could not catch up to Suhi, who quickly reached the flight attendant and Appo's side. At that moment, the safety officer stepped forward. Pai Mingliang, a veteran and aviation safety officer for 5 years, had never encountered such a severe incident. The captain was gravely injured and unconscious, the co-pilot dead, and now a passenger was attempting to enter the cockpit. Stop! What are you doing? Pai Mingliang was prepared to subdue him. I can fly the plane. So he met Pai Mingliang's gaze directly. What do you mean? The aircraft was flying smoothly, and a passenger claiming to be able to pilot it raised alarm bells for the wary safety officer. Seeing the safety officer approach, Suhi continued, I know you doubt me, but time is of the essence. Without the captain, the aircraft could experience another crisis at any moment. Hey, are you not understanding? I will retaliate if you come any closer. Pai Mingliang swiftly approached Su He, seizing his arm, intending to bring him down. However, Su He was not going to surrender easily. A scuffle ensued. Suddenly, the aircraft shook violently, causing them to separate. Seizing the opportunity, Su He dashed into the cockpit, shut the door and locked it. Seated in the pilot and amp, Oppo's chair, Su He's mind was flooded with piloting techniques, and he quickly resolved the issues, stabilizing the flight once more. Donning the co-pilot and Oppo's sunglasses, Su He reclined in the pilot and Oppo's seat, a bitter smile on his face. Realizing the gravity of the situation he had stumbled into. Ping le 9527, ping le 9527, capitale calling ping le 9527, please respond. So he put on his headset and replied, Capital, ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. We have encountered a critical incident. Please contact Taiyuan International Airport and prepare an ambulance. Ping le 9527. What's the current status? Everything is under control. Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. Please identify yourself. Beautiful lady. I'm a delivery man on my way to a film shoot, and I'm not sure what has happened. One pilot is dead, and the other is injured. Do you understand what I'm saying? Silence ensued on the other end. What about the flight attendant and safety officer? I've locked them out. Another minute of silence passed. Let the safety officer in the cockpit. Can a safety officer fly the plane? Sir, please cooperate. The safety officer has undergone professional training and is the most knowledgeable about flying on this aircraft. I cannot agree with that. I can fly too. Another silence fell. Sir, you can fly the plane? Yes. Soon, a man in Oppo's voice came through. Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. Descend to 5,100 feet and maintain. Understood. Officer. Su He quickly lowered the aircraft to 5,100 feet when the voice returned. Are you Su He? Su He was taken aback. How do you know my name? Within minutes, Zhou Bing's voice echoed. Su He, you can fly? This is my first time piloting, and I'm still a bit nervous. Chapter 61. Accelerating towards rebirth. Esteemed guests, welcome to Kunyang Taiyuan International Airport. For your safety, please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until the seatbelt sign is turned off. A criminal incident occurred aboard the aircraft. As soon as the plane came to a halt, a contingent of police officers boarded to take control of the situation. So he opened the cockpit door, only to be greeted by 3 officers brandishing firearms. I am Captain Ho Guangyi of the Taipei Criminal Investigation Division. Please cooperate and accompany us. Sui had anticipated this moment. He raised his hands and slowly stepped out. Officer, could you assist me with my luggage? Inside the police station, Sui recounted the events truthfully. The officers present did not question his account, yet they did not allow him to leave. While Sui sat in the station sipping tea, the internet was ablaze with speculation. An hour prior, the Civil Aviation Administration had issued an urgent bulletin regarding an aircraft en route from the capital to Kunyang that experienced a sudden incident, deviating from its predetermined flight path and descending rapidly. Air traffic control struggled to reach the flight crew, and 58 seconds later, the aircraft gradually regained normalcy and continued its journey smoothly. It took a full 4 minutes and 26 seconds before contact was re-established. What had transpired? With no follow-up reports, netizens' imaginations ran wild. However, 1 hour later, the plane landed safely, surrounded by Kunyang police, with ambulances waiting to transport individuals away. Soon, various images and reports surfaced, revealing shocking news. A homicide had occurred aboard the aircraft, with the co-pilot deceased and the captain severely injured and unconscious. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman was interviewed. With a tremor in his voice, he recounted, "The young man was seated right beside me. After the incident, he bravely stepped forward, just as I would have in my youth. The crew urged us to remain seated, but I heard someone mention a death, and tension filled the cabin. The young man entered the cockpit alone, while the purser and safety officer shouted outside. Eventually, the plane landed safely, and the police and medical personnel arrived, with the bloodied captain being carried past me. Inside the cockpit, it was neither the captain nor the co-pilot who was at the controls, but a passenger. No one knew the passenger in damp. Oppo's name, and speculation arose that he must be a pilot. The police promptly retrieved the cockpit surveillance footage. Inside, the captain and co-pilot were operating normally when suddenly, the co-pilot removed a necklace from around his neck and, with the pointed end, launched a frenzied attack on the captain. Caught off guard, the captain sustained multiple stab wounds, though they were not deep. He quickly retaliated, grappling with the co-pilot until he managed to choke him into submission. Blood flowed freely in the cockpit, and with his last ounce of strength, the captain stabilized the aircraft before opening the cockpit door and collapsing. It was then that Soo-hee entered the cockpit, saving the lives of all on board amidst the chaos of the captain's unconsciousness and the co-pilot's death. Soo-hee remained in the police station for over 3 hours until Officer Zhou Bing arrived to escort him away. Officer Zhou Bing glanced at Soo-hee and replied, "No need for explanations. I and Oppo's VE reviewed the records. You are a genius. You self-taught yourself to fly. And piloting an aircraft is akin to operating an excavator. You are a pride of the Nanxiang Technical School. I couldn't have concocted a better excuse," Soo-hee thought, realizing that in such dire circumstances, had he not intervened, the outcome would have been disastrous. Exiting the police station, Zhou Bing handed Soo-hee a business card, stating, "In Kunyang, should you encounter any issues, feel free to contact Captain Ho. Take care." "What do you mean?" Soo-hee asked, momentarily taken aback. "Officer Zhou, how did the case turn out?" "It an amp, Oppo's resolved. No further inquiries, just take care of yourself." Upon contacting Soo-hee to confirm the situation in the cockpit, the police discovered a diary at the co-pilot's residence. The reason was simple. He was in a romantic relationship with a flight attendant, but had discovered that the captain had been unfaithful. Coincidentally, all three were on the same flight that day, leading him to devise a plan for mutual destruction. Soo-hee not only saved himself, but also spared the lives of 122 passengers aboard. Initially, he would have been lauded as a hero, receiving extensive media coverage. Yet he chose to keep his actions confidential, shunning the spotlight. After the matter was settled, Soo-hee flagged down a taxi, instructing the driver to the Junhua Hotel. The driver glanced at Soo-hee through the rearview mirror and chuckled. "You must be from the mainland, right?" "Yes," Soo-hee affirmed. Noticing Soo-hee's reticence, the driver focused on the road. The radio played. "Last night, a homicide occurred in Kaohsiung City. According to police reports, this marks the 3rd murder case this month, with all victims being young women." Soo-hee was instantly captivated, leaning in to listen. The driver, noticing his interest, remarked, "Don't worry, handsome. The safety here in Taipei is top-notch." Soo-hee replied, "Oh, really? That eases my mind. It's my first time in Kunyang, and hearing this news has me quite anxious." The driver chuckled, "You're more talkative than I am. Quite amusing. You can speak Mandarin with me. I know several dialects from the mainland." "All right then, driver, step on the gas. I'm in a rush to be reborn." They arrived at the hotel over 3 hours later than expected. Soo-hee had a scene to shoot that evening, and Yu Qing had already called several times. Upon reaching the hotel, a woman assisted Soo-hee with his check-in before driving him to the filming location. This was Jiufen in New Taipei City, the backdrop for Tony Leung and Oppo's film A City of Sadness. Look at those Japanese-style buildings. You can even find the inspiration for Hayao Miyazaki and Oppo's Spirited Away and Oppo's here. The director was busy filming scenes with the lead actors, and the woman, named Fan Xiaodong, was Soo-hee's assistant arranged by Yu Qing, responsible for his accommodations and coordination with the crew during his stay in Kunyang. Soo-hee did not respond, lost in thought as he gazed at a poster on a nearby utility pole, offering a substantial reward for a child, fulfilling my mother's dream. The flyer depicted a graceful and virtuous young woman, married to a wealthy businessman but childless, yearning for motherhood. Upon achieving her goal, she promised a reward of 1 million NT, urging genuine inquiries only. Fan Xiaodong's face flushed crimson as she looked at Soo-hee and asked, "Soo-hee, are you in dire need of money? But this is a scam." Soo-hee's gaze fell upon a wanted notice issued by the Kunyang police regarding the 3 recent murders in Kaohsiung. A reward of 1 million NT was being offered for any information leading to the resolution of the cases, equivalent to approximately 220,000 RMB at the current exchange rate. Shaking his head at Fan Xiaodong's words, Soo-hee replied, "I believe this is genuine." Chapter 62. Indeed, there are ghosts, female ghosts, everywhere. Li Yifeng stood respectfully behind Su-hee. Su-hee remained seated. This scene depicted his character, a wealthy heir, meeting with a drug dealer. Soon, a bald man with a scarred face entered the room. The dimly lit Japanese-style room set an eerie atmosphere as the bald man placed a box on the floor and glanced at Li Yifeng, inquiring, "A new face?" On the other side of the room, a geisha was playing the shamisen. Su-hee smiled faintly, taking a small knife from his side and placing it on the table. He declared loudly, "That sounds terrible. Go chop off her fingers." The geisha stopped playing, trembling on the floor. A hesitant expression crossed Li Yifeng and Appo's face. "Yifeng, you are an undercover cop. It is imperative to be decisive in moments like this. The audience can no longer accept the previous approach. No need for internal monologues. Just go and chop off her fingers to earn trust," Yu Qing demonstrated, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Are criminals foolish? Certainly not. The concept of a blood oath has existed since ancient times. An undercover officer must descend into the abyss to rise towards the light. After a retake, Li Yifeng approached with a severed finger, tossing it before the bald man. The bald man chuckled, and Su-hee joined in the laughter. "Don't you think you should take her to reattach that finger? Do you really believe we are part of the underworld?" As Li Yifeng exited the room, the bald man remarked, "Aren't you afraid of trouble keeping a cop close?" Su-hee gazed into the camera, revealing a wicked smile. "Isn't that more entertaining?" Cut. Excellent. Yu Qing replayed the scene repeatedly, observing Su-hee's expression, which sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to exclaim, "Su-hee, you were born for this role. No, you have given this character a soul." Having directed for decades, Yu Qing had never encountered an actor with such skill. A mere smile, a glance could instill fear. After filming concluded, during a break, Su-hee stood on the balcony, admiring the enchanting nightscape, where the red lanterns harmonized beautifully with the Japanese architecture, reminiscent of a scene from Spirited Away. Yeah, I wish you were here to enjoy this with me." At that moment, Li Yifeng approached, greeting, "I hope I'm not interrupting." Su-hee smiled, "Brother Feng, not at all. I just needed some fresh air. By the way, could I have an autograph?" Li Yifeng looked at Su-hee in surprise, then laughed. "Is it your girlfriend who wants it?" Su-hee scratched his head and replied, "Yes, your fan. I also enjoyed your film Animal World. Honestly, in your presence, I feel embarrassed to mention my own works. Su-hee, would you like me to introduce you to a few directors? With your talent, it won't be long before you become a sensation." "Thank you, Brother Feng, but I have no plans to enter the entertainment industry just yet." Li Yifeng patted Su-hee on the shoulder, saying, "Come on, let us shoot the next scene." At 3 in the morning, the crew was exhausted. Yu Qing still felt a lingering excitement, but, seeing everyone's fatigue, decided to call it a night. Fan Xiaodong took Su-hee to a nearby inn, as it was too late to return to the hotel. Jiufan, being a tourist destination, was bustling, and many inns were fully booked. After much effort, Fan Xiaodong found one, albeit in a somewhat remote location. Su-hee, unfazed, washed up and fell asleep almost immediately. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks jolted Su-hee awake. Opening the door, Fan Xiaodong rushed in, her face pale and her demeanor tense as she clutched Su-hee's clothing. "Su-hee, there's a ghost." Fan Xiaodong trembled all over, her eyes filled with terror. Grasping her arm, Su-hee looked intently into her eyes and whispered, "Do not fear. I am here. There are no ghosts in this world." Fan Xiaodong, nearly in tears, pleaded, "Su-hee, there really is a ghost in my room, under my bed, within the walls, everywhere. It's a female ghost, sometimes crying, sometimes screaming, making strange noises." Su-hee felt a pang of anxiety at her state. In the dead of night, in an unfamiliar place, could there truly be something sinister? "Shall we call the police?" Fan Xiaodong suggested tremulously, noticing Su-hee's silence. "Call the police? What shall we say? That we encountered a ghost, or rather, female ghosts, everywhere?" Fan Xiaodong's demeanor appeared genuine, leaving only two possibilities. Either she was unwell and conjuring these visions akin to a nightmare, or she was gravely ill, suffering from hallucinations. Regardless, neither scenario was something Su-hee could remedy. "Do you think I am lying?" Fan Xiaodong looked up at Su-hee, her expression serious. "What I say is true. Yes, Yes, there are ghosts, female ghosts, everywhere. So he contemplated contacting director Yu Qing, as Fan Xiaodong was his arrangement, ensuring someone would cover the expenses even if they went to the hospital. After a while in Su He's room, Fan Xiaodong's panic subsided. Seeing Su He's disbelief, she took his hand and led him outside, insisting, "If you don't believe me, come to my room." Fan Xiaodong's room was adjacent to Su He's. Upon entering, it appeared completely ordinary, mirroring his own room, and there was no female ghost lurking beneath the bed. "There's nothing here. You must have had a nightmare. Please calm down. I'm too tired and will return to sleep now." Noticing Fan Xiaodong's state had improved, Su He resolved to inform director Yu Qing about the situation in the morning. "Wait, sit down," Fan Xiaodong urged, pulling Su He into a chair, making a shushing gesture as she whispered, "Listen closely." Su He began to suspect it might be a prank orchestrated by the crew, yet, seeing no hiding places or cameras in the room, he indulged Fan Xiaodong, treating it as a game. A minute passed without any sound, and Su He, growing impatient from fatigue, stood up to leave when Fan Xiaodong grasped his hand tightly, exclaiming, "Did you hear that?" Startled by her grip, Su He retorted, "Hear what?" "There is no sound. I think you're not well." Suddenly, a faint noise emerged. Creak. It was akin to fingernails scraping against wood. Observing Su He's alertness, Fan Xiaodong's excitement surged. "You heard it too, right?" "Perhaps it's just the wind moving the window," Su He suggested, approaching the window. The wooden window was closed, and as he opened it, a cool breeze wafted in. Just as he was about to shut it again, the sound of a woman weeping echoed through the air. Su He turned abruptly to find Fan Xiaodong covering her mouth, trembling in fear, staring at him. Chapter 63. Do you consider yourself humorous? Su He was already quite certain that the crew was playing a prank. He returned to the center of the room, seated himself gracefully in a chair, and crossed his legs nonchalantly. "Director Yu Qing, why are you working so hard late at night? We're not filming a variety show." No one responded, so he stepped outside, only to find the corridor devoid of people. "Su He, blood, blood!" Fan Xiaodong suddenly exclaimed. Su He retraced his steps into the room, only to find Fan Xiaodong staring in horror at a corner where red liquid was seeping out. The adjacent room. Su He quickly exited and approached the door of the next room, pushing it forcefully. The door was unlocked and swung open. The room was shrouded in darkness, but a silhouette could be discerned, emitting guttural sounds akin to a zombie from a film. Fan Xiaodong followed, closely behind, gripping his arm and trembling. "It's her." Su He swallowed hard, summoning his courage to enter and switch on the light. A piercing scream erupted in his ears as Fan Xiaodong fainted. Within the room sat a woman in a chair, her feet nailed to the floor, her arms dangling, restrained by two ropes in a position resembling an embrace. Her eyes, like pendants, hung from her neck, blood continuously oozing from their sockets. Her tongue lay in her palm, impaled by a nail through her hand. The woman was still alive. Hearing the commotion, she turned her head towards them, but it was evident she could not see. Fan Xiaodong lay at Su He's feet, and he felt his legs weaken as the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted him. The woman began to thrash violently, the chair scraping against the floor with a creaking sound. Unable to speak, she emitted strange noises, reminiscent of a beast's roar. "What are we supposed to do? It's the middle of the night, and you all are out of your minds." The shrillness of Fan Xiaodong's scream drew a couple to poke their heads out in annoyance. The woman's curses were like playful banter, yet Su He's legs continued to tremble. He had witnessed many scenes, but the sight of this woman was too horrifying. At that moment, the couple stepped out, the man fuming. "What is going on? It's been a whole night. Do you expect anyone to sleep? This is your last warning, or I will call the police." As the man approached Su He from behind, Su He turned slightly, averting his gaze, and replied, "Brother, isn't the emergency number 110? Upon seeing the scene within the room, the man screamed, a sound even louder than Fan Xiaodong and Amp. Oppos. Fortunately, he merely wet his pants without fainting, and Su He recalled that Officer Zhou had given him a business card, Captain Ho Guangyi of the Taipei Criminal Police. Su He had gleaned some experience. When calling the police, it was prudent to contact someone familiar, thus avoiding interrogation. If one dialed 110 directly, A group of unfamiliar officers would arrive, necessitating adherence to the entire procedure. Hello, Officer Ho, this is Soo Hee. We met earlier today. Yes, the one piloting the plane. It's Soo Hee, not Shook. There has been a homicide in the Jiufen scenic area of New Taipei City. We need an ambulance. The victim, is still alive. Hurry, no questions. After hanging up, Soo Hee noticed more people had gathered in the corridor. The earlier man kept shouting, "Murder! Murder!" Several brave souls peeked in, only to either wet themselves or vomit uncontrollably. No one is allowed to leave. I have already called the police. Anyone who attempts to leave will be deemed the primary suspect. All eyes on me. Soo Hee had heard that some depraved killers returned to the crime scene to observe the police at work. So he took out his phone and recorded a video of everyone present. You two, he pointed at two men, go outside to meet the police and the ambulance. He then helped Fan Xiaodong to a standing position against the wall. Returning to the entrance, he addressed the woman. If you can hear me, nod your head. The woman nodded slightly. Do you know the murderer? If so, nod. She did not nod, but gently shook her head. Is the murderer a man? The woman nodded. Is the murderer alone? She nodded once more. Before Soo Hee could finish his questioning, the woman's head drooped down. She was dead. Beside him, a man stammered, Dude, you just asked her to death. Nonsense. Soo Hee shot him a glare. It was a miracle the woman had survived this long. Even if an ambulance arrived, she would likely not make it. At the very least, Soo Hee had gathered considerable information. If the murderer could be apprehended, it would serve as a form of justice for her. The man grinned foolishly. I was just joking. Now the ambulance is unnecessary. Do you think yourself humorous? Soo Hee, exhausted from a sleepless night and in a foul mood, retorted before moving to Fan Xiaodong's side. She needs an ambulance as well. You help me get her on the stretcher. The innkeeper was in a state of shock, collapsed on the floor, utterly speechless. Soo Hee then called Director Yu Qing to explain the situation. Before long, a dozen officers rushed in, and the lead officer called out, Who is Soo Hee? Soo Hee raised his hand. The officers arrived at the door, setting up a perimeter, and the lead officer announced, Everyone, follow me to the police station. From now on, surrender your communication devices. No private conversations, no whispering. Finally, he glanced at Soo Hee and said, Captain Ho wants you to wait here for him. After a little over 10 minutes, Ho Guangyi arrived, accompanied by several plainclothes officers. Soo Hee, you come with me. Ho Guangyi surveyed the scene and promptly turned to leave. Officer Ho, wait until I put on my shoes. Around 4 in the morning, Officer Ho led Soo Hee to a CAF. They were the only two patrons with no staff in sight. This CAF is run by my wife. He poured Soo Hee a cup of coffee and fixed his gaze on him. Captain Zhou mentioned you to me. He said we would meet again. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Here, try my brew. Soo Hee took a sip of the coffee, finding it somewhat bitter. He had never been fond of coffee. I'm not particularly fond of coffee either, but when you're a detective, late nights are inevitable. So my wife opened the CAF. Soo Hee smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Captain Zhou said that when faced with a challenging case, I could seek your assistance. I imagine you Haven and Oppos. T had much sleep tonight either. Why not have a chat with me? As he spoke, Officer Ho pulled several photographs from his bag and laid them before Soo Hee, pointing to one image. Does this look familiar? Soo Hee was taken aback. The scene depicted in the photograph was identical to the woman's death in the inn. Chapter 64. The abyss is desolate, and demons walk among us. The murderer was apprehended half a month ago. Soo Hee listened in horror as Officer Ho recounted a chilling tale. A cartoonist had drawn 10 illustrations, each depicting a gruesome murder of a woman. The artist uploaded these works onto the internet, initiating an event titled 10 Illustrations. There were no introductions. Beside each drawing was a blank box with an upload button. One day, a photograph appeared on the website, marking the commencement of the story behind the 10 illustrations. The cartoonist was arrested by the police, yet the impact of those illustrations gradually spread throughout Kunyang. Was the cartoonist himself the murderer, or merely a puppet master influencing others? Who will be the next killer? Anyone who laid eyes upon the comics could potentially become a murderer. The previous case occurred in Kaohsiung, and the next unfolded in Jiufen, turning all of Kunyang into a stage for the cartoonist's macabre artistry. Soo Hee's phone rang, and upon glancing at it, she saw it was Director Yu Qing. What? Fan Xiaodong is missing? Startled, Soo Hee sprang to her feet. her coffee cup rolling off the table and shattering on the floor. Where did she go missing? The hospital. Suhi exchanged a worried glance with Officer Ho, both of them fixated on one of the illustrations. A murder scene set in a hospital ward. I and Amp, Oppo's, LL Drive. Suhi exclaimed, snatching Officer Ho's car keys and dashing outside. In the passenger seat, Officer Ho contacted the police station to request additional personnel to head to the hospital. At 5 in the morning, the streets were sparsely populated when suddenly the roar of an engine broke the silence. A police car sped past, drifting with a screeching sound. At the intersection, an elderly sanitation worker was sweeping the street, startled as trash billowed around him. What has passed by? It got my blood boiling. Inside the car, Officer Ho gripped the handle tightly. After several sharp turns, he finally exhaled in relief. Suhi, your driving is remarkable, like that of a professional racer. The car halted at the hospital entrance, and Officer Ho couldn't and Amp, Oppos, help but express his admiration. I know a bit. Once I return to the capital, I plan to enroll in driving school. Suhi replied as she exited the vehicle, rushing toward the hospital. No driver and Oppos. S license? Surely he was joking. Officer Ho felt his legs weaken as he exited but quickly caught up with Suhi. In the hospital lobby, Director Yu Qing and several crew members were anxiously conversing with the police. Suhi approached them directly. Have you checked the surveillance? Suhi. Yes, but there are no cameras in the wards or hallways. We Haven and Amp, Oppos, found any trace of Fan Xiaodong leaving the hospital. It and Amp, Oppos, as if she has evaporated from existence. Evaporated? How could that be? Suhi exchanged a glance with Officer Ho, who instructed his team to seal off the entire hospital and conduct a thorough search room by room. Suhi felt a tempest of anxiety. She had known Fan Xiaodong for less than 24 hours, yet the young woman had made a profound impression on her. Had she accompanied her to the hospital, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Upon reaching the surveillance room, Suhi repeatedly reviewed the footage from the moment Fan Xiaodong was admitted until her disappearance. At that time, Suhi had seen a man assist Fan Xiaodong onto the ambulance. After completing the admission process, he had left, the footage capturing his departure. It was the early hours, with few people and vehicles entering or exiting the hospital. The only vehicle was a hearse transporting a corpse to the funeral home. Comics. Suhi raised her gaze to Officer Ho. He retrieved the illustrations, and he selected one. It depicted a coffin filled with ice. A woman's body lying atop the frozen blocks. Upon closer inspection, her limbs and torso appeared severed, her head detached and connected only by a wooden stick. Blood mingled with the icy water, creating an eerie crimson hue throughout the illustration. The murderer is not in the hospital. Officer Ho and Oppos' team had scoured the entire facility without locating Fan Xiaodong. The keys, Suhi said, reaching out to Officer Ho. After a moment of hesitation, he handed her the keys, advising, dawn is approaching, drive slowly on the way. Officer Ho took the passenger seat, guiding Suhi. The funeral home lay in a remote area. As they neared, Suhi switched off the lights and siren, scaling the wall to enter. A hearse remained parked in the yard, its license plate matching the one in the surveillance footage. Suhi and Officer Ho split up to search within the premises. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence of the funeral home. Suhi sprinted towards the source, flinging open a door to find a slender man carrying a large bucket filled with ice. Their eyes met for an instant before he turned and fled. Suhi did not pursue. There on the ground lay Fan Xiaodong, her brow furrowed as she murmured, Suhi, there's a ghost. Bang! A gunshot rang out from outside, prompting Fan Xiaodong to roll over and continue sleeping. On the floor, Suhi picked up a piece of paper. It was one of the illustrations. Inside the room, a coffin was half filled with ice, and in the corner lay a chainsaw. As dawn broke, Suhi dozed off in the police car. Officer Ho Guangyi removed his uniform and draped it over her shoulders before turning to head back to the station. 4 of the 10 illustrations had been completed, the 5th thwarted. However, the case could ignite once more at any moment. In the interrogation room, the slender man, whose leg was wrapped in bandages, had just undergone surgery to remove a bullet. Who was that person in your phone? The man, named Tan Peng, was responsible for transporting corpses at the funeral home. The police had discovered a group chat named 10 illustrations on his phone, filled with gruesome and frenzied content. One participant, under the pseudonym He, was live-streaming the act of murder. I don't know him. Tan Peng glanced disdainfully at Officer Ho. Officer, if you catch one of me, there are thousands more like me. We are creating art. Have you ever seen such explosive images? Haha, we are everywhere. Officer Ho stepped closer to Tan Peng, pressing down on his leg wound with increasing force, locking eyes with him. You are merely a repulsive rat in the sewer. I will drag you all out one by one. The slender man, undeterred, gritted his teeth in silence, his eyes glaring defiantly at Officer Ho. Officer, I only attempted murder. I want an oppos. To be imprisoned for long. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Officer Ho Guangyi could no longer contain his fury, shouting into the bathroom mirror, "Damn it, the abyss is desolate, and demons walk among us." Chapter 65, Even I, a Deviant. Find this extremely disturbing. A homicide occurred in the Jiufen scenic area, causing the film crew to suspend their shooting, and all actors, after providing their statements, were barred from leaving Jiufen. Fan Xiaodong, having endured excessive shock, required a few days of rest in the hospital, prompting Yu Qing to arrange for someone to care for her. The 10 comics had ignited a fervor in Kunyang, with numerous celebrities stepping forward to counsel the public against imitation, only to be met with ridicule, some even claiming that the next photo would feature a certain star. After a nap, Suhi had lunch with Officer Ho at the police station. In my 25 years as a police officer, this is the first time I've encountered a case where a comic transforms individuals into monsters. The perpetrator is rampant throughout Kunyang, leaving the police to passively wait and subsequently collect the bodies of the victims. Officer Ho had not slept for 2 days. This morning, he witnessed a brutal murder on Tan Peng's phone. A female university student was horrifically slain in her classroom. By the time the police arrived, the young woman was already dead, and the murderer, in his hasty escape, met his demise by falling from a height. The assailant was an ordinary plumber. As of now, 5 women have fallen victim, implying that at least 5 more were either suffering or on the verge of suffering harm. Suhi immersed himself in his meal, feeling powerless regarding the case. The killer could be anyone, and there exists no machine capable of discerning the goodness or evil within a person's heart. Suddenly, 3 choices appeared before him. Option 1. Knock out Officer Ho, allowing him a good rest. Reward, 10,000 new Taiwan dollars. Option 2. Comfort Officer Ho, telling him that it's not all bad, as they might catch more killers, and his year-end bonus would surely double. Reward, 50,000 new Taiwan dollars. Option 3. Terminate the case prematurely. For every life saved, a reward of 100,000 new Taiwan dollars. Sui paused momentarily, continuing to eat while observing Officer Ho. The second option was dismissed without a thought. It would undoubtedly offend Officer Ho. Maintaining a good rapport with the police was Suhi's secret to avoiding the interrogation room. Upon closer inspection of the first option, it was evidently a trap. Any attempt to strike would result in the charge of assaulting a police officer. As for the third option, based on previous speculation, at least 5 victims remained. Should no further harm befall anyone from this moment, a reward of 500,000 new Taiwan dollars could be attained. Suhi, why are you staring at me? Officer Ho noticed Suhi's unwavering gaze had lingered for a full minute. Ahem. Officer Ho, perhaps you should take a nap, leaving the rest to me. Upon hearing this, Officer Ho was taken aback, quickly asking, do you have a plan? Yu Qing never envisioned he would one day photograph such graphic scenes. In the meticulously arranged hospital room, a woman lay bound to the bed, her body severed at the waist but not entirely detached, her entrails spilling forth and mingling with the blood. A nail protruded from her forehead, partially exposed, while her mouth was sewn shut with thick thread, creating an eerie semblance of a smile. The pristine sheets had been soaked with blood, and 2 eyeballs rested in either hand. Yu Qing gazed at the scene he had spent 3 hours crafting and couldn't help but exclaim, even I, a deviant, find this extremely disturbing. What did you say, Director? Suhi approached, carrying a bucket of pig and damp, Oppo's, blood. Nothing, it's ready. I've recreated that comic to your specifications, 1-to-1. Suhi glanced at it, snapped a photo, and sent it to Officer Ho, then turned to Yu Qing and said, "Director, we're set. Let into AMP." AMP? Oppos. Let's move on to the next comic. Is that it? Suhi leveraged the pretext of assisting the police to have director Yu Qing stage a fake murder scene, mimicking the layout of the comic, and uploaded it online ahead of time. By expeditiously completing the 10 comics, this uproar could be quelled. The benefit for Yu Qing was that the police consented to allow the crew to continue shooting in Jiufen. For confidentiality, only the prop master and director Yu Qing were involved in setting up the murder scene, so he sent the photos to Officer Ho, after which he was no longer needed. With the experience from the first setup, the subsequent arrangements progressed swiftly, and by 2:30 in the morning, all photographs had been taken. When I return to the capital, I must adapt this incident into a film. Suhi, you'll play the role of the comic artist. After toiling for over 10 hours, Yu Qing felt exhilarated rather than fatigued, even deciding on the film and Oppo's title, 10 comics. The following day, filming resumed. Though director Yu Qing appeared exhausted, with prominent dark circles under his eyes. Today, Suhi had a crucial role involving a chase scene with the police. Initially assigned as stunt driver, Suhi succumbed to temptation upon seeing the sports car and insisted on driving himself. Ultimately, after executing a drift, Yu Qing acquiesced to his request. Inside the car, with the cameraman in the passenger seat, as Suhi gently pressed the accelerator, the sports car surged forward like a beast. In the shot, Suhi gripped the steering wheel with one hand while holding a cigarette in the other. After a drift, the ash barely fell. His eyes gleamed with madness as he shouted, flooring the gas pedal to experience the ultimate speed. After a lap, he pulled over, and the cameraman, upon exiting, promptly retched. "Suhi, why were you driving so fast? You left the police in the dust." Suhi scratched his head, sheepishly smiling. "Director, it was my first time driving a sports car. I got a bit carried away." The subsequent shots were completed by the stunt driver, and Suhi filmed a few more solo scenes and monologues, concluding the sequence. Yu Qing reviewed the footage captured by the cameraman. In the frames, Suhi appeared almost deranged, reveling in the sheer velocity, his gaze cold and indifferent when he occasionally glanced at the camera. This was Suhi's interpretation of his character, a wealthy air oscillating between madness and rationality. He was both frenzied and composed, engaging in a battle of wits with the police on the edge of a precipice. Even if his outcome was grim, he embodied the villain with profound depth. After filming, he wandered off alone, eager to explore. The night in Jiufen was particularly enchanting, with couples strolling hand in hand, capturing memories in this picturesque locale. The ancient streets boasted a variety of delectable foods, and the vibrant red lanterns evoked a sense of stepping into the world of Spirited Away. Suhi took numerous photos and savored local delicacies, following the winding mountain path to the summit. Atop the mountain, the expansive view unfolded before him. Taking a deep breath, Suhi prepared to snap a selfie. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Suhi, the 11th comic has emerged. Chapter 66. Is what you see the truth? Who on earth is so careless, my goodness?" Director Yu Qing, under a bridge, was inserting entrails into the belly of a female corpse. The 10 comic strips had been gathered, and the police had disseminated news through various channels. As anticipated, the matter seemed to conclude here. The cartoonist awaited legal consequences in detention when, suddenly, a new comic appeared online. It bore the same style, depicting yet another gruesome murder scene involving women. Truly, it seemed never-ending. Given Yu Qing's extensive experience, the police instructed him to continue staging fake murder scenes, while Suhi and Officer Ho visited the detention center. Wang Bin, a 29-year-old male art major, had been expelled from school and was now making a living by drawing online. His art was dark, despairing, and sinister. Aside from a small group of fans, the rest were filled with vitriol. Officer Ho placed the 11th comic before Wang Bin, stating, "This is your work." Wang Bin cast a brief glance, and beneath his thick glasses, a glimmer of pride shone through as he coldly replied, "Officer, I am merely an artist. Why must you make things difficult for me? Do you have an accomplice? Who is he? How many more of these drawings do you possess? Are you not aware that people have died because of your drawings?" Officer Ho glared at Wang Bin, who wore an indifferent expression despite the 5 women who had perished due to his art. Wang Bin adjusted his glasses, grinning slightly. "Officer, Some individuals are destined to dwell in the shadows, scurrying like rats. They cannot find their way back, nor do they know where to go. I am merely assisting them. Everyone wears a mask of hypocrisy. Do you truly believe that the smiling faces you see are untainted? Tell me, is what you see the truth? Suddenly, Wang Bin grew agitated, roaring loudly. Then, he dashed toward the wall, crashing against it with a resounding thud. Blood poured from his head as the prison guards rushed over to restrain him. On the stretcher, he remained fervent, struggling fiercely. As he passed by Sue, she unexpectedly remarked, "Since you wish to die so much, why didn't it amp? Amp? Oppose. Till you succeed last time?" Wang Bin quieted, fixing his gaze on Suhi, licking the blood from his lips before closing his eyes, a tear cascading down his cheek. Upon exiting the detention center, Officer Ho could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Suhi, what did your earlier statement mean? Why did Wang Bin cry upon hearing it?" As Suhi walked toward the car, she explained, "Wang Bin and Amp, Oppo's arms are covered in tattoos, yet they cannot conceal the scars left from his suicide attempts. He longs for death but has not achieved it. What truly transpired?" Officer Ho nodded and continued, "But you still haven't explained why he wept." "How would I know? It's not like he got sand in his eyes." Suhi replied as she approached the driver and Amp, Oppo's seat, but Officer Ho swiftly pulled her back, scolding, "You don't even have a license. And yet you're eager to drive. Where are we going now?" Suhi obediently settled into the passenger seat, stating, "To Wang Bin's home." Expert analysis confirmed that the 11th comic and the previous 10 were crafted by the same hand. Wang Bin remained in detention. Who then had produced the new piece? In a dilapidated apartment building, Wang Bin's room, once a storage space, now lay empty, save for the graffiti that adorned the walls. "I've told you. We cleared everything out and stored it at the police station. We even left the walls untouched." Officer Ho followed Suhi into Wang Bin's former residence, observing the darkly styled artworks covering the walls. The apartment was rented, and in less than a year, the police station has photographs of the wall art. "Suhi, if you're hoping to find clues here, I advise against wasting your efforts. It would be more productive to investigate the origin of the 11th comic." Suhi pulled out her phone, locating the 11 comics and comparing them to the graffiti on the walls. Suddenly, a smile emerged on her face. The comic was not drawn by Wang Bin. "Look here, the colors are more vibrant, indicating it was created recently. Notice the edges. Wang Bin, having attempted suicide and cut his wrists, would have an unsteady grip, causing significant fluctuations in the edges of his work. This detail is easily overlooked since it does not detract from the overall appearance. We have merely apprehended an impersonating cartoonist." Officer Ho compared the comic with the graffiti and inquired, "According to your theory, the true artist must be someone else. But in such a vast place as Kunyang, there are countless artists. Where do we even begin to search? Moreover, if the comic isn't Wang Bin's work, why hasn't he revealed this and cleared his name?" The comics were disseminated online, making it challenging to pinpoint a suspect. Previously, Wang Bin's unique style was instantly recognizable within the industry. Now, someone has taken to imitating his style, and identifying this imitator is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Bin provided us with a clue. Do you remember what he said? "What you see is the truth. Sunlight represents justice, and darkness signifies evil." Suhi continued, "If we reverse Wang Bin's words, we approach the answer." Officer Ho looked puzzled. "What I see is not the truth. Sunlight symbolizes evil, and darkness represents justice?" Suhi chuckled softly. Wang Bin's initial statement, "What you see is the truth," indicates that we have yet to uncover the truth. As for what the truth is, it certainly does not align with our current understanding. Is sunlight synonymous with justice and darkness with evil? If my previous hypothesis holds, and the comics originate from another source, then the darkness here may refer to Wang Bin himself. The comics are not his creations. The police have misjudged him, and he utilizes this medium to express his inner dissatisfaction. Darkness is not inherently evil, nor is sunlight solely synonymous with justice. If Wang Bin, concealed within that storage space, represents darkness, then this sunlight may very well be right before our eyes. Wang Bin is willing to endure imprisonment to protect this sunlight. Who is this Sunlight? Officer Ho inquired. Sui paused, gazing at Officer Ho as she replied. How would I know? Investigating social connections falls under your jurisdiction. Officer Ho chuckled awkwardly. His initial impression of Soo-hee as a detective quickly corrected. He was reminded that she was merely a talented actress and a delivery person. If they could locate the true artist, everything would come to a resolution. Returning to the police station with Officer Ho, they examined Wong Bin's file. Both parents deceased, no relatives, never held a job, and surviving by taking commissions for his art online. Analyzing Wong Bin's social connections revealed that none possessed artistic talent. The 11 comics, regardless of their conception and layout, were remarkably clever and required a high level of skill to imitate Wong Bin's style convincingly. So he focused on the education section of the file, which listed high school, despite Officer Ho mentioning previously that Wong Bin had attended university before being expelled. Sui raised her head to look at Officer Ho, stating, Next stop, Kunying Art Academy. Chapter 67. All the answers lie within this painting, officer. Wong Bin was the only student expelled from that cohort for having assaulted a classmate. As for the specifics of the incident, you may inquire with his advisor. The reception for Officer Ho and Sue he was conducted by Kai Fengwen, the head of the Fine Arts Department. Before long, a woman arrived, Lu Mei. Officer, these two officers wish to know about Wong Bin from your class. The one who won an award in his freshman year, but dropped out soon after. Please have a seat. Kai Fengwen poured tea for the guests. Liu Mei, cradling a stack of art catalogs, sat down and remarked to Officer Ho, Officer, Wong Bin was the most talented student I ever taught. If it weren't for his illness, he would not have dropped out. Wait a moment. Wasn't Wong Bin expelled for physical violence? Officer Ho glanced at the director beside him. Kai Fengwen sighed and replied, Wong Bin's situation is quite complex. He suffered from a mental affliction. He often spoke nonsensically and, while in the dormitory, he painted on the walls, resulting in a confrontation with a classmate. That classmate ended up with 3 broken ribs. And when the parents of others came to the school in an uproar, Wong Bin, being an orphan, could not even afford the medical expenses, leading to his eventual expulsion. Officer Ho shot a disapproving glance at the director, indicating his dissatisfaction with Kai Fengwen's earlier omissions. Does Wong Bin have a girlfriend? Officer Ho directed his gaze at Lu Mei. No. Wong Bin is particularly reclusive and never interacts with others. He is regarded as an oddity among his peers. However, he truly possesses an extraordinary talent for painting. Here, I have some of his works. Officer, please take a look. Lu Mei opened the art catalog, and Officer Ho exchanged a glance with Soo-hee, both furrowing their brows. Are you certain this was painted by Wong Bin? Officer Ho inquired, scrutinizing Lu Mei. I am certain. There's even his signature, WB. At the time, some classmates mocked his signature, calling him Wong Ba a derogatory term. However, in the second semester of his freshman year, one stormy night, Wong Bin returned to the dormitory in a frenzy, startling the police. From that day forth, his painting style changed dramatically. As they turned to the last page of the catalog, there lay a striking scene depicting a woman's death. With black and blood red splattered across the paper, the artwork dark and chilling. In stark contrast to the previous paintings, it presented an entirely different style. You mentioned Wong Bin was ill. What illness did he have? Officer Ho raised his head to ask. Wong Bin is an orphan. He had no money and never sought medical attention. Doesn't he frequently lose his mind? Most of the time, he is quite normal, save for the changes in his artistic style. Do you mind if I take a few photographs? Officer Ho inquired. Not at all. You may take the catalog with you. Over the years, other students have returned to collect their belongings, yet his items remain. As Officer Ho snapped pictures, so he suddenly asked, does Wong Bin paint with his left hand or right hand? Lu Mei turned to Soo-hee and smiled. I've mentioned he is a genius. He can use both hands to paint. However, he primarily uses his left hand, which may contribute to his uniqueness. Once outside the Fine Arts Academy and seated in the police car, Officer Ho lit a cigarette, exhaling a sigh. After all this, it still comes back to him. The 11th comic. How did it come to be? Dissociative identity disorder. Sunlight represents justice, while darkness embodies evil. Who would have thought both resided within him? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. What have we overlooked? Observing Officer Ho's furrowed brow, Soo-hee consoled him. it's not without merit. At the very least, we obtained this. Sui opened Wang Bin's art catalog to the final page and said, I have a premonition. All the answers lie within this painting. This painting, when compared to those 11 comics, lacks terror. It depicts a woman lying on the ground, surrounded by grass and trees. In the pitch-black setting, only the outline of her body is discernible, rain pouring from above, blood flowing from her body, as if it might spill off the page. Does this painting hold any significance? Officer Ho lifted the artwork, examining it in the sunlight. Unlike the 11 comics, this painting's backdrop is a rainy night. And Wang Bin's advisor mentioned that his first episode occurred on a rainy night as well. As a seasoned detective, Officer Ho instantly grasped Sui's implication. Are you suggesting that Wang Bin witnessed a murder, triggering his second identity? Sui nodded, then shook her head, saying, it's likely not that simple. If witnessing a murder could cause dissociative identity disorder, then I would have dozens of personalities by now. Officer Ho transmitted the painting back to the precinct, narrowing the time frame to the period just before Wang Bin's initial episode. Shortly thereafter, a case file arrived on his phone. This case, dating back 10 years, remains unsolved. The victim, Zhuang Ro, a 35-year-old woman, was discovered in a park near Kunyang Fine Arts Academy, with multiple knife wounds that were not fatal, but had resulted in death by exsanguination. Due to heavy rain the previous night, all traces at the scene had vanished. The following morning, upon receiving a report, the police arrived, only to find the scene compromised by onlookers. At that time, there were no surveillance cameras in the park. After a round of inquiries, no progress was made, and with no urging from the victim's family, the case went cold, becoming a mystery. When Officer Ho turned to the page listing the victim's relatives, he was taken aback to find Kai Fengwen listed as Zhuang Ro's spouse. Was it mere coincidence? They had just exited the office of Kai Fengwen, the head of the fine arts department. In the eyes of a detective, there are no coincidences, only clues. Let us go. I sensed he was not being forthright. Officer Ho stepped out of the car, prepared to confront Kai Fengwen once more, but Sui interjected. We've already raised suspicions. He'll likely be even less cooperative now. Besides, this case was unresolved a decade ago. What do you expect to uncover now? Even if Kai Fengwen were the murderer, what connection does he have to Wang Bin? Officer Ho reluctantly returned to the vehicle, saying, what do you propose we do? Let us grab a bite to eat first. Sui exited the car, pointing to a restaurant across the street. It was mealtime, and Officer Ho followed suit. After our meal, what then? Sui gazed at the entrance of the Fine Arts Academy and replied, after we eat, we shall head to Kunyang Fine Arts Academy. Chapter 68. The mask worn for too long. Sui, did I not distinguish between seeking Kai Fengwen and your suggestion to visit the art academy? There is indeed a distinction. If Kai Fengwen harbors any issues, he will not speak the truth, and we possess no evidence. Although a decade has passed, many veteran staff members still remain at the academy. Sui accompanied Officer Ho directly to the department overseeing work-study programs, where they procured the records from Wang Bin's cohort. The art major is notoriously costly. During Wang Bin and Oppo's high school years, his father succumbed to cancer, depleting all savings and incurring substantial debts, leading his mother to take her own life. It is highly peculiar for a high school student with no financial resources to choose a university major in art. Notably, Wang Bin's name was absent from the list. Where did his tuition and expenses originate? If Wang Bin possessed funds, why could he not afford medical expenses after injuring a classmate? With these two inquiries in mind, Sui and Officer Ho sought out Wang Bin and Oppo's counselor, Lu Mei. Officer, years ago, our college initiated a poverty alleviation program where each teacher and leader voluntarily chose to support a struggling student. Wang Bin's artistic talent was evident in high school, and due to familial circumstances, he could not continue his university education, thus landing him on the list of needy students. Lu Mei rummaged through a cabinet for some time before producing a list, which she handed to Officer Ho, stating, here is the list from that year, with students' names at the front and their supporting teachers at the back. Officer Ho found Wang Bin's entry and looked further back, where he discovered Kai Fengwen. Once again, it was him. Kai Fengwen financed Wang Bin and Oppo's university education. Subsequently, Kai Fengwan and Amp, Oppo's wife, Zhuang Ro, met with a tragic fate, and on the very night of her murder, Wang Bin fell ill, later being expelled from the academy for injuring a classmate. The painting Wang Bin created depicted the scene of Zhuang Ro's demise. Upon returning to the detention center, Wang Bin, his head bandaged, sat at a table, gesturing with both hands. Upon seeing Officer Ho, he abruptly ceased. Through the glass partition, Officer Ho pressed the painting against the glass. Wang Bin lifted his head, instinctively gripping the table, his expression growing increasingly menacing as he bellowed. "I know nothing. Do not pressure me. Why must you all pressure me? Who is pressuring you? Wang Bin, tell me, who is it?" Officer Ho inquired, locking eyes with Wang Bin. "Who is pressuring me? No one is pressuring me. I killed him. Officer, just execute me. I am in so much pain. I beg you." Wang Bin's face contorted in anguish as he pleaded with Officer Ho. The officer produced a photograph of Kai Fengwan, placing it against the glass. "Do you recognize him?" Suddenly, Wang Bin raised his hands to shield his head, panic-stricken. "Do not hit me. Do not hit me. I know nothing. I know nothing. Kai Fengwan assaulted you, did he not? Why did he strike you? You saw something you should not have." And he became enraged, correct? Officer Ho continued to probe. "I know nothing. I do not know. Please stop asking me. Let me die. If I die, I will be at peace." Suddenly, a hand pressed against the glass. Suhi held a photograph and said, "Your counselor is worried about you. Do you remember? When you wanted to take your life, she saved you." Gazing at Lu Mei and Oppo's photograph, Wang Bin gradually quieted, lifting his head to meet Suhi and Oppo's gaze. "It has nothing to do with my teacher. The comic is my creation. Everything is my fault. I confess." Suhi exchanged a glance with Officer Ho, both smiling. Officer Ho turned to the officers behind him and commanded, "Go to the art academy and bring Lu Mei to the police station." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin became frantic, shouting, "It has nothing to do with my teacher. It is my fault, my fault. Wang Bin, you have a good teacher. She is the only one who still cares for you. Can you bear for her to continue being wronged?" Sunontai he presidon. Wang Bin, agitated, attempted to crash against the glass, but was restrained by 2 guards. After 5 exhausting minutes, he slumped in his chair, muttering to himself, "Why must you all pressure me? The dead cannot be resurrected." He already acknowledged his wrongs. He promised me he would not kill again. Observing Wang Bin and Oppo's state, Officer Ho asked, "Who is he?" Wang Bin, "The dead cannot return, but they must not die in vain. Those who commit wrongs must bravely step forward. Tell me, what is his name?" A struggle flickered across Wang Bin and Oppo's face. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "Kai Fengwan." Uttering this name seemed to drain him of all strength. Wang Bin lifted his head, looking at Officer Ho, and recounted that stormy night. "Director Kai called me to the park. I arrived to find a woman lying on the ground, covered in blood, crying for help. Director Kai handed me a knife and instructed me to kill the woman. I was too terrified, and he struck me. He insisted I take the knife, threatening that if I revealed the truth, he would withhold my payment. I was so frightened. I ran desperately. That woman haunts my mind. Everywhere I look, she is there. I open my eyes, I close my eyes, it is always her." Upon stepping outside and sitting on a stone bench, Officer Ho turned to Suhi and asked, "How can you be certain that the person disseminating the comic is Lu Mei?" Suhi smiled and replied, "From the moment we entered the art academy." Lu Mei presented Wang Bin's portfolio, followed by the list of teachers who supported him, a document from 10 years ago. She had long prepared for this, waiting for us to come to her. If I surmise correctly, Wang Bin disclosed the murder to Lu Mei. Yet she knew he would never report it nor implicate Kai Fengwan. Thus, she orchestrated this comic murder scheme. Her objective was to lead all evidence back to Kai Fengwan, ensuring the truth of the case from a decade ago surfaced. Both Lu Mei and Kai Fengwan were brought back to the police station. Upon hearing that the investigation into Zhuang Ro's murder had been reopened, she confessed everything without reservation. Her motivation stemmed from her belief that Kai Fengwan had ruined Wang Bin. Over the years, he had often abused Wang Bin, even encouraging him to take his own life. In Lu Mei and Oppo's words, "I see Kai Fengwan every day." Witnessing his hypocritical smile, He is a murderer who has worn his mask for so long that he truly believes is his face. Lu Mei had no children. Perhaps in her eyes, Wang Bin was her child. When Lu Mei learned that Wang Bin was willing to step forward to identify Kai Fengwen, she remarked, "Officer, in my quest to punish the demon, I have become a demon myself. How utterly helpless this world is." Chapter 69. Our family's ancestral interrogation technique, the murder case surrounding the comic, has finally reached its conclusion. Lu Mei and Wang Bin will face legal judgment, while the remaining matters concerning Kai Fengwen and Appo's murder case are entrusted to Officer Ho. After all, Su He, merely a delivery worker, lacks interest in solving crimes. He has received a reward from the system amounting to 600,000 new Taiwan dollars, which, based on the current exchange rate, is approximately over 130,000 renminbi. Upon receiving Su He's message, Yu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Since the grotesque murder scene had been arranged, he had been plagued by nightmares every night. If new comics continued to emerge, he would surely be driven to despair. The following day, the filming crew resumed their work, with only Su He's final scene remaining. This scene depicted his demeanor during the interrogation and in the courtroom after his arrest. Throughout, he remained silent, wearing a smile, and, at the final moment, he even raised his middle finger towards the camera. Su He masterfully portrayed the arrogance and inner turmoil of a wealthy heir, causing director Yu Qing to rise and applaud, exclaiming, "Su He, after this drama airs, you shall be regarded as the villain in the hearts of the people." Villainous to the core. Su He merely smiled. The wickedness of this world could never be fully expressed through acting. No matter how he performed, he had only scratched the surface. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Officer Ho calling. "Hello, Officer Ho. Are you the police, or am I? Can an ordinary delivery worker like me interrogate suspects? I've already booked my flight back to the capital for tomorrow." Kai Fengwen was apprehended, yet he remained unfazed in the face of Wang Bin's testimony, asserting Wang Bin suffers from dissociative identity disorder. Do you truly believe his ramblings? The police discovered a doctor and Appo's certificate regarding Wang Bin and Appo's condition casually placed on the table in Kai Fengwen and Appo's living room. According to Wang Bin and Appo's account, Kai Fengwen had given him the murder weapon, which he buried beneath the school flower bed. However, a decade later, the police could only recover a rusted blade. Faced with this predicament, Officer Ho felt helpless. Just as Kai Fengwen was about to be released, he suddenly recalled Su He, this extraordinary delivery worker, and wondered if he could assist in uncovering irrefutable evidence to elicit a confession from Kai Fengwen. Su He, the case involving the 10 comics has been solved, and the police department previously issued a reward notice. I have applied for a reward of 1 million new Taiwan dollars for you. Officer Ho, I just remembered. My family possesses a secret ancestral interrogation technique. I'm on my way now. Prepare a small, unmonitored room. Sue. Police work adheres to regulations. We cannot act recklessly. Rest assured, Officer Ho, I won't harm him. Upon arriving at the police station, Officer Ho followed closely behind Su He, stating the existing evidence cannot incriminate Kai Fengwen. In 3 hours, we will have to release him. As per your request, he is now confined in the small room, but you must not act irresponsibly. Don Appo's. Worry. Officer Ho, just wait for my news. Opening the door, so he found the room dimly lit, indeed a small, secluded space. He swiftly approached Kai Fengwen, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Before Kai Fengwen could react, Sui poured a drop of liquid from a vial in his mouth, followed by another swift slap, declaring, "Confess for leniency, resist for severity. I advise you to confess honestly." With that, Sui turned and left, leaving Kai Fengwen bewildered, his head buzzing. "Officer Ho, he confessed. You need to interrogate him quickly. Is 10 minutes sufficient? I'm eager to return home for dinner." The truth serum only lasts for 10 minutes, and Suhi felt anxious. Officer Ho stood at the door, nearly overwhelmed by the 2 sharp slaps he had just witnessed. This audacious young man had disregarded the warning, taking action before even uttering a word. As Officer Ho prepared to enter, Suhi exclaimed again, "Confess for leniency, resist for severity. I advise you to confess honestly. Come on, let us get moving." Dinner is about to be served. To celebrate the completion of Soo Hee-S filming, director Yu Ching arranged a banquet in his honor. The police brought Kai Fong-wen back to the interrogation room to begin questioning. In the hallway, Officer Ho glared at Soo-hee, angrily stating, "Soo, do you realize what you and Amp? Oppos. V done? I told you not to act recklessly. Do you think slapping him will make him confess?" At that moment, an officer emerged from the interrogation room with a statement. "Captain Ho, Kai Fong-wen has confessed. Did you hear that? Kai Fong-wen. What did you say? He confessed?" Officer Ho incredulously took the statement, reading Kai Fong-wen and Oppos as confession. Years ago, when Zhuang Ro sought a divorce, he had been unable to accept it upon seeing her in the park. In a moment of rage, he stabbed her multiple times and later summoned Wang Bin, who was unable to act as Zhuang Ro still had life in her. Fearing that Wang Bin would report him, he fled the scene. When the police asked, "Why did Zhuang Ro want a divorce?" Kai Fong-wen replied, "At that time, I had just become the department head, and the college organized an event to support students in need. Many teachers and leaders participated, and my salary was meager. I spent half of it on Wang Bin and Oppos as education. My wife and I quarreled many times. After her father fell gravely ill, I could not afford the medical expenses, and our conflicts intensified. After her father passed away, she proposed divorce." Kai Fong-wen confessed everything, and 10 minutes later, he addressed the interrogating officers, stating, "It was that police officer who slapped me awake. After confessing, I felt so much lighter." Standing outside, Soo-hee remarked to Officer Ho, "Look, Kai Fong-wen even thanked me." "Officer Ho, are you trying to back out of the reward? Regardless, your actions were inappropriate. However, considering that Kai Fong-wen will not pursue responsibility, we shall let it slide this time. The reward of 1 million new Taiwan dollars has been approved by the chief. Provide your account number, and it shall be transferred to you." With the case resolved, Officer Ho sighed in relief, no longer pursuing the matter of Soo Hee-S assault. Reflecting on the entire incident, it was surprising to realize that the catalyst was the initiative to support underprivileged students, a chain reaction leading them deeper into despair. One could only wonder how Wang Bin would react upon hearing this tale. Perhaps everything was predestined. His life script was a tragedy from the very beginning. All is fate. Not a whit is left to chance. Chapter 70. Not me, I didn't. Don and Oppos. T-talk nonsense. What kind of treatment is it to have someone waiting as soon as you disembark from the plane? It must feel akin to the return of a dragon king, summoning 100,000 valiant warriors from Huaxia at a single command. Observing Mom Mingzhi and his companions, Soo-hee fell into deep contemplation. With 3 electric bikes before him, which one should he choose? "Soo-hee, you are rather inconsiderate. You went to Kunyang without bringing your brothers along. I've heard the girls in Kunyang are soft and adorable, each one resembling Sister Jingling. Did you have any in-depth exchanges to strengthen cross-strait relations? A few days ago, a flight to Kunyang encountered an accident. We were all on edge, but thankfully, you were on that flight." Soo-hee hopped on a Panji gang and Oppos S-bike, while Dong Yong and Mom Mingzhi assisted with his luggage. Faced with their incessant inquiries, Soo-hee proclaimed, "Tonight, all expenses will be covered by young Master Su." A cheer erupted as they sped away. With time still on his side, Soo-hee returned to the hotel and rode his electric bike to the hospital. On the hospital bed, beside Shen Yu and Oppos, as pillow, lay the gift Soo-hee had brought back from Kunyang, a signed photo of Li Yifeng, a comic of Spirited Away, and a stone he had picked up from the mountaintop of Jiufen. Yeah, you truly are greedy. Not even a smile for Li Yifeng's signed photo? But worry not. When you awaken, I shall invite him to our home. Our future abode will surely be spacious, with a grand screen opposite the sofa. You adore Hayao Miyazaki's films. I will accompany you from dawn till dusk. And if you feel hungry, we shall order takeout. I'll order takeout for a decade straight. Haha, can you imagine? This stone I retrieved from the peak of Jiufen. It nearly made me stumble. I believe it was destined, just as our first encounter was. From the very first glance, I knew you were the one. So he longed for the day when he could stand before Shun Yu and receive a choice from the system. To awaken Shun Yu, he would forsake everything. Even if it meant returning to the life of an ordinary deliveryman, he could still bring her happiness. Yet this infernal system refuses to cooperate. Returning to the capital signified that Soo-hee could once again deliver takeout. Leaving the hospital at 5 in the afternoon, he mounted his electric bike and began accepting orders. Ding! You have a new delivery order. Please handle it promptly. With his helmet on, he cared for no one, twisting the throttle and forging ahead into a promising future. With a swift maneuver, Suhi seamlessly merged into the flow of traffic. Spotting a traffic cop in the distance, he executed a clever turn into an alley. Boss, is the Mate 1 order number 45 ready yet? He called out as he skidded to a halt in front of the shop. The boss looked up. Not yet. Damn it, it's you. I've been looking for you for days. Bro, do you remember the last time you cooked for the customers in my shop? Not me. I didn't don't talk nonsense. Suhi realized his mask was improperly fitted and quickly adjusted it. The boss stepped outside, scrutinizing Suhi and focusing on a Hello Kitty sticker on his helmet, saying, "Who else could it be? Don't worry. I'm not here to cause you trouble. But you've certainly created a huge one for me. Not causing me trouble? Then perhaps we can chat." Suhi was startled, fearing a customer had fallen ill. The next day, that same customer ordered the same dishes, a dry pot of squid and a portion of spicy crayfish. Less than 10 minutes after the rider delivered them, the customer called to complain, claiming the taste was off and not as delicious as the previous day's meal. Do you think I'm being wronged here? You clearly have chef experience. With those skills, why are you delivering takeout? Come work with me. I'll pay you $8,000 a month, plus bonuses, nearly $13,000 or $14,000. So he shook his head, declining. Boss, I'm quite happy delivering takeout. Look at my shop. It's sheltered from the wind and rain, far better than being out in the elements. This salary is decent. Brother, how much do you earn delivering takeout each month? About $20,000 to $30,000. So he replied honestly. The boss looked incredulous, then laughed. Brother, you really can spin a tale. Anyway, let us set that aside for now. I genuinely want to befriend you. How about you try some dishes first? We can negotiate the price later. Boss, let us save that for another day. I'm on a delivery. Is order number 45 ready? So he collected the food and promptly departed, riding his electric bike away in a flash. The boss and Oppos, S-wife, seated nearby, remarked, he can't be just making polite conversation. Can he? Hearing this, the boss confidently replied, what nonsense. With a salary like that, he'd have to be a fool not to come back tomorrow morning. At 10:30 that night, in the Top Brother chat group, Ma Mingzhi and his friends clamored for Suhi to log off, eager to indulge in a night of revelry and carefree enjoyment. So he glanced at the messages in the group and simply replied with 2 words, arrange it. Half an hour later, 3 electric bikes arrived in succession. Just as Suhi emerged with a case of beer, he laughed, come on, lend a hand. The server called in sick, and the boss is swamped. Suhi, is this your idea of covering the entire expense? At midnight, the hour of heightened hormones, they found themselves feasting on fried noodles and beer. You're about to become a big star. If the paparazzi catch this, it'll be a scandal. So he set the beer on the table, saying, enough chatter. Are we drinking or not? If not, head back to sleep. And as for heightened hormones, how much cash do you have to fuel that? The trio promptly settled down, grabbing their beers. Ma Mingzhi chuckled. I've been craving a bite of fried noodles. I hear this place is the most authentic, with lines stretching all the way to the 5th ring. As Dong Yong cracked open a beer, he chimed in, really? I told you Suhi's a good friend. This table must be a VIP spot, not something just anyone could reserve. Panji Gang was about to make a cheeky remark when Ma Mingzhi tugged on his shirt, signaling him to be quiet. Panji Gang pulled out a stack of cash from his bag and handed it to Suhi, saying, Suhi, are you short on cash? We borrowed a bit from the station master to pay you back first, and if you're in a bind, we can borrow more later. Suhi was taken aback. He expected to be misunderstood. After the crisis on the flight to Kunyang and the murder case upon landing, even if he was thick-skinned, he still needed a vent. Yet he couldn't share these experiences, so he opted for a drunken respite. At least Ma Mingzhi and his friends considered him a brother, a call for drinks, and they were there in a heartbeat. In this day and age, how many true friends would come running at a moment's notice? You guys. Hey, did I say I wanted you to pay me back? So he casually pocketed the cash. He couldn't refuse it. After the drinks, there were plenty of foot massage parlors on the way back, and Ma Mingzhi and his friends would surely want to indulge. Boss, 3 more bowls of fried noodles. Suhi, there's a place next door selling barbecue. Barbecue isn't healthy. Let us save that for another time. No more talking. Let us raise a glass. Chapter 71. Kindred spirits in distress help. Murder. As the night deepened and the wine flowed, Soo-hee and his three companions found themselves urinating in the middle of the road. Suddenly, a woman clad in pajamas burst forth from the nearby residential complex, shouting as she ran. Hot on her heels was a man, pursuing her relentlessly. Upon reaching the four friends, the woman stumbled to the ground, as if she had found her saviors. Ma Mingzhi, shaking off his stupor, zipped up his pants and glared at the woman on the ground. What are you doing lying here in the middle of the night? Are you trying to calm me? I'm not driving. At that moment, the man caught up, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the woman. Help! Murder! Murder! Her anguished cries pierced the night. What on earth is happening? Dong-yong also hastily zipped up, retreating a few steps. How can you strike a woman and still call yourself a man? With a roar of indignation, Ma Mingzhi charged forward, pulling the man away from the woman. What business is it of yours? She's my wife. I'll hit her if I want to get out of my way, or I'll take you down too. The man's fists were bloodied, as he glared menacingly at Ma Mingzhi. Then get lost. Ma Mingzhi turned to walk away. Suddenly, Soo-hee lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to the man's face, followed by a powerful strike to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Get him! Pan-ji Gang seized a beer bottle from a nearby stall and charged at the man, shattering the bottle against his head. Blood streamed down the man and Appo's face as he clutched his head in agony. The woman had managed to rise, hiding behind the four friends. Don't be afraid. I despise scoundrels who strike women as long as we're here. He can't harm you. Ma Mingzhi stood protectively in front of her. Right? Scoundrels are the worst. Women are meant to be cherished. Just look at you, you an amp. Appo's, hardly a man. Dong-yong added. The man, seated on the ground, gradually diminished in his arrogance, his voice trembling as he confessed, she cheated on me. She brought other men home. I couldn't contain my anger and struck her. If I don't hit her, it's like I'm suffocating inside. His tears flowed freely, prompting the four to turn their gaze toward the woman. She offered an awkward smile. Thank you, brothers. Please leave. I'll take him to the hospital. Smack! Ma Mingzhi slapped the woman across the face, exclaiming, I loathe women who betray men. If I had known, you deserve to be beaten to death. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. The woman covered her face, glaring at Ma Mingzhi. Are you insane? After scolding him, she turned to help her husband, only to be shoved away by him. Get lost. I don't want to see you anymore. I want a divorce. In the end, she walked away alone. At that moment, the stall owner hurried over to tend to the man's wound, relieved that it was minor and didn't require a hospital visit. He simply wrapped a piece of gauze around it. Sitting on the steps, the man lit a cigarette. Sorry about that. Soo-hee scratched his head, realizing his intoxication was fading. Pan-ji Gang handed the man another beer bottle, saying, I can't compensate you, but let me take a hit from you, and we'll call it even. The man weighed the bottle in his hand, chuckling bitterly. I don't have your skills. If I end up hurting you, wouldn't that be unjust? Pan-ji Gang patted his head, brimming with bravado. No worries, go ahead, my head is tough. The man looked at Pan-ji Gang's demeanor and gently tapped the beer bottle against his head. All right, we're even now. You all can go. I won't pursue this any further. He then stood up and approached the stall owner. Boss, bring me a case of beer. Ma Mingzhi plopped down beside the man, opening 2 bottles and placing them on the table. Brother, we're both lost souls in this world. Let us share a drink together. The man stared, bewildered. What do you mean? His wife cheated on him too. Dong-yong chimed in, joining the scene, opening a bottle for himself. She brought her lover home, and Mahir dealt with his wife too, even going after the lover. That guy left crying, clutching his groin. Suddenly, a song filled the air, kindred spirits in distress, walking together in this sorrowful path. Perhaps it matters not who the lover is, no need to make you shed tears again. Tears streamed down Ma Mingzhi's face as he looked up at Soo-hee. That's a beautiful rendition. Don't sing again next time. Sing. Keep singing. Men must confront their wounds, be harsh on themselves. Only then will they heal swiftly. Pain is the path to wisdom. Come, brother, continue singing. We shall not leave until we are intoxicated. With reddened eyes, the man drank deeply from his bottle of beer, tears continuing to flow. Ori! Zong Zong stood up, opening another bottle of beer, laughing heartily. Now allow me to perform a 5-second whirlwind for everyone. After completing his spin, Dong Yong put an arm around Pan Jigang's shoulder. Come on, Gongzi, show our new brother your unique skill. The river's returning to the sea. Pan Jigang, with a sorrowful expression, replied, Brother Yong, I really can't hold it anymore. How about I spin one as well? As the drinking continued late into the night, it was 3:30 in the morning, and the 5 friends stood once more in the middle of the road, relieving themselves. Suddenly, a car's headlights blazed towards them. Cover your faces. Once the car passed, Ma Mingzhi laughed, Brother, you're the real deal. Tonight, we've forged a bond through adversity. From now on, we're brothers through thick and thin. What do you do for a living? The man shivered, tugging at his delivery uniform. I'm a deliverman. What about you, brother? Laughter erupted among the group, echoing into the night. Chapter 72. You may fall, but I shall continue to strive. We shall meet at the club. What the hell? Who are you? Ma Mingzhi found himself in a peculiar dream, his hand gently brushing against something. Wait, what is this fluffiness? Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to discover a stranger, a naked man, sleeping beside him. One of his legs draped over Ma Mingzhi. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Su He and his companions as they surrounded the unfamiliar man, pressing him for answers. What is your name? How did you end up in our room? The man looked utterly bewildered as he raised his head and said, Don and Appos. Do you remember me? We were drinking together last night. Ma Mingzhi exchanged glances with the others, puzzled. Was he with us last night? Sui rubbed his face and replied, I can end amp, Appos. T quite recall, but I think there was someone like him. Dong Yong stared intensely at the man and queried, Did you mooch off for drinks last night? Pan Jigang scrutinized the bandage wrapped around the man and Appos' head and remarked, What is that garish thing on your head? The man was on the verge of tears. Haha, just kidding. Look at his expression. Let us go grab breakfast. Oh no. It's already 4 in the afternoon. After preparing themselves, the group set out, splitting into 3 parties. Ma Mingzhi carried his good friend home, while Dong Yong and Pan Jigang headed out for a meal. Su He, on the other hand, bought a loaf of bread downstairs and immediately began accepting delivery orders. Ding! You have a new food delivery order. Please process it in a timely manner. After finishing a few bites of bread, Su He glanced at his phone. It was still early, with only one order, a cake delivery. Delivering cakes was always a hassle. If done well, the customers celebrated their birthday. But if not, it felt like he was celebrating his own. This order was worth 35 yuan, and the cake was quite large, requiring him to carry it with one hand. There's a rather unfortunate reality for food delivery workers. Both platforms and society demand they adhere to traffic rules, not run red lights or go against traffic. Yet, the penalties for being late and complaints often put them in a dilemma. Fortunately, Sui had access to smart navigation maps and an intelligent order assistant, allowing him to skillfully avoid red lights and choose the most efficient routes. The journey was slightly remote, and with the cake in hand, so he dared not ride too quickly. After several turns, he entered a narrow alleyway and arrived at the entrance of a grand theater. The dilapidated door had only a single brass knob remaining, and the area in front was quite tidy. So he knocked several times but received no response. So he peered through a hole in the door. Young man, what are you doing messing around here? So he was startled by the sudden voice from behind him. Turning around, he saw an elderly man leaning on a cane, glaring at him. Sir, I'm delivering food to this household. They don't answer their phone or the door. Nonsense. The Diyuan Grand Theater hasn't been inhabited for years. I suspect you're here to steal something. The old man advanced, ready to confront Su He. Just then, the door swung open. A stylishly dressed woman with short hair looked at Su He apologetically and said, I'm so sorry my phone died. Then, turning to the elderly man, she smiled and said, Grandpa Ji, it's me, Xiao Chong. Do you remember me? The old man squinted at her, puzzled. Xiao Chong? The Gu family's girl has returned? The woman took the cake from Su He's hands, saying, Thank you. After delivering the cake, Su He found himself in the midst of a bustling peak hour, with orders increasing. Today was the weekend. There were fewer orders from office buildings and more from residential areas. At 11 o'clock at night, while passing a footbridge, Su He encountered Crazy Brother, who was still live-streaming his singing. When Crazy Brother looked up and saw Su He, His eyes sparkled with excitement. Sue, it's been so long since I last saw you. Come sing a song in my live stream. Crazy brother, I'm delivering food. Suri Blaith. Still holding on to 3 more orders. Crazy brother turned, clutching his live streaming equipment, and insisted, I'll accompany you while you deliver. Is that appropriate? I'm in a hurry. Sui said while walking. It's fine, my fans love to see you. Crazy brother raised his phone towards Sue He, greeting the audience. Fans. Guess who I ran into? Haha. Many old fans should recognize him. Yes, that handsome young man from before. Sui smiled at the camera. Hello, everyone. In a live stream. A few viewers who had previously seen Sue, he instantly flooded the comments. Oh my god, the handsome guy is really delivering food. What a waste. Handsome guy, you may fall, but I shall continue to strive. We shall meet at the club. Upon entering the residential area, Sui began to ascend the stairs, with Crazy Brother panting behind him. After reaching the 4th floor, Crazy Brother could no longer keep up and stopped. Within a minute, Sui descended once more. Sui, wait for me. Are you even human? After completing the final delivery, Crazy Brother collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. While Sui appeared unfazed, Crazy Brother remarked, Sui, if you weren't delivering food, it would be a loss for Mate 1. After catching his breath, Crazy Brother set up his equipment and said, Sui, the fans want to hear you sing. It was nearly midnight, and Sui logged off the app, sitting on the ground with Crazy Brother. He smiled at the camera. All right, I'll sing a song for everyone. Just give me a moment to find the lyrics. Suddenly, the comments shifted dramatically. So scary. What is that over there? It looks like a shadow. Could it be a ghost? Dressed in red. It's too creepy at night. Sui was focused on his phone, selecting a song, while Crazy Brother stared at the screen. He then turned to look into the distance. Oh my god, Sui. There's a ghost. Following Crazy Brother's gaze, Sui noticed a figure in red near a large tree on a distant hillside, illuminated by moonlight. Though the distance made it hard to discern details, the silhouette resembled a person. Crazy Brother pulled out his second phone and began to take a picture, gradually revealing the figure's details as he zoomed in. Sui, that should be a person, right? Crazy Brother's hands trembled, his voice quavering. On the screen, a woman in a red dress hung from the tree, swaying gently in the wind. Sui, could it be someone playing a prank, hanging up a blow-up doll? Crazy Brother looked at Sui, but Sui remained frozen, fixated on the scene ahead, which terrified Crazy Brother. At that moment, Sui was presented with 2 choices. Option 1. Assist the police in solving the case and find the culprit. Reward. Mastery of dramatic arts. Option 2. Leave and go back to sleep. Reward. Mastery of embroidery. Upon seeing the word culprit, Sui understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the figure hanging from the tree was a corpse. He pulled out his phone and called Zhou Bing. Patting Crazy Brother's shoulder, he said, Stay calm. Chapter 73. You call this punishment, dear friends. This evening we stumbled upon a female corpse, hanging from a tree merely 10 meters away. The live stream of Crazy Brother has amassed 50,000 viewers, capturing the gruesome sight of the body suspended from the branches. As the news spread like wildfire, thousands flocked to the broadcast every minute. Whoever is filming, turn off your phone. No recording allowed, Zhou Bing commanded as he approached Crazy Brother. 2 officers pulled Crazy Brother aside for a reprimand, while Zhou Bing turned to Sui and inquired, What is going on? Sui gazed at the distant tree and replied, Didn't he go closer? She had refrained from approaching the scene before the police arrived, demonstrating a modicum of awareness not to disturb the crime scene. Zhou Bing nodded, handing Sui a pair of shoe covers and gloves before stepping beyond the cordon. Come in. Zhou Bing noticed Sui standing outside, motionless, and called back. As she looked at the distant red figure, her mind involuntarily recalled the woman from the Dian Grand Theater. The system had rewarded her for her proficiency in opera. There must be some connection. Donning the shoe covers, Sui followed him. Officer Zhou, is it appropriate for a delivery person like me to enter? She remarked as she walked. Zhou Bing shot her a glare, responding, Then you can leave. Well, I've come this far. I might as well take a look. The 2 soon arrived at the base of the tree. Sui peered at the corpse and froze. It was a man with long hair. It wasn't a woman in red. Rather, the man's white shirt and gray pants were soaked in crimson. The police lowered the body for photographs. Zhou Bing crouched down to inspect it, noting multiple wounds across the body. A trident dagger. The victim was drenched in blood, with the weapon having inflicted 18 precise cuts, all aimed to cause exsanguination, sparing vital areas. The forensic expert on site preliminarily concluded that the deceased had succumbed to excessive blood loss, indicating this was not the primary crime scene. The corpse had been discarded brazenly, hanging from the tree. What could be the motive behind such an act? Later, Soo-hee and Crazy Brother descended the mountain, where Crazy Brother treated Soo-hee to a late-night meal. Having only nibbled on a piece of bread earlier, Soo-hee was starved, devouring 3 bowls of rice and a bowl of soup. She looked up at Crazy Brother and asked, "Aren't you going to eat anything?" "I have no appetite." He replied, "You have quite a strong stomach. How can you eat with a corpse, a woman in red, hanging there?" Since the murder incident on set, Crazy Brother had switched to a different venue for minor roles. He hadn't anticipated encountering Soo-hee again, only to be met with another horrific murder. Under the dark sky, the haunting image of a corpse in red swaying in the moonlight sent chills down Crazy Brother's spine, making him feel as if something were lurking behind him. Soo-hee chuckled, serving herself another bowl of rice, pouring the leftover dishes into her bowl, and eating heartily. Crazy Brother remained unaware that it was a male corpse, but Soo-hee refrained from disclosing this, as the case was under police investigation and required confidentiality. "Soo-hee, has your filming completed? No director has reached out for another role? I've seen plenty of your videos online. You're somewhat of a small star now. If I were you, I wouldn't continue delivering food. Wouldn't acting be more lucrative? I have no plans for acting at the moment. I'll take things as they come," Soo-hee replied. Director Yu Ching had introduced her to several roles, but none were located in the capital. Some productions could last for months, requiring constant travel with the crew, and she didn't wish to be away from the capital for too long. The following day, Soo-hee arrived early at the police station, where Zhou Bing informed her that another male corpse had been discovered on a hillside 5 kilometers away, bearing the same method of death, a trident dagger, 18 cuts, resulting in excessive blood loss. Upon confirming the identity of the deceased and notifying the family, it was revealed that both families insisted the murderer was a man named Huang Shoujuan. The 2 cases had victims who perished nearly at the same time, yet the killer chose to hang them on trees 5 kilometers apart. What could be the rationale? And why were the victims' families so adamant that Huang Shoujuan was responsible? As the investigation deepened, the police retrieved Huang Shoujuan's record, a 47-year-old decorator residing less than 10 kilometers from both victims in Zisanki village. However, he had vanished after selling his house a month prior. The family's conviction that Huang Shoujuan was the murderer tied back to an old case from 8 years ago. Back then, while Huang Shoujuan worked away, his wife was assaulted by 7 men and subsequently took her own life by jumping into a well. The sentences ranged from 10 years and 5 months to 3 years for the assailants. The man sentenced to 10 years and 5 months had received multiple reductions for good behavior and was released 3 months ago. On his release day, he hosted a banquet where the 7 men mocked Huang Shoujuan's wife, a fact known to many. While the police sought Huang Shoujuan, further reports emerged that the remaining 5 perpetrators from the original assault had all disappeared. Soon, another body was discovered, similarly hanging from a tree, blood pooling beneath. The corpse riddled with holes. Zhou Bing's expression darkened as he speculated that the remaining 4 men had likely met a grim fate. Indeed, within the hour, 3 more reports came in. 3 more had been murdered. The police deployed all available forces to search for Huang Shoujuan near the dumping grounds of the victims. So far, 1 man remained unaccounted for. Su Zhibong, sentenced to 10 years and 5 months. While other officers scoured the vicinity for the suspect, Soo-hee sat in the office, pondering the gathered evidence. If one were to connect the dumping sites of the 6 victims on a map, they formed a perfect circle, with Huang Shoujuan's home at the center. The distances among the victims were minimal, creating a circle. Where could Su Zhibong be? Had he also fallen victim? Fixating on the circle's center, Soo-hee picked up her phone. "Hello, Officer Zhou. Huang Shoujuan is likely near his wife's grave." Zhou Bing hurriedly drove to Zisanki village, arriving to find a large crowd gathered. In a desolate field, Huang Shoujuan grasped a man's arm, bloodied and desperate, yet still alive, gazing helplessly at the mound of earth before him. "Huang Shoujuan," Zhou Bing shouted as he sprinted forward, gun drawn. "I advise you to surrender." It is not too late. They have faced justice for their actions. Justice? Huang Shoujun retorted. My wife's life is gone, yet they live on. And you call this justice? They feast and celebrate, mocking my wife. Do you think I will let this go? Yes, the law has its stipulations. But must my wife have been defiled by these beasts? She took her life. 8 years, 2,954 days. I have yearned to join her. But I must give her a reckoning. I am her husband. With that, Huang Shoujun plunged the trident dagger into Su Zhibong's heart before turning it upon himself. Huang Shoujun. Zhou Bing stood frozen, watching as Su Zhibong breathed his last. Huang Shoujun coughing blood, and shouted, Call for an ambulance. Huang Shoujun smiled, gazing at Zhou Bing, and said, Officer, I believe I can see my wife. Chapter 74. Surely, the elderly gentleman who collects bottles earns more than this. Inside the police station, Suhi received a reward from the system, as well as information relayed from the police. With a sigh, he departed on his electric bike. This world ought not to be this way. Yet it has become so. What more can be done? Suhi refrained from accepting delivery orders, aimlessly pedaling through the streets, listening to the many discussions regarding the murder committed by Huang Shoujun. Some deemed his actions excessively radical, while others praised him as a good husband. As he continued riding, Suhi found himself inexplicably drawn to the Diyuan Grand Theater. After witnessing numerous homicides, he had begun to grasp the system and Oppo's rules. Ever since delivering a cake to Ms. Gu, followed by receiving a reward in opera expertise, he had discerned that an already occurred or impending murder would revolve around her. Recalling Ms. Gu's gratitude upon receiving the cake, he felt compelled to take action. Perhaps he could prevent a murder. He did not wish to encounter her cold, lifeless body next time. At the entrance, a large poster announced auditions for Peking opera performers. Inside, the melodious strains of a warm-up echoed. Su Longfu treated me with utmost affection. In joy, we celebrate. In sickness, we support each other. In solitude, we keep each other company, only to discover such tastes in the world. Not in vain did I traverse Jiang in this time. The door stood wide open as Suhi lingered at the threshold. Ms. Gu, with her back turned to him, sang a brief segment from the Peking opera The Legend of the White Snake in front of a bronze mirror. Upon finishing, she turned to Suhi, her expression one of confusion. Are you the delivery boy who brought the cake yesterday? Is there something you need? Suhi smiled gently, responding, Ms. Gu, hello? I am here to audition for the role of a Peking opera performer. Ms. Gu stared at him in astonishment, eyeing the handsome man clad in a delivery uniform and helmet. Encourage the emperor to drink and listen to the song of you, to alleviate his sorrow with a graceful dance. Winning over the tyrants, seizing the realm, heroes rise from all corners, stirring conflicts. It has been said since ancient times, success and failure hinge on a fleeting moment. Savoring wine, one may find solace in the splendid tent. Suhi sang a piece to Ms. Gu. Remarkable. I had no idea you sang so beautifully. The monthly salary is 2,500. Please come to report tomorrow. Ms. Gu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Goodness. Even capitalists would weep. In this vast capital, you offer a salary of 2,500. Surely the old man collecting bottles earns more than that? Noticing Suhi frown, Ms. Gu replied, My grandfather said that when he worked at Diyuan Grand Theater, his monthly salary was only 800. I also inquired at other theaters, and the pay was similar. Once we start selling tickets, I promise to share the profits with you. With that, Ms. Gu gazed at Suhi with eager anticipation. I am available from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. each day. I want an amp, oppos, tea come every day. The salary is secondary. I simply adore opera. Understood. That works. Welcome to Diyuan Grand Theater. My name is Gu Chong. What is yours? Sui. As Sui entered the theater, he noted its cleanliness, albeit with broken doors and windows. A glance revealed accumulated water and weeds inside. Sui, you are now the second member of Diyuan Grand Theater. Come, let us clean together, Ms. Gu said, handing him a broom that leaned against a stone pillar, while she carried a basin of water and a cloth to wipe the tables. Sui swept through the theater, observing the spacious courtyard ahead, flanked by private rooms and 2 rows of buildings. The front ones appear to be for the performers to apply makeup and change costumes, while the rear served as living quarters. One room, filled with belongings, likely belonged to Ms. Gu. Ms. Gu, did you finish that enormous cake all by yourself yesterday? Why would you order such a large cake for just you? From now on, just call me Gu Chong. I ordered that cake online for my birthday yesterday, and I had no idea it would be so large. It cost over 2,000. Sui felt a bit bemused. The salary Ms. Gu offered was merely equivalent to the price of a single cake. In their casual conversation, Sui learned more about Ms. Gu's background. She had relocated abroad with her family at the age of 10 to fulfill her grandfather and aunt, Oppo's wish. She resolved to revitalize the UN Grand Theater and restore its former glory. However, Sui hesitated to dampen her enthusiasm, as opera had long faded in this era, with few willing to purchase tickets for a show. Her grandfather's dreams were bound to remain unfulfilled. At 25 years old, Ms. Gu had left this place 15 years ago. What sort of murder case would she become entangled in? While cleaning, Sui diligently searched every nook and cranny but found no corpse, indicating that the murder had yet to occur. It remained uncertain what role Ms. Gu would play, perpetrator or victim. However, her innocent demeanor suggested she was unlikely to be the killer. At noon, Ms. Gu ordered takeout. When Sui opened the door for the delivery person, he exclaimed, "Your takeout? Goodness, a colleague." The meal, costing over 800, included 2 steaks and 2 servings of fries, with no rice in sight. Fortunately, Sui was not picky. He devoured the steak without the need for utensils. In contrast, Ms. Gu savored her meal slowly, piece by piece, while Sui found her pace intolerable and retreated to tidy up the room. In the afternoon, Sui suggested to Ms. Gu to hire a few part-time workers for assistance. She mentioned a rate of 100 per hour, prompting Sui to summon Ma Mingzhi and 2 others. "Sui, what is going on? When did you start a cleaning business? Honestly, are you harboring romantic intentions? A young woman alone in such a large courtyard in the capital. You wouldn't be contemplating a real estate venture, would you? Don't listen to their nonsense. Sui, introduce me to that young lady. I'm willing to endure the hardship." As the 3 men pulled Sui into a small room, they exchanged playful banter before beginning their cleaning tasks. Given that Ms. Gu was quite affluent, they worked until nearly 8 p.m. Afterwards, Ms. Gu insisted on ordering takeout to treat everyone, and Sui firmly requested that rice be included this time. Before long, the delivery person arrived with bags in hand. Staring at the 4 takeout workers gathered around the table, bewildered. "Hey guys, what's the situation here? Have you fallen from grace or struck it rich? Mind your own business regarding the affairs of the wealthy. Buddy, could you do me a favor and take the trash bags out when you leave? I'm just too exhausted to move." Ma Mingzhi slumped in his chair. Cleaning was far more taxing than delivering takeout, requiring constant bending and lifting. Were it not for Ms. Gu's generous payment, they would have refused to do it. After dinner, the group departed, with time still on their side. They accepted a few more orders, returning to the inn only in the early hours of the morning. Chapter 75. On such a sweltering day, how can it be cooler inside than out? The following morning, Sui awoke to discover that Ma Mingzhi was missing. Upon checking the order back end, she found that he had already delivered 8 orders. Ma Gu has been acting a bit strangely lately, starting to deliver takeout early in the morning, and he hasn't even watched the live broadcast at night. Could he have been possessed? Sui mused while washing up. Pan Ji Gang entered the bathroom, interrupted her thoughts as he relieved himself, and replied, "Hey, it's all because his daughter wants to study here in the capital. Let me share a secret, but don't tell anyone else. Ma Gu's wife was abandoned by her previous lover, and now she wants to reconcile with him." After finishing her teeth brushing, Sui turned to use the toilet, puzzled. Did Ma Gu agree to that? Well, I wouldn't know. Anyway, damn it, Sui, you're splattering everywhere. Stepping out of the bathroom, she found Dong Yong getting dressed. "Brother Yong, do you know about Ma Gu and Oppo's situation?" "No idea. He doesn't tell me anything besides drinking." "When Oppo's up? His wife wants to reconcile." "Damn, I told you to keep it a secret." "No worries, Brother Yong isn't an outsider." After breakfast, just as Sui donned her helmet and prepared to take orders, her phone rang. "Hello, this is Officer Zhou Bing from the criminal police team. May I ask about your relationship with Gu Chong?" "Hello, Sui." Sui's mind went blank. Something had happened to Gu Chong. Why would Officer Zhou call? Could she possibly still be alive? On the other end, Zhou Bing stared at the contact name on his phone. Number 2. This number 2 turned out to be Su He. Su He, how do you know Gu Chong? Hello, Sue. Officer Zhou, how did she die? The preliminary examination by the coroner suggests suicide. Impossible, Su He exclaimed, causing several nearby individuals to glance over. Just yesterday, Gu Chong had been in high spirits, recounting her grandfather's glorious tales, sharing how she began learning opera at the age of 4, determined to restore the former vibrancy of the Deliveryman Grand Theater. She loved life, harbored dreams. How could she have suddenly taken her own life? Are you going to move, or what? Stop blocking the road. A man in a car behind her yelled out. Sui shot him a glance and raised her middle finger, riding off towards the Deliveryman Grand Theater. At the entrance of the theater, she stared at a poster advertising auditions for Peking opera actors, lost in thought. Gu Chong was gone, and she still had so many dreams unfulfilled. Surely, she must have felt a deep regret at the moment of her passing. Sue, you cannot be involved in this case, and neither can your 3 friends who are already at the Public Security Bureau. Your fingerprints and footprints were found in the theater. I hope you understand. Zhou Bing emerged and addressed Su He. Understand? Officer Zhou, you said it was a suicide? With our fingerprints and footprints, you suspect us now? Gu Chong did not commit suicide. I can assure you she would never take her own life. I hope you can uncover the truth. Su He turned and headed towards the police car. Let us go. To the Public Security Bureau. After all, I'm a suspect. Zhou Bing sighed and gestured for the officers to drive. On the road, the police officer driving glanced in the rearview mirror and said, Su He, Zhou team leader has no choice. This is the directive from the Bureau. Some speculate that you're trying to achieve a perfect crime. Utter nonsense. A perfect crime? Here I am, sitting in a police car, on my way to the interrogation room. How is this perfect? My fingerprints and footprints are everywhere in the theater. Is that perfect? My girlfriend, ugh. I can't even deal with this right now. Drive faster. I need to pee. The officer in the passenger seat interjected. Su He, please mind your language. We believe in you, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly. We have our police protocols. All right. I won't say anything more. Betrayal of kindness and gratitude. The officers exchanged exasperated sighs. Su He was always causing a ruckus. Wherever there was a crime scene, he seemed to appear, and then he would flip the script, assisting the police in solving cases. Yet he refused to become an officer himself, opting instead to deliver takeout. After a few minutes, Su He added, repaying kindness with malice, ungrateful. The officers turned to see Su. He had even searched for synonyms of betrayal of kindness online. Cough, cough. Su He, hand over your communication devices. Take them. Not like there's anything left to say. Upon arriving at the Public Security Bureau, Su He walked confidently towards the interrogation room. The officers hurried to stop him, saying, Su, Team Leader Zhou said you don't need to go to the interrogation room. You can just make a statement outside. Don't be ridiculous. The police have their rules. I'm familiar with the process, and besides, on such a hot day, how can it be cooler outside than inside? So he opened the interrogation room door himself, sat down, locked it, and handed the key to the officers, saying, Here, take it. Don't let me escape. Reluctantly, the police had no choice but to take his statement in the interrogation room. However, Su He answered every question with great seriousness, recounting every detail from when he received the takeout orders to his audition for a Peking opera actor, even cleaning the premises. He even sang a segment from Chisang Town. Forgetful of kindness, you scoundrel, my fate is bound to the long pavilion, sending you off while expressing my heartfelt sentiments. Who would know that you have lost your conscience? After exiting the interrogation room, an officer pulled out his phone. Hello, Team Leader Zhou. Su He is quite resentful. All right, understood. Tell him to drink more hot water. Zhou Bing hung up and turned to the corner beside him. When was the time of death? Between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. Why would she be wearing a costume at such an hour? I've examined her entire body 3 times. There is only one wound on her wrist, and the knife bears only her fingerprints. The angle of the wound and the direction of the fingerprints suggest a suicide. Team Leader, after all these years, do you still not trust my keen eye? The wounds from a murder and a suicide are not the same. Take the body back for a more thorough examination. Zhou Bing stood on the stage, gazing at the empty courtyard. Why would a woman, dressed in costume at 3 in the morning, commit suicide on stage? What hidden truths lie behind this? Su He's assertion that it was impossible for Gu Chong to have taken her own life What did he know? What secrets did he hold? Team leader, there's half a footprint here. Chapter 76. Perhaps she thought I was quite foolish. The deceased, Gu Chong, a 25-year-old woman, returned to the country from Switzerland 3 days prior. She was discovered at 8:05 this morning by a neighbor walking their dog. The front door was ajar, revealing Gu Chong in her theatrical costume on the stage. The preliminary cause of death was ruled as suicide. At the scene, numerous fingerprints and footprints belonging to Su He and his friends were found, and, in conjunction with their testimonies and the estimated time of death, their suspicions could largely be dismissed. Moreover, an unidentified footprint was discovered at the edge of the stage, showing signs of being wiped clean, leaving only half of it, which could be inferred to belong to a size 42 men's leather shoe. With just this fragmentary evidence, it seemed unlikely that this was a mere act of suicide. Zhou Bing concluded his remarks and took a seat. At this moment, the director inquired, "Have we contacted Gu Chang's relatives?" Another officer responded, "Gu Chang's parents passed away 5 years ago. 3 months ago, her only remaining relative, her grandfather Gu Heshuan, also succumbed to illness." Gu Heshuan was a renowned master of the Gu School of Opera in the 1960s, excelling in various roles. His performances at the Diyuan Grand Theater were immensely popular, but for reasons unknown, the family relocated and fell off the radar. It was evident that deducing homicide solely from half of an indistinct footprint was insufficient. At this juncture, someone suggested, could it be that Gu Chong, having lost her family, fell into depression and chose to take her own life? Given her upbringing with Gu Heshuan, perhaps she returned here to end her life? However, based on descriptions from Su He and others, Gu Chong was characterized as an outgoing and life-loving individual. In her room, we found her plans for the future of the Diyuan Grand Theater, which did not suggest a purposefully orchestrated return for suicide. The police were currently examining Gu Chong and Oppos as possessions, but thus far, no suicide note or other significant items have been located. A brief silence enveloped the meeting room before the director suddenly raised his head and asked, "What is Su He doing now?" "Sleeping," someone replied. The director lightly tapped the table and instructed, "Let us begin by reviewing the nearby surveillance footage to identify any suspicious individuals. As for Su He, since he's been cleared of suspicion, if he wishes to investigate, let him proceed." The Diyuan Grand Theater was nestled within an old alley, surrounded by dilapidated houses where only a few elderly residents remained, making it challenging to find any surveillance cameras. Stepping out of the meeting room, Zhou Bing approached Su He, who was lazily reclining in a chair. "The Bureau has approved your assistance in the investigation. Rise and cease your pretense of slumber." Su He remained still, prompting Zhou Bing to turn and leave. "If you're unwilling, so be it." "Wait." Su He suddenly sat upright, exclaiming, "I want to see the case files." Zhou Bing turned back, glaring at him. Su He scratched his head and requested, "Officer Zhou, could you please let me look at the files?" Zhou Bing placed the documents on the table and remarked, "I nearly forgot something. Gu Chong had you saved in her phone as number 2. What does that mean?" Su He's hand hovered in midair, momentarily stunned, before he replied, "Perhaps she thought I was quite foolish." Turning to the first page, a striking photograph of Gu Chong in her theatrical costume caught his eye. Dressed as Yu from Farewell, My Concubine, Gu Chong sat there, blood trickling from her wrist. Her head bowed, with a green fruit knife lying beside her. A green fruit knife. Just yesterday, while cleaning, Gu Chong had taken a delicate knife from her room. The knife in the photograph was a common, inexpensive plastic fruit knife found in supermarkets. Gu Chong was a wealthy young woman. She would not purchase such a knife. The fruit knife bore only Gu Chong and Oppos as fingerprints. Flipping to the second page, there was a close-up of Gu Chong and Oppos as face, which did not display anguish or distortion, but rather sorrow, her tears having marred her makeup. Had Gu Chong wept from the pain of her wounds or from deeper inner torment? As he continued to examine the pages, aside from the half footprint, no further clues emerged. After informing Officer Zhou about the fruit knife, Su He departed from the police station. At the entrance, Ma Mingjie and 2 companions were waiting on electric bicycles. Upon seeing Su He, they hurriedly asked, "Su He, what happened? How could Miss Gu have committed suicide? Who told you it was suicide?" Sui retrieved the electric bicycle that the police had brought back, saying, "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Go deliver your takeout." With that, Sui rode off. As he turned a corner, he noticed Ma Mingzhi and his friends trailing behind, prompting him to stop. "I'm fine, you all should get back to your tasks. Let us drink tonight." "Su-hee, is it possible that Miss Gu was murdered? If so, I cannot enjoy that drink. Are you planning to find the culprit? We'll accompany you. There is safety in numbers." "Find the culprit? Based on just half a footprint?" Su-hee replied, exasperated. "Enough already. It is the police's responsibility to catch the perpetrator. Do not complicate matters. I have deliveries to attend to." So he pulled out his phone and accepted 2 delivery orders, genuinely heading out to deliver. After completing the 2 orders, he arrived at the entrance of the UN Grand Theater. The entrance was cordoned off with police tape, and the door bore the seal of the Public Security Bureau. The poster advertising auditions for Peking opera actors had already been torn down. Not far away, a few elderly women were gathered in conversation. As Sui rode past them, he overheard their discussion about the theater being haunted. "This place is truly eerie. It closed down after someone died here. Indeed, they say it's haunted." The villagers dare not approach upon noticing Su-hee. The women fell silent. He flashed a smile and asked, "Ladies, I am a delivery person. Is there an elderly gentleman with white hair, leaning on a cane, surnamed G around here?" "Old G. Just walk down the alley through 3 intersections, take a left, and continue straight. There's a large magnolia tree in front of his house. But at this hour, he is usually out for a stroll." "Thank you, ladies. I just overheard your rather chilling conversation about suicides and ghosts. Surely there are no such things as ghosts in this world. Handsome, don't dismiss it so easily. That the UN Grand Theater is truly cursed. A child from our village went missing, and that night, during a heavy rain, a woman dressed in costume was seen singing on that stage. Many witnessed it, and then she vanished in an instant. The child was found behind the theater, and upon returning home, fell gravely ill. I tell you, many have perished here, all singers. Handsome, you're quite striking. Are you married? I have a niece, 22 years old, who would make a wonderful match for you. Zhao Jia, your niece weighs over 200 pounds. Handsome, my daughter is beautiful and in great shape. How can you speak so? If you're looking for a wife, choose one with a sturdy frame. It's more worthwhile." As tensions rose among the women, Sui hastily excused himself. "Ladies, I must be off. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." Chapter 77. Dear Sir, are you about to tell me a ghost story? As the sun dipped below the horizon and swallows returned to their nests, the elderly Mr. G ambled back, leaning on his cane. "Grandfather, you have returned." Sui called out. Mr. G glanced over, turned, and fled, mumbling, "I knew it would and damp. Oppos. TB, that's simple. The murderer has come to silence me." "Grandfather, where are you off to again?" Sui pursued him on his electric bike. Out of breath, Mr. G halted and glared at Su-hee. "Don and Oppos. T, get cocky. Lazy has already taken care of you. Your end is inevitable. Please, calm down and catch your breath against the wall." "Why would I be cocky? What does the police have to do with this?" Sui dismounted to assist Mr. G, who suddenly tensed and closed his eyes. "Grandfather, please don't frighten me." "Hold on." Sui supported Mr. G with one hand while pinching his philtrum with the other. With his eyes glazed, Mr. G gasped for air. "Are you all right, grandfather?" Seeing Mr. G gradually regain composure, Sui breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you trying to push me to my demise?" Mr. G inquired, gazing at Su-hee. Sui was taken aback. "Grandfather, you mustn't speak of death. I merely came to inquire about the Yuan Grand Theater." "Do not worry, young man. I am well aware of the rules of the street. I shall not speak of this to anyone. The reason I have survived this long is that I never meddle in others' affairs. We have never crossed paths," Mr. G promised, thumping his chest. "Why do those words sound so familiar? Surely, grandfather does not suspect me of being the murderer of Gu Chong?" "Grandfather, you misunderstand. I'm not the killer aiming to silence you. It is the police who sent me to ask about the Yuan Grand Theater. Cool me. Let me help you back inside. You must have enjoyed sports in your youth. Those few quick steps earlier were impressive, nearly rivaling Lucian." Sui assisted Mr. G into his home, only to find that Mr. G had shut the door behind him. "Grandfather, I assure you I am not a villain. Do not try to ensnare me. With your little tricks, who do you think you are fooling?" Mr. G, now sounding robust, replied from behind the door. Grandfather, I genuinely wish to inquire about something. Gu Chang from the Yuan Grand Theater was my friend. She left this world without a reason. Do you truly believe it was suicide? So he took a seat at the door. You did not kill her? Mr. G opened the door to scrutinize Suhi. Absolutely not. We were friends. You saw me that day. I brought her a cake. Then come inside. Mr. G glanced around cautiously, resembling a spy on a secret mission. Once Suhi entered, he locked the door. The room was dim. After fumbling for a couple of minutes, Mr. G ignited an oil lamp. Grandfather, you're not about to regale me with ghost stories, are you? In the softly flickering light, the atmosphere grew thick with suspense. Young man, this is no ghost story. There truly are spirits at the Yuan Grand Theater. In my youth, it was not yet called the Yuan Grand Theater, merely a small courtyard with a makeshift stage. Oddly enough, on that day, a troupe had set up to perform, and the audience was bustling, lively, while the stage presented Farewell, My Concubine. At the final moment, Yu drew her sword and took her own life. Can you guess what happened next? She died? Sword played. Mr. G paused for a moment, then affirmed, indeed. At that moment, Xiang Yu was still on stage, distraught. While attendants assisted Yu off the stage, blood spilling across the performance area. But that was not the most eerie part. That very night, a great fire consumed the theater, claiming the lives of all the actors. Noticing Su He's lack of reaction, Mr. G continued. Years later, another troupe arrived, rebuilding the theater on the same spot and naming it the Yuan Grand Theater. The new theater flourished, and the renowned master Gu Heshuan captivated audiences, his performances rivaling those of stars on television. However, after a few years of peace, strange occurrences resumed. Each day, one or two individuals would perish within the theater. Even the doctors could not ascertain the cause. Within half a month, few remained alive. Gu Heshuan fled with his family overnight. It has been so many years that I cannot recall precisely how many. We all speculated that they had met their demise on the road until that day when the little girl from the Gu family opened the door. I sensed trouble brewing. The villagers dared not enter that courtyard. A few years ago, an outsider stumbled into our village at night and accidentally found his way into the Yuan Grand Theater. The following day, he proclaimed to everyone and Amp, Oppos, that performance last night was magnificent. And Amp, Oppos, when asked which play, he replied it was an Amp, Oppos, Farewell, My Concubine, and Amp, Oppos. Later, the mental health facility came, claiming he had escaped, and took him back. Grandfather, your final tale had a rather abrupt twist. Sui had intended to gather information regarding the mysteries of the Yuan Grand Theater, only to find himself ensnared in a series of ghost stories, none of which were particularly frightening, save for the unsettling appearance of Mr. G's face illuminated by the flickering lamp. Young man, I advise you to cease your inquiries. Some things cannot be explained. Be wary of attracting misfortune. Suddenly, the oil lamp extinguished. Since I, alongside the great king, embarked on countless campaigns, enduring the trials of wind and frost year after year, my only regret is the tyrannical Qin, which brought suffering to the people, causing endless hardship. The haunting voice of Yu from and Oppos, Farewell, My Concubine, and Oppos, filled the air as Mr. G seized Su He's hand, saying, Do not be alarmed. It is merely my phone ringing. Hello, son. Yes, I've eaten just about asleep. After hanging up, Mr. G remarked, at my age with high blood pressure, my son reminds me daily to take my medicine. As Sui stood to leave, Mr. G reignited the oil lamp and said, It has been ages since anyone conversed with me. Young man, on your way home, do not look back. I do not believe in your superstitions. You cunning old man. So he mounted his electric bike and sped off without a backward glance. There is no fear in young people boasting, but one must dread the ghost stories recounted by the elderly. Chapter 78, The Old Man and Amp. Oppos. Ghost Stories, Dawn and Amp. Oppos. To be afraid, truly eerie. Sui lay motionless on the rooftop. After leaving the alley, he had scavenged a set of black clothes from a street vendor and returned to the Yuan Grand Theater. Climbing a tall tree, he carefully stepped on the wall and reached the rooftop, where he had a clear view of the entire courtyard. The courtyard was eerily silent, and on the stage, a dark stain of blood left by Gu Chang was faintly visible in the night. As time ticked away, Suhi remained as still as a corpse. his eyes wide open with anticipation. Even if ghosts truly existed, he was determined to witness them firsthand. Gradually, fatigue began to weigh upon him, his eyelids growing heavier. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, a sudden clattering sound pierced the stillness, and two figures appeared on stage. In that fleeting moment, a chill ran down his spine, yet his gaze remained sharp and focused. "Dad, the police have arrived. Can't we wait until the commotion dies down?" "No. Your mother can't sleep if I don't sing her a tune every night when the day comes that I can no longer sing. You and T have to worry. Then please hurry, I'll fetch a stool with that." One of the figures lifted the curtain behind the stage, moved a board aside, and descended. Shortly after, he returned with a stool and sat upon the stage. The other figure stepped aside, adjusting his grip on a long sword. Circling the stage a few times before he began to sing, "Encourage the king to drink and listen to the songs of you, to ease his sorrows with a graceful dance." Wang Qin's tyranny shattered the realm. Heroes rise in four directions, ready for war. As the ancients say, success and failure can change in an instant. So take heart, relax, and enjoy the feast. As he sang, the single sword transformed into two, and upon finishing, he added, "My dear, sleep early." The other individual swiftly wiped away the footprints on the ground. With the curtain drawn, the two vanished from the stage, leaving the atmosphere tranquil once more. Sui waited for another half hour before cautiously descending, disappearing into the night. Back at the inn, he lay on his bed, wide awake. As images of the stage replayed in his mind, the man performing was none other than Old Man Ji. Sui had focused all his attention on Gu Chong, completely overlooking Old Man Ji, whom he had encountered just once. He never imagined that this elderly man, with his gray hair and cane, could be the culprit. Regret, self-reproach. Sui struggled to quell the turmoil within him. This was the first time he had wanted to save someone. He knew a murder was imminent, yet he had failed to prevent it. Reflecting on the events, he recalled that he had only met Old Man Ji once before Gu Chong's incident. He sighed. Perhaps it was fate, unchangeable. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Officer Zhou. "Officer Zhou, I have new findings. I will inform you tomorrow." He then turned off his phone and went to sleep. The next morning, Officer Zhou stood at the inn's entrance. "Good morning, Officer Zhou. You look rather exhausted. Did you not sleep well last night?" As Sui stepped out, he encountered a stern-faced Zhou. "Why was your phone turned off?" Zhou asked directly. "To improve my sleep quality," Sui replied. "Fine. I'll want to argue with you. Let us find a quiet place for breakfast." In the police car, they ate buns and drank soy milk. Zhou prompted, "So what did you discover?" "I found the murderer." "What?" Zhou paused, bun in hand, astonished. "You discovered the murderer last night? Why tell me only now? Who is it? Where are they?" Sui took a sip of soy milk before responding slowly. "I feared that if I told you last night, you wouldn't be able to sleep. The murderer is Old Man Ji. I don't know his full name, but he has a son living in the alley near Diyuan Grand Theater." He recounted everything he had witnessed the previous night to Zhou. "Are you suggesting we act tonight and catch them in the act?" Zhou inquired. Sui nodded, finishing the last of his bun before saying, "Officer Zhou, we can go alone tonight. I need to deliver some takeout first." While visiting neighbors near Diyuan Grand Theater, many spoke of ghostly occurrences. Each night, they claimed to hear eerie singing, which the police had dismissed as mere folklore, unaware that someone was performing on stage in the dead of night. As Sui emerged into the traffic, Zhou sighed. Sometimes he admired Sui for lying on the roof of a haunted house at night, all for a friend he had known for only 2 days. Gu Chong had no family or friends in the country, and even her body and belongings were to be handled by the police. In this world, Sui was the only one still concerned for her. "Hello, Xiao Zhao. Arrange for an emergency meeting at the bureau. I'll be back shortly." Capturing the suspects was not something he could undertake alone. Since he was aware of the situation, he needed to report it to the bureau. That night, Sui called Zhou and then quietly approached the perimeter of the Yuan Grand Theater. Spotting a dozen officers lying on the ground, he found Zhou and remarked, "Officer Zhou, why bring so many people? This isn't a brawl." Zhou glanced at Sui and replied, "They're providing cover outside. You and I will go in." Sui led Zhou in through the trees and over the wall to the theater, where they crouched behind the stage, patiently waiting. Minutes turned to hours, and suddenly a hand covered Sui's mouth. He jolted awake, seeing Zhou signaling for silence. On stage, two figures emerged. They remained silent until the singing began. Behold the king sleeping soundly in his tent, while I stand outside, lost in sorrow. I move forward standing in the wild, and gaze upward to see the moon's clear light. Zhou gestured to Su He, and like a tiger pouncing on its prey, they charged forward. Zhou seized Old Man G's arm, pinning him to the ground, shouting, "Don't move, police." Sui lunged at Old Man G's son, striking him with a swift slap to the face, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling, then straddled him, warning, "Move, and I'll slap you again." Still reeling, the two assailants were swiftly surrounded by more than a dozen officers who burst through the door. "Take them away." Sui stepped onto the stage, pulling back the curtain to reveal a large hole. Zhou handed him a flashlight, and Sui stepped aside, saying, "After you, Officer Zhou." Suddenly, a mournful voice echoed from behind. "My dear, sleep early." Turning around, Sui saw Old Man G glaring at him, grinning. "Young man, watch your step on the way down." Old Man G was taken away by the police, and Zhou turned to Su He, questioning, what did he mean? "It's nothing. Old Man G loves to tell ghost stories to frighten people. Don't be afraid. You go down first." Chapter 79. All was lost. Even the shoes were gone. "Su He, what are you doing?" Zhou Bing descended to the bottom of the pit, only to find Su He frozen in place, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at him. "Could she be afraid?" Zhou Bing chuckled. "Then you might as well stay up there. I shall venture ahead to take a look." Upon reaching the cavern's depths, Zhou Bing discovered the space was expansive and pressed onward. "Officer Zhou, hurry up." As soon as Su He finished her sentence, a muffled sound echoed from below, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire. Panicking, Su He called down, "Officer Zhou, are you all right?" Silence ensued. She seized a flashlight from a nearby officer and leapt into the abyss. The darkness enveloped her. It was pitch black, and she could not see her hand before her. As she flicked on the flashlight and advanced deeper, the walls were lined with stones, indicating that this was not a hastily dug tunnel, but rather a concealed passage constructed during the theater and Oppo's building. Not far ahead, she encountered a bend. Illuminating the area with her flashlight, she froze. There lay a police boot, and blood stained the ground. All was lost. Even the shoes were gone. Following the trail of blood, she suddenly spotted a flicker of light ahead. "Officer Zhou, is that you?" she inquired. No response came, but the light wavered, prompting her to sprint forward. There, she beheld a figure clad in theatrical garb, straddling Officer Zhou and throttling him. "Damn it!" she cursed as she charged forward. The assailant, noticing her approach, released his grip, hurled a handful of dirt at her, and fled. Instinctively, Sui shut her eyes. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded, and she collapsed to the ground, not from a gunshot, but from striking her head against a stone. Lying there, her head ringing, the flashlight tumbled from her grasp, casting but a faint glow. "Cough, cough." "Suhi, are you all right?" Officer Zhou inquired as he retrieved the flashlight and aimed it at her face. Her visage was smeared with blood and dirt, yet she managed to smile. "Officer Zhou, you're alive." At that moment, several officers rushed over her, and Suhi promptly lost consciousness. "One person should escort Suhi up. The rest will pursue. Do not worry about me." Officer Zhou, shining the flashlight on his abdomen, discovered blood had thoroughly soaked his clothing. Lifting the hem, he saw his intestines were nearly protruding. "Captain," at the Capital People's Hospital, in a private room, Suhi awoke, staring at the ceiling light, exhaling a sigh. "How'd I end up hitting the wall?" Last night, just as Officer Zhou descended, 3 choices materialized before her eyes. Option 1. Assist the police in capturing the perpetrator. Reward: mastery of the piano. Option 2. Remain above. Reward: mastery of Go. Option 3. Allow other officers to descend. Reward: mastery of Gamoku. For a fleeting moment, Suhi thought there was a glitch in the system. The culprit had already been captured, and the old man G and his son had been taken by the police. Suddenly, she realized her mistake. The real assailant was someone else. By the time she shouted to Zhou Bing, it was too late. In her mind and damp, Oppo's SI, she recalled a figure in theatrical garb, portraying the role of the king of Chu from Farewell, My Concubine. The darkness below had obscured the person's face. Who was this individual? Why had they appeared there? While Suhi was lost in thought, a nurse entered, announcing, "You're awake." Just a mild concussion. You'll be fine after a couple of days in the hospital for observation. Sui nodded gently, remaining silent. The nurse administered in 4 and cautioned, "You have several cuts on your head. Be careful not to keep bumping it." "Thank you." As the nurse exited, another officer entered. This one was not Officer Zhou, but another from the bureau, Zhao Xiaoyang, whom Officer Zhou often referred to as Little Zhao. "Officer Zhao, is Officer Zhou all right?" Sui was still shaken by the events of the previous night. It was terrifying that Officer Zhou had lost his shoes. "Sui, luckily you arrived in time. Captain Zhou is now out of danger. The director sent me to look after you. The investigation is ongoing, and once the perpetrator is captured, he will personally come to thank you." "Officer Zhao, I'm fine. Just a bump. I'm used to it. Is there any progress on the case?" Zhao Xiaoyang produced a tablet, stating, "Captain Zhou was indeed correct. He said you would concern yourself with the case as soon as you awoke. Here are the findings from below the stage and the testimonies of Ji Yuanshan and Ji Hua. Ji Yuanshan, the old man Ji, and his son claimed that on the night Gu Chong had gone missing, they had not been at the theater because Gu Chong was inside. The secret passage beneath the stage was known to very few, and Ji Yuanshan described the figure in theatrical garb as a madman who would occasionally appear, sometimes lingering in the theater for days or even months without showing up. On one occasion, they encountered him in the passage, and Ji Hua was injured, but the figure did not dare return for quite some time. The passage's end was located on a hillside not far from the village, in a desolate area. After reviewing the testimonies, Sui picked up photographs from the secret passage. The police, after comparing the footprints of Ji Yuanshan and his son, found that they did not match the half-print discovered at the scene, while in the passage, an abundance of footprints consistent with the figure in theatrical garb was found. Both Ji Yuanshan and his son confirmed that the figure was male. That half-print belonged to the man in the costume. Who could he be? Beneath the stage, not only was there a secret passage, but also a hidden chamber filled with refuse, where a photograph caught Suhi's attention. A cake box. The previous afternoon, Sui had delivered a cake to Gu Chong. The following day, he arrived at the Yuan Grand Theater to clean alongside Ma Mingzhi and others, and throughout the process, he had not noticed any cake boxes. Every room in the theater had been cleaned by him. There was no way he could have overlooked it. Even Gu Chong's room had been entered, and he had not found a cake box. He had assumed Gu Chong discarded the box after eating the cake. When had that cake box entered the secret passage? At the very least, it had to have been before Suhi arrived at the Yuan Grand Theater the next day. Suddenly, Suhi raised her head and asked Zhao Xiaoyang, "When is Gu Chong's birthday?" Zhao Xiaoyang quickly located her information, responding, "September 15th. Suhi snatched her phone, gazing at the date displayed, May 22nd. That meant the day she delivered the cake was May 18th. She recalled Gu Chong saying to her, "Yesterday was my birthday. I ordered a cake online." Gu Chong had lied. Why would she lie? Chapter 80. You think you're the Western Chuhi Jemin? The person in the costume is a madman? The words of Old Man Ji are best taken as ghost stories. If he were truly insane, he would have long since been confined to a psychiatric hospital. Most individuals are merely deluded, not genuinely mad. Suddenly, Suhi seemed to grasp something. Psychiatric hospital? What if Old Man Ji's tale wasn't merely a ghost story, but a reality? Perhaps he substituted the unexplainable with supernatural beings. In folklore, most ghosts represent the unknown, such as the eerie lights over graves, which are merely the spontaneous combustion of phosphorus released from decomposing remains. In Old Man Ji's narrative, Yu Ji's suicide might reflect the actress's own despair, while the fire could have been an accident or an intentional act. The frequent deaths at the Yuan Grand Theater could stem from an epidemic. As for the individual who escaped from the psychiatric hospital, he was likely just that, a fugitive from a mental institution. With this thought, Suhi felt a surge of excitement. She got out of bed, removed the needle from her arm, drained the remaining glucose from the four-bag, changed into her clothes, and confidently declared, "Officer Zhao, take me to the psychiatric hospital." Zhao Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Didn't the doctor say you had a concussion? Is it getting worse?" On the way, Zhao Xiaoyang stated, in the capital area, there are a total of 19 hospitals related to mental health within 10 kilometers of the Yuan Grand Theater. There are two, one of which meets your criteria. No, it matches your description. a public hospital that accommodates confirmed mental patients for long-term treatment. Let us visit that one first. Sui remained uncertain if her speculation was correct. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhao Xiaoyang presented his credentials, and a nurse led them inside. Our hospital currently houses 238 patients, 205 in Area A and 33 in Area B officers. How may I assist you? Zhao Xiaoyang glanced at Su He, who inquired, "Is there a man who often sings opera?" The nurse looked at Su He, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic, and after a lengthy pause, replied, "I'm sorry, officers, but I must consult the director regarding patient information. Please wait a moment." The nurse stepped aside to make a phone call. Su He and Officer Zhao exchanged glances, and Zhao remarked, "Looks promising." Before long, a middle-aged woman rushed over and asked, "Officers, do you have news about Chongwu?" Chongwu. Sui remained silent while Zhao inquired, "Who is Chongwu?" The woman responded, "Officers, to be honest, we've lost a patient from our hospital. He has been with us for 13 years. He usually behaves normally, though he occasionally exhibits erratic behavior and often sings opera over the years. Chongwu has sneaked out periodically. At first, we reported him missing and brought him back each time, but sometimes he would return on his own. We tried various methods, even confining him to Area B for a few months. He performed well and was transferred to Area A, but unexpectedly, he escaped again a few days ago." Suhi immediately pressed, "When did he escape?" "On the evening of May 16th, he vanished during our rounds. Is there a photo of Chongwu?" Zhao asked. Yes. Officer, one moment, please." As Suhi held Chongwu and Appo's as photo, she was taken aback. His face was covered in sores, obscuring his original appearance. "Does Chongwu have any relatives?" "No, when he arrived, I wasn't employed here yet, and no one has visited him over the years at that moment." Zhao's phone rang. He glanced at it and handed it to Suhi, saying, "Look, someone in costume." The middle-aged woman glanced and exclaimed, "That's Chongwu. I don't know where he got that costume, but it has always been his treasure. A few days ago, he ran off with it atop the Tai Jing Mobile building." Chongwu stood perilously close to the edge, clad in the garb of the Western Chu He Jemin, muttering to himself, swaying dangerously, nearly losing his balance multiple times, causing onlookers to gasp in alarm. "I'll drive," Sui exclaimed, snatching the car keys from Zhao and jumping into the driver's seat. Zhao patted the car door, stating, "Get out. Don't think I'm unaware that you lack a license. This is unlicensed driving. I'll take the wheel." Suhi obediently settled into the passenger seat as Zhao activated the siren and sped toward the Tai Jing Mobile building. Once they arrived, Suhi flung the car door open and dashed out, only to be stopped by police officers. Eventually, Zhao arrived and escorted her inside. In the elevator, Zhao Xiaoyang chuckled. "Have you considered joining the criminal investigation team? The Bureau has special recruitment slots. You wouldn't even need to take the written exam. Next time, no police will stop you. Is it possible to skip work and clocking in?" Sui waited. "Then can you forego a salary?" Zhao rolled his eyes. Sui pondered seriously and replied, "I can. Not having to clock in without a salary, yet possessing a criminal investigator's badge seemed acceptable. Keep dreaming." The Taijing Mobile building had 33 floors. Upon exiting the elevator, officers were already on the rooftop, attempting to negotiate with Chongwu. Sui followed Zhao toward the edge, where Chongwu stood, singing, "Gun raised against the Han camp, several generals fall. Yet how can valor withstand the encirclement of 10 directions? Dispatch orders to return to camp. Each soldier to his own." Chongwu was lost in his performance, and the police dared not approach. Suddenly, a bright and clear voice rang out as Suhi tiptoed forward, her fingers elegantly posed. "My king." The officers were stunned. With bandages still wrapped around her head, was another madwoman joining the fray? Chongwu turned to Suhi and recited, "This ordeal has caused you much distress." Suhi joined in, "My king, as we march to battle, what shall be the outcome?" Chongwu gradually relaxed, responding, "Gun raised against the Han generals. Yet faced with overwhelming odds, victory is elusive. It is heaven's will that Chu shall fall. Not our fault." He took a cautious step closer, gazing into his eyes, and said, "In warfare, victories and defeats are commonplace." Damn it, suddenly, she seized Chongwu's foot and yanked downward, causing him to tumble to the ground. "You think you're the Western Chu He Gem in hell? You dare obstruct me. Su-hee charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks before Chong-woo even realized what was happening. Su-hee stopped. Zhao urgently grasped her arm while the other officers restrained Chong-woo. Su-hee delivered a forceful kick to Chong-woo's abdomen, shouting, "Why did you kill Gu Chong?" The blow was powerful. Chong-woo hunched over, taking a moment before looking up at Su-hee and replied, "My lady, you must not resort to such rashness." With a sudden burst of strength, Su-hee broke free from Zhao's grasp and lunged at Chong-woo, landing several punches. "Stop singing your nonsense. I demand to know, why did you kill Gu Chong?" Chapter 81. You never mention pulling me back. It is often said that stories and wine are a perfect match. However, Su-hee's tale is too painful to recount. Su-hee, I have never backed down from drinking in my life today. I concede. Shall we return home and rest? We can drink another day, Ma Ming-jer. With one hand resting on the table and the other grasping, Su-hee urged him to drink. What of it? Tomorrow, I can skip work. Gomeon, Sue. If they want to accompany you, Brother Yong will. Dong Yong, holding a bottle of liquor, launched into another 5-second whirlwind. Pan Ji-gang had already collapsed onto the floor, foolishly laughing while hugging the table leg. So he set down the bottle, leaned back in his chair, and chuckled. "You're insane, damn. Insane, I'm insane too, yes. Yes, insane indeed, Su-hee. You just bump your head. Why drink so much?" Ma Ming-jer glared at Dong Yong, scolding. "Can't you see he has had enough? And you're still laughing." The following day, Su-hee rode his electric bike to the police station. What? Chong-woo isn't the murderer? Officer Zhao had interrogated him all night without any progress. Chong-woo had been erratic, singing "Farewell, My Concubine" the entire night. Indeed, my instincts tell me Chong-woo is not the killer. He could not possibly admit that he had awoken to find the system's rewards still unfulfilled. Instincts? Just yesterday, you nearly wanted to beat Chong-woo to death. Now you speak of instincts. Speak up. What new discovery have you made? Officer, Zhao rubbed his eyes, yawned, and settled into his chair. I wouldn't call it a discovery on my way here, I pondered. If Chong-woo is indeed mad, would a lunatic wipe away the footprints on the stage after committing a crime? Even if he knew how to clean them, why leave half a footprint? So he also pulled up a chair to sit across from Officer Zhao. What do you mean on the way here? Are you just thinking of this now? Sue, precisely because Chong-woo is mentally ill, some of his actions differ from those of a sane person. You heard the director. Chong-woo hasn't always been this way. He has moments of clarity. Perhaps when he awakens, we will understand why he killed Gu Chong. Officer, Zhao stood up, patted Su-hee on the shoulder, and advised, learn to self-regulate, do not dwell too long on a single case. Well, I need to sleep now. I'll notify you once Chong-woo regains consciousness, he added with a warning glance. And for the last time, no fighting. So he scratched his head, chuckling. Officer Zhao, I couldn't control myself back then. You didn't even try to pull me back. How could I pull you back? Did you ever give me the chance? You seemed ready to hit me too. He sighed. Forget it. Let us discuss things when I wake up. As Officer Zhao left, Su-hee sighed, pondering. If Chong-woo isn't the killer, then who could it be? Boldly hypothesizing, if neither the old man Ji and his son nor Chong-woo are responsible, then there must be another perpetrator. That mysterious individual is the true murderer of Gu Chong. With a woeful expression, Su-hee lamented, "Damn it, my mindset is shattered. There is no such thing as a mysterious person." Observing Su-hee sitting there in despair, a female officer approached. "Su-hee, have you had breakfast?" "I just bought some buns." Su-hee looked up, forcing a smile. "Officer Rong, I have no appetite." Rong Shui placed the buns in front of Su-hee, encouraging, "Do eat a little. I see you're not in good spirits. Would you like me to take you to the counseling room?" Suddenly, Su-hee grasped Officer Rong's hand and stood, exclaiming, "Officer Rong, take me to the mental hospital." "Huh? Su-hee, I didn't mean it that way. We have a psychologist in our station. It's normal to experience some psychological changes after dealing with cases on the way." Rong Shui drove, while Su-hee, in the passenger seat, devoured 9 buns in one go. Only then did he realize, "Officer Rong, have you had breakfast?" "There is still 1 bun left." Rong Shui chuckled, replying, "Go ahead and eat. I've already had mine, yet you bought so many." Su-hee finished the last bun, questioning Officer Rong. What will happen to Gu Chong's belongings from abroad? Captain Zhou had previously contacted the police in Switzerland, and all of Gu Chong's items have been sent back home. They should arrive in a couple of days, but the case is already resolved, Officer Rong. Chong Wu is not the murderer. Please ensure a thorough investigation. Rong Shui glanced at Su He, saying, currently, all evidence points to Chong Wu. The cake box in the secret passageway bore only Chong Wu's and Gu Chong's fingerprints. And the fruit knife she found in the passage also had Chong Wu's prints. The only thing we can do now is wait for Chong Wu to awaken and recount the events of the crime upon reaching the hospital. Rong Shui guided Su He to the director. Officer, no one has come to visit Chong Wu. Most patients here lack relatives. Even those who do are often estranged. Su He responded, please retrieve the surveillance records from before Chong Wu's escape. Along with the visitor logs, the director sent someone to fetch them. Continuing, by the way, there is a photo of a woman at Chong Wu's bedside. Anyone who touches it. He will lash out at the woman in the photo appeared youthful and bore a striking resemblance to Gu Chong. Rong Shui held up the picture, stating, Gu Xinyue, daughter of Gu Heshuan and mother of Gu Chong. Gu Chong took her surname. As Su He sat in the office reviewing the surveillance footage, Rong Shui entered and announced, we collected DNA samples from Gu Chong and Chong Wu for paternity testing. Su He, do you believe Gu Chong and Chong Wu are father and daughter? Su He looked up in surprise. Yes. Isn't that how dramas portray it? Officer Rong, let me analyze this for you. 26 years ago, on a stormy night, with thunder and lightning, Gu Xinyue and Chong Wu shut up. Su He, no need for details. Continue reviewing the footage in the surveillance video. Some patients recited poetry to the air, while others pretended to be vases in the corners. Chong Wu sat quietly, saying nothing, remaining seated for an entire day. Wait, who is that? On the afternoon of May 16th, aside from the nurses, only one patient had interacted with Chong Wu. That patient had said something to Chong Wu, causing him to erupt in a fit of rage, banging the table and shouting. At that moment, the nurse took him back to his room. His name is Luo Wenxing, nicknamed Repeater. His symptoms mimic a child learning to speak, as he continuously repeats a single phrase lasting anywhere from half an hour to 2 hours. Aside from sleeping, he can only utter a few words a day. Soon, the nurse brought Luo Wenxing over. He approached Su He, saying, Luo Wenxing, someone is looking for you. Then he turned to Rong Shui, repeating, Luo Wenxing, someone is looking for you. Whenever Luo Wenxing encountered someone, he would step forward and repeat that phrase. Su He walked over to Luo Wenxing, stating, the bright moonlight before my bed. Luo Wenxing gazed at Su He and replied, Luo Wenxing, someone is looking for you. Su He forced a smile, realizing that the symptoms were not only that of a repeater, but also like a jammed tape. Chapter 82. The consequences of deceit. The surveillance footage revealed nothing particularly remarkable about Luo Wenxing. After all, his behavior had always been rather peculiar. Aside from his repetitive speech and the inability to rewind his thoughts, he lacked the capacity to replay what he had previously uttered. Su He conversed with him for nearly an hour when a caregiver entered, announcing, it's time to eat. At last, Luo Wenxing altered his refrain, echoing, in an amp, Oppos, it's time to eat. The director accompanied Su He and Luo Wenxing out of the psychiatric hospital. Suddenly, Su He turned to the director and inquired, is there any patient capable of remembering every word spoken to them each day? The director paused, then replied with a wry smile, Officer, this is a psychiatric hospital, not an academy for the extraordinary. Upon returning to the police station, Rong Shui remarked, Su He, once we enamp, Oppos, read back at the bureau. A lip-reading expert will translate what Luo Wenxing has said. During my time at the police academy, our instructors emphasized the importance of treating every case with utmost seriousness. If there is even a single doubt, we must pursue it relentlessly. I believe you are correct. So he arrived at the police station and sought out Old G until the case was resolved. Both Old G and his son remained suspects, although Su He was well aware that they were not the culprits. Speak freely. Honesty will be met with leniency, while resistance will be met with severity. If you withhold the truth, your social security benefits will be cut off. So he seated himself before Old G. Young man, no, officer, that is not necessary. I have disclosed everything. I assure you, I have concealed nothing. Old G mistakenly believed Su he was a plainclothes officer. In the testimonies provided by Old G and his son, It was revealed that many years ago, Old G and Amp, Oppo's wife had attended a performance at the UN Grand Theater. The theater was quarantined due to an outbreak of a strange illness, and soon thereafter, everyone inside perished. Fearing contagion, the bodies were hastily buried in a pit dug in front of the stage. For years, Old G had dreamed of his wife, and each night, he would clandestinely enter the theater to sing for her. Gu Hshuan's escape occurred under the cover of darkness, fleeing through a secret passage. You know Chong Wu, don't you? So he placed a photograph of Chong Wu before Old G. Chong Wu, did he not die? Old G replied, astonished. The photograph had been taken recently, and as Old G gazed upon Chong Wu's pockmarked visage, he recounted, at that time, Chong Wu was a sheng, portraying a painted face. He was among the first to fall ill. Everyone thought he had perished. What was the relationship between Chong Wu and Gu Xinyue? Sui inquired, presenting a photograph of Gu Xinyue. Gu Xinyue is the daughter of Gu Hshuan. She has always been the apple of his eye. At that time, someone witnessed Chong Wu and Gu Xinyue in secret rendezvous. Upon learning this, Gu Hshuan confronted Chong Wu. Not long after, the Diyuan Grand Theater met its tragic fate, resulting in countless casualties that drove people away in fear. Sui pondered for a moment and asked, did anyone else harbor affections for Gu Xinyue or Chong Wu? Old Ji grimaced, replying, how would I know? In those days, expressions of love were often subtle. Moreover, I'm not from the Diyuan Grand Theater. These matters are likely unknown to anyone now. At that moment, Rong Shui entered, handing Su He a sheet of paper containing the lip reader's translation of Luo Wenxing's utterance. Your daughter has returned to seek you. The murderer is within the psychiatric hospital. Exiting the interrogation room, Su He encountered Zhao Xiaoyang, stating, Officer Zhao, please take me to the psychiatric hospital. Very well, let's go. During the drive, Zhao Xiaoyang concentrated on the road while Su He, seated in the passenger seat, could not contain his curiosity. Officer Zhao, are you not at all curious as to why I'm visiting the psychiatric hospital? Zhao Xiaoyang shook his head, responding, SN and AMP. Oppos, it's simply to apprehend the murderer. By the way, let me remind you once more, no violence. Sui nodded fervently, assuring, rest assured, Officer Zhao, I have acknowledged my mistakes. I will not resort to violence. Upon arriving at the psychiatric hospital, 3 police vehicles were already parked outside. Officer Zhao remained in the car, stating, the murderer can freely enter and exit the psychiatric hospital, which eliminates the patients as suspects. The murderer possesses an understanding of Luo Wenxing and Oppo's condition, using it to convey messages. In the investigation of all caregivers, doctors, and support staff, one man stands out as a significant suspect. Luo Wenxing's situation was unique. He could only remember what he had heard within a 2-hour window and would incessantly repeat it. In the surveillance footage, prior to speaking with Chong Wu, no one had initiated conversation with him. However, the hospital had surveillance blind spots, and upon comparing multiple camera angles, it was discovered that a man named Pang Yonda had been the blind spot with Luo Wenxing for an extended 5 minutes. Before entering the blind spot, the last words uttered by Luo Wenxing were, facing the sea, spring blossoms. Upon emerging from the blind spot, his words transformed into, your daughter has returned to seek you. At that moment, the police escorted a man out of the psychiatric hospital. Suhi experienced a surge of insight, a flood of knowledge regarding the piano, flooding his mind. The man hunched over, his face marred with the same blemishes as Chong Wu. Suddenly, Suhi exited the vehicle and rushed forward. Suhi, come back. He sprinted towards the man, 2 officers blocking Pang Yonda's path. Pang Yonda lifted his gaze to meet Suhi's, a look of confusion in his eyes. Why'd you kill Gu Chong? Suhi glared at Pang Yonda with fiery intensity. The Gu family owes me a life. Pang Yonda was led into the police vehicle, gradually disappearing from view. Suhi stood frozen in place as Officer Zhao approached, stating, we received a letter from abroad, which contained a note saying, and Amp, Oppos, your father wishes to see you. And Oppos, Chong Wu and Oppos, birthday is May 18th. Gu Chong returned to the country to meet her biological father. There is also a diary. The answers lie within. Chapter 83. This is love within the precincts of the Public Security Bureau. Pang Yonda had conveyed all pertinent details. 15 years prior, at the Deliveryman Grand Theater, a strange illness afflicted several actors. As a physician, Pang Yonda was among the first to venture into the theater. However, the severity of the illness proved insurmountable. Despite his exhaustive efforts, each day brought new fatalities and fresh cases. Tragically, he too succumbed to the malady. The theater was sealed, allowing entry but barring exit. Upon learning of the situation, his wife resolutely entered the Deliveryman Grand Theater. Yet, the illness spiraled out of control, and as the death toll rose, the troupe and Oppos, its leader, Gu Hixian, contemplated escape. At that time, Changwu also fell ill, and Gu Xianyu sought to take him away, a plan that Pang Yonda became aware of. Acknowledging his own impotence in altering their fate, he pleaded with Gu Hixian to rescue his wife. That night, Gu Hixian fled with his family, even going so far as to seal the exit of the secret passage. Shortly thereafter, Pang Yonda and Oppos' wife succumbed to the illness. For reasons unknown, Pang Yonda and Changwu ultimately survived, escaping over the wall under the cover of darkness and beginning a life of wandering. Eventually, Changwu descended into madness, prompting Pang Yonda to admit him to a psychiatric facility while he remained as a doctor. However, the bitterness within him remained unresolved. Years later, Gu Yixian reached out to inquire about Changwu and Oppos' condition, igniting a scheme of vengeance. Gu Yixian, now advanced in years, was reluctant to return. But after his death, a letter from Gu Chong rekindled hope in Pang Yonda. He devised a plan to lure both Gu Chong and Changwu back to the Deliveryman Grand Theater. On that fateful day, upon learning of his daughter's plight, Changwu relapsed, donning a costume and performing on stage. Pang Yonda urged Gu Chong to join Changwu in a rendition of Farewell, My Concubine. In a climactic moment, he brandished a knife against Changwu's throat, coercing Gu Chong to take her own life. Changwu, standing on stage, could only watch in a daze as Gu Chong, tears streaming down her face, slashed her wrist, oblivious to her identity as his daughter, repeatedly uttering, "Do not seek such a short-sighted end." Gu Chong, weeping, witnessed her father's deranged cries, ultimately leading her to the brink of death. In his final act of cleansing, Pang Yonda left behind half of Changwu's footprint, initially intending to imprint the fruit knife with Changwu and Oppos' fingerprints, only to find Changwu unwilling to touch it. Pang Yonda understood that Changwu's mental illness would preclude any serious legal repercussions. Rong Shui opened Gu Chong and Oppos' diary, which chronicled a daughter and Oppos' longing for her father over the years, only to discover that their reunion was but a meticulously crafted trap. Pang Yonda felt no remorse. In his own words, he should have perished 15 years ago, saved only by his wife's love. Now, he sought to atone for her spirit with the blood of the Gu family. Closing the diary and placing it into an evidence bag, he acknowledged that this was a case destined for obscurity. So he did not board the police vehicle, nor did he harbor curiosity about the contents of the diary. The perpetrator had been apprehended, and the remaining matters were to be handled by law enforcement. On the subway, Sui opened his phone to find a message from director Yu Qing informing him that the production Night Walker had wrapped filming. Furthermore, a program he had previously recorded, Royal Duel, was set to air that evening, urging him to prepare for a night of sudden fame. Just as he was about to respond, a call from Pan Zhigang interrupted him. Suhi Ma Gu is returning to Jinan City. His wife wants to remarry him. Upon returning to the hotel, Ma Mingjie was embroiled in a heated argument with Dong Yong. Ma Mingjie, dragging his suitcase, was berated by Dong Yong, who exclaimed, "She didn't want to remarry you before, nor after, and now she comes back only when she's in debt, demanding 50,000 just to remarry. What kind of love is that?" Ma Mingjie retorted, "This is love." Dong Yong scoffed, "I love your mother selling fried dough twists. Get lost, go far away, and don't come crying back in 2 days. You're grown. What else with this talk of love?" Unable to counter Dong Yong's tirade, Ma Mingjie took his leave, coincidentally encountering Suhi. Suhi, with a stern expression, reminded him, "Don't forget your keys. No one will let you in tomorrow morning." Ma Mingjie chuckled, declaring with fervor, "When I achieve great success, I shall never forget you all. Farewell. He departed with a nonchalant air, forgetting even his toothpaste, which delighted Pan Ji Gang immensely. That night, Suhi lay in bed, playing on his phone while watching Royal Duel. Just a few minutes into the broadcast, a call from Ms. Zhao Xiao came through. Hello, Mom. You little rascal. You're on television and didn't even think to tell your mother. Now I'm left scrambling. I just had your father post about it, so hurry and like it. I even set the TV up by the door, and now your father is off calling people. Son, I'm so proud of you. Mom, really? Is that necessary? What do you mean necessary? My son has made something of himself. Can I show off a little? You used to be a delivery boy, and even matchmakers avoided you. Now, I'll have them see what it means to ignore me today and regret it tomorrow. Aunt Lou, I'm on the phone with my son. He's busy filming in the Capitol. Sit down quickly. The show has just started. Who's he? Go grab some stools from your home. When your brother returns, he can sign them for you. Ms. Zhao Xiao was destined for a sleepless night of joy. After hanging up, her WeChat exploded with messages, both private and group chats. Sui finally comprehended director Yu Qing's caution to brace himself for an overnight surge in popularity. Ultimately, overwhelmed, he turned off his phone. Not long after, Dong Yong and Pan Ji Gang approached with paper and pen, grinning at Suhi. Suhi, hurry and give me your autograph, sign a few more. Write on my shirt too. Get lost. What are you taking pictures for at this hour? Dong Yong and Pan Ji Gang reveled in their excitement throughout the night. The following morning, Ma Mingzhi exclaimed, Hey, where's my toothpaste? So he opened his eyes to see Ma Mingzhi throttling Pan Ji Gang in search of it. Chapter 84. A Nepalese pin on the waist. A kidney negate the return of Ma Mingzhi did not come as a surprise to anyone. After Dong Yong and Pan Ji Gang dressed up, they pulled Suhi along to take photographs, while the latecomer Ma Mingzhi squeezed in. Suhi was furious, which severely impacted his life. Fortunately, while delivering food with a mask, others could not recognize him. He opened his phone, and countless messages flooded in, both from acquaintances and strangers, with dozens of unknown calls. Numerous film and television production companies began to reach out to him, and even live streaming platforms invited him to join. Should he continue delivering food or transition to stardom? He had initially intended to interact with them as an ordinary person, but the resulting estrangement was disheartening. No more pretending, I shall become a star. Brothers, let us meet again if fate allows. Suhi left without taking anything, giving his toothpaste and soap to Pan Ji Gang. Have you ever seen a big star living in a 4-person room for just 200 yuan a day? Suhi, is what you say even sensible? What big star doesn't have a few bodyguards? To be frank, when I was a mercenary in Iraq, I didn't even flinch amidst the hail of bullets. An enemy anti-tank missile landed right by my feet, and without hesitation, I grabbed it and exchanged it for $200 at the recycling station. Ma Mingzhi followed Suhi, donning sunglasses and wearing a serious expression. Dong Yong sighed and said, Since you all want to talk like this, I and Amp, Oppos, I'll lay my cards on the table. At 18, I worked as a ticket seller at a bus station in northern Myanmar, with an AK in my left hand, 85 in my right, and a Nepalese pin on my waist. Pan Ji Gang grew anxious and queried from behind, If you all are bodyguards, then what am I? So he turned around and asked, Can you do addition and subtraction within 10? Pan Ji Gang hesitated but nodded. I can learn. Good. You are hired as the financial part-time manager. It will be tiring, but the monthly salary is $2 million. Is that sufficient? If not, I can increase it. Pan Ji Gang nodded repeatedly. That's enough. If you raise my salary further, I fear my qualifications won't match. Ha ha. The four of them rode their electric bikes, disappearing into the flow of traffic. Just boasting. An old man sat by the roadside soaking up the sun, taking a while to react. Ding. You have a new delivery order. Please handle it promptly. Mate 1 delivery. Flowers delivered swiftly. Suhi was surprised that his first order was for flowers. Upon arriving at the flower shop, he found 99 roses, which could not fit in his delivery box, so he had to hold them in his arms. The order specified that he needed to recite a few lines to the recipient. If he performed well, he would earn a 50 yuan tip, but if poorly, he would receive a bad review. If the customer refused the flowers, he would face a bad review and a complaint. The delivery fee was 25 yuan, and he assessed the risks. This money would not be easy to earn. The address led to a high-end community, where the guard was not an old man, but a spirited young lad. New regulations in the community forbade all deliveries. The young guard stopped Suhi. Suhi rode around and parked his bike by the roadside, locking it before removing his helmet and mask. He strutted over, holding the flowers, and looked seriously at the guard, saying, "You, young man, should focus on your work instead of taking away an old man and Oppo's livelihood." As he spoke, he produced the general access card awarded by the system, opened the gate, and sauntered inside. "Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. The old man is 60 years old, working as security guard. We are 20 and already in this position. We VE saved 40 years of struggle. Survival of the fittest shows that we are both quite exceptional. Stay alert. Today, Manager Liu has made it clear that no delivery personnel are allowed inside." So he despised delivering to high-end communities. Either the guards wouldn't let him in, or if he did, he couldn't in Oppo's ride his electric bike. These communities were vast, making each round trip particularly time-consuming. Once inside, Suhi dared not ride too fast, as the roses in his hands were fragile. "Hello, this is Mate 1 Delivery. I'm at your doorstep. Could you please come out to collect?" After waiting for 2 minutes, a man emerged. Upon seeing Suhi holding the flowers, he asked, "Are you the one delivering?" "Yes, sir. Is Ms. Ning home? I have a bouquet that requires her signature." The man in Oppo's expression darkened as he reached out, saying, "Just hand it to me. I and Amp, Oppo's LLC, who the fool is that sent this?" Suhi tactically stepped back, replying, "I'm sorry, sir, but the order specifies that Ms. Ning must sign for it personally." At that moment, a woman walked out with a facial mask on, exclaiming loudly, "Honey, what delivery is this? I didn't order anything. Is there a mistake?" The man, visibly irritated, stepped aside and retorted, "Someone sent flowers for you. I want to see how you explain this." The woman chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Must be a mistake, right?" She approached Suhi, picked up the card on top, and said, "See, I told you it was sent wrong. This is addressed to Little Black Dog. Handsome, you've delivered to the wrong person." The man snatched the card from her hand, glaring at her, and shouted, "Ning Mo, do you think I'm a fool? Come here, buddy. Help me read this. Does it say Little Black Dog or Little Mo?" Suhi stared at the card, lost in thought, then looked up at the man, responding, "When two armies clash, one does not slay the messenger. I am merely a delivery person. Brother, I cannot read this." "Hey, you're bold. Do you believe I want to give you a bad review?" The man glared at Suhi. Suhi placed the flowers on the ground, replying, "If the flowers aren't tea from you, you cannot give me a bad review. Ms. Ning, do you wish to refuse the flowers? Get lost." The man slammed the door shut. Sighing, Suhi lamented the inauspicious start. After reporting to the platform, he attempted to call the person who had placed the order, but the call wouldn't amp Oppo's T-Connect, so he had to return the flowers to the shop. The flower shop owner said nothing, but handed Suhi a bottle of mineral water. Just as he exited the flower shop, his phone rang. It was Yu Qin calling. "Hello, Suhi. So, have you felt the taste of fame yet? I found a screenwriter for 10 comic strips. Once I secure an investor, we can start filming. The role of the comic artist I've set for you. No problem, right? Director, I'm busy. Guaranteed a salary of 3 million. Director, whether it's a salary or not, given our relationship. Before tax or after tax?" Yu Qin fell into a brief silence, sighed, and said, "After tax." "Director, you are too kind. I am available anytime." After hanging up, Suhi felt a wave of joy wash over him. The comic artist in that film was merely a supporting character, with even less screen time than the wealthy heir role he had previously played. "Young man, do you still want the bottle in your hand?" An old man, carrying a plastic bag, looked at Suhi with anticipation. Suhi paused, realizing the water was still capped. "Do you consider this a bottle, sir?" Having quenched his thirst with a bottle of mineral water, Suhi happily delivered the empty bottle to the old man, receiving a metaphorical pat on the back in return. Mounting his electric scooter, Suhi resumed his delivery rounds. The day's temperature peaked at 30 degrees Celsius, and after several trips, he was drenched in perspiration. At 2 in the afternoon, Suhi ceased accepting orders and sought refuge under a large tree, savoring an ice pop. The sweltering heat had robbed him of his appetite. As he rested and idled on his phone, he noticed numerous friend requests on WeChat from various film and entertainment companies, as well as live streaming platforms, all extending invitations. However, the terms they proposed were far from favorable. With Nightwalker yet to air, Sui's potential remained unseen. The contracts they offered were meager, while the penalties for breach of contract were exorbitantly high. Just then, a voice call from Li Yifeng came through. "Hey, Su-hee, are you in the capital?" "Brother phone. I and Oppos am in the capital. I have several friends who are eager to meet you. To that end, I and Oppos V arranged a gathering. I and Amp, Oppos, LL take care of the arrangements for dinner, so we can all chat." "Sure, brother phone, no problem." "All right, I and Amp, Oppos, LL send you the time and location on WeChat. See you tonight." How could Su-hee refuse such an invitation from a prominent celebrity? He returned to the inn, took a shower, and, realizing he lacked suitable attire, made his way to the clothing market. He invested 800 yuan in a suit, foregoing a tie. The shopkeeper gifted him 3 pairs of socks. 8 o'clock in the evening, Jinmao Mansion. Su-hee arrived at the entrance on his electric scooter, only to find no parking space. A security guard approached him, inquiring, "Sir, good evening. Do you require assistance?" Impressed by the courteous service, Su-hee dismounted and handed over the keys, saying, "Please park it for me. Thank you." Observing the guard's dumbfounded expression, Su-hee retrieved 5 yuan from his pocket, placed it in the guard and Amp, Oppos, as palm, and said, "I and Amp, Oppos, LL only be an hour or two." With that, Su-hee turned and proceeded inside. "Sir, are you a resident of this complex?" Another guard intercepted Su-hee. Reluctantly, Su-hee contacted Li Yifeng, who secured his passage. However, his manager, Deng Shu, had already arrived downstairs to escort him. In the elevator, Deng Shu, noting Su-hee and Oppos, as silence, chuckled, "Su-hee, this gathering has been arranged specifically for you. Besides director Yu Qing, whom you already know, there's also director Chen Xiaoning, as well as screenwriters, actors, and producers. You must seize this opportunity. Once Nightwalker airs, you'll become even more popular. After a couple more roles and some variety show appearances, you might even become neighbors with Yifeng in a few years." The Jinmao Mansion was replete with expansive apartments, each spanning over 500 square meters and costing tens of millions. Su-hee could scarcely imagine such opulence. Upon entering, Su-hee was taken aback. Little Black's husband? Li Di, upon seeing Su-hee, was equally surprised. "The delivery guy who delivered flowers this morning?" Li Di prepared to leave, but Deng Shu introduced the two. Li Di, a pianist and a good friend of Yifeng. Su-hee, an actor and a friend Yifeng met during the filming of Nightwalker. He's exceptionally talented. Li Di extended his hand awkwardly, shook Su-hee's, and said with a chuckle, "A pleasure, a pleasure. I'm off to pick someone up. Don't wait for me." Inside, Li Yifeng warmly greeted Su-hee and introduced him to everyone. Soon, Su-hee had accumulated a stack of business cards. The cards bore the titles of directors, producers, company executives, and acclaimed screenwriters. Somewhat reserved at first, Su-hee was soon put at ease by director Yu Qing, who shared anecdotes from various film sets. As the dishes were served, Li Di returned with a woman. Su-hee had never seen Li Di's wife, Ning Mo, but this woman was not her. At the dinner table, the conversation revolved around the entertainment industry. The woman Li Di had brought, a minor celebrity, received promises of roles from directors Yu Qing and Chen Xiaoning. Su-hee, famished after a day's work, paid them no heed and focused on devouring the food. Then, Li Di, glass in hand, approached Su-hee, smiling. "Su-hee, as an elder, please allow me to address you by your given name. I hope we can have more exchanges in the future. I wonder if you'll even have the chance." Su-hee rose, glanced at Li Di, and replied, "Brother Di, you're too kind. Cheers, I'll finish this, you can take your time." Su-hee had no affinity for red wine. Otherwise, he would have performed a 5-second whirlwind for them. Overtly and covertly, many extended invitations to collaborate with Su-hee. Director Chen Xiaoning even stated directly that he would offer Su-hee a supporting role in his next film. After dinner, as the others departed, Li Yifeng called Su-hee over to the balcony. "Su-hee, what are your impressions of tonight?" Li Yifeng asked, leaning against the railing and smoking. Su-hee smiled and said, "Being a celebrity is exhausting. Not physically, but mentally. The people in this circle are too complex. They and Oppos, real actors." Li Yifeng turned to look at Su-hee, pointing into the distance. Are they more tired than you? Is it more tiring than delivering food? Who isn't tired in this world? Soo-hee, you're the most talented actor I've ever seen. You're a natural. Sometimes I envy you. I truly do. I love acting. I love being an actor. Soo-hee, many companies are considering signing you, but I advise you not to sign with a company. You can find an agent. Li Yifeng shared many insights with Soo-hee, which he found invaluable. As he was leaving, Soo-hee couldn't and oppose. To help but offer a word of caution, brother Feng, Don and oppose. To get too close to Li Di. What and oppose? That's wrong. Li Yifeng asked, surprised. Li Di has a wife, yet tonight he was embracing another woman. If the paparazzi catch wind of it, it could implicate you. Li Yifeng smiled, said nothing, and escorted Soo-hee downstairs. Leaving the complex, Soo-hee felt somewhat lost. Li Di and Amp, Oppo's identity as a pianist made him uneasy. The system had just rewarded him with piano proficiency. Would Li Di be the victim of the next murder case? Sue, in a sports car, Li Di called out to Soo-hee from the driver and Oppo's seat. Soo-hee hadn't and Oppo's. He expected Li Di to be waiting for him at the entrance. Sue, I hope you won and Oppo's. T mentioned this morning and Oppo's events to anyone. Soo-hee nodded. Li Di waved and drove off. The following morning, Soo-hee awoke and immediately began browsing the news on his phone. After a while, he wondered, he didn't Oppo's die? Just then, a pop-up window appeared. A male corpse discovered in an abandoned container in the capital. The face has been peeled off, making identification impossible. So he clicked on it, revealing a photograph. In the container, a naked man was suspended from the ceiling by iron chains. His face and lower body were blurred, but even with the blurring, they appeared entirely crimson. Soo-hee, what are you looking at? Why is it censored? Dong-yeon leaned over for a peek. Good stuff. Soo-hee presented the photo to Dong-yeon. Holy crap. Exciting. Chapter 86. I am just a concerned citizen. As Soo-hee retrieved his phone, a notification appeared indicating that the web page had expired. Was it deleted? A quick search revealed similar news reports, though they lacked images and were rather vague, merely stating that a body had been discovered and that the police had initiated an investigation. Was it truly Li Di? At this moment, Soo-hee refrained from making inquiries. After getting up and grooming himself, he made his way to the noodle shop downstairs for breakfast. Sir, your noodles are ready. Just as Soo-hee picked up his chopsticks, Officer Zhao's call came through. Hello, Soo-hee, could you come to the police station? Officer Zhao, I'll just finish my noodles first. Please have the documents ready. I have other matters this afternoon. Officer Zhao paused for a few seconds before responding. Soo-hee, you are connected to this case. I understand. It's nothing serious. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to eat. Soo-hee abruptly ended the call, and it seemed to confirm his suspicions about Li Di. After finishing his noodles, he rode his electric bike to the police station, where the guards no longer stopped him. Soo-hee, you and Amp, Oppos, Re here. Zhao, go. Could you please keep an eye on my bike? Rest assured, not a single vehicle has gone missing since the establishment of the police station. Upon entering the building, he saw Li Yifeng, Yu Qing, and Chun Xiaoning taking statements. So he found an empty chair and sat down. Officer Rong Shui approached and asked, Soo-hee, would you prefer tea or coffee? Soo-hee smiled and replied, Officer Rong, I'm not thirsty. Thank you. Officer Zhao Xiaoyang approached, glaring at Soo-hee first. Give your statement. Soo-hee, do you really treat the police station like your home? Put your feet down. Soo-hee complied and sat properly as an officer came to take his statement. Officer Liang, your grip on the pen is incorrect. The handwriting is slanted. Allow me to demonstrate. Soo-hee took the statement book, looked up at Officer Liang, and said, Officer Liang, you may begin your questions. Officer Liang hesitated, scratching his head, then chuckled. I find it a bit unusual with you holding the statement book. Yesterday morning, you delivered a bouquet to the Palm Island community. The surveillance footage shows you had a dispute with the resident. Please describe the situation in detail. Officer Liang continued. As he spoke, Soo-hee held the statement book and said, Officer Liang, please observe my pen-holding technique. I receive an order for 99 roses, the recipient being Ms. Ning, and it was Li Di who opened the door, but he was not the one delivering the flowers. As Soo-hee spoke and wrote, he handed the completed statement to Officer Liang, saying, Now, it's your turn. After leaving Jinmao Mansion the previous evening, Soo-hee returned directly to the hotel, where the entrance surveillance footage could quickly exonerate him. Everyone present had arrived, except for Li Di. Once Li Yifeng and the others finished their statements, they departed, leaving Su He in contemplation as he faced the choices before him. Option 1. Assist the police in solving the case and uncover the murderer of Li Di. Reward: mastery of chess. Option 2. Enroll in a driving school. Reward: refund a registration fee. Option 3. Visit Zhou Bing in the hospital. Hoa, exquisite fruit basket. Upon seeing the words mastery of chess, a scene of the next murder case emerged in Su He's mind. On a dark and stormy night, an elderly gentleman joyfully returned home after a game of chess, only to be discovered dead the following day. This time, Su He opted for the second option. For the elderly gentleman, he had always followed the system and Oppo's directives, much like a marionette, being led into a series of murder cases. If he were to forego the mastery of chess, could he possibly avert the next murder? The thought of the elderly gentleman, who had just begun receiving Social Security at 60, tugged at Su He's conscience. As Su He walked out of the police station, Zhao Xiaoyang felt an unusual discomfort, clutching a large stack of documents before turning back. Everyone meeting in 10 minutes. Stepping out of the police station, Su He felt a sense of relief. After all, he was merely a delivery person, not a detective. A free driving license sounded far more appealing. Upon arriving at the driving school registration office, Su He's first question was, "What is the fastest I can obtain a driving license?" Money is no object. We offer a 24-hour coaching package. The original price is 12,800 yuan, but it's discounted to 5,800 yuan. If there are no delays, the fastest you could receive your license is in 32 days. All right, I'll take that, but I have one request. Charge me the original price. And whenever I ask for a refund on the difference, then you can return it to me. If that is feasible, let us proceed with the payment now. The staff member at the registration desk was taken aback by this unusual request. Is that not possible? Then forget it. It's possible. Seeing Su He about to leave, the staff member hurriedly replied. After filling out the information and completing the payment, the registration was finalized. The system promptly refunded him 12,800 yuan, to which Su He immediately said to the staff member, "Now, please refund me the difference." The staff member frowned as he handed Su He the money, asking, "When you plan to take the first test?" "The sooner, the better. Please book it for me now." Su He left the driving school's premises, beaming with excitement, clutching the materials they provided. This system has a glitch. Not only did he enroll for free, but he also made a profit of 7,000 yuan. Overjoyed, Su He skipped delivering meals that afternoon, instead finding a place to enjoy a bowl of rice topped with gravy, adding a chicken leg, and then purchasing 2 kilograms of oranges before heading to the Capital People's Hospital. The system hadn't prompted him, and he almost forgot that Officer Zhou was still in the hospital. Officer Zhou had been transferred to a regular ward and was currently unable to get out of bed. "Officer Zhou, I've come to visit you." Su He brought the oranges, feeling a bit awkward as he noticed Officer Zhou's bedside table was already filled with fruit baskets, milk, and flowers. "Su He, why bring something when you could just visit?" Officer Zhou was busy looking at his phone, while his partner stepped forward to take the oranges from Su He. Su He scratched his head and smiled. "Just a small token. If I had gone down earlier that night, you wouldn't have been injured, Officer Zhou." "Don't say that. You are my lifesaver. Without you, I wouldn't be here enjoying oranges in bed." Once Officer Zhou's partner left, they exchanged pleasantries before Officer Zhou directly inquired, "Xiao Zhao told me you left right after giving your statement. That is not like you. Are you lacking confidence this time?" "Officer Zhou, your provocation is rather straightforward. Isn't it? I have quite a bit on my plate lately. I trust the police, and I believe Officer Zhao will solve the case promptly." So he genuinely wished to distance himself from the case this time. "All right, I want to press you further. I initially intended to inform you that the Bureau has approved a reward of 100,000 yuan for information. But it seems we will have to see if any concerned citizens can provide leads." Officer Zhou peeled a piece of orange and popped it into his mouth, wincing at its sourness. "Su He, how much are these oranges per kilogram?" "They are quite tart. 10 yuan for 6 kilograms. I bought 2 kilograms. "Officer Zhou, was what you said just now true? I am just a concerned citizen." Chapter 87. With someone like you, I believe you carried the lives of 7 or 8 people on your back. As Soo-hee exited the hospital room, he held a fruit basket and 2 boxes of milk. Officer Zhou insisted on having him take these items, knowing that Soo-hee's girlfriend was also in the hospital. Upon arriving at Shun Yu and Appo's ward, he found Shen Yuanzhong there as well. Soo-hee, why did you buy all this? Shen Yuanzhong inquired, his face revealing signs of fatigue from the laborious tasks he had taken on as a teacher. On the table lay a lunchbox devoid of any meat. Uncle Shun, these cost nothing. They're gifts. You and Aunt Xiang must take good care of yourselves. Besides delivering takeout, I found another part-time job, so you need not worry about money. Ah, Soo-hee, we and Appo's increasingly indebted to you. Uncle Shun, once he wakes up, you can marry her off to me, and we'll be even. How about no dowry? A smile crept onto Shen Yuanzhong's face, albeit forced, as he replied, All right, let us step out for a moment. You can keep you company. Shen Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong left with the fruit basket and milk, expressing their intent to return those items for something more practical. Sitting by the bed, Soo-hee remarked, You Uncle Shun has agreed, so you are officially mine. You can and Appo's. To imagine how grand our wedding will be. Li Yifeng will host for us, with half the guests being relatives and friends, and the other half celebrities. After the wedding, we'll stay at home and not venture out. You cannot fathom how perilous it is for me outside. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong returned, carrying a few apples and some daily necessities. After a brief conversation, Soo-hee took his leave, as the police department had already issued a reward notice of 100,000 for any leads. The crime scene was a desolate area, littered with numerous dilapidated shipping containers, and a small river flowed nearby. The person who reported the incident was an avid fisherman. Entering the police department, Officer Zhao glanced up at Soo-hee and asked, Would you like some tea? It had been 10 hours since the report was received, and there were no surveillance cameras near the murder scene, necessitating an ever-expanding search area. Consequently, Officer Zhao was overwhelmed with work. I'd prefer iced tea. Preferably chilled, Soo-hee replied as he smoothly approached Officer Zhao and began examining the documents. Sign this first, Officer Zhao instructed, producing a confidentiality agreement. Is this the attitude one should have when soliciting help? Soo-hee retorted dismissively. After signing, he added, Officer Zhao, isn't the reward a tad low? Li Di is at least a celebrity. Officer Zhao shot him a glare and responded, If he weren't a celebrity, attracting public scrutiny, the department wouldn't have rushed to solve this case, nor would a reward be necessary. So far, all individuals connected to Li Di have been interrogated at the police station. If everything goes smoothly, you won't be implicated at all. What's the matter? Is this case straightforward, or is it a race to see who can solve it faster? So he took a seat and sifted through the information. The victim's skin was flayed, and his lower body was missing. The police found Li Di's identification inside the victim's abdomen, and after fingerprint analysis, confirmed the deceased was indeed Li Di. Toxicology reports indicated a blood alcohol level of 127 milligrams ml, with multiple fractures and soft tissue contusions. The cause of death was determined to be exsanguination due to the loss of the lower body, with facial skin peeled away and eyes ruptured, resulting in a gruesome death. Preliminary estimates place the time of death between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m., while the fisherman discovered the body at 7 a.m. after his dog retrieved a mangled piece of the lower body, prompting him to call the authorities. However, by the time the police arrived, the dog had consumed the remains. No clothing or personal belongings were found at the scene. Based on footprints collected from the vicinity, the perpetrator wore size 43 shoes, which the police quickly identified as Li Di and Appo's own footprint. Li Di, a 35-year-old renowned pianist, had been a prodigy, accumulating countless accolades throughout his life. He had divorced 5 years prior due to domestic violence, a matter that had drawn media attention. A year ago, he remarried a model named Ning Mo, and the couple had no plans for children. Ning Mo, a 25-year-old model, had a tumultuous past and had gone to a bar alone the previous night, engaging in a liaison with a stranger, providing her with an alibi. Earlier that day, someone had sent her a bouquet of roses while Li Di was present at home. After closing the door, Li Di struck Ning Mo in a fit of rage before storming out. Ning Mo was oblivious to the identity of the flower sender, and the police traced the delivery to an unregistered phone number, which had since been turned off. Thus, was the perpetrator the mysterious flower sender? As Soo-hee perused the photographs, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The images were unredacted and appeared even more provocative. What could possibly incite such animosity that the killer resorted to such extreme measures? Given the extent of the body's mutilation, this was evidently a case of passion-fueled murder, with the perpetrator likely being a man or a woman. From Ning Mo's statement, it seemed her ex-husband had intentions of rekindling their relationship and had contacted her multiple times. This raised significant suspicion toward her ex-husband, Tang Ji-wen. At that moment, a man was escorted into the station by the police. He exuded arrogance, adorned with tattoos, but soon subdued as he sat in the interrogation room. This individual was Ning Mo's ex-husband, Tang Ji-wen. I was home writing songs all night with no witnesses, and our community lacks surveillance cameras. So, you're implying I and Oppos am the killer? Soo-hee interjected, unable to contain himself. With someone like you, I believe you carried the lives of 7 or 8 people on your back. Hey, how do you police officers speak? Do you think I wanted Oppos to report you? Does my appearance concern you? Besides, plenty of people wanted that bastard Lee D dead. Are you just picking on me? Fine. Come on, have the guts to execute me right now. Officer Zhao shot Soo-hee an exasperated glare, sternly ordering out. Soo-hee exited, while Rong Shui chuckled at his discomfort, saying, that and Oppos. That's what you get for being too talkative. If you were truly a police officer, you and Oppos, do you have to file a report? Soo-hee, though you're not an officer, since you are here assisting with the case, you represent the police. So, refrain from speaking thoughtlessly in the future. Soo-hee grinned, understood. Officer Rong, your admonishment is noted. By the way, if Tang Ji-wen is indeed the killer, does that mean the reward of 100,000 belongs to me? Dream on. Officer Zhao retorted from behind Soo-hee, aside from flaunting a couple of iced teas, a soda, 2 lunchboxes, and a banana. What have you contributed to the police station? I also visited the restroom 3 times. Chapter 88. No name shall be slain under the blade in a moment of impulsiveness. Soo-hee stepped out of the police station, filled with regret. Had he known this would transpire, he would have opted to deliver takeout instead. The bounty of 100,000 yuan proved far more elusive than anticipated. The private lives of Li Di and Ning Mo had woven an intricate web, and the relationships within it left Soo-hee perplexed. Most absurdly, some women who had dated Li Di were married to men who had previously courted Ning Mo. For a time, Soo-hee found himself at a loss in discerning who bore animosity towards Li Di, Tang Ji-wen, and Oppos. His assertion rang true. The number of individuals wishing to eliminate Li Di was considerable. Only the police possessed the means to conduct such investigations, leaving Soo-hee feeling utterly helpless. Presently, Tang Ji-wen emerged as the prime suspect from an emotional standpoint. His desire to reconcile with Ning Mo provided him with a motive for murder, and he lacked an alibi. From a financial perspective, Ning Mo also stood as a significant suspect, as Li Di's demise would yield a substantial inheritance for her. While she did possess an alibi, it did not absolve her of potential involvement in Li Di's death. Regarding others, the young celebrity who had attended the banquet with Li Di had been dismissed from the vehicle at Li Di's behest midway, returning home with corroborative evidence from community surveillance. Li Di's ex-wife, Du Min, a music teacher at a training institution, resided with her boyfriend in an old apartment complex. Surveillance footage at the entrance captured them returning home together, only leaving the following morning. Most individuals connected to Li Di had solid alibis. What then could be the motive for the murderer? The state of the body suggested a release of pent-up fury. Could it be that the killer deliberately staged the scene to mislead the police? Li Di and Oppos' sports car was discovered parked on the street near the crime scene, with no valuables missing. The dashcam revealed he had arrived at the location after receiving a phone call, exiting the vehicle and heading towards an uninhabited area. Upon investigation, the number matched the previously unregistered mobile phone. A single phone call had lured Li Di to a secluded place, indicating familiarity, perhaps even a close acquaintance. Would Tang Ji-wen have prompted Li Di to abandon a sweet and charming celebrity? Clearly not, unless he had taken Ning Mo hostage. However, Sui surmised that Li Di would have contacted the authorities immediately rather than venturing alone. If this were a television drama, how would it unfold? Sui had ceased to place hope in the police's ability to gather leads. Seated on his electric bike, he envisioned himself as Li Di in his sports car, accompanied by a soft and delightful celebrity. Suddenly, he received a call. It was from Panji Gang. Sui, Hedi, Mago and Yonggu are clashing with the ELE. Me folks at Panjiayuan. Damn it. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the call ended abruptly. His train of thought disrupted. Sui mounted his electric bike and sped towards Panjiayuan. Anyone who dared to challenge Mate Wan would face dire consequences. On the way, Sui attempted to reach Panji Gang by phone, but no one answered. Could it be that they had been wiped out? Upon arriving at Panjiayuan, he found no sign of anyone. Where could they have gone at this late hour? Sui, hurry up. Magu has already collapsed, and Yonggu can barely hold on. From the entrance of a narrow alley, Panji Gang shouted at Sui, only to be seized by two blue knights and pulled inside. The situation was dire. Sui secured his electric bike, pried a brick from the ground, and charged forward. Let us show them the might of ELE. Me, hearing the commotion ahead, Sui raised the brick and shouted, everyone, stop right now. Even before he arrived, his voice had already reached them, and all eyes turned towards him. Panji Gang, with bleary eyes, squinted at Sui, confused. Sui, are you drunk? Why are you holding a brick? Come on, Sui. They're too arrogant. We must teach them a lesson tonight. None of us have ever feared anyone while drinking. Dong Yong, rolling up his sleeves, stood before a blue knight, both engaged in a drinking contest. Ma Mingzhi sat on the ground, clutching a trash can. Upon hearing Dong Yong speak, he looked up and declared, this is my buddy Sui, known in the underworld as the deadly big Wu Su and the unyielding drunkard of Jinan, a whirlwind at the drinking table. A blue knight regarded Sui, questioning, hey, you've got quite a reputation with so many titles. What is the deal? Are you planning to start a brawl with that brick? Panji Gang leaned closer to Sui, whispering, Magu and the ELE. Me brothers made a bet. Whoever loses tonight pays the bill. Sui tossed the brick into a flower bed and clapped his hands. How many bottles do we owe you? The blue knight turned to his companion, who counted and replied, 32 bottles. All right, let us change the rules. A one-on-one match. Winner takes all. Are you up for it? Facing 5 opponents. It was perplexing where Ma Mingzhi found his audacity to challenge them with just 3 men. That's not fair. You've only just arrived. How can that be right? You 5 against our 3 is fair? How about this? You send 2, and I'll take you on alone. Sound good? 2 formidable blue knights were dispatched, while Sui rolled up his sleeves, stating, we have half an hour. You can concede early if you wish. The loser pays. Agreed? The 2 blue knights nodded in agreement. Let us begin. Sui grabbed a beer bottle and downed it, quickly consuming 3 in 5 seconds, leaving his opponents dazed. Refreshing. The 2 blue knights, having already consumed plenty, took a bottle each and downed it. Sui, munching on peanuts from the table, remarked, keep it going. I'm still ahead by 1 bottle. The 2 blue knights, feeling the effects of their earlier drinks, hesitated. Seizing the moment, Sui gulped down 3 more bottles, then slammed the table and declared, stop dawdling. I'm now 4 bottles ahead. Do you know how I earn my nickname? No name shall be slain under the blade. I, Su, have once drunk 2 to death. The 2 blue knights sank into their chairs, waving their hands in defeat. We concede. We yield. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the clear waters flow eternally. Farewell, brothers. Sui pulled Ma Mingzhi aside, whispering, let us hurry. I'm about to be sick. Chapter 89, Have you watched too many dramas? Utter nonsense. This month in AMP, Oppos, SOCs are certainly on you 3. Next time, notify me only after you and AMP, Oppos, finish drinking, or I might just turn against you. Throughout the ordeal, I only had a few peanuts, and anyone in my position would feel miserable. Damn it, I even ended up throwing up. Dong Yong peered in with a silly grin, saying, Sui, you are now a big star. Before drinking, we noticed you hadn't taken on any jobs, thinking you must be busy with important matters, so we didn't call you. What do you mean a big star? Brothers, regardless of the circumstances, I will always be at your service, no hesitation. After uttering this, Sui suddenly paused and asked, brothers, let me pose a question. If a big star receives a call asking him to go to a remote wilderness, ultimately leading to his demise. Why would he go? How is he persuaded? Ma Mingzhi laughed heartily. That and Oppose. As simple. The caller must be a stunning beauty. Big stars crave excitement, yearning for a bit of wild interaction. Quite plausible. But what about Li Di, who was already in the car? Why seek distant thrills? Dong Yong replied, I suspect that the Big Star S family was kidnapped, compelling him to go for a ransom. If it were a kidnapping, even if Li Di didn't report it, he should have called his family to verify. So that reasoning doesn't end amp, oppose, T-hold. Panji Gang was about to speak, but Suhi turned and said, forget it, let in amp, oppose, as sleep. Wait, Suhi, I haven an amp, oppose, T finished. The Big Star was blackmailed with scandalous photos. He had to comply with the caller and amp, oppose, S demands. Have you watched too many dramas? Utter nonsense. All right, sleep now. The following morning, upon waking, Suhi called Officer Zhao. Hello, Officer Zhao. I believe I know how the murderer persuaded Li Di to go to the crime scene. The murderer has compromising photos of Li Di and threatened him, leaving Li Di no choice. Yes, and then? Isn't that obvious? The murderer. All right, good morning, Officer Zhao, goodbye. Suhi suddenly realized that there weren't and oppose. Too many who could acquire such photos of Li Di. I told you Panji Gang was spouting nonsense. After freshening up, Suhi hopped on his electric bike and headed straight to the Vehicle Administration Office. Today was a momentous day as he was set to take his first subject exam. Upon arriving at the examination venue, Suhi parked and obediently queued. Suddenly, two girls in high school uniforms rushed over, standing in front of Suhi and timidly asking, Hello, are you Suhi? With a smile, Suhi replied, Yes. Wow, it really is you. Could you please give us your autograph? It was the first time anyone had asked for his autograph, especially two young girls, and Suhi happily said, Of course. Do you have paper and a pen? One girl, carrying a bag, pulled out a piano score and said, Please sign here. Suhi was taken aback, staring at the piano score. Suhi, what's wrong? Regaining his composure, Suhi smiled. Nothing, so you're learning piano. How wonderful. I can play a little too. Really? Suhi, you're quite talented. But I find piano difficult. I wish our teacher were as gentle as you. She's always stern. A strict teacher produces excellent students. Her strictness is for your benefit. Not at all. Suhi, you wouldn't amp, oppose, T understand. Our teacher is quite eccentric. She hides terrifying things in her piano. Every time I touch it, I get goosebumps all over. The two girls were distinct in character. One lively, the other composed. The lively one was named Chen Xiao, while the composed one was Fong Chengchen. After signing their names, Suhi casually asked, Chen Xiao, are you just making excuses? What could possibly be terrifying in a piano? Fong Chengchen pulled Chen Xiao aside, signaling her to be quiet. Chen Xiao smiled at Suhi, saying, Suhi, your handwriting is beautiful. We need to go. Our exam is about to start. Goodbye. The two girls walked towards the examination hall, and Suhi, slowly advancing in line, took out his phone to message Officer Rong Shui. Officer Rong, there are two students at Beijing No. 2 High School, Chen Xiao and Fong Chengchen. Please help me find out where they study piano and send me their teacher's information. Is there a connection between pianist Li Di and these two high school students? Is Chen Xiao and amp, oppose, S teacher truly eccentric? What terrifying thing could she be hiding in her piano? Entering the examination hall, Suhi began to answer questions diligently. Congratulations. You scored 90 points, and you have passed. Please exit the examination hall in an orderly manner. The first subject was quite simple, and Suhi passed on his first attempt. Exiting the hall, he opened his phone to find a message from Officer Rong. It's a private lesson. The teacher is named Dumin. Suhi, Dumin is Li Di's ex-wife. Have you discovered any clues? Dumin divorced Li Di 5 years ago, and according to police records, they had no contact over the years. However, Suhi understood that the system would not randomly arrange for two girls to appear. There must be a connection. The 10,000 yuan reward seemed to hold promise. Officer Rong, please inquire about Chen Xiao and Oppo's home address and accompany me to her residence. Following the vague clues provided by the system, Suhi resolved to pursue this lead, though it remained a mere hypothesis without substantial evidence. When Suhi exited the examination hall, both girls had vanished, leaving him no choice but to have Officer Rong take him to Chen Zhao's home. Arriving at the police station, Officer Rongshui was already waiting at the door. Once inside the vehicle, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you suspect Min?" Leaning back in his seat, Soo-hee chuckled. "Now, everyone I see resembles 10,000 yuan. Today at the Vehicle Administration Office, I encountered two of Do-min and Appo's students. I want to learn more about her." Upon seeing the police at her door, Chen Xiao's mother assumed something had happened to her daughter and called Chen Xiao back. "Soo-hee, what are you doing in my house?" As soon as the door opened, Chen Xiao spotted Soo-hee seated in the living room alongside a female officer, instantly becoming anxious. "Chen Xiao, do you remember when you mentioned your piano teacher had a terrifying thing hidden in her piano? Could you tell us what it is?" Soo-hee inquired. Chen Xiao hesitated. "Chen Xiao, answer the officer truthfully," her mother urged from the side. "I don't know exactly what it is. Once, while practicing at Teacher Du's house, she went downstairs to buy groceries. Fong Changsheng told me there was a black key that Wooden and Appo's T pressed down, and when she looked in the gap, she saw a dark little foot. Chapter 90, a broken key, an incomplete melody. Teacher Du, this is my brother. He brought me to class today. Do you mind if he sits in?" Chen Xiao nervously glanced at Du Min, relieved that her attention was not on her. Du Min smiled. "Is that so? How come you never mentioned it before? Come on in. Where's Fong Changsheng?" At that moment, Du Min's phone rang. It was Fong Changsheng calling in sick. Soo-hee walked into the modest living room, where two pianos stood elegantly, the space impeccably tidy. Sunlight streamed through the open curtains, casting a warm glow, while fresh flowers on the dining table exuded a delicate fragrance. Soo-hee settled onto the sofa as Du Min poured her a glass of water. "Chen Xiao, why not an Appo's? Do you play that piece from last week?" Du Min said, heading to the kitchen to fetch some fruit. Seeing this, Chen Xiao pointed to the other piano and began to play. "Wrong, start over." Du Min and Appo's voice echoed from the kitchen as Chen Xiao began. Soo-hee stood up and approached the other piano, gently caressing the keys before taking a seat. Ding, ding, ding. It was Soo-hee's first time playing the piano. On the wall hung a yellowed sheet of music, only half completed. Du Min stood at the kitchen doorway, astonished to see Soo-hee playing the unfinished piece on the wall. As Soo-hee played more fluidly, she continued beyond the sheet and Appo's end. One melodic line chased another until the final measure, the last chord blending seamlessly together. Sunlight danced across Soo-hee's face, while Chen Xiao watched in trance, the recurring notes whispering sweetly in her ears. Unbeknownst to them, the melody ascended an octave before gracefully returning. Finally, the music came to an abrupt halt. Soo-hee shook her head in regret, sighing, such exquisite music, reminiscent of two souls intertwining. "Teacher Du, what is it that you cannot let go?" Du Min and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, glaring at Soo-hee. "What do you mean?" Soo-hee rose and pressed a black key, stating, "A broken key renders the piece incomplete. Do you find my words reasonable, Teacher Du?" At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Chen Xiao to rush to answer. "Hello, Ms. Du. We are from the Criminal Investigation Team, and we are here to search your residence as per the law. Here are the documents. We hope for your cooperation." Officer Rong stood confidently at the door, followed by several police officers who entered. Du Min dropped the fruit bowl she was holding, the fruits scattering across the floor. Clutching her garment nervously, she said, "Officers, please be careful not to damage anything." Rongshui approached Soo-hee, glaring, "Who authorized you to act on your own?" Soo-hee smiled and pulled Chen Xiao out. Outside, she gently ruffled Chen Xiao's hair, saying, "You should head back." Chen Xiao looked up at Soo-hee, smiling. "I completed my task. Is there no reward?" Soo-hee retrieved 2 coins from her pocket and placed them in Chen Xiao and Appo's hand, saying, "Go buy an ice pop at the supermarket downstairs, and be careful on your way." Oof. Not long after, as the piano was opened, Rongshui was stunned. A withered infant and Appo's corpse. "No. I beg you, return my daughter to me." Du Min was taken away in a police car. Back at the police station, Du Min refused to answer any questions, repeatedly uttering, "Return my daughter to me." Rongshui handed a stack of documents to Soo-hee, saying, 5 years ago, Li Di's domestic violence caused an 8-month pregnant Du Min to have a premature baby, which ultimately died. The obstetrician violated protocols and failed to follow hospital procedures. Instead of being handed over to the crematorium, the baby was secretly traded to Do-min. At the crime scene, the murderer wore Lee D's shoes, which were size 43, while Do-min's feet were size 37. The footprint analysis indicated that the killer's foot size was likely around 42. Different foot sizes leave distinct imprints. The depth of the prints can help reconstruct height and weight. Lee D's abuse led to the death of Do-min's child, fueling her motive for murder. However, a motive alone was insufficient. No evidence existed to implicate Do-min. Size 42 and 43 are common sizes for men and Oppo's shoes, making it impossible to pinpoint a suspect. Furthermore, Do-min remained tight-lipped, refusing to cooperate with the police inquiries. Before long, Do-min's boyfriend was summoned by the police. Hee Jung-chu, a 34-year-old chief veterinarian at a pet hospital, had been Do-min's classmate. After Do-min divorced Lee D, they began living together without marrying. In the interrogation room, Officer Zhao asked Hee Jung-chu, "Do you know if there's anything hidden in Do-min and Oppo's piano?" Hee Jung-chu shook his head, responding, "I don't and Oppo's, Tino. What about the injury on your hand?" Hee Jung-chu smiled, raising his hand. "Last night, a customer brought in a dog that couldn't be saved. There was a commotion, and I ended up in a scuffle. The police have the incident report. I even compensated 2,000 yuan. After the questioning, Officer Zhao left the interrogation room. Glaring at Su-hee, "Why are you still here?" "Officer Zhao, I cannot coexist with evil. Enough. If Do-min and Oppo's Lee can help identify the murderer, then the 100,000 yuan reward for information will be yours. You may return for now." "All right, Officer Zhao. I won't disturb your work any longer." As Su-hee exited the police station, Officer Zhao and several officers headed to the pet hospital where Hee Jung-chu worked. "Hello, officer. This is the dispute that occurred last night. However, we and Oppo's resolved it, and the parties involved have accepted our apology and compensation." The hospital administrator retrieved the footage from the incident and presented the reconciliation document. In the surveillance video, a man rushed into the hospital holding a small dog. Shortly after, Hee Jung-chu began treating the dog, but the treatment room lacked surveillance. 27 minutes later, Hee Jung-chu emerged, informing the dog owner that the dog had died. The owner, unable to accept this, caused a scene in the hospital. Hee Jung-chu attempted to calm him down, but after a few words, they began to fight. Eventually, the front desk called the police, and after mediation, both parties apologized, with the hospital compensating the dog owner 3,000 yuan, 2,000 of which was paid by Hee Jung-chu. At first glance, this seemed like an ordinary treatment dispute. However, as Officer Zhao reviewed the footage again, he suddenly exclaimed, "Stop! Rewind 5 seconds, 2 more seconds, right there." In the footage, just before the scuffle with the dog owner, Hee Jung-chu removed his gloves, revealing a faint red mark on the back of his hand. "Bring that surveillance footage back." Officer Zhao turned to the hospital administrator, asking, "Was there anything unusual about Hee Jung-chu last night?" "Nothing out of the ordinary." "Oh wait, normally, the attending physician wouldn't show up in such situations. He did act a bit out of character and even got into a fight with the customer." Chapter 91. This time, let us see who prevails. Collect all information regarding Hee Jung-chu. Investigate his travel routes over the past month. Retrieve his call records, social interactions, and expenditure records. In the conference room, Zhao Xiaoyang was already convinced of the connection between Hee Jung-chu and the deaths of Lee D. Today marked a significant day for Su-hee to learn driving. He had been reluctant to attend, yet the instructor insisted he clock in. One might ponder the instructor's lack of common sense. After all, Su-hee was a man possessing advanced professional racing skills. Was it not somewhat excessive for him to learn the second driving test? The instructor, clad in slippers, settled into the passenger seat, placed his teacup down, cleared his throat, and remarked, "Su-hee, is it? You're not planning to deliver takeout anymore, are you? Here to learn driving in hopes of becoming a DD driver." Su-hee, dressed in delivery attire, intended to clock in and then head out to deliver food. With a sigh, he replied, "Instructor, let me be frank. With my current driving skills, I dare say that even Takumi Fujiwara in his E86 would only be left trailing behind. Let us forego the practice. We should directly schedule the exam. I have encountered many boastful students. As long as you pass all the tests today, you won an oppos. You need to return. The instructor handed the keys to Soo-hee, saying, "What? Are you afraid?" Soo-hee accepted the keys, started the engine, and declared, "Instructor, you see, I detest pretentiousness. It's utterly pointless, truly. Hold on tight." With a swift press on the accelerator, the vehicle remained motionless. "Hey, instructor, why are you pressing my brake? At this rate, if I don't, you might just drive out of the galaxy." Subsequently, Soo-hee leisurely completed all the tasks of the second driving test, leaving on his electric bike under the astonished gaze of the instructor. This lad drives quite well. He merely needs to curb his tendency to boast. Soo-hee originally planned to deliver food, but was suddenly interrupted by a call from Officer Rong, who informed him that the case had been solved, with He Zhengqiu being the murderer. On the night Li Di was killed, He Zhengqiu and Du Min returned to the residential area and did not emerge thereafter. Surveillance footage captured no sign of He Zhengqiu. Following an investigation into He Zhengqiu and Oppo's travel routes over the past month, the police discovered that he wandered through various streets in the city after work, notebook in hand, recording observations. Moreover, He Zhengqiu had repeatedly entered another residential complex. The police promptly entered the complex for an inspection and stumbled upon a chilling room. Upon opening the door, they found a human face skin hanging in the center of the living room, casting a shadow of a face on the wall through the light. In front of the face skin, a chair was placed, behind which lay a map of the capital, densely marked with various notations. A route leading from the rear of the residential complex to a desolate area, cleverly evading all surveillance, was marked in red ink. On the chair lay a card inscribed with, "You caught me." Subsequently, He Zhengqiu confessed to murdering Li Di. Why did you kill Li Di? Officer Zhao could not fathom it. If Du Min harbored animosity towards Li Di and colluded with He Zhengqiu, that would make sense. However, when he relayed the confession to Du Min, her reaction was one of disbelief. She could not accept that He Zhengqiu was the killer. He Zhengqiu gazed up at Officer Zhao and chuckled. "Officer, if I revealed everything, it would lose its thrill." Meanwhile, as Soo-hee rode his electric bike into the police station, two choices suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Uncover He Zhengqiu's motive for murder. Completion reward. Mastery of chess. Option 2. Leave the police station and take a nap. Completion reward. 2 yuan in cash. Soo-hee abruptly slammed the brakes, turned the bike around, and dashed out of the police station. The security guard at the entrance was taken aback. "Soo-hee, aren't you going in?" "No, foul he. I'm heading home for a nap." The guard glanced at the clock on the wall, puzzled. "But it's only 5 in the afternoon. Going home to sleep?" Upon exiting the police station, Soo-hee suddenly paused. "Just 2 yuan?" He decided to abandon the choice and simply proceed to deliver food. The next day, after awakening from his slumber, Soo-hee received a notification from the system, confirming the completion of option 2, earning him 2 yuan in cash. Well, it was still a completion. However, Soo-hee felt no regret. The murderer had been apprehended, and the motive behind the killing was of no concern to him. Had he chosen option 1, it would have resulted in the death of someone connected to chess. This time, he cared little for rewards. It was imperative that the elderly gentleman survived. After all, not every victim is a villain. More importantly, the bounty of 100,000 yuan in clue rewards was now within reach. With 2 yuan in hand, he descended to purchase 2 steamed buns and rode his electric bike toward the police station. Upon entering, 2 choices reappeared before him. Option 1. Uncover He Zhengqiu's motive for murder. Completion reward. Mastery of chess. Option 2. Leave the police station and take a nap. Completion reward. 2 yuan in cash. Alas, it seemed that not one elderly gentleman could perish. So he scrutinized the options, carefully analyzing them, before stepping inside the police station building. "Soo-hee, what brings you here?" "The case has already been solved." Officer Zhao happened to emerge just then. "Oh, don't play amnesiac with me." "Officer Zhao, you see, the case has been resolved, so about that money. Is it not as we previously agreed upon?" Soo-hee trailed behind Officer Zhao. "What money? I need to step out for a moment." Officer Zhao approached the police car and opened the door. "Officer Zhao, it's 100,000 yuan. For the clue reward. You can't back out now." Soo-hee casually opened the passenger door and took a seat. Zhao Xiaoyang glanced at Soo-hee and smiled. "Although the case is solved and the murderer caught, we still have not clarified why He Zhengqiu killed Li Di or or whether Du Min is an accomplice. As for the money, we'll discuss it once we have clarity. Officer Zhao, you didn't say this before. Sui glared at Officer Zhao. Officer Zhao patted Sui-He's shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll call you once we have clarity. This is a decision from the Bureau. I can't make it on my own. Consider this. If Du Min is indeed an accomplice, then the case is not truly resolved. You should get out of the car. I have something urgent to attend to. Sitting on the steps of the police station, Sui mumbled in frustration. Damn system, conspiring against me in plain sight. Let us see who outlasts whom this time. Sui, why are you sitting here? Would you like to come in for a while? Officer Rong emerged. Sui stood up, dusted off his pants, and replied, No, Officer Rong, I'm heading back to sleep. Chapter 92. The End. The collapse of my persona upon returning to the hotel. Sui set an alarm and fell into a deep slumber. An hour later, the alarm jolted him awake. He received a system notification indicating that he had completed option 2 and earned a reward of $2 in cash. Sitting on his bed, Sui pondered the implications of entering the police station, which would trigger a system selection. Option 1 promised mastery in chess, but at the cost of an elderly man and amp. Oppo's life, while option 2 offered $2 in cash. Each time he entered the police station, the same choices would arise. Should I refrain from visiting the police station? Once the authorities discovered He Zhengchu and Oppo's motive for murder, the task would become void, signifying that the chess-related victim need not perish. Ha ha! Oh, devious system, you are in my grasp. Suddenly, two choices materialized before Sui. Option 1. Uncover He Zhengchu and amp. Oppo's motive for murder. Reward, $2 in cash. Option 2. Take a nap. Reward, mastery in chess. What the heck? Sui and amp. Oppo's smile gradually faded. The rewards for the two options had been swapped. This time, option 2 offered mastery in chess, and to avoid this reward, he must complete option 1. Well, I shall choose neither. Sui beamed with satisfaction. However, he soon realized that by merely taking a nap, the second option would automatically be fulfilled. How long could he possibly stay awake? This system is utterly frustrating. Ultimately, he was left with only one path. Option 1. To discover He Zhengchu's motive for murder. Sui had always been perplexed. If he failed to complete an option, it seemed there were no penalties. What was the system truly after? Continuous wakefulness was impossible. So Sui resolved to select the first option. After making his choice, he decided to visit the police station. Although the system's reward was a mere $2, the police station's reward could be as high as $100,000. If he could expedite the case, it would surely be better than delivering takeout. As he opened his phone, Sui suddenly noticed that in the past couple of days, the companies and live streaming platforms that had previously sought his involvement had fallen silent. Even director Yu Qing had not reached out to him. After some contemplation, Sui decided to call Yu Qing, considering the next film offered a guaranteed $300,000 in post-tax compensation. Hello, director. When we start filming? Sui, I apologize for not notifying you earlier, but this film won't be shooting anytime soon. Wait, I just saw on your social media that you posted about a launch ceremony tomorrow. Sui, let me be frank. The investors have specifically requested not to have you on board. I don't know how to explain this, but we'll discuss it another time. Yu Qing hung up the phone, leaving Sui stunned. What does this mean? Have I been dropped? He then called director Chen Xiaoning. Hello, Director Chen. You mentioned a role for me as the male second lead. Oh, we and Oppo's. V already cast other actors. That and Oppo's, as fine. I wanted Oppo's. To disturb you further. How peculiar. I haven't offended anyone. Sui decided to call Li Yifeng. Hello, brother phone. It's me, Sui. I don't know what's going on, but both director Yu Qing and director Chen Xiaoning have canceled the roles they promised me. Sui, you don't know? Just search your name online, and you'll find out. After hanging up, Sui searched for his name online. What the hell? Who the heck spread these rumors? Bloodied hands. The rise of the delivery worker he cultivates in the underworld. The soul-catching delivery worker, Grim Reaper delivery worker. A million cry for you to go abroad. It was unclear who had the audacity to compile his involvement in the film crew. Kuan Yang and the banquet hosted by Li Yifeng, with more and more incriminating information surfacing, linking him to numerous cases. This is defamation. They're slandering me. Sui collapsed onto his bed, realizing that his persona had shattered. Hello, I wish to file a complaint. Someone is spreading rumors. Yes, this is Soo-hee. Suddenly, the call ended. Hey, I have a short fuse. Soo-hee called back. Hello, what do you mean? I want to report someone for slander. Mr. Sue, we've verified the situation, and there are no rumors being spread. Are you joking? Don and Amp. Oppos. Do you think this is already a big enough issue? Adding an official certification just feels like bullying. At that moment, the delivery station manager called. Hello, Sue. Please refrain from coming to the station for now. And remember to wear your mask while delivering. At least the manager was understanding. He had managed to keep his job. Just after hanging up, Zhou Bing and Oppos, as call came through. Hello, Officer Zhou. Don't worry, I want to set foot in the police station. Golf, Sue. Please listen to me. The Bureau has issued a statement on your behalf and contacted the cyber police to address the rumors online. The Provincial Public Security Department has granted special approval. From now on, you will be our consultant in the criminal investigation team. Soo-hee was moved to tears, asking, Officer Zhou, what is the salary like? Are there benefits? On the other end, Zhou Bing fell silent for a full minute before replying. If you work normally, the basic salary is around $5,000 a month with benefits. And if I don't work, none. Good news does not travel far. While bad news spreads like wildfire, calls kept coming in. Just after hanging up, the beautiful Ms. Zhao Xiao called again. You little rascal. What's going on online? I mean, no one played mahjong with me today. They said you possess the ability to communicate with the King of Hell. Can you check the Book of Life and Death for me and see how long I have left? Mom, it's all rumors. Your son is currently working at the police station. If you don't believe me, check online later. What a calamity. Chapter 93. All men. Do I really need to explain? Soo-hee donned her helmet, mask, and sunglasses, catching a glimpse of her reflection, so transformed that even her mother would not recognize her before descending the stairs. Officer Sue, you have concealed your identity quite well. I always thought you were merely a delivery person. Could it be that those three are also? The innkeeper exclaimed upon their meeting. Has it really come to this? Soo-hee scanned her surroundings, cleared her throat, and whispered, do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Keep what you know to yourself. Well, I must head to the Public Security Bureau now. The innkeeper nodded repeatedly, murmuring, I understand. As Soo-hee stepped into the noodle shop, the proprietress called out, Officer Sue, are you here for noodles again? Oh no, my undercover identity is compromised. After finishing her breakfast, Soo-hee approached an elderly man collecting bottles on the street and asked, Sir, do you know who I am? The old man glanced at Soo-hee and replied, Why should I care who you are? Have you eaten enough? Go play with your own business. Well then, it seems not everyone can recognize her. Soo-hee hopped onto her electric bike and made her way to the Public Security Bureau. Officer Sue, what brings you here? At the entrance, Rong Shui greeted Soo-hee with a beaming smile. Soo-hee removed her mask and replied, Officer Rong, are you making fun of me? Where's Officer Zhao? Has he Zhengshu reported in? Rong Shui did not respond directly, but said, Come on, you'll find out once we go inside. Following Rong Shui into the building, suddenly all the officers stood to attention, their expressions solemn as they regarded Soo-hee. Zhao Xiaoyang stepped forward, addressing the assembly. Let us welcome Soo-hee to our criminal investigation team. As the officers erupted into applause, tears welled in Soo-hee's eyes, and she could not help but ask, Officer Zhao, does this mean the issue regarding the 100,000 yuan is now moot? Soo-hee, is that all you think of? Still fixated on money. You ruined the atmosphere. Rong Shui interjected from the side. With a forlorn expression, Soo-hee replied, But the matter is separate. I am not on salary. Enough with the pity party. As long as the case is resolved, the 100,000 yuan is still yours. You and Amp, Oppos, not entirely without pay. If you perform well, the Bureau will grant you a special allowance. Zhao patted Soo-hee on the shoulder. Ah, that's reassuring. By the way, Officer Zhao, if I come across a case in the future and a reward is issued, will I be eligible? Zhao shot Soo-hee a knowing glance and chuckled. I knew you would ask that. The Bureau has discussed your situation. As long as you can provide leads or directly solve a case, the reward is yours. Instantly emboldened, Soo-hee raised her hand, declaring, I stand against gambling and drugs. No, I stand against evil. In the case of Li Di's murder, He Zhengshu was apprehended and openly confessed to the crime. Yet the sole enigma that perplexed the authorities was whether Du Min was an accomplice. He Zhengqiu assumed sole responsibility, while Du Min claimed ignorance of the events. The police suspected Du Min had instigated He Zhengqiu's actions, but lacked any conclusive evidence. After reviewing all the materials, Su He fell into deep contemplation. Li Di had subjected Du Min to domestic violence, resulting in the premature death of her unborn child. Did Du Min harbor resentment towards Li Di? Certainly. If Du Min had urged He Zhengqiu to kill Li Di, would he have complied? Committing murder is illegal, and He Zhengqiu had a stable job and living parents. Would he truly be willing to kill just to appease Du Min? Li Di had been beaten before his death, even mutilated. Was there such profound enmity between He Zhengqiu and Li Di? He Zhengqiu and Du Min were university classmates. Suddenly, Sui picked up a photograph, placing it between the two, exclaiming, "I understand." Rong Shui observed as Sui shifted the photo of the infant corpse from between Li Di and Du Min to between He Zhengqiu and Du Min, inquiring, "Su-He, what does this mean?" Zhao Zhao merely glanced at it and comprehended Su-He's implication, stating, "Immediately have He Zhengqiu's and the infant's DNA compared." "Ah, you mean this is He Zhengqiu and Appo's as child?" Rong Shui exclaimed, astonished. "There is no need for DNA comparison. Officer Zhao, please prepare an interrogation room and bring He Zhengqiu in." "Su-He, you mustn't amp. Appo's resort to violence." "Fear not, I shall maintain control." Within the interrogation room, He Zhengqiu sat silently with his head bowed. Before him lay a photograph, one that Su-He had handed him, depicting the infant corpse. Seeing He Zhengqiu and Appo's silence, Su-He grew impatient and said, "Are you unable to play this game? Did I not provide the correct answer?" He Zhengqiu lifted his gaze, perplexed, and asked, "Are you a delivery person or a police officer? Come on, can we skip the theatrics? Once we finish, I still have deliveries to make." "You've lost. The loser has no right to question." "Ha ha ha. Lost. You really think you could win? If I hadn't kept this, you police would never catch me in this lifetime." Holding the photograph of the infant corpse, He Zhengqiu began to laugh, only to be overcome with tears, saying, "But I fear she will be alone. I must go down to accompany her. There are bad people below." Suddenly, He Zhengqiu's expression changed as he looked at Su-He, shouting, "He killed my daughter. He deserves to die. Where's the justice in this world? His death is my justice." "Calm down. No need to get so worked up. You startle me." Su-He approached with a death photograph of Li Di, saying, "Listen, my friend, I must point out that your methods were rather extreme. Don't you worry about nightmares later?" He Zhengqiu gazed at the photograph and laughed, "Ha. Dreaming of his death? Now that would be a delightful dream. Then tell me, what was the purpose of the mutilation and skinning?" "Ha ha. Oh man, do I really need to explain?" With that declaration, He Zhengqiu bowed his head once more, lapsing into silence. As Su-He turned to leave, she remarked, "If that child is not yours, would you still find it amusing?" Chapter 94. She is so small, she will be scared. "Sui, did you not say that the baby is He Zhengqiu and Du Min's?" As soon as Su-He stepped out of the interrogation room, Rong Shui eagerly inquired, "What did I ever say that?" Su-He walked to the center of the hall and turned to Rong Shui, asking, "Officer Rong, where's my office?" "An office? Do you still need one?" Officer Rong looked at Su-He with confusion. Su-He sighed and replied, "Well, at least you could provide me with a chair, right?" "Su-He, are you tired? Just sit anywhere you find a spot." Just as Su-He took a seat, Officer Zhao approached and handed her a document, saying, "The identification results are out. He Zhengqiu is not the biological father of the baby, nor is Li Di." What a game. Two fools entangled in this, one tragically dead, the other facing execution. Su-He, are you implying that this is all Du Min's scheme?" Officer Zhao questioned. Su-He stood up and responded, "I never said that. Police work relies on evidence. Let us conclude this. Here is my bank card number. Officer Rong, please assist me with this. Since you suspect Du Min, why not continue the investigation?" Rong Shui asked, puzzled. "Unless Du Min admits it herself, would she?" Su-He turned to Rong Shui, asserting that a hypothesis does not equate to the truth. Some truths are destined to remain hidden. The murder of Li Di was solely He Zhengqiu and Appo's doing, and according to police records, Du Min had never been involved. Even if He Zhengqiu were to claim that Du Min orchestrated everything, where is the evidence? Mere words hold no weight. Within legal proceedings, Du Min is innocent. Come on, Give it another try. He Zhengchu has already confided in you, hasn't he? Officer Zhao asked, having posed the question multiple times. Yet He Zhengchu remained unresponsive. Ahem. Zhao Xiaoyang awkwardly cleared his throat and said to Rong Shui, Go bring Du Min to the interrogation room. I and Amp, Oppos, LL handle it. 10 minutes later, Officer Zhao exited the interrogation room, exasperated, it and Oppos. Just the same few lines repeated. Take her to see a psychologist. Rong Shui nudged Su He and whispered, Su He, why Don and Amp? Amp, Oppos, till you give a try. After contemplating, Su He said, Prepare a room without any surveillance. Inside the room, there are only 2 chairs. Du Min sat on one, waiting for Su He to enter. She slowly lifted her head and asked, Where's my daughter? She is so small. She will be scared. Please, return her to me. Su He took a seat, surveyed the surroundings, and said, No surveillance. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a delivery person, and my role is mainly to deliver items for others. He Zhengchu knows the child is not his. Guess what he said? He asked him to tell Du Min, Take good care of yourself. Du Min smiled finally. A tear escaping her, but quickly wiped away. All right, I understand. Su He stood and approached the door, pondering, I will return your daughter and Damp, Oppos, body to you after cremation. No, please. Don and Amp, Oppos, cremate my daughter. I promise, I will tell you everything. Du Min suddenly stood up and knelt before Su He. Sigh. I do not wish to resort to such despicable tactics, Su He thought to herself, realizing that exploiting the cremation of the baby was the only method she could contemplate. If Du Min remained unresponsive once she stepped outside, Su He would truly be at a loss. I want assurance from your chief that my daughter will not be cremated. Let her be buried in a sunny place. She is so small, she will be scared. Du Min, your request is quite excessive. Before Su He could finish her sentence, Officer Zhao's voice came through the earpiece. Su He, the chief has agreed. Grant her request. However, the chief stipulated that as long as you confess honestly, he will personally ensure your request is fulfilled. Upon returning to the interrogation room, Du Min revealed the truth. 6 years prior, she had a boyfriend, a clandestine relationship that remained undisclosed. One day, while they were walking hand in hand by a bridge, a young boy fell into the water. Her boyfriend jumped in to save him, but was unable to climb back to shore. This incident struck her deeply. At that moment, her college classmate, He Zhengchu, reached out to her. Although Du Min did not harbor feelings for He Zhengchu, she ended up having relations with him after a night of intoxication. The next day, Du Min sent He Zhengchu away, gradually emerging from her sorrow. Du Min soon met Li Di, who pursued her fervently, and they hastily married. A little over a month after their wedding, Du Min discovered she was pregnant and learned from the doctor that the fetus was already 3 months old. She was aware that the child was not Li Di and Amp, Oppos, but belonged to her former boyfriend. Nonetheless, she decided to carry it to term. Initially, Li Di was thrilled upon learning of the pregnancy, but it was not long before he began to indulge in debauchery, neglecting their home life. One night, inebriated, Li Di returned home and, upon Du Min and Oppos' refusal to share a bed with him, he violently assaulted her, leading to the premature death of the fetus. After enduring 2 consecutive tragedies, Du Min and Oppos' life became shrouded in darkness, and she remembered the fleeting moments with her former boyfriend. Taking the baby, she was supposed to have cremated from the hospital. Following her divorce, He Zhengchu sought Du Min again, and this time, she did not reject him. A plan began to take shape in her mind. Li Di had caused the death of her daughter, and she sought vengeance. She possessed incriminating evidence against Li Di, sufficient to ruin him, but that was not enough. Du Min wanted him dead. Therefore, she informed He Zhengchu that the piano concealed his own flesh and blood. Enraged, He Zhengchu contemplated killing Li Di on the spot, but Du Min restrained him and outlined a plan, using the evidence in her possession to lure Li Di out. They would eliminate him. They spent years refining their plan to ensure that the police would not suspect them. Why remove Li Di and Oppos' face? Du Min looked up at Su He and replied, My daughter died because of him. If she sees his face in the afterlife, she will be scared. Su He questioned, Do you believe in ghosts? Du Min managed a bitter smile, saying, Officer, when your closest person leaves you, you are willing to believe in anything. Chapter 95. Young man, your actions will cost you upon exiting the police station. Suhi stretched languidly. Suhi, aren't and Oppos, you supposed to treat us? Rong Shui emerged after changing into a fresh outfit, shedding her authoritative police uniform for a more youthful and graceful appearance. All right, I'll treat you to a meal another day. I register my bank card before coming out. A reward of 100,000 yuan will be credited in a few days. Why wait for another day? I just finished work. Treat me today. You cannot refuse. Rong Shui glared at Suhi. Fine, I happen to be hungry as well. Let in Amp, Oppos. Head to the cafeteria, Suhi said, making his way towards the police station's dining hall. Stop. Rong Shui placed her hands on her hips, indignantly stating, Who treats someone to a meal at a cafeteria? I want barbecue. Barbecue. Suhi gasped, pondering if such a thing was even possible. Officer Rong, well, barbecue is fine, but my stomach isn't great, and I tend to have digestive issues with barbecue. Suhi made a final attempt to negotiate. Suhi, do you think my treating you will lead to any digestive troubles? While your reasoning lacks scientific merit, perhaps we should give it a try, Officer Rong. Which place should we go to? Forget it. I'll go with my best friend. I won't let you benefit from it. You can eat at the cafeteria to avoid an upset stomach. Rong Shui truly left, and Suhi smiled broadly as he turned and entered the cafeteria. The police station in Oppos' dining hall was free. Was it not enticing? Hey, delivery guy, this is the police station in Oppos' cafeteria. It's not open to the public. The woman serving the food observed he piling his plate high with dishes. Sister Wu, this is our new criminal investigation consultant, He, another officer explained. Sister Wu, hello. Could you please serve me 2 bowls of rice? No, make it 3. A criminal investigation consultant? He appears to have some skills. Most people can't handle 3 bowls of rice. Having finished 3 bowls, he felt somewhat overstuffed as he rode his electric bike away from the police station. It was still early. He thought to accept a few delivery orders to aid digestion. So he pulled out his phone and began accepting orders. Ding, you have a new delivery order. Please attend to it promptly. With a round belly, he initially felt discomfort while cycling, but after a few deliveries, he gradually acclimated, carrying a bag of medicine. He approached an old-fashioned residential building. This structure had once served as accommodations for teachers and had since become a haven for retired educators. Elderly individuals rarely ordered takeout. Even when they did, it was usually placed by their children. Most deliveries consisted of staples like rice, flour, and oil, or simply medication. Hello, Mate 1 delivery. He gently knocked on the door. After waiting over a minute with no response, he knocked again, aware that some elderly residents struggled to answer quickly. He was accustomed to waiting, especially since this was his last order, so he didn't mind lingering a few extra minutes. After waiting another 3 minutes with still no movement inside, he knocked once more. At that moment, a neighboring resident opened his door, revealing an elderly gentleman. Young man, what are you doing? Sir, I'm delivering something to this household, but no one is answering. Is anyone home? He prepared to call the person who placed the order. The elderly man approached and banged on the door, calling out, Huang Zuan, wake up. Someone is looking for you. His booming voice startled another resident, who stepped outside and admonished, Old Lu, keep it down. My spouse is sleeping. Hello, yes. I'm the Mate 1 delivery rider. Yes, no one is responding inside. All right, I'll try again. He hung up, and the customer informed him that someone was inside, likely asleep, and suggested he call out loudly. Huang Zuan, hurry up and come out to play chess. Why is that old man hiding inside? He usually responds immediately when called, Old Lu remarked. With a sinking feeling, He wondered if something had gone awry. Should he force the door open? If no one was inside, would he be liable for damages? As he prepared to kick the door, Old Lu interjected, Hey, young man, what are you doing? I and Oppos am worried about the person inside, sir. Please step aside to avoid injury. He positioned himself, delivering a kick that left a dent in the door. Young man, this behavior will cost you. If you truly wish to enter, the doorman downstairs has a key. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. So that's downstairs. But the doorman hesitated to hand over the key. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to accompany He to check inside. Most residents were elderly, and it was common for them to forget their keys, so many kept spare keys with the doorman. On the fifth floor, Suhi could hardly contain his impatience. As the doorman moved slowly, taking small steps up the stairs without a hint of urgency. Huang Ziyuan must be sleeping at this hour, but he has sharp hearing. He always comes out when called for chess. As the doorman opened the door, a shocking sight awaited them. An elderly man lay on the floor with wide-open eyes, just 2 steps away from Suhi. Huang Ziyuan, what happened? The doorman rushed to check on Huang Ziyuan, and it was then that Suhi noticed the old man had a chess piece lodged in his mouth, which had caused his jaw to stretch wide, revealing the character for General. Has he passed away? The doorman stumbled back, his face pale, as he turned to Suhi, exclaiming, Huang Ziyuan is dead. Chapter 96. The elderly gentleman sighed, reflecting on the capriciousness of life. Young man, why do you linger? Do you wish for him to personally receive it? Several older men had already alerted the authorities, yet they remained remarkably composed. This building housed predominantly seniors, who gathered for meals every fortnight, occasionally feasting for an uninterrupted fortnight if fortune smiled upon them. In stark contrast to Suhi's astonishment, the elderly men exhibited an air of nonchalance. One of them, regaining his composure, remarked, Huang Ziyuan became so engrossed in chess that he choked on a piece he had taken into his mouth. Sir, one cannot deduce such conclusions. Suhi interjected, wait. Please do not disturb the body. Let's await the police. He positioned himself at the entrance, acutely aware that this could very well be a homicide. Young man, if you choose not to assist, that is well enough. But do you not see that old Huang's eyes remain wide open? With a wave of his hand, the elderly gentleman closed Huang Ziyuan and oppose his eyes. Old Huang, why choose chess of all things to indulge in? Should we not remove it from his mouth? If he adored chess so dearly, perhaps we should let him keep it until we can burn a set with him. Old Huang and Amp, Oppo's life had indeed been fulfilling. He had reigned over the chess community for decades, a figure of considerable stature. The elderly men continued their chatter. Suhi dialed Officer Zhao and then Huang Ziyuan's son, but the latter was on a business trip in Xinjiang, in the Ili Kazakh Autonomous Prefecture, and would not return soon. The officers from the precinct arrived first, assessed the situation, and summoned the funeral home to collect the body. Officer, Huang Ziyuan does not seem to have died accidentally. Before the police could arrive, Suhi glanced